What I once believed to be a promising career full of idyllic pursuits now seemed to beckon me, only to be abruptly shattered by unforeseen circumstances. Myanmar. No, I must escape. But how can I flee? As Zhang Xuan found himself enveloped in despair, an electronic notification suddenly resonated within his mind. The career progression game has been successfully loaded. Identifying host identity confirmed novice career dungeon has been activated. Please prepare for the tasks ahead. As the voice faded, a virtual interface materialized before Zhang Xian's eyes. Name: Zhang Xuan. Profession: police officer, con artist. Professional skills: detail observation LV3, close combat LV3, firearm mastery LV2, shooting proficiency LV3, vehicle operation LV2, deceptive rhetoric LV1. What is this? Zhang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, and upon reassuring himself that his mind had not succumbed to madness, he grasped the exhilarating truth. I am endowed with a cheat. I have a chance to survive. With this revelation, he swiftly glanced towards the iron gate, confirming no one lingered outside, and cautiously inquired. System, what are your functions? Moreover, what does the dungeon entail? What preparations must I undertake? After an extended silence, no response echoed back. Yet Zhang Xuan remained undeterred, for even the faintest glimmer of possibility represented hope for survival. Finding a hidden corner from which he could not be seen through the barred door, Zhang Xuan closed his eyes and murmured, "Commence the career dungeon. Dungeon is initializing. Dungeon successfully activated, identity locked. Dungeon tasks confirmed." In an instant, time froze. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. In 2009, in San Diego, California, at the police department, the SWAT team. Team C, board the vehicle. Team D, board the vehicle. Over 20 members clad in tactical vests, with helmets firmly in place and armed with a variety of firearms, swiftly leapt into armored police vehicles. "Hurry up, Zhang. Don't just stand there." From a police vehicle marked with the word police, the co-pilot vigorously waved at Zhang Xuan, who was still trying to gather his thoughts. "Coming." Having just opened his eyes, Zhang Xuan was still bewildered and clambered into the vehicle. Fortunately, his command of English was quite good. Otherwise, he would have been at a complete loss as the vehicle departed from the precinct. Zhang Xuan took a moment to survey his surroundings and the gear he was wearing. Inside the standard police armored vehicle, there were 6 SWAT members, including the driver, the co-pilot, and himself, due to everyone wearing balaclavas. Their faces were obscured, however, by their builds and the skin visible around their eyes. He could make some rough determinations about their identities. Moreover, Zhang Xuan examined the firearm in his hand, a short-barreled AR-15 automatic rifle. The gun showed signs of minor wear, indicating it had seen extensive use. Nevertheless, the tactical rail was equipped with numerous accessories: a vertical grip, a silencer, a tactical flashlight, and a holographic sight. In the thigh holster rested a sleek black Glock 17 pistol. Upon drawing it for inspection, he noted that a round was already chambered, ready to fire with a simple pull of the trigger. His tactical vest held 3 rifle magazines and 4 pistol magazines, alongside a fragmentation grenade, a flashbang, and a stun grenade. The Velcro patch on his shoulder bore the insignia D4, while seated beside him was D3, with D5 and D6 across from him. The co-pilot, who had just waved to Zhang Xuan, D1, spoke in a slight Texan drawl. "You all should be aware that this is not a routine mission. It's a private job dispatched from above, and it's very rushed. We haven't received much intel. All we know is that, aside from the hostages, no one can be left alive. Additionally, there are a significant number of civilians in the target area, so we must exercise strict fire control during the operation." "Understood." Received. "This isn't our first rodeo, General. We know what we're doing." D3 replied cheerfully, revealing a relatively upbeat personality. D5, seated directly across from Zhang Xuan, leaned on his waist and remarked, "Ugh, that girl from yesterday was quite something. I still feel a bit worn out, General. I think I deserve some extra pay for this one. The compensation should be substantial, right?" D6, sitting nearby, inquired with concern, "Are you all right, Brian?" "Shut your mouth, rookie." D5 scoffed dismissively. If there were no apparent conflicts between the two, one could deduce that Brian was a rather arrogant individual. Haha. D6 chuckled awkwardly before turning his attention back to the reticent Zhang Xuan. "Are you all right, Zhang? You've been quiet since we started." "I'm fine," Zhang Xuan replied with a slight shake of his head, intending to say little more. This scenario felt as real as the world outside, with even identities and backstories meticulously arranged, which genuinely surprised him. However, what astonished him even more was the complete absence of any memories associated with this body. An utter blank slate. It seemed the system had no intention of allowing him to inherit the skills and knowledge of this individual. While this was somewhat expected, it posed a considerable inconvenience at the onset of the mission. Rookie, don't tease him, he's like me. He went out to celebrate last night, and this kid certainly made quite the splash. D5 laughed heartily. D1, in the front passenger seat, glanced back at Zhang Xuan and asked, Zhang, are you sure you're all right? If you're feeling unwell, I can send you back now. This mission is quite dangerous. And I wouldn't want to lose a team member over a minor issue. I'm fine, don't worry. Last night's skirmish was child's play. Brian and I are not on the same level. Zhang Xuan responded with a smile, just about to utter the suspected nickname General when he inexplicably held back. Scamming skill LV1. When needing to feign familiarity with someone without knowing specific details, it's best not to use their nickname casually, as one cannot be sure if that nickname is appropriate for their current identity. What a peculiar skill has activated. While the group conversed, sirens blared from the vehicles ahead. They had now reached the outskirts of the city, where a dozen police cars surrounded an old hotel building, with a large contingent of officers aiming their weapons at the entrance, standing ready. Chapter 2. Mission Restart. Mission Objective. Eliminate the gang leader. Rescue the hostages. Mission Achievements. Total Annihilation. Eliminate all 16 gang members, including the leader, hostage savior. Rescue all 27 hostages. Perfect squad. Ensure all 6 squad members survived. Completing the mission objectives will clear the instance and grant 1 career point. Each mission achievement will yield an additional career point, and fulfilling all achievements will provide a random support card. Observing the new prompt from the system, Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. The task appeared far too simple. The dozens of armed police officers present, along with the recently arrived SWAT teams, were formidable. Although it was said to be an unofficial operation, there was no telling if reinforcements would follow. Yet, dealing with a group of desperate fugitives who had been cornered in the hotel would undoubtedly not be a monumental challenge. As long as he could survive until others completed their task, this instance would be considered cleared. However, the rewards for the achievements were quite generous. If he could accumulate enough career points to enhance his combat abilities, his chances of survival upon returning to reality would significantly increase. If the opportunity arose, he might as well take a gamble. With that thought, the vehicle came to a halt. All right, everyone dismount and prepare for engagement. At D1's command, the doors swung open, and all the SWAT members filed out in unison, a bit clumsily gripping their rifles. Zhang Xuan stood at the rear, cautiously exposing half of himself as he aimed his weapon at the hotel entrance and began to assess the surrounding environment. They found themselves approximately 20 meters to the left of the main entrance. A relatively safe position. Judging by the remnants of gunfire at the scene, it appeared that these gangsters had fled from this direction, ultimately cornered in the hotel. Not far off, a man in a suit, presumably a government official, was furiously berating. These guys are a bunch of lunatics, savages. Beside him stood a tall, slender black man in civilian clothing, seemingly engaged in conversation with the lieutenant in charge of the operation, likely a high-ranking officer from the police force. Zhang Xuan couldn't clearly discern their discussion and didn't wish to pry. However, he could vaguely hear mentions of the assailants preparing to kill hostages, indicating an urgent need for an aggressive assault. Goodness, they're already preparing to kill hostages? The situation inside was more dire than he had anticipated. Wouldn't that jeopardize the achievement of becoming the hostage savior? A minute later, a new order crackled through the radio. Team B and Team D will breach through the front, while Team A and Team C will execute a flanking maneuver. The mission begins. With the command issued, D1 signaled for the team to advance. Zhang Xuan had performed adequately in his police academy training, and with his father's military background, he had developed commendable skills from a young age. However, this was his first experience in such a high-stakes operation, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. Silently praying for no mishaps, he double-checked the chambering of his ammunition and the safety, then stealthily followed D3 toward the entrance. Slow down. D5 behind him tapped Zhang Xuan, signaling him to maintain distance. Just as Zhang Xuan wondered about this, D3 retrieved the breaching hammer from his waist and maneuvered past D2, who was positioned with a ballistic shield, arriving at the small door beside the main entrance. Meanwhile, the The breacher from Team B on the right side was also prepared, starting a countdown with hand signals. Seeing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Xuan. What the hell? Am I the assault team member? He had learned some basic theories of close-quarter battle, CQB, during his time at the Academy.INA SWAT indoor combat team. There was typically one point man wielding a shield to absorb damage, one breacher to force open doors, several assault team members responsible for primary fire output, and one sniper positioned outside. Looking at the arrangement, he realized he was designated as the second assault member, responsible for following the point man into the room. This was a position with a notoriously high casualty rate. Damn it, I'm not adept at indoor CQB. Isn't this asking for trouble? Feeling a surge of panic, Zhang Xuan tightened his grip on his firearm. The countdown vanished in an instant, followed by two resounding thuds. The frail wooden door was shattered. As the door swung open, the breacher withdrew the hammer. SDPD. The point man D2 shouted, charging in with one hand on the shield and the other brandishing his sidearm. Almost simultaneously, gunfire erupted from within. Well then, it seems we have no choice but to proceed. Even if it feels like we're herding ducks onto a perch. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xuan brandished his firearm and charged into the hotel lobby, shielded by the blast shield. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and commenced the first volley of gunfire. Whether or not he hit his targets was of little concern, as long as he avoided the hostages. Simultaneously, Zhang Xuan instinctively began to observe the details around him. At that moment, 13 hostages were huddled in the right corner of the lobby, while 4 armed assailants were positioned at the front desk and staircase, taking cover to mount a counterattack. Rat-a-tat-tat. With a swift 3-round burst, Zhang Xuan's keen reflexes felled an assailant who had not yet reached the staircase. However, before he could revel in his success, a barrage of bullets suddenly erupted from the left rear corner. Immediately, Zhang Xuan felt a surge of warmth and an overwhelming force draining from his body as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Just before his consciousness slipped away, he hazily glimpsed an assailant, armed with an AKM, lurking behind a large vase in the left corner, mercilessly firing upon the exposed soldier. Then, darkness enveloped him. In the next instant, he heard a familiar voice calling out, "Hurry, Zhang, stop dawdling there." Zhang Xuan blinked awake, disoriented. Not far away, D1 in the passenger seat was waving at him. What is happening? Looking down at his trembling hands and feeling the searing pain deep within his mind, Zhang Xuan was certain that what had just transpired was no mere dream. He had truly died once. Get in the car. What are you standing there for? D1's brow furrowed as he noticed Zhang Xuan's dazed state. Just as he was about to reprimand him, Zhang Xuan suddenly sprinted and leaped into the police vehicle. Don't tell me you partied too hard last night, Zhang. If you're still hungover, get out. D1's tone was stern. Zhang Xuan took a deep breath. I apologize, I was just momentarily distracted. It won't happen again, so, death can lead to rebirth, and missions can restart. Then there is nothing to fear. Gradually lifting his head, the determination in his eyes behind the helmet hardened into a fierce resolve. Chapter 3. Police CQB Tactics. Everyone must have noticed that this is not a routine mission. Ugh, that girl yesterday was something else. Are you alright, Brian? Ha, rookie, don't poke at him. He's just like me. As before, the conversations among the team remained unchanged. Yet this time, Zhang Xuan refrained from participating in idle chatter, keeping his eyes tightly shut as the scenes from the previous battle flashed through his mind. Though it lasted merely a few seconds, he had memorized the positions and angles of nearly everyone in the hotel lobby. If given another chance, he could at least ensure he wouldn't succumb so quickly during the first round of gunfire. All right, everyone, disembark and take defensive positions. With D1's command, Zhang Xuan found himself once more in the familiar stance from before, cautiously surveying the hotel's main entrance. This time, he observed with greater scrutiny. In a moment, we will enter through the side doors with Team B. We will take the left door while they take the right. This means that at least my right flank will have a higher degree of safety. The one who killed me last time is to my left, so I will focus my attention on that corner to avoid falling victim in the initial chaos. As he pondered this, Zhang Xuan tilted his head slightly and noticed 2 snipers positioned atop the buildings opposite the hotel. However, from their shooting angles, it seemed they were responsible for perimeter control. The frontal assault on the lobby still required their involvement. After all, the building covered a considerable area, and they had little choice. These bastards are nothing but a bunch of lunatics, brutes. The angry tirade of a government official made Zhang Xuan frown in irritation. How annoying! Soon, as the order for a strong assault was given, the team formed an attack formation and stealthily approached the left door. This time, Zhang Xuan did not foolishly wait to breach. Instead, he removed a flashbang from his tactical vest, pulled the pin, and signaled to D3 and the vanguard D2, who were preparing to breach the door. D2 nodded in acknowledgement, while the opposing Team B's attacker also readied a flashbang for throwing. Quickly, with the sound of the door being breached, as it burst open, gunfire erupted. Zhang Xuan swiftly hurled the flashbang towards the elevator entrance inside. Boom! The flashbang detonated, and without hesitation, D2 charged in first. Zhang Xuan followed closely, immediately aiming at the large vase in the left corner. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire rang out, shattering the vase and taking down the assailant hiding behind it. Without pausing to relish his revenge, Zhang Xuan abruptly redirected his firearm and unleashed a barrage at the elevator entrance. It was the same assailant who had failed to reach the staircase last time. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Xuan took down two more. Following the vanguard forward, the remaining SWAT team members surged in, utilizing the blast shield and other cover to execute precise shots at the remaining assailants in the lobby. Within mere seconds, all the assailants were neutralized. Clear. Clear. Subsequently, the other team members began to execute headshots on all downed assailants to ensure no survivors remained. It was then that Zhang Xuan suddenly realized that several hostages had already been killed by the assailants. He distinctly recalled that these individuals had survived last time. At least they were unharmed before his own demise. This meant that their deaths were likely the result of the assailants firing in panic as he threw the flashbang into the room. Damn it. Zhang Xuan's expression darkened. Innocent lives lost because of his actions, compounded by the failure of his role as a rescuer, was something he found difficult to accept. Had he adhered to the initial assault strategy, refraining from using thrown weapons and possessing sufficient combat skills, perhaps these individuals would have been saved. Zhang, your decision was not wrong. We had no detailed intelligence, and no one knew there would be so many gunmen and hostages behind that door. The ambulance will arrive soon. Let them handle it. D1, sensing Zhang Xuan's emotional turmoil, approached and offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Thank you, Chief, Zhang Xuan replied with a furrowed brow. All right, everyone, continue advancing and prepare to ascend the stairs. With the command given, the two teams converged and proceeded into the corridor outside the staircase. The building had long since lost power, and they now needed to ascend the stairs, searching each floor one by one. According to the mission objectives and reality, it was evident that there were still survivors and assailants on other floors of the hotel. As for which floors and rooms they occupied, they could only rely on luck to find them one by one. Upon reaching the stairwell, reports from Teams A and C confirmed they had completed clearing the rear area. The building had 2 elevator shafts and stairwells, and Teams A and C would search upward through the rear staircase. D5 muttered a curse under his breath. Ugh, I hate staircases, especially going down to go up. Zhang Xuan, reloading his firearm, nodded in agreement. Gazing at the spiraling stairs above, it was hard to predict whether someone might be lurking up there, waiting to unleash a volley of bullets or perhaps drop a grenade from above. Due to the angles, they could only respond passively, which was unsettling and infuriating. Shut it, D5, one whispered, then issued the command to advance. In the two teams, the point man with the riot shield led the way, with the attackers closely following, pressed against the wall, firearm aimed upwards, moving swiftly. Before long, the team reached the fire door on the second floor. As they needed to ensure no assailants or hostages were overlooked in every corner of the rooms, Team B voluntarily took on the task of clearing the second floor rooms. Watching as a member of Team B yanked open the fire door, the attacker on the other side swiftly entered, sweeping his firearm across the corners. The second position attacker quickly supplemented the firepower. Zhang Xuan silently noted this entry method. At that moment, a new prompt suddenly appeared in Zhang Xuan's lower left field of vision. Do you have mastered police CQB tactics? Current level, LV1. In the next instant, a flood of familiar yet somewhat foreign memories surged into his mind. Among them were the operational details from both the previous and current breaching actions. He could see from a third-person perspective each tactical movement and firearm handling detail of the SWAT team members he had inadvertently glanced at from the moment they breached the door to now. Furthermore, from these details, he recognized numerous mistakes he had made in the recent battle, such as failing to execute follow-up shots on downed enemies, neglecting to kick away their weapons, not cutting corners when entering unfamiliar corridors, and not providing appropriate signals to teammates before proceeding with subsequent actions. It was only due to the professionalism and teamwork of his squad that these errors had been minimized. Chapter 4. Applying what you've learned as Zhang Xuan absorbed knowledge like a sponge. He heard D1's voice, continue advancing, seizing the opportunity while Team B cleared the second-floor rooms. D1 ordered Team D to move upward. Arriving beside the fire door on the third floor, D1 signaled to D3, who nodded and approached one side of the door. After confirming it was unlocked, he prepared to open it. Zhang Xuan, positioned as D4, also readied his weapon, poised for entry. Although Zhang Xuan currently only possesses a level 1 CQB tactic for law enforcement, he has gained some understanding from the recent actions of Team B ahead of him. Casting a glance at the opposing D3, he slightly raised the muzzle of his weapon, signaling that he was prepared. Clang! The fire door swung open, and Zhang Xuan dashed inside, swiftly scanning the left corner. Confirming that no enemies lurked there, he swung his gun toward the right corner. Fortunately, there was no sign of the sixth member hiding. Just then, D5 entered the doorway, filling the gap in Zhang Xuan's line of fire, advancing with his weapon aimed down the corridor. Observing this, Zhang Xuan mimicked D5, followed closely by D3 and D6. The four of them cautiously raised their weapons as they proceeded along the corridor's walls. As they passed the guest room door, D5 quickly maneuvered into a U-shape, positioning himself beside the door. Meanwhile, D6, who had been trailing D5, took up position on the opposite side, preparing to enter. D3 also approached. Glancing at Zhang Xuan, noticing his lack of response, he positioned himself behind D5, aiming his weapon at the unsearched corridor ahead, vigilant for any potential enemies. D5 glanced back at Zhang Xuan and made a motion indicating a door breach. Zhang Xuan, momentarily taken aback, failed to comprehend his intent. Seeing Zhang Xuan's lack of reaction, D5 frowned and whispered, "Kick the door." Realizing that his earlier failure to secure the front had led D3 to mistakenly believe he was responsible for the door breach. Zhang Xuan quickly grasped the situation. He rushed forward and delivered a powerful kick to the guest room door. Bang! The wooden door yielded effortlessly to the force of his tactical boots. As the door swung open, D5 pushed past the still ajar Zhang Xuan, weapon drawn and charging inside. D6 followed closely behind. The two conducted a rapid search beneath the bed, inside the wardrobe, behind the curtains, and in the bathroom, firing no shots as they confirmed the room was clear. Once safety was assured, D3 outside signaled for them to advance, and Zhang Xuan promptly complied, moving to the entrance of the second room. At this moment, D5 and D6, having completed their search of the first room, rejoined them. This time, D6 would kick the door, D5 would provide cover, and Zhang Xuan and D3 would enter to search. Zhang Xuan mimicked D5's earlier maneuver, moving to the opposite side of the door and signaling D6. Bang! The door was instantly kicked open, and D3 entered first, bypassing the bathroom and scanning the entire room. Zhang Xuan followed closely, replicating D6's earlier actions by forcefully pushing open the bathroom door. However, at the precise moment the bathroom door swung open, a large, dark hand lunged out from the side, seizing the silencer of Zhang Xuan's AR-15. Almost simultaneously, another hand reached from below, attempting to snatch Zhang Xuan's pistol. Although Zhang Xuan's CQB tactics still required refinement, he had trained extensively in close-quarters combat under his father's guidance and had even won awards for it. In the instant his primary weapon was compromised, Zhang Xuan firmly clutched the Glock 17 holstered on his right leg, securing the grip to prevent it from being taken. He then thrust his right leg forcefully against the door frame, leveraging the momentum to haul the assailant out of the bathroom. The intruder, a towering black man standing around 6 feet tall, appeared far more robust than Zhang Xuan. "FK!" the assailant roared, attempting to charge and knock Zhang Xuan down. Yet, Zhang Xuan was quick to react, releasing his grip with his left hand and delivering a powerful punch to the man's throat. A strike to such a vulnerable spot would incapacitate even the strongest adversary for a brief moment. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Zhang Xuan surged forward, driving his elbow into the intruder's chest with the force of artillery. Bang! The man was pushed back 4 or 5 steps, collapsing onto the bathroom floor. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Xuan swiftly drew his Glock 17, disengaged the trigger safety, and fired 2 shots at the assailant. Bang bang. The sound of gunfire echoed alarmingly throughout the third floor, as the weapon lacked a silencer. After delivering a final shot to the head, Zhang Xuan confirmed the assailant was neutralized. He remarked as he returned the Glock to its holster and rearmed himself with his primary weapon. The entire sequence transpired so rapidly that D3, responsible for checking the room, had yet to provide assistance. "Nice move, Zhang," D3 complimented. "Not bad," Zhang Xuan replied with a casual smile as they exited the room, where the other two had already positioned themselves at the next door. Following the same procedure as before, this time it was D3's turn to breach. With Zhang Xuan on guard, they forced open the door. D5 and D6 entered for their search. A hand clutching an M1911 suddenly emerged from the nearby 7th room, firing several blind shots in their direction. Bang, bang, bang. Enemy attack. Zhang Xuan swiftly retreated and crouched down, using the door frame for cover as he unleashed a barrage of shots toward room 7. Outside, D3 also retreated into the room, standing above Zhang Xuan to counterattack. The opponent seemed exceedingly fearful, not daring to reveal himself, as even the hand that had fired a few shots quickly withdrew when Zhang Xuan and D3 retaliated. "Cover me," D3 commanded, then moved out of the room, advancing from the outside. Zhang Xuan continued to provide covering fire until D3 reached the next room's doorframe and secured a position. Meanwhile, D5 emerged from the room, circumventing Zhang Xuan, weapon raised as he advanced toward the enemy's location. D6 also exited the room, giving Zhang Xuan's shoulder a reassuring squeeze before following D5 outside. The three coordinated seamlessly as they approached their target's door. It time to proceed, Zhang Xuan contemplated. Standing up and stepping forward as he passed by several unsearched room doors, he recalled his earlier lesson and deliberately kept his distance from the doorways. Positioning himself behind D6, Zhang Xuan gently squeezed D6's shoulder, signaling that he was ready, and raised his weapon to guard against potential enemy ambushes. After receiving the signal, D6 retrieved a stun grenade and pulled the pin. D5 suddenly stepped forward, kicking open the half-closed door and quickly retreating. The moment the door swung open, gunfire erupted from within, but simultaneously, clang. The stun grenade rolled inside, boom. Following the explosion, D3 charged in, and after several gunshots rang out, the target was eliminated. Continue clearing the floor. Soon, the remaining rooms on the 3rd floor were thoroughly inspected. The four reconvened at the stairwell. Coincidentally, Team B had also completed their search of the 2nd floor and was making their way to the 4th. "Advance," D1 commanded with a wave of his hand, and Team D resumed their movement. With newfound experience, Zhang Xuan began to settle into the rhythm alongside his teammates, gradually honing his once awkward CQB techniques into a more fluid execution. Congratulations, through relentless effort, your skill law enforcement CQB tactics has upgraded to level 2. Chapter 5. Hostage Rescue. Half an hour later. SDPD, drop your weapons. You are surrounded. Zhang Xuan's nerves were taut as he aimed his weapon directly at a hostage-taker standing before him. However, he hesitated to pull the trigger, for the assailant was holding a woman hostage. "No, please, don't shoot." The blonde woman with voluminous waves was clearly terrified, pleading with Zhang Xuan in desperation. The gun pressed against the back of her head felt like the harbinger of death, robbing her of all rational thought. The assailant, concealed behind the hostage, exhibited a certain familiarity with being at gunpoint. He had hunched his body from the outset, ensuring the gun never strayed far from the hostage while simultaneously keeping his own torso hidden from Zhang Xuan's aim. Moreover, he seemed to have anticipated the presence of snipers outside, having drawn the curtains well in advance. Without a clear line of fire, no matter how skilled the sniper, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Prepare a helicopter and $200,000. Otherwise, prepare to witness her brains splatter. Don't act impulsively. I will relay your demands to my superiors. Surrender and lay down your weapons, and you might just save your life. But if you harm the hostage, I assure you, your fate will be no better than hers. While employing his somewhat clumsy level 1 negotiation skills, Zhang Xuan squinted, scanning the surroundings for an opportunity. He found himself positioned outside a room on the 11th floor, accompanied by D5. Meanwhile, D3 and D6 were making their way upstairs, with Team B coordinating to clear a path, allowing them to quietly rappel down from the window directly above this room. As long as Zhang Xuan and his team could create an opportunity, they could breach the window and neutralize the threat. Don't think I don't know your intentions. The moment I lower my weapon, I'll be dead, the assailant shouted, nearly in a fit of hysteria, On the verge of a complete breakdown, as Zhang Xuan had pointed out, he was indeed surrounded. Relinquishing his weapon would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Thus, he clung to the hostage in a desperate bid for survival. Rest assured, we are SDPD, not CI. We keep our word, and $200,000 is no small sum. We can't possibly carry that much cash on a mission. You'll need to give us more time to prepare. As Zhang Xuan spoke, he cautiously attempted to step forward. Stay right there. As I advance further, I will resort to gunfire. All right, I shall remain still. Please do not rush me. I merely wish to express that it is somewhat unrealistic to expect such a substantial ransom for the abduction of an ordinary individual. If that were the case, should I lay down my weapon and allow you to take me hostage instead? The weight of a special police officer far surpasses that of an average civilian. With that, Zhang Xuan unbuckled his gun belt, signaling his lack of malicious intent. Yet, half of his body remained concealed outside the door. After all, Zhang Xuan was indifferent to the choices made by this individual, as it was merely a matter of buying time. Of course, if he were foolish enough to attempt taking Zhang Xuan as a hostage, the situation would become quite straightforward. During the exchange of hostages, there would inevitably arise an opportunity for cover, and even if he managed to avoid mistakes, Zhang Xuan could create errors for him. The firearm in D5's possession was certainly not to be underestimated. I no longer demand 200,000. I will settle for 100,000. No, make it 50,000. Provide me with 50,000, and I shall release this woman immediately. The criminal's eyes glistened with desperation, resembling a gambler who has lost everything, waiting for one final opportunity to recoup his losses. Very well, no problem. Soon enough, someone will deliver the money. Zhang Xuan attempted to soothe his agitation. However, at that moment, a series of gunshots suddenly erupted from the 12th floor above. Although brief, the gunfire startled the assailant, filling his eyes with terror as he realized Zhang Xuan and his companion's intentions. In a panic, he seized the hostage and attempted to retreat to the restroom. Just then, Zhang Xuan pointed towards the window and shouted, "Tom, make your move." Startled, the criminal instinctively quickened his pace, subconsciously shifting his gaze towards the window. Wary of the robust figure about to burst through in that fleeting moment, Zhang Xuan lunged forward with remarkable speed. In just 2 strides across a few meters, he was upon the hostage, toppling her to the ground. D5 swiftly followed suit, entering the room and firing his rifle 4 consecutive times. At the instant D5 discharged his weapon, the assailant's pistol also erupted in gunfire. Bang! Only a single shot rang out before he could no longer pull the trigger. D5 rushed into the room, delivering a finishing shot to the assailant's head and swiftly kicking the weapon from his grasp. Zhang Xuan rose, casting a glance at the hostage who had fainted from fear. Her arm grazed by a bullet, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Are you all right?" D5 quickly surveyed the room, confirming no further threats were present, then utilized zip ties to secure the hostage's hands behind her back. Remarking, "This fellow truly dared to fire his weapon. If you hadn't acted swiftly, this lady would not have returned home today. I certainly do not believe he would have released her upon reaching the helicopter." Zhang Xuan tossed the hostage onto the bed and, after calling for backup via radio, informed the other members of Team D that the 11th floor had been cleared. D5 did not dispute Zhang Xuan's assertion. That is indeed the case. The higher-ups had long decreed that all criminals must be silenced, leaving no survivors. Whether the hostage lived or died, the assailant was doomed. A helicopter? $20,000? What a delusion! Returning to the stairwell, Zhang Xuan encountered a team of special police officers from the opposite corridor. They belonged to Teams AC, responsible for clearing the other side of the building. The convergence of the 2 operational groups signified the nearing conclusion of the mission. "What is the situation?" D1 inquired. Glancing at Zhang Xuan nodded. "It is all taken care of. The hostage sustained minor injuries, but there is no threat to her life." "Well done," D1 complimented briefly before dismissing the matter from his mind. In his view, dealing with a hostage-taker, while somewhat troublesome, was far from difficult. Resolving the situation was only to be expected. Above, D3 and D6, who had been following Team B's operation, returned to the stairwell to regroup. Over 20 special police officers began their ascent. Chapter 6. Second Restart. The 13th floor is secure. Having completed the final operational task, Zhang Xuan felt a slight breathlessness. His physical condition was adequate, though somewhat fatigued. Perhaps D5's assertion held some truth. He may have indulged a bit too much the previous night. Only 2 floors remained. Teams A and C had already proceeded upward, and we shall remain here to prevent any escapees. If anyone feels weary, they may take a brief respite while the others maintain vigilance at the stairwell. Upon hearing the radio report, D1 turned to address the group. Ha, it's only a few floors. How can anyone be tired? D5 chuckled. I find it somewhat taxing. D2, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Indeed, as the vanguard, D2 bore the heaviest equipment among them, weighing dozens of pounds, making the ascent and descent a considerable strain. What on earth are these criminals? D3 inquired. They certainly possess formidable firepower. D6 pondered aloud. I heard they are a gang of smugglers. D1 replied. A group of Mexicans who killed a CIA undercover agent while trafficking arms. The individual shouting below was the unfortunate agent's supervisor. Good heavens, they dare to kill CIA operatives? Truly a band of lunatics. No wonder that hostage-taker referred to us as CIA. In truth, prior to murdering that agent, they had no knowledge of his identity. One could only say that the agent was simply unlucky to D1 shrugged. As they conversed, a series of gunshots echoed from above, drawing nearer. Stay alert. Everyone immediately aimed their weapons at the stairway above. Soon, with a resounding crash, the fire escape door on the 15th floor was violently flung open, and an assailant wielding an AK-47 burst forth. Open fire. With the squad leader's command, everyone unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The assailant was instantly riddled with bullets. Target neutralized. In no time, the fire escape door swung open once more, but this time it revealed their own comrades. The 15th floor had been entirely cleared. All assailants neutralized. With Team A completing their task, the entire building was now secure. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Xuan gazed at the mission panel with a furrowed brow. Assailants neutralized or captured. 1516. There is still an escaped criminal. Realizing this, Zhang Xuan wasted no time and activated the radio communication, reporting, requesting a second search of the floors. I suspect there may be an escaped assailant. Repeat, requesting a second search of the floors. The others looked at Zhang Xuan with puzzled expressions, but he could not find the words to explain. Surely, he could not disclose that he had calculated the exact number of assailants in advance? Such a claim would be met with disbelief. Fortunately, the task commander below responded swiftly to Zhang Xuan's request. Permission granted for a second search. Each team will alternate checking the various floors. D1 pressed the communication button. Team D acknowledges. He then turned to Zhang Xuan. Zhang, did you uncover something? Zhang Xuan shook his head. No, but I simply believe we ought to exercise caution. There may be overlooked corners. Upon hearing this, the others regarded Zhang Xuan with strange expressions. Clearly, Zhang Xuan's lack of trust unsettled them. Woohoo, fantastic. D2 will have to carry the shield around again. D5 remarked with annoyance. D2 shook his head, picking up the riot shield without a word. Casting a deep glance at Zhang Xuan, D1 addressed the group. If that is the case, let us conduct another sweep of the building. Leave no corner unchecked. With that, he ascended the stairs. Since they were alternating inspections, they would certainly need to examine the achievements of teams A and C. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, trailing behind the group, paid little heed to the dissatisfaction of others. After all, it was merely a mission. Completion was all that mattered, and there was no need to overthink it. The crucial point was that so many experienced special police officers had thoroughly searched the hotel from top to bottom. How could there be any escaped criminals? Either someone had been negligent in their thoroughness, leaving behind a lucky culprit, or not all assailants were armed. With this thought, a sense of alarm flickered in Zhang Xuan's eyes as he instinctively glanced through the window down below. At that moment, the hostages had already been evacuated outside. Simultaneously, a system prompt echoed in Zhang Xuan's mind. The leader has escaped. Mission failed. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him once more. Hurry up. Zhang, don't just stand there. The familiar voice rang out again, and upon opening his eyes, Zhang Xuan's expression darkened. Damn. Whether it was due to the second restart or not, his head throbbed even more painfully than before. That criminal leader was exceedingly cunning. To think they would resort to such deceit, hiding among the hostages to escape. What a farce. What he had initially perceived as a straightforward practical training mission had unexpectedly taken such a convoluted turn. It was utterly absurd. Stifling the urge to curse, Zhang Xuan smoothly entered the vehicle and settled in, beginning to review the failures of the previous 2 rounds. After all, he was uncertain how many more times he could restart. The increasing pain in his head indicated that each restart came at a cost. Perhaps the next time, or the time after that, he would indeed meet his demise within this mission. Therefore, he must approach every restart opportunity with utmost caution. With this in mind, Zhang Xuan addressed D1, who was seated in front. Chief, the objective of this mission is primarily to neutralize or capture the assailants and rescue the hostages, correct? Yes, D1 replied. The opposing force is substantial, and their firepower is formidable. It is a decidedly perilous task. Zhang Xuan hurriedly inquired, do you think there is a possibility that among the hostages there might be a hidden assailant? This indeed seemed plausible. D1 furrowed his brows, contemplating the complexity of the situation at hand. After all, given the chaotic environment, anything could occur. However, once the hostages are rescued, a thorough background check will be conducted on them. But what if he escapes before his identity is verified? At that moment, D2 interjected, we could have other officers seal off the area, preventing anyone from leaving. Yes, that's precisely what I meant, Zhang Xuan responded, a glimmer of realization lighting up his expression. That's impossible. D1 shook his head. What if the assailant is concealed among the injured hostages? Are we to obstruct the ambulances from rescuing them? That's a valid point, D3 chimed in. Ultimately, our responsibility is to neutralize every individual who opens fire at us. Distinguishing between hostages is someone else's duty. If hostages are indeed allowed to escape, that wouldn't fall on our shoulders, and there's no need for us to intervene. Of course it's necessary. If we let them slip away again, I will have to restart everything. God knows how many times I can restart. Although Zhang Xuan felt a surge of anxiety, he recognized that now was not the time to debate with his teammates. Perhaps adapting to the situation during combat would be the only option. Chapter 7. Mission accomplished. However, D1's words sparked an idea in Zhang Xuan's mind. If the leader of the criminals was indeed hiding among the hostages, he would likely choose to injure himself in order to evade initial scrutiny while being transported by ambulance. Provided the individual possessed some acting skills, escaping from the ambulance would not pose a significant challenge. After all, no one would interrogate an injured person who had just been rescued, emotionally unstable and bleeding profusely. What Zhang Xuan needed to focus on was closely monitoring the hostages' movements. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was 4:32 p.m. Since breaching the hotel's first door, the entire operation had taken approximately 2.5 hours. This meant the assailant must have surfaced within the last half hour. If his memory served him correctly at that time, for teams were conducting a sweep on the 8th and 9th floors. This narrowed down the search area considerably. With this in mind, Zhang Xuan turned to D1 and asked, Boss, could you show me the hotel's room layout? D1 looked puzzled. Did we not review it during the emergency meeting earlier? Though he expressed confusion, he still produced a copy of the blueprint and handed it to Zhang Xuan. I'm just trying to reinforce my memory, Zhang Xuan replied with a smile as he unfurled the entire layout. The hotel had been established in 1976, marking it as quite an aged establishment. Initially, it seemed designed to cater to a high-end clientele, featuring a structure that was wider at the bottom and narrower at the top, resulting in fewer rooms as the floors ascended, thereby offering better views. The lower floors housed basic guest rooms, along with a restaurant, gym, and even a supermarket among other amenities. However, due to operational issues, the hotel was now on the brink of closure, with many facilities having been shut down years prior. If his assumptions were correct, the leader was likely hiding on the 8th floor or above, while teams BD and AC were converging on the 11th floor. This implied that Zhang Xuan needed to expedite their progress, ideally clearing the 15th floor before the AC teams reached the 11th floor, then using an alternate route to rendezvous with them. However, this would not be an easy task. Just as he was contemplating this, the vehicle came to a halt. All right, everyone, disembark and take positions. As the doors swung open, Zhang Xuan leaped out. The familiar location and angle greeted him, and the furious tirade from the nearby CIA officer had lost its irritability in his ears. After hearing the same phrase 3 times, he had grown accustomed to it. Once again, the command for a full frontal assault was issued, and Team D began to stealthily approach the left door. Having learned from previous experience and with a solid grasp of Level 2 CQB, Zhang Xuan opted not to deploy a flashbang this time. 3, 2, 1, bang. The wooden door burst open, and D2 charged in just as he had on previous occasions. Zhang Xuan swiftly followed, firing 2 shots to down the enemy known as Vasold 6. He then confirmed the kill with a follow-up shot while sprinting to the left, expanding his field of fire and creating space for the incoming D5 to enter swiftly, ensuring right-side coverage. As he moved, he maintained steady fire, ensuring that their offensive was relentless. With the support of his teammates, all 5 enemies in the lobby were neutralized in a mere 6 seconds, significantly reducing their combat time. Advance. Since there were no injured hostages, Team D did not linger in the lobby but headed directly for the stairwell. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they swiftly breached the door, catching the assailant hiding in the restroom off guard, who didn't even have time to react before Zhang Xuan shot him 3 times through the door. Kicking open the restroom door, he delivered a final shot to the assailant's head before continuing their ascent to the 11th floor. Throughout the journey, Zhang Xuan continued to engage enemies and rescue hostages, operating with a speed that surpassed their previous encounter due to his heightened awareness. The operation was progressing smoothly as they approached the room where hostages had previously been rescued. D5 remarked on their success. Just as he was about to kick the door, Zhang Xuan stopped him. After instructing D3 and D6 to advance, Zhang Xuan entered an adjacent room that had already been cleared. Much to D5's confusion. "What's going on?" D5 gestured in bewilderment. Zhang Xuan indicated towards the adjacent room, mimicking a gun gesture. D5 understood. Although he was uncertain how Zhang Xuan had gleaned the situation within the room, mutual trust among teammates was fundamental. After assisting Zhang Xuan in securing a safety rope, Zhang Xuan climbed out the window and found himself outside the building. Taking a deep breath, he carefully navigated along the window ledge until he reached the window of the target room. Perhaps due to the criminals inside remaining unaware, the room's curtains were drawn, but the window was left ajar. Just as Zhang Xuan drew his sidearm to discreetly pull back the curtain, he overheard a conversation inside. A female voice said, "The police are already up here. I can hear them kicking doors on this floor. It won't be long until they reach us," a male voice replied. "What should we do? Fight them?" The female retorted, "Fight. With your little handgun, do you think you can defeat an entire squad of armed SWAT officers?" The male asked, "So what now?" The female concluded, "If they come, you just..." Hearing their exchange, Zhang Xuan felt a mix of shock and elation. What a fortunate turn of events. Who would have thought that among a group of hardened criminals, a woman would be leading them? However, since he was already in position, he decided not to waste time. He pulled out a fragmentation grenade, removed the pin, and tossed it inside. Retreating swiftly, boom! The explosion reverberated next door, and as Zhang Xuan returned from the window, a look of relief washed over him as if he had released something peculiar. D5 watched in confusion. Half an hour later. "Congratulations, your novice career instance has been completed. Task settlement is underway. You may exit the instance at any time within the next hour." At the base of the hotel, Zhang Xuan leaned against the car door, exhaling deeply. All 6 members of the team survived, 27 hostages were rescued without loss, and all 16 assailants were neutralized. The mission was a resounding success. "Let us go back. I can hardly wait to hit the bar with today's bonus," D5 exclaimed, jumping into the vehicle, unbuckling his harness and reclining on the seat. "Let us move. There's nothing more for us here," D3 added, tossing the breaching hammer into the car with a dull thud. Meanwhile, D6 sat quietly in the vehicle, adhering to the demeanor of a typical newcomer. D2, acting as the driver, tossed the riot shield into the back seat and started the engine. One approached, grumbling from a distance, "These damn stingy folks only give us this much. I'm not taking on such jobs again if this is all we receive." He then settled into the passenger seat and noticed Zhang Xuan standing by the door, motionless. "Don't wait around, I've already collected today's overtime paid. Don't expect too much, that guy is a miser. But tonight's expenses should be sufficient." Zhang Xuan chuckled. Although their time together had been brief, merely a few hours, he had learned a great deal from his teammates during those moments, especially through the experience of relying on one another in life-and-death situations. Yet, farewells were inevitable, were they not? System, Return. Chapter 8. Mission Summary. Ji Wei in the same cramped and filthy room. Zhang Xuan gradually opened his eyes. However, this time, the initial panic had dissipated from his gaze. The trials of life and death truly hone a person, especially since he had genuinely experienced death once. Career instance has concluded. Task settlement has been completed. Congratulations on achieving all task accomplishments. You have earned 4 career points and AD team support card. The next career instance will commence in 7 days. Please prepare in advance. Name: Zhang Xuan. Occupation: SWAT officer, con artist. Occupation skills: detailed observation LV3, close combat LV3, firearm mastery LV2, shooting proficiency LV3, vehicle operation LV2, con artistry LV1, police CQB tactics LV2. Career points: 4. Special card, D-Team support card. The original title of the police force has been changed to that of a special police unit. D-Team support card. D-Team support card, a one-time item that, when used, can summon the San Diego Police Department SWAT team in reality to provide fire support for you. The team members will remain for 2 hours. I see. Zhang Xuan suddenly understood, and a wave of ecstasy washed over him. He had witnessed the combat prowess of D-Team firsthand. While they may not be invincible and could not compare to some elite special forces, they were more than sufficient to deal with untrained gunmen. However, the duration of their presence, 2 hours, seemed rather brief. From the remnants of the original owner's memories, he recalled that the place he was in was a sizable scam operation with numerous armed security guards. With insufficient numbers and no heavy fire support, it would be quite challenging for D-Team to extract him within 2 hours. If a path could not be carved out through violence, he would have to seek alternative methods. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xuan turned his attention to his skill panel and profession points. At that moment, a golden plus sign appeared next to each skill, indicating the profession points required for upgrades. Level 1 skills required only 1 profession point to upgrade, while Level 2 skills required 2, and Level 3 skills required 3, and so forth. This meant I can currently enhance at most 2 Level 2 combat skills or 1 Level 3 combat skill. As for the Level 1 deception skill, Zhang Xuan had chosen to disregard it. If his sole aim was combat, then CQB was undoubtedly essential. The remaining points would have to be allocated between firearms mastery and vehicle operation. Firearms mastery referred to the application of various weaponry. The higher the level, the greater the understanding and control over firearms, effectively enhancing shooting speed and accuracy. At first glance, it seemed to overlap with shooting proficiency. But in reality, shooting proficiency was more focused on speed and precision, with less emphasis on overall weapon usage. Firearms mastery, on the other hand, served as a supportive skill to shooting proficiency. The stronger the support, the greater the enhancement for the main player. As for vehicle operation, a Level 2 skill would be akin to an average driver with a couple of years of experience, not particularly skilled but competent enough. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Xuan immediately upgraded the police CQB tactic to Level 3. In an instant, a wealth of CQB-related knowledge flooded his mind. Within his field of vision, it seemed as if lines appeared, clearly outlining the advantageous shooting points and cover zones throughout the room. Reflecting on the battles in the instance, he realized that Level 3 police CQB was roughly equivalent to a D6 who had just joined D-Team. Barring some specialized skills exclusive to SWAT at this moment, Zhang Xuan could be considered a competent operational SWAT team member. Forgetting his elation, Zhang Xuan turned his gaze to the remaining 2 profession points. However, he did not immediately utilize them. Instead, he planned to hold on to them for the time being. After all, he intended to devise an escape plan, and upgrades would need to be tailored to the actual circumstances. If combat was necessary, he would promptly enhance his firearms mastery, but if escape could be achieved by driving, then vehicle operation would be the priority. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching outside. 2 people. Zhang Xuan squinted and feigned sleep. With a clatter, the iron door swung open, and a thin young man was shoved inside. Go on in. This will be your home from now on. Remember, tomorrow you start work. If you don't produce results within 3 months, you'll end up like that guy in the corner. The guard, clad in a light green military training uniform and wielding a rubber baton, glared menacingly at the newcomer. Yes, rest assured, I promise to complete the task. The young man bowed and rubbed his hands together, showing utmost deference. Humph, let's hope so. The guard cast a glance at Zhang Xuan, who lay motionless. Had it not been for the steady rise and fall of his breath, the guard might have thought him dead. With a dismissive wave, he shut the door and departed. At that moment, Zhang Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Noticing Zhang Xuan's awakening, the young man, whose smile had previously faded, resumed his eager demeanor. Hello, big brother, what is your surname? I'm new here. My name is Ji Wei. You can call me Ji Wei. Shaoji, or away, whatever makes you happy. I look forward to your guidance. Zhang Xuan glanced at him and replied, My surname is Zhang. Are you Chinese? Yes, from Sichuan. Big brother, I can tell from your accent that you're from the south, right? Zhang Xuan did not respond. What brings you here? Ji Wei let out a bitter laugh. I was deceived and brought here. Initially, they promised me riches abroad, but who would have thought it was for someone else's gain? Sigh. Big brother, you look like you've been here for a while. Can you tell me the rules here? You seem to adapt quite well. What can I do? Those armed guards outside are no joke. As he spoke, Ji Wei suddenly tensed, peeking outside to ensure no one was listening before he exhaled in relief. Turning back, he saw Zhang Xuan once again resting his eyes. Feeling foolish, Ji Wei shrugged and sat down, realizing that the cramped space hardly allowed for two people, let alone stretching out comfortably. They would have to make do with sitting through the night. After a while, Zhang Xuan suddenly asked, Have you heard of Myriad? Huh. Ji Wei, still somewhat drowsy, opened his eyes. Myriad? Is that a place? A place? Yes, there's a location in Shan State called Myriad, close to the coast, quite far from here. Oh? A flicker of intrigue crossed Zhang Xuan's eyes. Dio, you know the general route? Well, I actually don't. Ji Wei scratched his head awkwardly, but I recall seeing a map of Shan State hanging at the end of the corridor when I came in. It should have the routes you're looking for. Suddenly realizing something, he grew excited and whispered, Big brother, do you have a way to get out? Zhang Xuan did not respond but walked to the door. Slightly turning to peer outside at a worn, yellowed map of Shan State was affixed to the wall at the corridor's end. Chapter 9. Getting in the car according to his plan, he intended to use the D-Team support car during transport to Myriad tomorrow, hoping they would intercept him along the way. However, there was a pressing concern. He was unaware of the support car's effectiveness or how D-Team would make their appearance. Additionally, the unpredictability of events that could occur during high-speed travel loomed large. If D-Team were to appear and then be lost, it would spell disaster. Seeing Zhang Xuan lost in thought, Ji Wei quickly added, Big brother, don't worry, I just checked, and all the other rooms along this corridor are empty. No one can hear us. Zhang Xuan asked, Do you know what kind of place Myriad is? Huh. That's the capital of Mengbang, a relatively prosperous port city. I have a cousin who lives there. Ji Wei seemed puzzled, wondering how Zhang Xuan could have been there for so long without knowing of Myriad. Nevertheless, he continued, before going abroad, I thought if I made some money, I would visit him, maybe even travel a bit. I even made a travel plan. Mengbang at the capital? Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. He had no knowledge of Shan State. However, if it was a bustling city, its population density and safety would likely be superior to this place. Perhaps he could leverage local police or embassy resources to return home. But Zhang Xuan recalled his fugitive status and felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. If he returned to the country now, he might end up serving years in prison. If the crimes committed by the original owner were severe enough, the consequences could be dire. How had he, once a cheerful little police officer, ended up branded as a criminal? No, if possible, he needed to find a way to investigate the original owner's identity and the crimes committed. If they were not too serious, returning could be feasible. But before that, he had to escape this place. Leave Shan State. After a moment's contemplation, he glanced at the loquacious Ji Wei, who was still babbling about his travel plans, and asked, Do you have a way to sneak out of the country? Sneak out? I'm afraid I don't know much about that. Tomorrow, I will be sent to Myriad. If you want to return home, you could mention it to them and come with me. Big brother, do you really have a way to escape? Ji Wei's excitement surged, but his expression quickly soured. But what if they don't let me go? Then you'll have to fend for yourself. Please, big brother, I don't want to stay here. Ji Wei's eyes brimmed with tears. The flickering hope he had just found dimmed once more. He quickly knelt before Zhang Xuan, pleading earnestly, Big brother, I'm really useful. I know a lot about Myriad, oh, right? You want to sneak into another country? Daunt you? I can find my cousin. He has been here for many years and surely knows some tricks. I can help you. All right, get up. Zhang Xuan shook his head. I want to help you too. But if they refuse to let you go, then you'll have to stay here for 3 months. I can't wait that long for you. Hearing this, Ji Wei steeled himself and said, Big brother, don't worry. I'll figure something out tomorrow. Zhang Xuan gazed deeply at him, said nothing, closed his eyes, and began to rest. His current physical condition was far from that of the robust special police officer depicted in the game. It was undoubtedly too late to start training now. To successfully execute the plan for tomorrow, He must ensure he possesses sufficient energy and stamina. 7 hours later, at precisely 4 o'clock in the morning. Local time. The sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Bang, bang, bang. A rubber baton struck against the iron door with a thunderous noise. Get up, kid. It's time to hit the road. A man in black, with a sinister grin, looked at Zhang Xuan, who was leaning against the wall. Zhang Xuan took a deep breath, preparing to rise, when he suddenly saw Ji Wei beside him spring up violently and tackle the man. The black-clad figure clearly did not anticipate that this newcomer, who had just been brought in yesterday, would erupt so suddenly. Caught off guard, he was thrown right out of the room. Damn you, you filthy scoundrel. Ji Wei's face twisted with rage, bloodshot eyes glaring as his fists rained down mercilessly on the man's face. You think you can touch my brother? You think you can send us off to the slaughter? Before he could finish, a surge of brute force sent Ji Wei tumbling backwards. The battered black-clad man, nearly driven mad with fury, sprang to his feet and began to strike Ji Wei's head repeatedly with the rubber baton. Damn it! How dare you hit me? As Ji Wei was on the verge of being beaten to death, Zhang Xuan clicked his tongue, taking a swift step forward to kick the man squarely in the backside, sending him sprawling. Rebellion! Rebellion! This pack of swine has revolted. The black-clad man lay on the ground, bellowing in anger, as 3 guards rushed in, wielding their clubs. Get them! Kill them! Just as they were about to strike, a voice called from outside. Enough already. Does it take this long to deliver someone? We don't take corpses, damn it. The black-clad man gasped for breath, his eyes bulging with rage. One of the guards hesitated. Brother Nan, should we continue? Continue? What the hell? If we kill or injure them, you're the one who will be held accountable. Brother Nan spat, his contempt evident. The guard lowered his head, not daring to speak. Fine, fine, you two are in for it. Just wait, I'll ensure you die today. A cruel glint flickered in Brother Nan's eyes. Take these 2 down. This newcomer thinks he's so tough. Let's send him off to the slaughter as well. Yes, 2 men hoisted the unconscious Ji Wei, while another shoved Zhang Xuan, leading them downstairs. What a bunch of worthless scum! Brother Nan spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm on the ground as he turned to leave, eager to find a few punching bags to vent his frustrations. Descending from the 6th floor, Zhang Xuan observed that each landing had a security room, with at least 3 or 4 personnel inside. Not to mention the patrolling guards. It was likely that each floor had 5 or 6 guards. Moreover, through the barbed wire, he noticed that every security room contained gun cabinets. They were stocked with long firearms, though he couldn't discern whether they were automatic or semi-automatic. This place was far more heavily guarded than he had imagined. He silently congratulated himself for not acting impulsively. If he had summoned Team D to fight their way out, the chances of success would have been appallingly low. With dozens of guards on a single floor, not to mention the security scattered throughout the facility, it would be akin to waging a small-scale war. It seemed these fraudsters were indeed making a fortune. He resolved to return and take revenge when the opportunity arose. Lost in thought, they finally reached the ground floor. Outside the main entrance, a silver-gray truck adorned with a seedling emblem and written in Shan language had been parked for a while, with the driver and 2 armed security personnel leaning against it, smoking. We've been waiting for you. The driver, speaking in broken Mandarin, approached with a smile, glancing at Zhang Xuan and then at Ji Wei. Don't tell me this corpse is one of yours? Rest assured, he is not dead, he is usable. The escorting guard was disinclined to engage in further conversation with the driver. All right then, as long as he is alive, it's fine. The Blue family will cover the payment. It is none of my concern. Saying this, he walked to the back of the truck and opened the cargo door. A wave of nauseating stench wafting out. Get in. I don't provide meals here. But I doubt you'll have an appetite anyway. The driver cast a disgusted glance inside the truck, signaling to the guards. When Zhang Xuan was brought to the door of the truck, his pupils dilated in shock. Inside, he saw a dozen men crammed together haphazardly. All were male, mostly filthy, scantily clad, and covered in wounds, with a couple missing arms and legs, though the majority appeared to be conscious. Zhang Xuan could only discern boundless despair and lifelessness in their vacant eyes. Chapter 10. The Third Party, Roadside Retaliation, Bang. The cargo door slammed shut, and suppressing the stench in the air, Zhang Xuan dragged Ji Wei to a relatively clean corner and began to examine his injuries. His forehead was smeared with blood and bruises. Fortunately, there was no deformation of the skull. However, After being struck repeatedly with a rubber baton, he likely had a mild concussion. After tearing Ji Wei's shirt into strips to provide a makeshift bandage, Zhang Xuan settled down. At this point, the vehicle had already begun to move. After about 2 hours, the sun gradually rose, and rays of light filtered through the cracks in the door, illuminating the faces of the numbed individuals. Ugh! Ji Wei stirred awake, clutching his forehead, the intense pain almost unbearable. I in a vehicle? Yes, congratulations. At that moment, Zhang Xuan was sharpening a branch using the sharp edge of the metal truck. There were several similar branches inside the cargo area, indicating that the truck had previously transported seedlings or flowers. Relieved, Ji Wei exclaimed, I almost thought I was dead. Thank goodness, brother. Are we on our way to the slaughter? As he spoke, he noticed the other occupants of the truck. Though not surprised, the darkness of despair in their eyes made him feel extremely uncomfortable. I suppose so. I'm not certain. Zhang Xuan shook his head. The driver has been chatting with someone in the front, but I can't understand Shan language. Let me try. I studied it for 2 months before going abroad. Ji Wei, despite the pain in his head, volunteered and crawled forward. Although the noise of the truck and the wind was loud, he could still hear the laughter and chatter from the driver's cabin. However, after a few minutes, Ji Wei returned, somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, brother. I can't really understand. They speak too fast. Not surprising. Who can comprehend that gibberish? Zhang Xuan blew the wood shavings off the branch, a satisfied expression on his face. Just as Ji Wei was about to speak, a voice suddenly interjected. I can't understand Shan language. The speaker was a middle-aged man sitting opposite Zhang Xuan, dressed in a checkered shirt and balding, exuding the aura of a seasoned IT professional. Ji Wei sized him up and noticed that, unlike the others, this man's eyes did not reflect complete despair. Though his expression was fearful, a certain calmness suggested he was not intimidated by their current predicament. Ji Wei then asked, Uncle, you're also from our country, right? Yes. The man nodded. I heard them say they are taking us to a factory called Aishin for some sort of transplant surgery. Transplant surgery? Organs? Damn. Ji Wei's expression changed, and he quickly turned to Zhang Xuan. Brother, what should we do? No need to panic. Although I feel a sense of urgency too, we can't do anything until we reach our destination. Ji Wei opened his mouth, wanting to inquire about Zhang Xuan's escape plan, but upon glancing at the surrounding individuals, he closed his mouth. This place was too crowded, and he dared not voice his thoughts. Just then, everyone distinctly felt the vehicle slowing down, eventually coming to a halt. Is this it? Ji Wei wondered, peering through the door crack, only to realize they were still on the highway. At that moment, voices could be heard from the front, all in Shan language. Ji Wei hurriedly asked the man opposite him, Uncle, can you help translate? They said the driver is from the Blue family and told the people in front not to block the road. The other side replied that they are indeed blocking it. Just as he was speaking, a series of gunshots erupted. Several holes appeared in the metal cargo door. Get down. Zhang Xuan suddenly ducked down, trying to minimize the chance of being hit. Ji Wei and the man across quickly followed suit. Outside, gunfire erupted, indicating a fierce exchange of fire. Judging by the distance and intensity of the shots, it seemed that the other side had 5 or 6 firearms, while their side had only 2 or 3. Within minutes, the gunfire ceased. Brother, are you all right? Ji Wei whispered. Zhang Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, then crawled to the door of the cargo area, cautiously peering through the bullet holes. 4 men in plain clothes, armed with AKs, were dragging the driver, who had been shot to a pulp, from the driver's seat. Their skillful rummaging through his pockets indicated that this was not their first time doing such work. Listening to the voices outside, Zhang Xuan turned to the uncle. Ji Wei, translate. At that moment, the middle-aged man was trembling all over, having lost the composure he had just moments before. However, upon hearing Ji Wei's words, he mustered his spirits and said, they were talking about having found a great deal of money and mentioned selling this vehicle to buy 2 women. Just then, footsteps approached the rear door of the vehicle, prompting the man to hurriedly silence himself. With a loud clang, the iron chain was pried open, and the compartment door swung wide. A young man, armed with a gun, upon seeing the situation inside the vehicle, widened his eyes in astonishment and immediately began shouting towards the front. Soon after, a burly man, appearing somewhat older, approached with an impatient expression. He surveyed the occupants of the vehicle as if he had anticipated this encounter, showing no signs of surprise. After a flurry of rapid speech, the middle-aged man's face turned ashen, yet he dared not utter a word. Subsequently, the burly man turned and walked away, presumably to resume driving, while the young man removed the gun from his back and chambered around. Zhang Xuan, understanding the situation without needing translation, surged forth beside the car door. In that fleeting moment of closeness, a sharp branch, concealed in his palm and trimmed to the length of his hand, pierced through the young man's eye socket, plunging directly into his skull. He then seized the gun from the young man's grasp and pivoted the barrel. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, striking the young man's head. Zhang Xuan swiftly moved to the left side of the vehicle, using the open compartment door as cover, and unleashed 4 precise shots at the burly man who had just ascended to the driver's seat. Blood splattered across the already shattered front windshield. The 2 men had been swiftly dispatched, but the adversaries quickly regained their composure, shouting loudly and firing in Zhang Xuan's direction from the right side of the vehicle. At that moment, Zhang Xuan had already crouched beside the left rear wheel. Upgraded firearms proficiency. Firearms proficiency level has increased. Current level is LV3. A torrent of actions and techniques related to firearms flooded his mind, instantly enhancing Zhang Xuan's combat capabilities once more. Seizing the opportunity while the opponents continued firing, Zhang Xuan swiftly detached the magazine, checked the remaining ammunition, and reinserted the magazine. He then crouched low, supporting his body with one hand while gripping the gun with the other, and unleashed a hail of bullets from beneath the vehicle. One adversary, caught off guard, was shot through the calf and collapsed. The other, witnessing this, lost all spirit to fight, shrieked in panic, and discarded his weapon, fleeing toward the banana grove on the right side of the road. Wanting to escape, Zhang Xuan crouched low and circled around to the right side of the vehicle, first delivering 2 finishing shots to the unfortunate soul on the ground to confirm the kill. Then, he fired a few more rounds, watching as blood erupted from the head of the man who had begun to distance himself. Quickly scanning the surroundings, he realized he was alone, with no one else standing. Nevertheless, Zhang Xuan remained vigilant, swiftly approaching the passenger side of the vehicle and delivering a final shot to the head of the burly man he had previously shot 4 times, ensuring there were no remaining threats. Only then did Zhang Xuan allow himself to relax slightly. Hearing the gunfire cease, Ji Wei emerged from the compartment, and upon seeing the scene littered with corpses, as well as Zhang Xuan standing unscathed with a gun in hand, he exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, brother, you're incredible. Were you a special forces soldier or something? No time for chit-chat. Get down and help me change clothes." Chapter 11. Entering the city, Myanmar, after rummaging through the man he had taken the gun from, Zhang Xuan found a fully loaded magazine to replace his own. He then scavenged additional magazines and cash from the others and began the grim task of transporting the bodies. Although he was puzzled, Ji Wei jumped down to assist Zhang Xuan in dragging the lifeless corpses to the banana grove by the roadside. With bloodstains left uncleaned, they could be discovered at any moment, so it was imperative to change clothes first. Zhang Xuan quickly stripped off one of the security uniforms from the vehicle and put it on. Fortunately, the dark color of the clothing concealed the bloodstains quite well. "Are we driving this vehicle into the city?" Ji Wei inquired as he changed. "Yes, we still need to go to Myanmar, as you mentioned, to find your cousin. This place is too dangerous. We must leave as swiftly as possible," Zhang Xuan replied. Nodding. It was indeed a stroke of fate. He had never anticipated encountering a band of road robbers mid-journey. If they had managed to enter the city without incident and reached that factory named Aishin, escaping would have required considerably more effort. Now, however, with a vehicle, weapons, and even cash at their disposal, they were in a much better position. Seeing Ji Wei change into his new attire, Zhang Xuan pointed toward the compartment, instructing, "Go call that middle-aged man down. He understands Shan language and can pretend to be the driver." "Got it." Ji Wei dashed off to persuade the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, the occupants of the compartment began to emerge, gazing at the corpses strewn on the ground and the wide, empty road with bewildered expressions. At that moment, the now convinced middle-aged man followed Ji Wei to stand before Zhang Xuan. "This is Brother Zhang." "Hello, Brother Zhang," the man said somewhat awkwardly. "My name is Hian, from Dongshan." Hian was at least a decade older than Zhang Xuan, and hearing him address himself as brother felt somewhat strange to Zhang Xuan. He nodded. "Ji Wei has already briefed you, right, Brother Zhang? I don't possess much talent for acting, but I believe I can manage a simple charade, and no need for theatrics. Just change into the clothing and speak when necessary during inspections. We cannot maintain the guise of being Lan family members indefinitely. When the time comes, we'll abandon the vehicle and make our escape. Understood. He nodded heavily, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Only when one loses their freedom can they truly appreciate its value. Brother, what about those people? Should I call them over? Jiwei pointed at the group not far away. Tell them to get in the vehicle. Zhang Xuan instructed. Huh? Are we taking them with us? What do you expect me to do with them? Zhang Xuan scoffed. Don't forget our current identities. What if we run into Lan family members along the way? We need a cover, after all. But will we have to hand them over to the Lan family then? A flicker of reluctance crossed Jiwei's eyes, yet he gritted his teeth and said, Brother, I'll follow your lead. What are you thinking? Zhang Xuan chuckled, shaking his head. Once we enter the city and confirm our safety, we'll drop them in the vehicle off at the police station. After that, it's up to their fate. Oh, Jiwei finally understood, then hurriedly ran over to explain the situation to them. Coincidentally, over half of the people in that group were fellow countrymen. Yet, as they expressed, they did not trust the local police and wanted to go to the embassy. Zhang Xuan firmly rejected this, explaining that the Long Kingdom embassy was neither in Mingbang nor in Myanmar, as Jiwei had informed him. Given that he was barely able to ensure his own safety, he could not risk remaining in this country for their sake. He could only promise to help them contact the embassy personnel once they reached the police station, ensuring their safety should not be a significant issue. They accepted this arrangement. However, their words served as a wake-up call for Zhang Xuan. It seemed that even the police station here was not entirely trustworthy. Taking a seat in the passenger side of the vehicle, Zhang Xuan gazed out at the rising sun. Indeed, they could not linger any longer. About an hour later, several vehicles surrounded the roadside near the banana grove, where the bodies Zhang Xuan had concealed had now been uncovered. A group of armed soldiers, clad in uniform, encircled the area. Wu Chu. Among these individuals, 3 have been stripped of their clothing. They belong to the Aishin Lan family. The Lan family? Wu Chu could not help but furrow his brow. Did the Lan family initiate this? No, otherwise those 3 would not have been undressed. So, there is a third party involved? Yes, several local farmers heard the gunfire an hour ago and saw a gray pickup truck speeding away. I suspect the person who killed your brother is still driving that vehicle. Glancing at the road sign indicating Myanmar, Wu Chu's expression turned cold. Whoever he is, find him and eliminate him. Yes, finally, they had entered the city. Jiwei, sitting in the back, wore a relaxed expression as he gazed out at the urban streets. After a tense and perilous journey, they were fortunate that neither checkpoints nor enemies had appeared. They had driven straight into the city without stopping. It was undeniably a promising start. Although Myanmar was the capital of the Shan state in Mingbang, its level of prosperity paled in comparison to cities back home. It was more akin to a bustling county town, with most vehicles on the streets being quite old. The somewhat sparse buildings lining the streets rarely reached high-rise status, and small vendors selling handcrafted goods or food were ubiquitous. Uncle He, look over there. There's a group of little monks. Seemingly intrigued, Jiwei pulled out an old sliding phone and snapped a photo. The phone had been found on a corpse, unlocked and usable. However, fearing being tracked, he had removed the SIM card early on, planning to procure a new one at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan sat in the back seat, gripping a Beretta 92F handgun, discovered amongst the items in the vehicle, likely belonging to the driver. Besides the magazine already in the chamber, he had also found 2 additional fully loaded magazines. With 3 magazines, totaling 45 rounds, he repeatedly racked the slide, confirming the spring's tension was adequate, and inspected the chamber for any obstructions. Inserting the magazine into the grip, he racked the slide. The sound of a round chambering ringing sharply in the it is evident that the maintenance of this firearm has been quite satisfactory. Given that we are now in an urban environment, carrying a rifle would undoubtedly be rather inconvenient due to its conspicuous nature. At present, possessing a handgun suffices for self-defense. Brother, are we heading to the police station now? Jiwei inquired. No, Zhang Xuan replied in a moment. Let Lao He find a secluded spot to park. We will leave directly, allowing those behind to drive themselves. Jiwei nodded in understanding. It's better not to expose ourselves. I certainly do not trust the people here. I will procure a new phone card shortly to contact my cousin. Chapter 12. The Church, Luyang. Half an hour later, after directing the unfortunate souls to the nearby police station, Zhang Xuan and his companions felt they had fulfilled their obligations. As for why he did not accompany those individuals, it was primarily because he stated that both Zhang Xuan and Jiwei were unfamiliar with the local language. Without a translator, they would struggle immensely, thus he voluntarily remained with them. Zhang Xuan and Ji Wei did not oppose this decision. Seated in a restaurant, Zhang Xuan quietly consumed fried fish with rice. Outside, Ji Wei and Uncle He pushed the door open. "Brother," Ji Wei greeted. "Zhang Gu," Uncle He responded. Take a seat." Zhang Xuan wiped his mouth and asked, "How did it go?" "All settled." Handing over a newly purchased mobile phone to Zhang Xuan, Ji Wei stated, "I just called the embassy to inform them about a group of compatriots who recently escaped from the park and are currently at a police station in Myanmar. They assured me they would immediately contact the local authorities to arrange for their safe return." After checking the phone and noting that both Ji Wei's and Uncle He's numbers were already stored, Zhang Xuan nodded and inquired, "Well done. What about your cousin? Have you managed to contact him?" "Well," Ji Wei hesitated, "I tried calling, but his phone is out of service." "Out of service?" Zhang Xuan rubbed his nose. "The longer we linger here, the greater the danger becomes. You are aware of this, right? That vehicle has already entered the police station. Although I am unaware of the extent of the Lan family's influence, it is certain that our exposure is inevitable. They will undoubtedly dispatch individuals to hunt us down. The scam park possesses our photographs and identification. If they truly begin their search, it will take no more than a few days, by the way. Brother, I know his address. Why don't we go find him now?" As he spoke, Ji Wei instinctively glanced at the remnants of food on the table, unable to suppress a swallow. Having gone without food since yesterday, he was still quite hungry. Sensing his thoughts, Zhang Xuan sighed, "Forget it. You two should order something to eat first. I will step outside for a stroll." "All right, thank you, brother." Stepping out of the restaurant, Zhang Xuan walked along the street, observing his surroundings. His hope for Ji Wei to locate his cousin was dwindling, and he needed to devise an alternative escape route. Since they were contemplating illegal entry, he surmised that those involved in such undertakings were unlikely to be reputable individuals. With this thought, Zhang Xuan retrieved a blood-stained wallet from his pocket, extracting a wad of cash and nonchalantly flaunting it on the street. As expected, it wasn't long before he noticed someone had begun to follow him. "Stay close and don't lose sight of me," he commanded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he turned into a narrow alley. Behind him, 3 individuals, dressed like typical street thugs, exchanged glances before hastening to follow. They soon entered the alley as well, but just past the first corner, they spotted Zhang Xuan tucking the wallet into his pocket. "Heh," they snickered, their words a jumbled mess as they approached Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan observed them slipping out of sight from the street, then quietly drew his handgun from behind his waist, aiming it at the trio. The 3 halted, their expressions frozen in confusion as they glanced from Zhang Xuan to the ominous barrel of the gun. Rooted to the spot, calmly, Zhang Xuan dialed Uncle He's number. 10 minutes later, a breathless Uncle He and Ji Wei arrived. Seeing Zhang Xuan subduing the 3 thugs was not surprising. After all, they had witnessed him effortlessly dispatch 4 armed assailants before. Uncle He asked them if they know anyone involved in smuggling boats around here. "All right." Uncle He nodded and began his inquiry. Soon, he appeared somewhat disheartened. "Zhang Gu, they claim not to know anyone, but they said their boss might know and can lead us to him. However, I feel this is too dangerous." Ji Wei, aware that Zhang Xuan was seeking an escape route, became anxious. "Brother, don't worry, I have always been close to my cousin. Once I find him, he will surely assist us." "Trust me." Zhang Xuan shook his head. "Ji Wei, it's not that I don't trust you. I simply do not trust your cousin. Moreover, I tend to prepare for contingencies. I understand. I apologize, brother." Ji Wei lowered his head in shame. Turning to Uncle He, Zhang Xuan instructed, "Ask them for their boss's phone number and home address. Ideally, we won't need them, but if we do, I'll handle it." "Understood, Zhang Gu." Subsequently, under Uncle He's pressing, the 3 thugs quickly divulged everything about their boss. Even revealing details about his children and where they attended school at IT was as if they feared Zhang Xuan would take drastic measures if unsatisfied. 20 minutes later, a tricycle halted outside a Christian church. Listening to the driver converse with Uncle He, Zhang Xuan surveyed the surroundings. This area appeared slightly more prosperous than where they had just disembarked. Occasionally, he even spotted a few Caucasian faces, which was somewhat unusual. "Zhang Gu, the address Ji Wei provided is just behind the church. The entrance is too small for the vehicle to enter, so we'll have to walk a bit." "All right, Ji Wei, pay the fare." "Sure." The 3 disembarked and had just reached the church entrance when a smiling white priest approached them. "Greetings, welcome to hear the gospel of the Lord. How may I assist you?" "Ah, English I can understand. Zhang Xuan replied that I apologize. We are merely passing through. We have a friend residing behind your church. May we trouble you for directions? Oh, the priest's eyes brightened. You are friends of Mr. Lu Hai. Zhang Xuan glanced at Ji Wei, who quickly interjected, my cousin's name is Lu Yang. He referred to my uncle. Mr. Lu Hai's family has rented a house near the church for many years and has always been supportive of our congregation. Although they occasionally delay rent payments, it is of no concern. Please, follow me. I will guide you. As the priest led Zhang Xuan and his companions through the garden and several buildings, they arrived beside a somewhat dilapidated two-story house adjacent to the graveyard. Ji Wei was taken aback, realizing that his cousin's family, which had claimed to be thriving abroad, had fallen to the point of renting a house next to a church graveyard. Mr. Lu Hai is likely still at work, but his son is home. You may knock on the door. If there is no response, feel free to wait inside the church. Don't worry, there aren't too many people here today. Thank you, Father. Zhang Xuan expressed his gratitude. May the Lord bless you. Once the priest departed, Ji Wei approached the door and knocked. Lu Yang. Who is it? A somewhat impatient voice called from inside. A young man, wearing headphones around his neck, leaned out from the second-floor balcony. Upon seeing Ji Wei, his face lit up with surprise. Oh, second cousin. He hurried down the stairs to open the door, immediately embracing Ji Wei. Wow. What brings you here? I thought it was that idiot next door. Cough. That Father George come to collect the rent again. Having escaped from a hellish nightmare and encountering a familiar face in a foreign land, Ji Wei felt a surge of joy, even tears brimming in his eyes as he playfully punched Lu Yang's chest. You brat, previously boasting online about how wonderful life was in Shan country. This is what you call wonderful, huh? Heh, just blowing off steam. You do it all the time too. Lu Yang chuckled, then turned to Zhang Xuan and Uncle He. Haha, let me introduce you. This is my newly acquainted elder brother. You should call him Zhang Gu, and this is Uncle He. Lu Yang politely smiled at Zhang Xuan and Uncle He, then pulled Ji Wei aside. Whispering, second cousin, what is their background? I warn you, things are different here than back home. There are plenty of scams among our own kind. You haven't been fooled, have you? Ji Wei's expression turned serious. Zhang Gu saved my life. If it weren't for him, I would never have seen you again. Lu Yang looked puzzled. Let us get inside. I'll explain everything slowly. After such a long time apart, you can't possibly offer me nothing to drink, can you? Yes. Come in. Zhang Gu, Uncle He, make yourselves comfortable while I prepare some tea. Chapter 13. Lu Hai, loyalty as dusk fell, the hour approached 6 o'clock. Damn! These sons of bitches, truly lawless. Lu Yang gritted his teeth, nearly leaping up in anger upon hearing Ji Wei's harrowing tale. This place, he vowed, he never wished to revisit in his lifetime. Ji Wei forced a smile and sipped his tea. I will contact the embassy and have them send someone to escort you. For now, it would be prudent for you to remain indoors. The Lan family wields considerable influence in this area. If their people were to spot you, it could spell trouble. As he spoke, Lu Yang picked up the phone, ready to dial. Wait a moment, Ji Wei interrupted him. Do you know anyone involved in smuggling? Brother Zhang cannot return to the country yet. Zhang Xuan shrugged. He got into a bit of trouble domestically and can't go back for now. It doesn't matter where he goes, as long as he can leave Shan state. Smuggling, huh? Lu Yang scratched his head. Pondering the matter, I don't actually know anyone involved in that, but my father works at the port. He must have connections. Should I call him and ask? There's no rush, Zhang Xuan replied. Let's wait until your father returns to discuss it in person. What initially seemed like a straightforward task of finding one person had now become more complicated. If Lu Yang's father needed to search for someone, the situation would spiral further out of control. Something Zhang Xuan wished to avoid. For safety's sake, it was best to have a face-to-face conversation, ensuring that the details would not leak in the short term after they were shared. Lu Yang, trusting his judgment, nodded. All right, my dad should be back by dawn. If you're feeling tired, you can rest in my room. I usually stay up all night gaming, so you won't disturb me. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was dawn. In the interim, Zhang Xuan and the others found themselves quite bored and even took a stroll around the church. To be frank, the church was rather desolate, in such a vast space. There were no worshippers to be seen, not even a nun. Of course, it was also possible that they had simply arrived at an inopportune time. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A middle-aged man in a blue work uniform, looking weary, stepped inside. Upon seeing so many people in the living room, Lu Hai was taken aback. Uncle! Ji Wei rose from the sofa. And it's me, Ji Wei. Ji Wei? Lu Hai assessed him from head to toe before recognizing him, a smile breaking on his face. Ah, so it's Ji Wei. What brings you to Shan State? Where are your parents? Alas, it's a long story. After recounting his experiences, Ji Wei sighed. I came to seek your assistance. He introduced Zhang Xuan and briefly explained his request. Smuggling, huh? Lu Hai pondered. That's not an issue. I do know people who handle that sort of business, though their fees can be quite steep. How much are we talking about? Zhang Xuan inquired. Lu Hai shook his head. I'm not entirely sure, but I've heard that for routes to developed countries in Europe, the cost starts at several tens of thousands of dollars. It might be cheaper for neighboring countries, like Siam or India, but it could still be around 10,000 at a minimum. I can inquire on your behalf. Hearing this, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but frown. The problem wasn't just the issue at hand. It was money. They truly lacked sufficient funds at the moment. Forget $10,000, even 1,000 would be a stretch. The money they scavenged from those corpses was in Myanmar currency. Even if it was a considerable sum, it wouldn't amount to much. As for borrowing money from Ji Wei's uncle Lu Hai, that hadn't even crossed his mind. Just by observing the location of this house, it was clear that this family was financially strained, unlikely to have any money to lend. Brother, what should we do? Ji Wei asked anxiously. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Xuan said, I will figure something out regarding the finances. Ji Wei, you should stay here with Uncle He and wait for the embassy representatives. Your situation is different from mine. Returning home shouldn't pose a problem for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle He, who had been listening, interjected with a wry smile, Brother Zhang, I have no home. I came here 10 years ago and have long since lost touch with my life back home. I wouldn't know what to do if I went back. I can see you're someone capable of great things. If you don't mind, could you take me along? Besides Shan language, I speak English, Thai, and have a smattering of German, French, and Russian. I'm adaptable, and I'm sure I can be of assistance at that moment. Ji Wei was left speechless. Goodness, Uncle He could speak a total of 7 languages including his mother tongue. How had someone so skilled ended up in such a predicament? And why was he suddenly pledging loyalty? Glancing between Zhang Xuan and Uncle He, Ji Wei ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, Brother, you saved my life. When I left home, I promised my family that I would make something of myself, on my own. It's impossible. In this life, or even the next, it would be a long shot. Only by following you can I hope to see some light. Brother, let me accompany you. I may not possess many skills, nor am I as capable as Uncle He, but in a critical moment, I can still help shield you from a bullet. Listening to their exchange, Zhang Xuan remained silent for a long while. Deep in thought, he had arrived in this unfamiliar world and was still grappling with everything, let alone the prospect of attempting to smuggle himself into another country. Having 2 allies by his side would undoubtedly be beneficial. Ji Wei was adaptable and resourceful. While he didn't expect him to literally take a bullet for him, there was a certain tenacity in him that was commendable. In just a few exchanged words, he had shown the audacity to act decisively against their captors. As for Uncle He, it was evident that he was withholding something about his desire to return home, but his capabilities were undeniable. Having a translator proficient in 7 languages would undoubtedly ease their journey ahead. After deliberating, Zhang Xuan finally spoke, I have no objections. Whether it's 1 person or 3, the journey remains the same if you're willing to accompany me. Then let's go. However, I must make it clear that if we encounter insurmountable obstacles, my first priority will be to ensure my own survival. If I can help you, I will. If I can't, then there's nothing that can be done. As for aspirations of wealth and success, those thoughts haven't crossed my mind yet. We can plan for that later. Brother, you're being modest, Ji Wei chuckled. With your skills and courage, you could thrive anywhere. If all else fails, we could open a Chinese restaurant in America's Chinatown. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm quite the cook. You could be the boss, I'll be the chef. And Uncle He could manage the dining area. Ha! Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Mr. Lu Hai, I just noticed you've returned. God bless. I hope you've received your paycheck today. It was Father George, the priest from earlier. Who knew why a priest was still awake at such an hour? Perhaps he was praying. A bitter smile crossed Lu Hai's face as he opened the door. God bless you. Father George, I'm afraid there is still no salary from the port today. So about the rent, oh, I understand. Father George nodded sympathetically but appeared conflicted. I sympathize with your plight. But Mr. Lu Hai, you know that church attendance is dwindling these days. The locals have little faith in God. They only worship money. I haven't seen any income for several months, and I need funds to maintain the church. Therefore, I hope you can settle the rent soon." As Zhang Xuan listened to their conversation, he exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Wei. Ji Wei understood and stepped forward with a smile. "Father, how much does my uncle owe in rent? I'll cover it." Producing a wad of cash, he continued, "It wouldn't be right to leave you empty-handed, especially since you've come out here at this hour to collect the rent." "That's not necessary." Lu Hai quickly interjected. "Ji Wei, you're in urgent need of funds yourself. I'll find a way to handle our affairs." "It's all right, uncle. Consider it a referral fee for introducing us," Ji Wei replied. "Besides, it wouldn't be fair to make Father George stand around in the cold at this hour." "Would it?" Reluctantly, Lu Hai conceded. "Well, I suppose that's all right. Just consider it a loan. I'll pay you back when I return home for the new year. Don't mention it." Just as they were speaking, a sudden banging echoed from the direction of the church's main entrance. "At this hour, was it not a disturbance?" Ji Wei looked curiously in that direction, but Zhang Xuan's expression darkened. He hurried to the door to peek outside, and his face grew even graver. Chapter 14. Church CQB. Outside the church courtyard, the lights illuminated a large gathering. There were clearly numerous people present. If they weren't enemies of Father George or Lu Hai, they could only be from the Lan family. "Turn off the lights. Everyone upstairs, now." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xuan shouted, drawing his handgun and positioning himself against the wall, ready for whatever might come. "What is happening?" Father George looked on in alarm as Ji Wei and Uncle He hurriedly pulled him upstairs. Zhang Xuan's mind raced, replaying the day's events, but he couldn't fathom how these people had discovered their location. Were they sent by the Lan family? Lu Hai's expression turned serious as he swiftly approached the bookshelf. Reaching up, he retrieved an old-fashioned Springfield M1903 rifle equipped with a scope. He then rummaged behind the television, producing a locked metal box, which he yanked open to reveal over 20 bullets inside. "Dad, what is going on?" As Lu Yong descended from the upper floor, he was taken aback to find his usually mild-mannered father wielding a gun. As if he were witnessing a transformation akin to a mild-mannered individual becoming Schwarzenegger. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. "Hasten back upstairs and conceal yourself. You shall not descend unless I call for you," Lu Hai admonished sternly. This very well yielding to his father's imposing presence, Lu Yong reluctantly retreated to the second floor once more. As he meticulously loaded each bullet into the magazine, he noticed Zhang Xuan's peculiar gaze and, feeling somewhat awkward, Lu Hai chuckled, saying, "When venturing outside, one must always possess a means of self-defense." After speaking, he tucked the remaining bullets into his pocket. With a couple of clicks, the bolt was engaged, and the weapon was readied. Approaching the window on the opposite side of the door, Lu Hai knelt on one knee, the stock of the gun resting against his shoulder, leveraging the cover of the potted plant on the windowsill to aim outward. Observing this, Zhang Xuan inquired, "Uncle Hai, did you serve in the military?" "Indeed, I trained in the armed forces during my youth. Judging by your demeanor, you hardly seem like an ordinary person. Are you a special police officer or perhaps a member of the armed police?" "Just a casual practice." Zhang Xuan hesitated to divulge that he had recently graduated from the police academy and taken a position at a nearby precinct, only to find himself engaged in a SWAT operation in America. Such a drastic career trajectory would surely raise eyebrows. Lu Hai chuckled, assuming Zhang Xuan was simply unable to share more, which was understandable. After all, who in this line of work hasn't signed a confidentiality agreement? Hearing the commotion outside the main door, Zhang Xuan asked, "Uncle Hai, does this church have a back entrance?" "There is one, but it's not on this side. One must circumvent the church to reach it." "That works?" "Huh?" Lu Hai was taken aback. Least we needn't worry about being ambushed." "Uncle Hai, you keep an eye out for those armed intruders while I head to the front." With that, Zhang Xuan opened the door and crouched as he made his way toward the church ahead. Zhang Xuan was acutely aware of his combat skills. He understood that remaining in this building while awaiting their arrival would likely lead to his demise, even with Uncle Hai's assistance. After all, their adversaries were armed with fully automatic rifles, while they were equipped with merely a semi-automatic pistol and a bolt-action rifle. In a real firefight, the odds were stacked against them, even if they managed to survive. It was likely that several on their side would perish. Thus, he needed to confine the combat to the interior of the church, utilizing the complex environment to his advantage. Only then could he effectively combine his close-quarters battle skills with his marksmanship. "Hurry, Find them! Those little rascals are hiding somewhere in this church. How dare they touch the Blue family's goods? They must truly be tired of living. Outside the church, a burly, middle-aged man in a suit, his face adorned with brutish features, exuded an air of menace, appearing as though he were ready to devour someone whole. Not long ago, the Blue family's informant at the police department had relayed news that one of their vehicles had been hijacked, and the goods were discarded at the precinct. This was unacceptable. Consequently, Blue Jiang, the scion of the Blue family, immediately initiated an investigation, tracing the situation back to Zhang Xuan and Ji Wei. Although he was unclear on the specifics, he was certain that these two were involved. As fate would have it, they had been foolish enough to travel by rickshaw, and everyone in the city knew that all rickshaws were under the Blue family's control. Upon learning of their whereabouts, Blue Jiang promptly led a team to confront them. "Young master, you should wait in the vehicle. Our men will handle this. Once we capture them, you can have your fun with them," one sycophantic lackey eagerly suggested. "Humph, wait for what? Tell the shooters to act swiftly. I want to personally gut them." Yes, rest assured." Meanwhile, at the side door of the church, Zhang Xuan cautiously opened the door, peered inside, and, upon seeing no one, swiftly entered. This appeared to be a kitchen. The lights were still on, and a plate of leftover tomato pasta sat on the table. Through the window at the back, the situation at the Liu residence was clearly visible. It seemed that Liu Hai had just concealed himself there. Just as he was about to step out, Zhang Xuan's ears perked up at the sound of footsteps outside. Two individuals. He then stealthily positioned himself beside the kitchen door, crouching in a state of alert. Shortly thereafter, the doorknob turned, and a dark muzzle protruded from outside. In an instant, Zhang Xuan seized the gun barrel with a fierce grip, yanking it forcefully and pulling the unsuspecting gunman, along with his weapon, into the kitchen. With his Beretta 92F pressed to his chest, he fired two quick shots, piercing the gunman's torso and rendering him motionless. Without hesitation, Zhang Xuan shoved the man aside, swiftly stepping left and half concealing himself behind the door, gripping his weapon in a triangular weaver stance, ready to pull the trigger on the second gunman outside. Bang, bang. A round struck his chest, another to his head. He then turned and delivered a final shot to the head of the gunman who lay on the ground, still struggling. A textbook Mozambique drill. These were new maneuvers Zhang Xuan had acquired after enhancing his weapon mastery. Glancing at the AK-like rifle on the floor, he contemplated briefly but opted not to pick up their weapons, swiftly turning to exit. After all, engaging in close-quarters combat in a confined space as a lone operative necessitated maintaining sufficient concealment and agility to execute tactical maneuvers. In such circumstances, a long gun might prove less advantageous than a sidearm. Moreover, the moment the gunfire erupted, it signaled that more enemies would soon converge on this location, and he had no intention of foolishly charging down the hallway. He had observed during the day that there were multiple side entrances to the church. In less than half a minute, several gunmen rushed to the scene, discovering their fallen comrade. Damn it, weren't we told there were just a few ordinary folks? How could ordinary people dispatch two gunmen in the blink of an eye? At this moment, the team leader among the gunmen sensed something amiss. Yet, thinking of the substantial reward, he gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to search the entire church. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan had already slipped through another side door, entering the church's interior. From a distance, Liu Hai watched through the scope as Zhang Xuan swiftly dispatched two assailants and made his escape. Feeling a chill run down his spine, this young man possesses remarkable speed and a ruthless reaction. His CQB techniques are impressively refined. Given his decisive actions, it is likely he has taken lives before. Surely he has a background in special police or armed forces, perhaps even special operations. One wonders from which unit he hails. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan found himself in a corridor, moving swiftly forward. The moonlight filtered through the fractured glass on the right wall, casting a long shadow upon him. There are 9 bullets left in the gun. Just then, he heard footsteps descending the staircase ahead. Instantly, Zhang Xuan sidestepped into the shadow of a doorframe. As he peered around the corner of the staircase, 4 gunmen descended rapidly, shouting towards the distance. "Captain, there's no one on the second floor." They then sprinted toward his direction. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing he could not evade detection. If it were merely 2 individuals, he could confidently replicate his previous maneuvers in close quarters. However, without hesitation, he made a decisive move, exposing half of himself and opening fire. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots rang out. 1 gunman fell instantly. 2 others crumpled to the ground, each hit in the chest and abdomen, while the 4th gunman, fortunately unscathed, found cover and attempted to return fire at Zhang Xuan. But just then, bang. A shot rang out from outside the church. The glass shattered. The gunman who had just found cover was instantly struck in the head. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. It was Lu Hai outside, providing cover. Emerging from his concealment, Zhang Xuan swiftly approached, delivering 2 shots to the remaining wounded assailants. He then reached the window and gave Lu Hai's residence a thumbs up. Simultaneously, he conducted a tactical reload, ensuring his weapon was adequately supplied, before vanishing back into the shadows. Soon after, the team leader of the gunmen led a group of men back to the scene. Chapter 15. Escape. Gazing at the bodies strewn across the floor, a chill of dread coursed through everyone's hearts. 4. Another 4. A total of 6 individuals had fallen, and not a single shot had been fired. They were up against a true master, an absolute expert. Moreover, from the sound of the gunfire, it appeared there was also a sniper lurking outside, a ghost hidden in the darkness, reaping lives with precision, and a reaper poised outside, ready to strike at any moment. This was a job they could not handle. The captain gritted his teeth and declared, "We retreat. This is beyond our capacity to confront. What is the point of even fighting?" They hadn't even seen a glimpse of the enemy and had already lost nearly half their numbers. The remaining members would likely just be walking into their own demise if they continued searching. On the second-floor staircase, Zhang Xuan observed the enemy's retreat but did not lower his guard. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to follow and assess the situation. After all, he was still uncertain whether they would truly withdraw. If they intended to set fire outside, he would undoubtedly find himself in trouble. Thus, he needed to follow closely to ensure the church's safety, ready to retreat if the situation turned dire. Before long, the gunman squad made a hasty exit from the church, further inflating Blue Jiang's already simmering anger. They were just 2 people. What are you afraid of? Huh? What are you afraid of? Blue Jiang's eyes were bloodshot, and he spat saliva onto the gunman captain's face. Yet, the captain remained unperturbed, asserting, "Their tactics are highly organized. They are undoubtedly professional combatants. If we were to perish inside, your safety would be compromised." Hearing this, Blue Jiang regained a modicum of composure and inquired, "Then what do you suggest we do now? Shall we set this wretched place ablaze?" He appeared to genuinely contemplate the feasibility of such an action. Although this church belonged to a white priest, with the Blue family's influence, silencing him wouldn't be too challenging. That would not be necessary. The captain of the gunmen remarked, "Let us immediately call the police and have them deal with these illegal immigrants. After all, they lack identification and have committed murder. It is not as if we cannot say whatever we wish." Lan Jiang was taken aback, looking at him with a hint of astonishment. "Are you speaking in jest? Or do you genuinely believe that, with so many of his brothers lost, it was unreasonable to let him go?" A flicker of hatred crossed the captain's eyes. This was now a matter of personal vendetta. As their voices had not been lowered and they spoke in Mandarin, Zhang Xuan overheard everything clearly. "Damn it, these bastards actually called the police. Who is the villain here, you or I? This is utterly devoid of chivalry." If the police arrived, things would not be easily resolved. Killing a few private armed men posed no issue, but if they were to kill a police officer, IT was uncertain whether he would live to see the sun rise again. Just as Zhang Xuan pondered whether to call for Team D's support to eliminate these scoundrels, several military green trucks approached on the road, filled with soldiers in uniform. "Capture them!" A commanding voice rang out from the vehicle, and soldiers jumped down in unison, surrounding Lan Jiang and the others. Wu Chu, clad in military attire, stepped down from the truck, his expression stern as he approached Lan Jiang, surveying those around him. "Ah, it is the esteemed young Master Lan. Why are you not at your factory at this late hour, but instead traipsing into the city with such a large entourage and so many firearms?" Upon seeing Wu Chu, Lan Jiang's expression darkened. Yet, under the pressure of the surrounding firearms, he dared not retaliate and could only respond with some frustration. "We came to apprehend a couple of individuals. Is it necessary to inform you of such trivial matters?" Wu Chu chuckled coldly. "Oh, that is unnecessary. But did you not even consider asking before killing my brother? Was it done with my consent? Your brother? Who the hell killed your brother?" But before he could finish, Lan Jiang suddenly recalled information reported by his subordinates. IT, seemed that the cargo truck had been hijacked midway, which allowed those mud-legged scoundrels to escape. Was it you who hijacked our truck? Anger surged within Lan Jiang. How dare you? Our family has provided you with so much money each year. Is that not sufficient? I wondered why there are so many robbery gangs in this area. It is likely that most of them are your men in disguise. Click. A handgun was suddenly pressed against Lan Jiang's forehead. Wu Chu squinted, his tone laced with murderous intent. You may eat your fill, but do not speak carelessly. Are you insinuating that General Ka is a highwayman? You? Lan Jiang gritted his teeth, but refrained from saying so. If he dared to label General Ka a highwayman tonight, his head would likely be hung at the entrance of the Aishin factory by morning. Meanwhile, behind the church, Zhang Xuan, who had overheard most of the conversation, realized that this was a perfect opportunity for escape and hurried back to Lu's residence. What is happening outside? I hear a multitude of footsteps. Lu Hai looked gravely at Zhang Xuan's return. A group in military uniforms did not appear to be good people. There is no time to explain. Gather everyone quickly, and we must flee through the back door. Recognizing Zhang Xuan's seriousness, Lu Hai nodded and called for those upstairs to come down. Upon seeing Ji Wei and Lu Yang supporting the unconscious Father George, Zhang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Ji Wei awkwardly explained, the father was too loud, so I had to knock him out. Without further ado, Zhang Xuan nodded, instructing Lu Hai to lead the way while the others followed closely behind, with himself bringing up the rear to guard against any potential threats. Soon, they arrived at the back door of the church. Behind this door lay a dead-end alley, which had remained closed for years, rendering it unknown to many. Having lived in the area for many years, Lu Hai, due to his military training, had become well acquainted with the environment. Be cautious. Lu Hai gestured for everyone to slow down, then retrieved a key from beneath a flower bed. Slowly inserting the key into the lock, Zhang Xuan, positioned behind, stepped forward a few paces, holding his gun close to his chest, ready at the opposite side of the door opening. With a soft click, the iron door unlocked. Slightly ajar, Lu Hai confirmed that there were no tripwires installed behind the door before forcefully pushing it open. At that moment, Zhang Xuan dashed out, his weapon thrust forward. Aimed at the alley to the right, Lu Hai followed suit, raising his gun to cover the gap on the left side. Safe. After a quick scan of the surroundings confirmed no one was present, Zhang Xuan signaled for the others to follow him, holding his weapon with the barrel slightly angled downwards as they swiftly made their way toward the alley exit. At that moment, Zhang Xuan could distinctly hear a large number of armed personnel entering the church. And he even caught the strong scent of gasoline. Clearly, they intended to set the church ablaze. Time was of the essence. They needed to devise a plan to acquire funds and escape this cursed place. Chapter 16. Securing funds? Let us proceed. This path leads to another street, and those individuals will not be able to find us for a while. Perhaps due to the temporary relief from danger. Lu Hai relaxed slightly, however, as they walked. He instinctively glanced back, fearing pursuers. It was then that Lu Yang found an opportunity to inquire of his father, Dad, where did you get this gun? Has it always been kept at home? I have never seen it before. He was aware that his father had served in the military but never imagined that he was so capable, seemingly even a sharpshooter. He had witnessed the scene of a headshot through glass not long ago. It was nothing short of impressive that a gift from a friend. Lu Hai seemed reluctant to elaborate further. We will discuss it once we are safe. All right, when we are safe, you must let me try that gun. Ji Wei, helping to carry Father George, asked Zhang Xuan ahead, brother, what shall we do now? Secure funds, Zhang Xuan replied succinctly. But with so much money, we cannot rob a bank, can we? Ji Wei's expression revealed his hesitation. Robbing a bank would be tantamount to seeking death. As Zhang Xuan spoke, he waved his phone. However, robbing a local gang leader is not particularly difficult. You mean? Ji Wei suddenly recalled that earlier in the day, Zhang Xuan had asked those small-time thugs for their boss's address and phone number. Exactly. Zhang Xuan turned to Lu Hai, speaking earnestly, Uncle Hai, we are clearly in need of your assistance. Yet because of this incident, you have unwittingly found yourself in this predicament. Zhang Xuan, am not ungrateful. Thus, if you choose to accompany us, I will find a way to secure additional funds. I will ensure that you and your son have enough for your tickets, even if it means resorting to violence. However, if you prefer to return home, I will assist you in contacting the embassy and set aside some funds for you. It may not be much, but it will suffice for a while after your return. As he spoke, a sudden explosion erupted from the distant church. A surge of flames erupted, illuminating Zhang Xuan's face, yet he remained composed, his expression serious and resolute. Lu Hai chuckled wryly. You wish for me to join you in a robbery? Indeed, Zhang Xuan nodded without hesitation. It is a robbery. However, it is not the money of ordinary people, but rather that of a local tyrant who has long oppressed the neighborhood. Taking from such a person will not burden my conscience. Glancing back at Ji Wei and Uncle He added, moreover, you have seen for yourself that Ji Wei and Uncle He lack any relevant training. If they accompany us, I fear unforeseen accidents may occur on the battlefield. The greatest peril is sometimes not the enemy but rather incompetent allies. Zhang Xuan could not entrust Ji Wei and Uncle He with firearms. Should one of them accidentally discharge their weapon, it would spell disaster. However, Uncle Hai was different. Though he had only fired a shot throughout this ordeal, it had been at a critical moment, delivering a headshot that effectively saved Zhang Xuan's life, demonstrating sufficient military proficiency. If the two of them could act together, robbing a gang leader would undoubtedly be a manageable task. Alas, what a misfortune this is. Lu Hai sighed helplessly, remaining silent for a long while before finally smiling and saying, Very well, I will accompany you, but I must make it clear that my son and I will not join you afterward. Once the matter concludes, I shall return home, and you need not worry about the money. You and Ji Wei have already provided for that. Zhang Xuan was taken aback, recalling the rent he had previously asked Ji Wei to pay, and he couldn't help but smile. At that moment, a painful cry rang out. Ah, God, save my head. Father George regained consciousness, staring dazedly at Ji Wei and Lu Hai who were supporting him. His expression shifted from confusion to terror, and just as he was about to scream for help, Ji Wei swiftly covered his mouth. Father, Father, do not shout. We are not kidnappers. Look closely. We are on your side, and we have come to rescue you. Upon hearing Ji Wei's words, Father George recalled that he had gone to find Lu Hai to collect rent. But for some unknown reason, armed men had suddenly burst into his church, and then it seemed he had been knocked out by this young man with 3 punches. Unfortunately, Ji Wei had no experience in fighting. His initial punches were too light, failing to effectively render Father George unconscious. Upon this realization, Father George, who had been set down, wore a grim expression and admonished, Young man, such actions will surely incur the wrath of God. Is that so? Ji Wei shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing towards the still-burning church behind him. Could you kindly convey to Mr. God to expedite the descent of those scoundrels who set your church ablaze into hell? What? Father George turned, bewildered, to behold the church engulfed in flames. Atop the church's spire, Jesus endured the searing heat of earthly flames. Oh! Father George's eyes widened in shock, and he fainted once more. Ji Wei, having anticipated this, caught him deftly and shook his head in resignation, remarking, It seems that the shepherd of Yego possesses a rather feeble constitution for such matters. Amen. He then made the sign of the cross on his chest. Lu Yong, observing from the side, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Time passed swiftly, and daylight broke brightly. Although the night had been restless for Myanmar, many inns remained open, and no identification was required for check-in. At this moment, in a dilapidated inn, Zhang Xuan slightly drew back the curtain to observe a police car speeding down the street. It seems they know we are alive, he murmured. He turned to Lu Hai, who was inspecting ammunition, and said, We should make our move. Indeed, Lu Hai nodded, replying, I just contacted the captain of a cargo ship. It's all set to depart at 10 o'clock tonight, with 3 of us heading to Siam for a total of 15,000 US dollars. The journey will take about a week. During my time in the military, I had a comrade who has done quite well for himself. He now manages a security company there. Given his status, he should be able to assist you in securing local identification. I naturally trust Hai Shu's comrade. But is this ship safe? Rest assured, the ship is not registered in Shan State. It merely happens to be passing through to unload cargo and has no connections with the Lan family. That's good. Then let us embark. Without further ado, Zhang Xuan donned a cap, checked the gun concealed within his clothing, and exited the room. He had deliberately chosen this inn for its proximity to the port and, more crucially, its closeness to the residence of that gang leader. In theory, a seasoned professional thief would require at least 3 days, if not a week or even a month, to surveil a target before executing a break-in. Only then could one ascertain the patterns of the targets and their families' activities, the response time of law enforcement, escape routes, methods of evacuation, transportation, personnel, weaponry, and so forth. An exceedingly intricate undertaking, however, they no longer had the luxury of time to squander. While the gang leader had yet to leave his abode, they would strike directly. Outside a shop selling salted fish, a young man with a roguish demeanor lounged with one leg crossed over the other, his gaze unabashedly appraising the young women who occasionally passed by. That's so. Any customers? A rotund man with a shiny complexion emerged from the back room. Boss. The young man quickly stood, grinning. Finished with your tasks? Business seems rather slow today. Not a single customer has graced us. Humph, the fat man scoffed. It must be those damned harpies from North Street, spreading rumors that my shop is short-changing customers. The young man, equally incensed, retorted. Haven't they always engaged in such petty antics? So what if we do a bigger business? No one dares to speak up. Boss, you wait here. I'll take a few brothers to show them what for. Very well, the fat man nodded, satisfied. He produced a somewhat greasy-looking handgun from behind him and handed it over, saying, Take this. If you encounter that thug who threatened you with a gun yesterday, put him down with a single shot. The young man's eyes lit up, eagerly accepting the weapon. Thanks, boss. As he watched his subordinate depart, the fat man reclined comfortably in a lounge chair. Just then, a young man wearing a black cap and a single black Bluetooth earpiece approached the shop. Perusing the fish on display while speaking in a low voice. How much for your fish, boss? Chapter 17. Departure home? A person from Longwa, Shan State, being adjacent to Longwa, has historically been influenced by its sovereign nation. And with the influx of Longwa nationals each year for work, many locals have also learned to speak some common Mandarin. The fat man scrutinized the young man with a curious grin. It seemed a lucrative opportunity was at hand. He quickly stood, greeting the young man with feigned enthusiasm. Dear customer, feel free to choose whatever you like. Our scales are renowned for their accuracy, and no one on this street can find fault with our reputation. Is that so? The young man sifted through the goods before remarking. But I see that your fish appears quite damp. Do you have any that's just been dried? Indeed. Follow me to the backyard. We have plenty of fine stock there. As he spoke, the fat man cheerfully led the young man through the door into the back. Unbeknownst to him, the young man, who was none other than Zhang Xuan, casually closed the door behind them. The fat man continued to extol the virtues and affordability of his wares, yet as he noticed the young man's silence and the door's unexpected closure, his brows furrowed in confusion. You aren't here just to browse, are you? The fat man's smile gradually faded, and he instinctively reached behind him only to find it empty, having lent his gun to his subordinate. As he saw Zhang Xuan draw a firearm from his clothing and point it at him, cold sweat broke out on the fat man's forehead, and his smile returned, albeit tinged with sincerity. Brother, there's no need for this. Do we know each other? Is there a grudge? If it's about money, I have cash in my room. I can give it to you. Ignoring him, Zhang Xuan gestured with the gun for him to stand against the wall and not to look around before he approached the inner door to peek inside. On the bed lay a naked woman in deep slumber. Gently lowering the door curtain, Zhang Xuan checked the kitchen and storage room, ensuring no one else was present. He then turned to the fat man and stated, You were right. I am here for money. $20,000. Do you have it? 20,000. The fat man exclaimed incredulously. How could I possibly have that much cash? For the sake of your and your wife's lives, I suggest you keep your voice down. Zhang Xuan shushed him, gesturing towards the room. The fat man's chest visibly heaved with anxiety, and his mind raced as he pondered his options. After a brief pause, he said, I truly don't have 20,000. In fact, I don't have any US only CHF and RMB. Converted. I only have about 13 or 14,000. I can also offer some gold, but that's really all I have. His speech was measured, as if he were waiting for something. Zhang Xuan, aware of his intentions, pulled out his phone and opened the screen, presenting it to the fat man. On the screen was a live video feed from a rooftop across the street, featuring a sniper rifle aimed directly at the shop's entrance and backyard. A sniper? The fat man gasped. Brother, you're not here to rob me. You're here to counter-terrorize, right? Oh no, I'm not a terrorist. Brother, what on earth is happening? To deal with me, you've even brought a sniper. The fat man's flesh visibly quivered, his composure rapidly dissipating. I don't wish to repeat myself, Zhang Xuan said, pulling back the hammer of the gun, his tone turning icy. $20,000. Short a single cent, and I will sever one of your fingers, then a toe, and so on, until I'm done. Please, I have 20,000. I have 20,000. The fat man finally capitulated, surrendering to Zhang Xuan's unyielding gaze as he stepped into the room, retrieving a hidden suitcase from a concealed compartment in a bookshelf. Inside lay stacks of fresh, red $100 bills. Ah, husband? Perhaps startled by the commotion, the woman on the bed stirred awake. The fat man's face drained of color as he instinctively glanced back at Zhang Xuan, who had already holstered his weapon, smiling benignly. Good sister-in-law, I'm here to help your husband retrieve some belongings. He then turned to the fat man, saying, Brother, once we have what we need, we'll take our leave and not disturb your wife's slumber. Yes, yes, the fat man hastily agreed. Dear, please go back to sleep. I have some matters to discuss with this brother. Oh? The woman, still half asleep, drifted back into slumber. Exiting the room, the fat man handed the suitcase to Zhang Xuan, stating, There's approximately 200,000 RMB inside. Converted, it's over 20,000 US dollars. Take it all and don't return. Rest assured, Zhang Xuan replied as he accepted the suitcase and stepped outside. At the entrance, a few small-time thugs returned. Seeing their boss emerging with the young man whose face was obscured by a cap, they exchanged puzzled glances. Zhang Xuan, uninterested in maintaining the charade, simply slipped past them and vanished into the crowd. Boss, who was that person? Don't ask. Don't concern yourself. The fat man's flesh quivered as he cautiously glanced at the rooftop across the street, seemingly fearful of being shot on the spot. With the money secured, they agreed to meet outside the port terminal. Zhang Xuan, while speaking, swiftly navigated through the throng, making his way toward the direction previously indicated by Lu Hai. In his ears, he could hear several responses through his headphones. To mitigate risks, at that moment, Ji Wei and the others were stationed at another location. Now that the money had been secured, it was time to prepare for departure. Although the boat was scheduled to set sail at 10 o'clock in the evening, typically, smugglers needed to board several hours prior to that. This was likely to prevent tardiness and to evade port patrol inspections. In any case, the time was drawing near. Soon, Zhang Xuan arrived at the port, where he met Lu Hai and his companions. Big brother, Ji Wei exclaimed. Shall we board now? Should we buy some provisions? I heard from Uncle He that some short-distance smuggling boats do not provide food, and I am worried that the three of us might go hungry. Is that so? Zhang Xuan nodded. Very well, you and Uncle He go purchase some dry rations and fresh water. We cannot embark on a week-long journey without sustenance. Understood. Zhang Xuan then turned to Father George, who wore a look of distress, and said apologetically, I am truly sorry, Father. You have lost your church and your freedom due to our actions, but do not worry. Once we are on board, Mr. Lu Hai will ensure your release. He will assist you in contacting the American embassy. Those rascals would not dare to harm you. Moreover, should we have the opportunity to meet again, I shall compensate you for the loss of your church. Father George sighed resignedly. Mr. Zhang, I know you are not a bad person. I do not blame you for what transpired last night. We are all merely lost sheep. However, you must understand that God watches over our every action from above. I do not require any compensation. I simply hope you will keep your promise and allow me to leave, I assure you. Zhang Xuan replied earnestly, nodding his head. He then addressed Lu Hai, Uncle Hai. We shall take our leave now. Indeed, Lu Hai affirmed. The embassy's vehicle has already entered the city and will come to collect us shortly. You may proceed without concern. Take care. As he watched Ji Wei and the others return after completing their purchases, Zhang Xuan afforded them a moment to bid farewell to Lu Hai and Lu Yang before the trio embarked upon the first step of their departure from Shan State. Chapter 18. The smuggling boat beside a somewhat dilapidated cargo ship, a group of over 40 individuals had gathered, the vast majority of whom were from Shan State. Judging by their numerous bags, it was clear they had brought their own provisions, while a few who had not were currently negotiating with others for payment to purchase supplies. At that moment, a gaunt figure, resembling a mere stick, sat before Zhang Xuan. The multitude of needle marks on his arms suggested a likely addiction to some form of narcotic. You cannot bring firearms on board, the thin man said lazily. The ship's cabin is not a bus where anything can be brought aboard. You may manage your personal belongings as you see fit, but weapons are strictly prohibited. Zhang Xuan found himself at a loss, yet having come this far, there seemed to be no alternative. What happens after I disembark? Will my weapon be returned to me? We will discuss that once you disembark. In short, surrender your firearm before boarding. If you refuse, I will refund your money, and you will have to find another way. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment before placing his Beretta 92F on the table. I asked that all? Yes, just this one. Very well. The thin man stood up and called out loudly, let me emphasize once more. Anyone attempting to bring firearms or knives aboard will be expelled if discovered by my men, and you will not receive a refund, so it is best for you all to comply. As he spoke, a middle-aged, robust man clad in a suit and smoking a cigar descended from the ship. Mr. Yin, the thin man greeted him with a smile. These are all the people. Have all the payments been made? Indeed, not a single penny is missing. Then that is satisfactory. Mr. Yin cast a glance at the handgun on the table before Zhang Xuan, then at Zhang Xuan himself, smirking as if this was a sight he had long since grown accustomed to. In this place, acquiring a firearm was exceedingly simple. To him, this young man appeared to be someone with dreams of foreign lands, yet timidly seeking a sense of security through weaponry. I asked at the captain. Ji Wei whispered to the side. Uncle, he took a glance and shook his head. That is likely not the case. Generally, such individuals are referred to as snakeheads. Those of lesser stature are merely intermediaries. Though some possess significant power, owning the entire vessel, the captain is merely an employee. Oh, Ji Wei nodded in understanding. That sounds quite profitable. They must earn a considerable sum for each trip, indeed. Before long, the group boarded the cargo ship and followed the thin man through a labyrinthine path into the lower deck. Arriving at a wooden board secured by boxes, upon having the boxes pushed aside and the wooden board lifted, a foul odor wafted up. Enter, the thin man instructed. We will call for you to disembark in 7 days. During this period, you may only move about below deck. Those who had anticipated this development wasted no time in climbing down. Observing this, Zhang Xuan and his companions followed suit. The space was rather confined, lacking any ventilation apart from the entryway above. Although the chamber could comfortably accommodate over 100 individuals, the reality of being confined for an entire week meant that all bodily functions would have to be managed within this limited space. This was not an enviable situation. Even Zhang Xuan's countenance soured at the thought of it. In contrast, Uncle he seemed unfazed, even taking the initiative to prepare the area, helping the two find a corner to place their food and fresh water. He spread out newspapers on the floor and produced 2 blankets from their luggage. Brother Zhang, you can use the blanket. Ji Wei and I will manage with the newspapers. The environment is what it is. We merely need to adapt for a week, and it will soon pass. Having endured far worse conditions in his past, Uncle he considered this a minor inconvenience compared to the freedom and safety that lay within reach. As others settled into their spots, Ji Wei twisted open a bottle of water and handed it to Zhang Xuan. Brother, would you like some water? No, thank you, Zhang Xuan replied, waving his hand, his brow furrowing. I now understand why they do not allow us to bring weapons in here. In such an environment, if not properly managed, anything could happen. Should a conflict arise, it could very well lead to fatalities, smuggling. Zhang Xuan vowed never to partake in such endeavors again. Once they reached Siam, he would swiftly resolve the issue of a new identity. Time flew by, and soon, at 10 o'clock in the evening, the cabin began to tremble as the ship's horn sounded. They were setting sail. Ji Wei's expression turned relaxed, for he understood that they were finally safe. Gazing up at the dim lights overhead, Zhang Xuan leaned against his luggage, covered by a blanket, lying atop the newspapers as his consciousness gradually faded. The past 2 days had been filled with murder and escape, even mealtimes requiring vigilance against potential intruders with firearms. Now, free from such worries, the tension within him dissipated. Unable to resist any longer, Zhang Xuan succumbed to a deep slumber, drifting into dreams. In his dreams, he envisioned himself clad in a police uniform, seated in a precinct, attending to individuals filing reports. He dreamed of just having finished work, enjoying a hot shower, reclining on his sofa while watching a newly released television series. He dreamed of having a girlfriend, sharing moments of romance and adventure with her. He dreamt of countless things. Uncertain how much time had passed, Zhang Xuan slowly awakened from his slumber. Upon rising, he noticed Ji Wei awkwardly carrying a plastic bag toward a distant corner. Zhang Xuan's lips twitched, and he turned away to avoid looking. Brother Zhang, you are awake? Uncle he was distributing the rations, with the largest pile evidently intended for Zhang Xuan. Although a week was not an extended period, careful planning and categorization of food and water were necessary to ensure the trio could last until the end. Would you like something to eat? Uncle he asked, handing Zhang Xuan a piece of bread and some milk. Smiling, I bought a deck of cards. Shall we play a couple of rounds later? You may find it amusing. Though I must admit my skills are quite poor. I can only manage basic games like Do Di Zhu. Zhang Xuan accepted the items but set them aside. Noticing this, Uncle He assumed Zhang Xuan was concerned about the environment and reassured him. The conditions are what they are. We just need to endure. I recall sleeping in pigsties and eating pig feet in the past. Now we have milk, which is quite a blessing, indeed. Zhang Xuan nodded. Inquiring, Uncle He, could you share some stories from your past? I am curious how someone proficient in 7 languages ended up in this situation. Uncle He paused, his expression darkening as he sighed deeply. It's a long story. With that, he began recounting his past. 10 years ago, Uncle He was a high-ranking executive at a reputable high-tech company in a first-tier city. At that time, he earned over $1 million a year, drove a luxurious Mercedes, and lived in a spacious apartment, presenting himself as a social elite. Alas, perhaps fate could not bear to see him flourish. He married a wife who was a compulsive gambler. In the short span of a month during a trip to Macau, he lost his entire fortune and incurred a mountain of high-interest debt. At that time, Uncle He was also under the thumb of his wife, utterly dominated by her. When he discovered that their home had been mortgaged by his wife, his first thought was not of divorce, but rather how to repay the debts. At precisely that moment, a rival within the company harbored a deep-seated desire to eliminate him. Thus, he orchestrated a clandestine scheme, bribing his wife to lead him astray, introducing He Shu to a so-called multinational corporation. His wife, naive and gullible, was easily swayed by the words, "I am doing this for your benefit," and unwittingly became an accomplice in this deceit. Consequently, faced with insurmountable debts from loan sharks, He Shu, in a moment of desperation, fell prey to the trap. The multinational company was indeed legitimate, yet it bore no connection to He Shu whatsoever. It was only when he stood before the entrance of a grim factory in Shan country that he realized he had been duped by outsiders in collusion with his own wife. Overwhelmed with despair, He Shu chose to remain in Shan country until the present day. "Damn it, He Shu, you are utterly pathetic." Ji Wei, who had returned unbeknownst to anyone, expressed his frustration at He Shu's lack of resolve, stating, "If it were me, I would find a way to return home at all costs. Even if it meant spending the rest of my life behind bars, I would ensure that woman and the scoundrel who deceived you face justice." He Shu wore an expression tinged with resignation and a hint of acceptance, gazing at the flickering yellow bulb above, his eyes slightly glazed, as if he were transported back a decade. Life is akin to navigating a solitary vessel through uncharted waters. When confronted with insurmountable storms, no amount of struggle can avert disaster. As long as one survives, that is enough. However, Ji Wei sought to offer further counsel, but Zhang Xuan raised a hand to silence him. Addressing He Shu, "If all goes according to plan, we will undoubtedly have the opportunity to return home. Have you considered how you will confront your past upon your return?" He Shu looked at Zhang Xuan in bewilderment and after a moment replied, "I might just visit my hometown for a glance." Understanding dawned on Zhang Xuan. In his view, He Shu was a deeply conflicted individual, capable and meticulous. He had managed to address every task within his capability. Yet, he shied away from confronting his past. Despite claiming indifference, he still clung to his hometown with tenacity. If there were to be a future opportunity, assistance would be required to liberate him from the shackles of his heart. Enough of this topic. Come, let's play cards. Observing the atmosphere grow increasingly somber, Ji Wei took it upon himself to uplift the mood, cheerfully producing a deck of cards to deal. Under Ji Wei's influence, He Shu's spirits quickly revived. The three of them spent several days in this manner, feasting and then playing cards, resting when fatigued. 4 of a kind, Zhang Xuan proclaimed. He Shu glanced at his hand of solitary cards, shaking his head with a wry smile. "I can't compete." "You can't even match 4 of a kind? Then I must have one," Zhang Xuan exclaimed, tossing down a 3 with glee. "Alas, what can I say? My brother's card skills are exceptional. I played my trump card too early." Ji Wei lamented, discarding his hand in frustration. Throughout their card games over the past several days, Zhang Xuan consistently emerged victorious. Though uncertain if his companions were deliberately allowing him to win, he nonetheless enjoyed the experience greatly. "All right, let me shuffle the deck." Ji Wei began to gather and shuffle the cards. At that moment, the nearby wooden board suddenly crashed open. "Have we arrived?" Ji Wei instinctively rose. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. He had been keeping track of time, and there were still 2 days remaining until the week was up. Could the cargo ship have arrived ahead of schedule? As he pondered this, a gunshot rang out, bang. The leader descended the ladder. His pistol still smoking, a wicked grin plastered across his face. Ladies and gentlemen, your hard work over these past few days has been appreciated. We are about to arrive, and I wonder if you are prepared to face your new lives? He approached a petite woman, smiling cheerfully. Madam, do not hide it. I see it clearly. Kindly hand over that gold watch. Noticing this, Ji Wei frowned and whispered, Brother, they are robbing us. What should we do? Zhang Xuan discreetly adjusted his position and angle. Observing 4 crew members armed with guns, their faces twisted with malice. 2 of them were forcibly removing a bracelet from an elderly woman's wrist. Listen carefully, hand over all cash, watches, phones, jewelry, and anything of value. Do not compel me to search each of you. If I find anyone attempting to hide, the storms of the sea are quite fierce. A few of you might never come back. They erupted into raucous laughter. Outside the cabin, low chuckles could be heard. Clearly, this was not their first time engaging in such behavior. 1 particularly brazen individual, emboldened by the sight of several attractive young women in the cabin, began to unbuckle his belt, seemingly preparing to make an inappropriate advance. Zhang Xuan, observing the man with the Beretta 92F in hand, narrowed his eyes, though he could not ascertain if it was his own. The sight filled him with a sense of foreboding. He hastily concealed a box of cash beneath a blanket. Brother, do we have to give our valuables too? Ji Wei asked, his tone tinged with reluctance. Yet his eyes reflected a sense of resignation. They had come so far, with freedom almost within reach. Could they really forsake it all for a mere sum of money and pride? After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Xuan's eyes, which had calmed somewhat due to the tranquility of recent days, rekindled with a fiery intensity. Hand over? Absolutely not, he declared, mentally summoning the system, ready to call for D-team support. With only 2 days left, he could devise a plan to seize control of the ship's helm, threatening the captain to steer the vessel into port. As for the armed crew, a bunch of scoundrels, what would it matter if they were all eliminated? Just as he was about to take action, a notification sounded in his mind. Professional mission initiated. You will enter in 3 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Chapter 19. A battle, bang. A bullet whizzed perilously close to Zhang Xuan's head. Just as he opened his eyes, he had no time to assess his surroundings, and with a sudden jolt, he rolled down a small slope. The filthy, stagnant water splashed onto his face, bringing him back to a semblance of clarity. Shernet! He heard a voice call around the slope. Several soldiers clad in antiquated military uniforms, resembling German troops, were firing their G98 Mauser rifles at distant targets. A lieutenant in uniform shouted Zhang Xuan's name while firing. But the next moment, his head was blown apart. Is he calling for me? Am I Shernet? No. How can I understand German? Bewildered, Zhang Xuan had no time to ponder further. He picked up the G98 rifle that had fallen from his grasp and crawled back up the slope, cautiously peeking over to assess the situation. He found himself in a fog-laden forest, surrounded by fallen corpses. The winter chill numbed his fingers. Across the battlefield, a dozen soldiers clad in French uniforms were taking cover behind trees, firing at the advancing German soldiers. The sound of machine gun fire reverberated through the woods. Damn it! Help! I've been hit! A German soldier nearby cried out, having been shot through the shoulder, collapsing to the ground in agony. Blood soaking into the mud without altering its hue. World War I? German troops? Damn it, no matter. Though he had yet to grasp the temporal context, Zhang Xuan resolved to fight first and inquire later. After ensuring his G98 rifle was loaded, he fired at the enemy. With remarkable vision, he clearly saw splinters and snow erupt from a tree trunk. He missed. Yet Zhang Xuan remained undeterred, repeatedly cycling the bolt and firing until the rifle was empty. Finally, with his last shot, he felled a French soldier. Previously, Lu Hai had lent him a Springfield 1903 bolt-action rifle for practice. While the models differed, they were both bolt-action rifles. Coupled with his proficiency in firearms and shooting, Zhang Xuan quickly adapted to the G98. Taking cover, he retrieved loose ammunition from his waist pouch, loading each round into the chamber and cycling the bolt. Bullets chambered, bang. A crimson blossom erupted in the distance. An enemy was struck through the chest. Having found his rhythm, Zhang Xuan continued to fire, bang, bang. Every shot found its mark. While he could not guarantee that each bullet would kill, he ensured that none went astray. far surpassing the performance of the other German soldiers nearby. However, it seemed his marksmanship drew attention. A machine gun quickly zeroed in on him. Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of bullets flew in his direction, though he managed to drop to the ground just in time. The near miss left his heart racing. A piercing whistle pierced the air. The previously concealed German soldiers sprang into action, charging ahead under a hail of gunfire. Observing this, Zhang Xuan wasted no time, as the machine gunner reloaded. He dropped to one knee, took aim in less than a second, and sent the gunner to meet his fate. Meanwhile, a mission prompt echoed in his mind. Mission objective: survive on the Western Front for over 24 hours. Mission achievements: 100 kill, eliminate 100 enemy soldiers, precision marksman, headshot 30 enemy soldiers, undying, deaths not exceeding 5 times. At this moment, Zhang Xuan barely had time to check the mission and achievement requirements. With quick reflexes, he swiftly eliminated 2 more French soldiers, only to witness a shadow darting through the air and landing at his feet. Boom! Deafening explosion erupted, instantly obliterating the ground beneath Zhang Xuan. Yet, in the next second, as if shattered into pieces, Zhang Xuan suddenly froze, and time rapidly rewound. The instance was reset once again. Whoosh! Feeling the bullet whizzing past his head, Zhang Xuan was not startled this time. After swiftly dispatching 3 enemies, he began to reload. However, his expression turned grim. Damn, a grenade? Every seasoned veteran knows that in battle, the greatest folly is to remain in the same position for too long. Thus, with no experience in field combat, Zhang Xuan fell victim to a significant setback right from the start. Sensing a throbbing pain in his head, he couldn't tell if it was merely an illusion. He felt that the headache from the first reset of the initial instance was far less severe than that from the first reset of the second instance. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets from a machine gun zipped overhead. Several German soldiers who had just arrived were instantly gunned down. Realizing he could not linger any longer, Zhang Xuan bent low and dashed out from behind the natural cover, using the trees and the scattered bodies of fallen comrades as shields. He cautiously advanced forward, bang, bang, bang. Though the accuracy of his shots diminished while on the move, Zhang Xuan remained deadly accurate within 20 meters. Even if he missed a critical shot, it merely meant he would take another. Just as he emptied the chamber and prepared to reload, a French soldier, hiding behind a tree to his left, lunged forward, rifle bayonet in hand, aiming to stab Zhang Xuan. However, Zhang Xuan's close-quarters combat skills far surpassed his marksmanship, and even in the face of an ambush, he could react instantly. He deftly dodged the thrust, seized the rifle's fore end, discarded his primary weapon, and drew a dagger from his waist. With a firm grip, he plunged the blade into the soldier's throat and then pierced through his chest. Zhang Xuan thrust the blade into the soldier, pinning him against a tree trunk. The severed artery gushed forth blood like a torrent, and the French soldier quickly succumbed to death, panting. The thrill of killing at close range with a knife was far more exhilarating than with a gun. Suppressing his discomfort, he wiped his bloodied hands and dagger on the deceased soldier's uniform. But in that moment, as he turned his head, he caught sight of a French soldier crouched behind a mound of earth, his face etched with despair and tears brimming in his eyes. Gazing at Zhang Xuan, the soldier's right hand gripped his rifle's trigger tightly. With the slightest movement, he could send Zhang Xuan back to the beginning. Yet, he did nothing. He simply sat there quietly, watching Zhang Xuan kill his comrade. Zhang Xuan remained silent. 2 seconds later, he cautiously extended his left hand, slowly retrieving his fallen weapon from the ground. With his right hand, he sheathed the dagger, signaling he would not attack, and faced the soldier, gradually retreating. Only when he had completely exited the soldier's line of fire did he exhale in relief. War, truly, he muttered absently, continuing to load ammunition into his firearm as he scanned ahead. Perhaps nearing the end of the battle, he had traversed several dozen meters, and all that remained were scattered corpses. The distant gunfire in the woods had grown sparse, just as Zhang Xuan pondered whether to withdraw from the woods. A cry of pain caught his attention. Not far ahead, a German soldier was pinned to the ground by a French soldier, a dagger hovering ominously above his chest. Despite summoning every ounce of strength, he could only watch in horror as the blade slowly pressed into his chest. Blood seeped from his uniform. Perhaps in the next moment, the dagger would pierce his heart. But just then, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The French soldier atop him had his head blown apart, collapsing lifelessly to the side. Click. Zhang Xuan swiftly cycled the action of his rifle, ejecting the spent cartridge as smoke billowed. Rushing over, he quickly surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of other enemies, then addressed the fallen comrade. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a superficial wound. Thank you, Schneider." The soldier seemed familiar with Zhang Xuan, visibly relaxing upon seeing him. "Polite of you." While Zhang Xuan kept his weapon raised, vigilant of the surrounding area, he inquired, "Do you have any spare ammunition?" "I'm nearly out, of course." The soldier hastily retrieved a few rounds from his ammo pouch and handed them over. Unbothered by the quantity, Zhang Xuan accepted them and stowed them away. "Lieutenant Lloyd is dead. I just witnessed his head being blown off. It's terrifying. What should we do now? Should we continue the mission?" The soldier spoke rapidly, seemingly to mask his own anxiety and fear of him if necessary. Zhang Xuan was unaware of the soldier's name, nor did he know what mission their unit was to undertake, so he could only respond vaguely. Just then, two soldiers came running from a distance. Bang! A bullet exploded against a tree trunk near one of the soldiers. It was Zhang Xuan's shot. "Hey!" that soldier exclaimed angrily. "Schneider, you nearly killed me." "My apologies. It was unintentional." Zhang Xuan acknowledged it as a mere mistake. He too had been on edge. After all, the heavy mist in this cursed place made it exceedingly difficult to distinguish friend from foe at a distance. Had he not noticed the uniforms of the two men at a critical moment, he might have genuinely shot a comrade. "God bless, Fisher, Hoffman, you two are still alive." The soldier Zhang Xuan had rescued beamed upon seeing the two. "I thought you guys had been killed by those damned Frenchmen." "Not so easily, Fisher." The one who had nearly been shot by Zhang Xuan replied, "Hoffman and I were hiding behind an abandoned farm vehicle outside the woods. Those Frenchmen never found us." Hoffman nodded. "Thomas, I called for you to follow, but you were too slow to react. Thankfully, you survived. Of course, Schneider saved me." Thomas expressed gratitude towards Zhang Xuan. "Huh?" Fisher chuckled. "How did he save you? With his entrenching tool?" Perhaps due to the earlier incident where Zhang Xuan had almost shot him, Fisher's attitude towards Zhang Xuan was far from friendly, even bordering on hostile. "Don't say that, Fisher. Schneider's marksmanship is impressive. He blew the head off that Frenchman who almost killed me. Perhaps it was luck?" "He just missed me a moment ago," Fisher retorted stubbornly. But at that moment, a young German officer, likely a lieutenant, emerged from the misty woods, visibly elated to find 4 soldiers gathered. "Lieutenant Clemens, you're still alive?" Thomas exclaimed. Evidently, Lieutenant Clemens nodded. "Have you seen Lieutenant Lloyd?" "He is dead," Thomas replied. "I witnessed him being killed by the French." Damn! Clemens's expression darkened. "What shall we do about our mission?" Perhaps we should retreat," Hoffman suggested tentatively. Clemens shot him a glance. "That's not possible. This mission was ordered directly by the general. If we fail to complete it and return with our tails between our legs, I'll be finished. And so will you." The soldiers present dared not utter a word, while Zhang Xuan suddenly interjected, "Sir, with our limited numbers, we cannot accomplish any mission. We need to regroup. Perhaps there is still hope." Clemens's eyes lit up. "You rewrite, Schneider. Protect me, and we shall seek out the others." Thomas and the others exchanged glances, reluctantly complying with the order. Collaborating with the other soldiers Clemens had brought, they formed pairs, spreading out to safeguard Clemens as they cautiously advanced through the woods. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan finally turned to Thomas and asked, "Thomas, I might be a bit disoriented. Could you tell me the details of our mission?" Thomas looked at Zhang Xuan in surprise, as if to say, "How could you forget that?" But he still began to explain. "We were ordered by the general to proceed to a small town called Tirana to execute a garrison order." "Tirana? Garrison? With just us?" Zhang Xuan found it nearly laughable, sensing the absurdity in Thomas's words. "Yes, that place is a French town. It was captured by our forces half a month ago, but we haven't received any news from there in several days. So we were dispatched to check it out. Garrisoning is merely a formality." Thomas sighed as he spoke. In truth, our unit had been progressing quite smoothly along the way, but who could have anticipated the appearance of those Frenchmen in such a place? However, had it not been for the lieutenant's insistence on taking a shortcut, we would not have incurred such losses. Yet now, it is too late to lament. The lieutenant is already dead. Having grasped the main thread of the mission, Zhang Xuan began to understand what he needed to do. Soon, as they continued to gather the scattered troops, their party expanded from the original 9 to 46 members, though nearly half of these were injured. Some bore only minor wounds and retained combat capability, while others were grievously hurt, with several suffering from severed limbs. The French reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Thus, they needed to depart swiftly, taking the injured to the town of Tirana for medical treatment. Although there might still be surviving soldiers in the vicinity, Clemens no longer dared to remain in that location. He immediately ordered the troops to advance. To be honest, Zhang Xuan remained skeptical about Tirana. However, as he was not the squad leader, he felt he lacked the authority to voice his concerns. Moreover, he believed this was likely the main storyline of the current mission, so he resolved to follow along. Chapter 20. The ambush at Tirana. Before long, after several hours of marching, the troops passed through a forest and emerged onto a plain, where they soon spotted a desolate wheat field ahead. Beyond the field, a cluster of dilapidated houses came into view, which must have been the town. "Splendid," Clemens exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight as he waved his hand. "Everyone, quicken your pace." Beside him, Fisher swallowed hard and remarked, "That town looks decent. I hope we can find some food there, and perhaps some bandages for poor Thomas." Their supplies had dwindled significantly due to their previous skirmish, leaving everyone ravenous. Yet, as Zhang Xuan gazed at the distant town, he frowned slightly. His knowledge of the history of World War I was limited, and he did not know what kind of place Tirana was, but Thomas had just mentioned that it was under German control. Now, it seemed that might not necessarily be the case. Just hours earlier, they had engaged in direct combat with the French. How did those soldiers appear? Where had they come from? Why were there no signs of conflict around Tirana? The more he pondered, the more Zhang Xuan felt that this area might no longer be a safe haven. Despite the absence of smoke rising from the rooftops and a lack of military vehicles transporting French troops, one could never be too cautious. If the forces stationed in the town had gone silent due to being entirely wiped out by the French, then this place could very well be a trap. With this thought, Zhang Xuan attempted to urge the others to remain calm, but seeing their jubilant rush forward, it was clear they would not heed his caution. "Mimpy, I hope things do not turn out too badly," Zhang Xuan muttered as he felt his ammunition pouch. Earlier, in the forest, he had scavenged a considerable amount of ammunition from the fallen, enough to sustain him for a battle. As the squad approached the town, the sound of bells rang out from within, accompanied by the crack of gunfire. Bang! A bullet struck down the foremost German soldier, blowing his head apart. Enemy attack! The alarm sounded. The only light machine gunner in the unit quickly dropped to the ground, using the embankment as cover, and began to fire at the distant town. But within mere seconds, he too was struck down by a bullet to the head. Such accuracy! It was rare to witness 2 consecutive headshots. Zhang Xuan took cover behind the body of a fallen comrade, utilizing it as a shield while searching for the location of that sharpshooter. However, the cacophony of gunfire within the town made it difficult to discern the source of the shots. He could only raise his weapon and fire at any flash of muzzle that he spotted. Zhang Xuan's kill count on his mission achievement panel began to rise steadily. But just then, a gunshot rang out, darkness enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes again, the mission had reset. It was that sharpshooter. Zhang Xuan's expression darkened. Instinctively, he glanced at his mission achievement panel, and sure enough, with the reset of the mission, his kill count had also returned to 0. Damn it. Perhaps out of frustration, Zhang Xuan raised his weapon and, before the opposing machine gunner could fire again, shot him dead. He continued shooting, emptying his chamber before reloading, and quickly picked up a fallen comrade's weapon from the ground, slinging it over his shoulder as he retraced his steps. Along the way, Zhang Xuan dispatched 17 French soldiers, maximizing his combat skills in this close-quarters engagement. Once again, he found himself behind the familiar tree, where the French soldier who had previously ambushed him made another appearance. But this time, Zhang Xuan still had a bullet left in his gun. Bang! A shot struck the soldier in the chest. Immediately discarding his gun, he drew the backup rifle from his back, shouldering it. Bang! Another shot, and the French soldier fell lifelessly to the ground. As he cycled the action and swiftly aimed towards another soldier hiding behind a mound of dirt, he fired. The bullet struck the earth beside him. A miss. The dirt sprayed across the soldier's face, startling him into raising his weapon to aim at Zhang Xuan. However, Zhang Xuan had already dodged behind a tree before he could pull the trigger. Just like last time, the trembling soldier hesitated to squeeze the trigger. Calmly reloading his weapon, Zhang Xuan said, "Last time you spared me. Shall I extend the same courtesy to you?" After a 2-second silence, The soldier remained silent, perhaps unable to understand German. Without further ado, Zhang Xuan swiftly turned, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A spray of blood erupted from the soldier's head, and his body crumpled to the ground. War! Zhang Xuan shook his head as he reloaded his ammunition. This was the battlefield. Donning a uniform and wielding a weapon made one a soldier, and a soldier should show no mercy in the face of the enemy. Reuniting with Thomas and the others, Zhang Xuan refrained from shooting Fisher this time, and Fisher's tone had noticeably softened. Upon hearing Thomas mention that Zhang Xuan had saved his life, Fisher gave a thumbs up in praise. Subsequently, they continued to follow Lieutenant Clemens in gathering the remaining troops as they made their way to the town. As they neared the town's edge, Clemens was about to speak when Zhang Xuan interjected. It is highly likely there is a French ambush in this area. I believe it would be prudent to exercise caution. How could that be? This territory has long been ours, Clemens replied, puzzled. After Zhang Xuan articulated his concerns, several others began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Thomas, who had been saved by Zhang Xuan, supported him unconditionally. If Tirana has been recaptured by the French, it would explain why we encountered that French unit earlier. Is that so? Clemens, seemingly lacking in battlefield experience, began to waver upon hearing their arguments. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xuan pressed on, why don't we wait until nightfall to investigate? If it appears safe enough. We can proceed then, for your safety's sake. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's suggestion, Clemens pondered for a long while before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, we shall wait until night. With Clemens acquiescing, the others had no choice but to suppress their eagerness and temporarily remain hidden nearby. The sun had already begun to set, and nightfall was imminent. Taking advantage of this rare respite, Zhang Xuan conversed quietly with Thomas, inquiring about various matters while reviewing the details of their mission. It was now October 1918, during the First World War, and as Zhang Xuan understood, only a month remained until the armistice. Their current position was within the German Western Front. Although he knew that following Germany's defeat, they would soon rise again to instigate World War II, it had little bearing on him. He would merely remain here for 24 hours. Reflecting on his memories, Zhang Xuan was certain that he did not speak German. Yet he could understand and communicate as if it were instinctual. It seemed to be a language imprint inherent to this body. Chapter 21. The assault on the building. As darkness fell, the lights in the distant town gradually flickered to life. The moonlight peeked through the clouds, casting its glow upon the trees. It was time to set out. Clemens, his hands trembling from hunger, appeared almost ravenous. Upon hearing this, the others displayed an eager anticipation. They were desperate to procure delectable food and warm blankets. Zhang Xuan's companion Thomas remained relatively composed and whispered, but the lights in those houses are still on. Should we go in now? Don't worry, Thomas Schnett's suggestion is merely conjecture. Perhaps those inside are our people, Fisher replied. Unable to wait for Clemens to give the order, and he stealthily advanced a few paces. Hoffman, seeing this, cared little for caution and quickly followed suit. In truth, even if Clemens were to order them to halt, few would heed him, for these soldiers, filling their stomachs, took precedence over all else. The utmost limit of their capabilities was to advance silently, akin to a nocturnal ambush. After uttering a soft complaint, Zhang Xuan was compelled to move forward. Initially, he had envisioned seizing this opportunity for a reset to ascertain the number of armed personnel within the town, while simultaneously identifying the locations of various firing points. Ideally, he sought to pinpoint the whereabouts of the sharpshooter. As long as that marksman remained alive, Zhang Xuan could not act freely. Observing the group of soldiers ahead, who were cautiously advancing yet unable to conceal their eagerness, Zhang Xuan felt a sense of uncertainty. Casting a glance around, he decided to veer towards the right front. The objective of the main force was too conspicuous. Should the sharpshooters still be stationed in the town? Their exposure was merely a matter of time. It was highly probable that they would be detected by the enemy as they approached the town, risking a repetition of the previous reset's outcome. Not far behind Zhang Xuan, Thomas noticed Zhang Xuan's unauthorized detachment from the group. He wished to call out, yet feared that his voice might betray their position. Thus he followed Zhang Xuan's lead and circled to the right. Minutes later, as Zhang Xuan anticipated, a gunshot shattered the night's tranquility. Bang! A bullet traversed several dozen meters, instantly blowing the head off a German soldier who was running at the forefront. With the first shot fired, the church bell tolled once more, and flames erupted from the windows of various houses within the town. The main force, caught in an ambush, immediately took cover behind the ridges, retaliating as they had before. Meanwhile, lying in a patch of mud, Zhang Xuan squinted, fixating on the church tower at the town's center. He had just clearly seen that the first shot had originated from a window on the top floor of the tower. If his assumptions held true, the sharpshooter was indeed there. As he pondered, Thomas, who had been closely trailing Zhang Xuan, crawled beside him, raising his weapon and preparing to fire. Observing this, Zhang Xuan promptly pressed down on the muzzle, placing his index finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Although puzzled, Thomas chose to comply, and they stealthily maneuvered to the side of a two-story building at the town's edge. That moment, gun barrels protruded from the exterior windows of both the first and second floors. While their numbers were few, it was reasonable to deduce that there were at least 3 to 4 enemy soldiers inside. Pressed against the wall, Zhang Xuan cautiously approached the first-floor window. That instant, the muzzle of a rifle was aimed out the window, firing bullets at the distant main force. After signaling to Thomas to prepare for an incursion, Zhang Xuan retrieved an M1915 wooden-handled grenade from his pouch, clutching it tightly. Understanding Zhang Xuan's intent, Thomas raised his weapon to the side, waiting anxiously. Swoosh! The grenade's pin was pulled. Zhang Xuan swiftly hurled it through the window into the room. He then seized his rifle, bracing for the explosion. Approximately 2 to 3 seconds later, boom! A burst of fire and smoke erupted from the window. Almost immediately after the explosion, Zhang Xuan darted inside the range of fire. Through the window, he could see that the interior appeared to be a living room. A French soldier lay motionless on the ground, evidently just blown over by the blast in the right corner of the living room. Another French soldier struggled to rise from the floor. Bang! A shot dispatched him swiftly, and Zhang Xuan quickly cycled the bolt and vaulted through the window, his gaze sweeping the corners of the room. At that moment, footsteps hurriedly descended the stairs above, the sound urgent. Bang! Zhang Xuan reacted swiftly, shooting one of the figures in the abdomen, dropping him instantly. But before Zhang Xuan could reload, another French soldier leaped over his fallen comrade. Aiming his weapon at Zhang Xuan, bang! A gunshot rang out from behind Zhang Xuan. The enemy on the staircase fell in response. Outside the window, Thomas lowered his weapon, breathlessly cycling the bolt, clearly lacking extensive combat experience. Well done! Now having reloaded, Zhang Xuan nodded at Thomas. He then quickly moved to a corner of the living room, positioning himself as far away from the window facing the interior of the town as possible, while angling his weapon toward the staircase. Although there was currently silence from above, unexplored areas forever posed a threat. He had to ensure he personally confirmed that no enemies remained upstairs before feeling secure. Seeing Thomas climb through the window, Zhang Xuan gestured toward another window in the front door, whispering, "Keep an eye on that window and the doorway. If anyone approaches, shoot them." Understood. Thomas positioned a wooden table in front of himself, kneeling to aim at the window. Satisfied that Thomas was ready, Zhang Xuan took a deep breath, cautiously circumnavigating the edge of the living room, his eyes and the muzzle of his weapon fixated on the staircase. As he passed the 2 injured soldiers, he deftly withdrew his knife to deliver a fatal blow. There was no alternative. Ammunition was limited, and every shot saved was crucial. Climbing the wooden stairs, the creaking echoed. However, Zhang Xuan paid it no mind, slightly loosening his grip on the front of the rifle to ensure better control. Step by step, he ascended, soon reaching the staircase leading to the second floor. Holding his breath, Zhang Xuan lunged forward, his shoulder bracing the rifle, propelling him upwards. The muzzle swiftly scanned the entire second floor, revealing no enemies in sight. With this discovery, Zhang Xuan felt a slight relief. The second floor appeared modest, resembling a living room containing a bed, a table pushed against the window, and a dozen rounds of ammunition scattered atop it. Various debris littered the floor, including a framed photograph. Picking up the photo, he observed a family portrait showcasing a handsome man, a beautiful woman, and a gleeful little girl. However, if he was not mistaken, the man in the picture was someone he had just encountered, the individual he had killed with the grenade. As he passed a half-length mirror hanging on the wall, Zhang Xuan glimpsed a youthful face that bore a hint of immaturity. Just then, a series of gunshots erupted from below. Instantly, the sense of relief Zhang Xuan had just experienced vanished. Chapter 22. Thomas falls. Zhang Xuan is wounded hastily descending the stairs, Zhang Xuan beheld Thomas lying in a pool of blood. The wooden table used as cover was riddled with bullets, and blood gushed from Thomas's chest, staining his uniform crimson. Given Thomas's labored breathing, it was evident he was beyond saving. In his final moments, Thomas glimpsed Zhang Xuan, trembling as he raised a hand, pointing outside with his last ounce of strength. Gasping, "There are people outside." Blood erupted from his mouth, and the once raised hand fell limply, his pupils dilating as his eyes gradually dulled. "Damn it." Zhang Xuan's expression turned grim. Realizing the enemy had discovered their location, he immediately crouched down the stairs, avoiding the window and concealing himself beside the door. Outside, the approaching cacophony of footsteps rendered Zhang Xuan incapable of discerning their numbers. Soon, the door was forcefully pushed open, and two enemy soldiers stepped inside first. They immediately spotted Thomas on the ground and several other motionless French soldiers. As they advanced, preparing to check on their comrades, Zhang Xuan, who had been silently hiding by the door, sprang into action. However, his first target was not the two soldiers who had not immediately scanned the room. Instead, he slammed the door shut. He swiftly aimed his rifle at the window, executing a rapid angled shot. Bang! An enemy soldier stationed outside was struck down on the spot. Following that, Zhang Xuan pivoted, leveraging his waist to swing the rifle like a club. Wham! The stock crashed into the temple of a soldier attempting to rise. Thud! The soldier collapsed, momentarily dazed. Without allowing the next enemy to aim his weapon at him, Zhang Xuan lunged forward, following up with a swift kick to the chest. Thud! The soldier was sent sprawling several steps back, landing on the ground. Yet Zhang Xuan did not intend to relent. Seizing the moment while the soldier was still reeling from the pain, he pounced, pinning him to the floor, with his left hand pressing down firmly on the soldier's forehead and eyes. Restricting his movement and vision, Zhang Xuan's right hand wielded a dagger that struck down with blinding speed. Stab, 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 throat, chest, abdomen. 3 precise thrusts from top to bottom. The entire ambush unfolded in less than 3 seconds. Bang, bang! A series of gunshots erupted behind him. Zhang Xuan rolled away from the soldier beneath him to evade. Wooden splinters flew from the door. Several bullet holes were clearly visible. Grabbing Thomas's rifle from the ground, Zhang Xuan retreated towards the back window while returning fire at the outside. Uncertain of how many enemies were outside or their positions, he recognized that the enemies outside were equally unaware of how many foes remained within. Neither side dared to rush in, but instead engaged in a brief, yet intense exchange of fire across the door. Realizing he was at a disadvantage in firepower, Zhang Xuan knew he could not remain there and confront the enemy head-on. After firing a few rounds, he leaped through the window from which the soldiers had just entered. Hearing silence from within, the soldiers outside hesitated to enter, disregarding whether their comrades still survived, and tossed a grenade through the window. With a resounding explosion, the door was violently kicked open. Outside, soldiers cautiously raised their weapons, peering inside. However, the room was devoid of enemy presence. At that moment, Zhang Xuan swiftly maneuvered along the wall of the small building, seeking refuge on the opposite side. Damn it! Zhang Xuan reached for the ammunition pouch, preparing to load his weapon and maneuver to the front to eliminate those enemy soldiers. However, as he extended his hand, a sticky sensation greeted him. To his dismay, aided by the faint moonlight, he discovered that his left waist had already been drenched in blood. His own blood. It was only at this moment that he felt a searing heat radiating from his midsection. During the recent exchange of fire, he had been unable to escape unscathed, and despite his reflexes being pushed to the limit, a bullet had found its mark. Cursing under his breath, Zhang Xuan leaned against the wall. Panting heavily now, he was utterly alone and wounded, and a fatal restart was an inevitability. In previous missions, each restart had typically resulted in instant death. Now, the intense pain emanating from his wound surged through his mind, causing a flicker of retreat to stir within him. Although injured, he was aware that the main force was drawing enemy fire on the front lines, and if he chose to, he still had a significant chance of escaping. Once he found a secluded corner, he could easily survive for 24 hours to complete his survival mission. While lost in thought, he could clearly hear the gunfire from the direction of the main force becoming increasingly sparse. Either they had suffered defeat, or the remaining soldiers had begun to retreat. If he were to leave, it would be best to seize this final opportunity. But the image of Thomas's expression before he perished flashed in his mind. Damn it, no risk, no reward. If death were to come, so be it. Zhang Xuan gritted his teeth, tore open his outer garment to assess his injury, and thankfully noted it was a through-and-through wound. Had the bullet lodged within him, the residual rotational energy could have caused enough subsequent damage to lay him low on the spot. Confirming that he still retained some mobility, Zhang Xuan braced himself against the agonizing pain in his waist and moved forward. Weapon drawn, toward the small building directly ahead. At this moment, news of enemy infiltration into the town had spread far and wide. Soldiers were rapidly searching every corner in the town center. To these French soldiers, the Germans they were engaging on the front lines were merely a ruse. Surely, more German troops were approaching the town from various directions. Presently, Zhang Xuan found himself situated on the southern edge of the town, and for the time being, he need not worry about being surrounded by the enemy's main force, yet lingering too long was out of the question. As he rounded to the front of the small building, Zhang Xuan cautiously peered out. There, at the entrance, stood an enemy soldier, weapon at the ready, vigilant of his surroundings. The other 3 adversaries were likely inside, though their exact positions remained uncertain. Had this been before his injury, Zhang Xuan would undoubtedly have chosen to temporarily conceal himself and reposition, ensuring his own survival while maximizing enemy casualties. However, now that he was wounded, his combat capabilities would inevitably diminish with time. Should he lose too much blood, he might very well succumb, and being killed would be a mercy compared to being captured alive. He had no desire to face torture at the hands of captors. Thus, he opted for a more audacious approach. Boom! In the darkness, Zhang Xuan suddenly thrust out his weapon, taking down the soldier at the door with a single shot. He swiftly retrieved a second grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the building. Bang! The grenade exploded. Without checking the situation inside, Zhang Xuan hastened to the fallen enemy's body, dragging it close to use as cover. He then dropped to the ground, bracing his rifle, and opened fire on the incoming support troops. Bang, bang, banged in quick succession. He felled 4 enemy soldiers, prompting the remaining support forces to seek cover, returning fire intermittently. Meanwhile, in the town center, shadows indicated that the main force was closing in on his position. At that moment, Zhang Xuan keenly detected the sound of deliberately slowed footsteps and the faint creaking of stairs from within the building. One person, descending from upstairs. As he quickly reloaded his weapon, he focused intently on the doorway, making his assessment. Inside the house, 2 of the 3 French soldiers who had just entered lay incapacitated by the grenade blast, their fates uncertain. Meanwhile, a French officer slowly descended the staircase. Upon witnessing the chaos in the living room, he was drenched in cold sweat from the gunfire. He had surmised that a German soldier was hiding at the door. That individual was undoubtedly the cause of the carnage within the room. Yet, even with this knowledge, he dared not make any rash movements. With only 2 of them remaining, one already dead, it was evident that they were up against a formidable foe. Alone, he stood no chance of confronting Zhang Xuan. The only viable option was to retreat to the second floor and await reinforcements to eliminate the enemy soldier, ensuring his own safety. However, he was acutely aware that if the German soldier found himself surrounded, he would likely retreat into the building, making the second floor an ideal defensive position, and the officer stationed there would invariably become the prime target. Yet, it appeared he had no choice left. Chapter 23. Restarting once more, postponing the mission node. Despite the cacophony of gunfire, a composed Zhang Xuan could still discern sounds emanating from within the house. He descended the stairs, only to retreat halfway. With this thought, Zhang Xuan decided against remaining in place any longer. With a leap, he vaulted through the window, shutting it behind him as he assessed his surroundings. The living room was in disarray, remnants of 3 grenades having exploded here, rendering the original furnishings unrecognizable. Aiming his weapon at the staircase, Zhang Xuan refrained from recklessly advancing and instead retraced his steps to the rear window, cautiously peeking out to observe. Confirming that the enemy was not at the window, he climbed back outside. At that moment, the officer on the second floor was hiding beneath the bed, gripping a ruby handgun, nervously aimed at the staircase. Should the German soldier dare to show himself, he would immediately pull the trigger, eliminating the threat. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Xuan was outside, gripping the seams of the exterior wall, carefully scaling to the window on the second floor. Peering inside, he was met with an unexpected sight. No enemy was present. How could there be no one? Did they escape through the rear window? Zhang Xuan pondered, momentarily perplexed, thinking he might have misheard. Just then, gunfire erupted nearby. A few French soldiers, having discovered him on the wall, began firing at him. In the next heartbeat, the bed inside the room shifted suddenly, as if moved by an unseen force. Realizing the officer was hiding beneath it, and with others already aware of his location, Zhang Xuan wasted no time. With a powerful push, he leapt onto the table by the window. He swiftly grabbed his rifle and opened fire on the bed frame. Even after exhausting the 5 bullets in the chamber, he remained unsatisfied and reloaded before carefully jumping down from the table. Kicking the bed aside, the officer came into view. Only now, he bore 2 bullet wounds, one of which was to his head. Slipping the rifle back across his shoulder, Zhang Xuan seized the fallen Ruby handgun. The Ruby was a replica of the Browning M1903 semi-automatic pistol, firing 7.65 17mm SR cartridges with a magazine capacity of 9 rounds. After removing the magazine for inspection, he found it fully loaded, totaling 10 rounds with 1 in the chamber. Zhang Xuan then rifled through the officer's belongings, uncovering 2 additional fully loaded magazines. With a semi-automatic weapon now in hand, he felt a surge of confidence. While bolt-action rifles offered greater accuracy, their rate of fire was far too slow. It was evident that semi-automatic or automatic weapons were better suited for combat. That said, the mission's timeline was set in the context of World War I, leaving little room for higher expectations. After stowing the 2 magazines in the easily accessible pocket of his chest, Zhang Xuan heard the unmistakable sound of a door being forced open downstairs. Without hesitation, he took position on one side of the staircase, waiting for the enemy's arrival. Before long, 3 French soldiers ascended the stairs, moving cautiously while conversing among themselves. Although Zhang Xuan couldn't comprehend their words, he surmised they were likely calling out the name of the officer. After all, the body of the officer was absent from the corpses below, leaving them uncertain of his whereabouts. Yet, at that moment, the shortcomings of interior combat with rifles became painfully apparent. The French soldiers, lacking systematic CQB training, were oblivious to the need to conceal their weapon muzzles. Just as they were about to step onto the second floor, Zhang Xuan's rifle barrel emerged, poised and ready. Prepared, he seized the barrel of the lead soldier's weapon, bursting forth with a single-handed grip and rapid fire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets pierced the lead soldier's chest, but under Zhang Xuan's deliberate control, the man did not fall back. Using him as cover, Zhang Xuan extended his weapon from the right side and unleashed a barrage of blind fire. In the narrow staircase, there was no room to evade. 10 rounds were discharged in the blink of an eye, and the 3 ascending soldiers lay slain. With a swift shove, he sent the bodies tumbling down the stairs. As gunfire erupted relentlessly from below, Zhang Xuan hurried back into the room on the second floor, drawing the magazine from his chest for an urgent reload. Click. Another round was chambered. It is known that enemy troops undoubtedly exist below, yet the exact number remains a mystery. Regardless of their count, it is certain that they are on high alert. Should I descend, no matter how swift or accurate my firearm may be, it is impossible to eliminate multiple foes simultaneously. Thus, there is but one path forward. I pushed aside the table obstructing the window to cautiously survey the scene outside. However, as I leaned out, a horrifying sight met my eyes. Under the moonlight, the distant woods appeared remarkably clear, revealing hundreds of French soldiers emerging from the direction we had arrived. Meanwhile, the scant dozen German soldiers on the ridge faced the dire predicament of being surrounded, their fate sealed. Annihilation was merely a matter of time. Just as Zhang Xuan's breath quickened, the enemy below spotted his silhouette. Bang, bang, a flurry of bullets came hurtling towards him. Only Zhang Xuan's quick reflexes and a stroke of luck spared him. Otherwise, he would have already met his end. Alas, he found himself in an utterly hopeless situation. Just as he contemplated whether to fight his way down, 2 grenades were suddenly hurled up from the staircase. Damn! Boom! Mission restart. Upon reopening his eyes, Zhang Xuan instinctively reached for his weapon to fire, only to discover he was standing amidst a forest, voices echoing around him. Lieutenant Lloyd is dead. I just witnessed his head being blown apart. It's terrifying. What should we do now? Should we continue the mission? Thomas's anxious yet feigned calmness reached Zhang Xuan's ears. What is going on? A sharp pain surged through his mind. leaving him momentarily dazed, but thankfully, the agony subsided quickly. "Are you all right, Shernet? You look rather pale," Thomas remarked, noticing Zhang Xuan's unusual demeanor. "I'm fine," Zhang Xuan replied, shaking his head. As he spoke, two figures emerged from the mist in the distance. "God bless, Fisher, Hoffman, you two are still alive." Upon seeing the duo, Thomas's face lit up with joy. "Ha, we just found a great hiding spot. Those Frenchmen can't find us here." "Indeed, I just told you to keep up with us, but you were far too slow," Fisher and Hoffman chimed in, their expressions brightening at the sight of their old friends. "Isn't that Shernet? What's wrong? Are you injured? Do you need a bandage?" Fisher teased, noticing Zhang Xuan's pallor. "Fisher, Shernet just saved me from at least 10 meters away, taking out the guy who nearly killed me with a single shot," Thomas explained, gesturing toward the lifeless French soldier Zhang Xuan had dispatched. "Oh, my apologies," Fisher laughed. "Well done, Shernet. I didn't expect your marksmanship to be so impressive," Hoffman echoed. "Some people may seem unremarkable, but often surprise us with their capabilities." Zhang Xuan listened to their banter without joining in, his mind replaying the failure of the previous mission. His choice to engage in nighttime operations had undoubtedly been a grave mistake. Chapter 24. Deployment. Firstly, he had misjudged the environmental changes. When he peered out from the second floor of that small building, he realized that on a foggy night, the movements of the German troops could be clearly observed from the direction of the town. The reason those French soldiers had not opened fire immediately was perhaps that they were waiting for their prey to venture deeper into the trap they had set. Secondly, he had also miscalculated the fighting spirit of his own troops. With nearly half of the total number of personnel being casualties, they were headed toward their own position. The promise of palatable food, healing supplies, warm campfires, and tents was enough to lure this weary battalion like moths to a flame. Lastly, it was truly unforeseen that another contingent of French troops had suddenly appeared behind them. It was unlikely that this force had been tailing them all along, given that they only had around 20 to 30 capable combatants. Over 100 French soldiers in peak condition could easily obliterate this remnant of German forces during a surprise attack. This indicated that they had discovered the battlefield and traced their way here based on footprints and other signs. In summary, Zhang Xuan reached a conclusion. To achieve the mission's objectives, he must seize the town before nightfall. To conquer the town, he must concentrate as much force as possible, and of course, there was an alternative: to turn back. However, that would likely mean settling for a meager outcome for this mission. With that thought, Zhang Xuan's gaze fell upon the lifeless French soldier's body on the ground, and an idea surged forth. At that moment, Lieutenant Clemens, accompanied by his entourage, finally noticed their presence. "Lieutenant Clemens, you are still alive," Thomas greeted once more, as he had in previous encounters. Clearly, just as Clemens was about to continue his speech, Zhang Xuan interjected. "Sir, Lieutenant Lloyd is dead, and I just interrogated a French soldier who revealed some distressing news." "What?" Clemens was caught off guard, momentarily speechless. Zhang Xuan continued, "The town of Tirana was seized by the French days ago. All defenders within were slaughtered, and now it lies in ambush with hundreds of French soldiers awaiting our arrival." "Impossible!" The others present stared at Zhang Xuan in shock, clearly taken aback by this revelation. "In truth, I too am reluctant to believe it," Zhang Xuan said gravely. "But do you not find it peculiar? Why would the troops we engaged appear here?" Perhaps finally grasping the situation, Clemens spoke. "Are you suggesting they came from Tirana?" "Exactly," Zhang Xuan affirmed with a nod. Although he was uncertain, that was irrelevant. The general's orders were to scout and garrison Tirana, but if it had already fallen to the French, our mission would be deemed a failure. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Clemens expressed his anger. "Those damned French," as he began to contemplate retreat. Yet Zhang Xuan suddenly said, "Sir, our mission has not entirely failed. We can still accomplish the garrison." "Are you mad, Shernet? You suggest we attack Tirana with just our numbers?" Fisher gazed incredulously at Zhang Xuan, and of course, we cannot do it alone. Hence, we need reinforcements. Zhang Xuan addressed Clemens. "If you can send 2 soldiers back to inform the general of our situation, I believe he will promptly dispatch reinforcements, given his concern for Tirana." Indeed, to curb the French offensive, Tirana was a strategically significant location. Otherwise, the general would not have sent them here. Clemens pondered, "If that is the case, should we not withdraw now?" Hoffman inquired. "Returning to the rear would at least ensure our safety." But Zhang Xuan unexpectedly countered, "Is there any safe place left on the Western Front?" Upon this statement, all present fell silent. I in this land. Safety? What was that? Continue, Clemens urged, looking intently at Zhang Xuan. I have a plan, Zhang Xuan replied. Perhaps we can give it a try. The others looked at Zhang Xuan in confusion, uncertain of what he meant. Zhang Xuan pointed to the clothes on the corpse and said, First, we need to change our attire. 2 hours later, amidst the woods, a group of French remnants, supporting one another, slowly made their way toward the town of Tirana. Does anyone have a smaller belt? Mine is too loose. This uniform smells like urine. I bet it isn't horse urine. I ask there anyone who speaks French? Teach me a few phrases, preferably insults, to be frank. I don't believe we can succeed like this. Complaints occasionally arose from the SWAT. Indeed, these individuals were Zhang Xuan and his companions, now clad in French uniforms. Through a mix of persuasion and flattery, Clemens's eagerness to achieve merit had been fully ignited, leading to his immediate consent to this seemingly madcap scheme. I've learned some basic French before. I'll handle communication with those Frenchmen. You all best remain silent. Clemens mumbled as he continuously pinched his belt with his nails, his eyes darting around anxiously, as if fearing a group of genuine French soldiers might suddenly emerge from the shadows. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan was inspecting his new weapon, a French Chauchat M1915 8mm machine gun. Camouflaging the weapon was one aspect. The other was that he genuinely required an automatic firearm to compensate for his lack of firepower. Nevertheless, he had not discarded the G98, which still rested on his back. As Thomas had previously warned him about the Chauchat's notorious jamming issues, it was wise to have a backup firearm ready. Chernet, care for a smoke? Fisher offered a cigarette. No, thank you. I'm not in the mood to smoke right now. Zhang Xuan replied, waving his hand. Zhang Xuan does not smoke, yet he remains uncertain as to whether Chernet himself indulges in the habit. Thus, he refrains from speaking too candidly. Speaking of which, Chernet, you have undergone quite a transformation today. Fisher remarked, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. Is that so? Zhang Xuan chuckled. What kind of person did I appear to be in your eyes before? Fisher reminisced. Well, you spoke very little and rarely dined with others. But today you seem like a completely different individual, exuding a remarkable presence. If you ask me, Chernet is a natural-born soldier, Thomas interjected. I never knew Chernet possessed such exceptional marksmanship, and when he was speaking with Lieutenant Clemens just now. I find it difficult to articulate, Hoffman suddenly chimed in. I would say that Chernet just now resembled an officer far more than Lieutenant Clemens. If I were you, Hoffman, I would keep my voice down. I do not wish to invoke the jealousy of Lieutenant Clemens. Zhang Xuan cast a glance at Hoffman, then turned his gaze back to the road ahead. People inevitably change, perhaps today, or perhaps tomorrow. Chapter 25. Urban Warfare. Well then, this is where we shall halt. An hour later, the squad arrived at the outskirts of Tirana. Pointing towards the distant town, Zhang Xuan stated, We still have some time before the fog dissipates. We must seize this opportunity to approach the town as swiftly as possible. Strangely, there were no signs of combat in the vicinity. Thomas swallowed hard and remarked, It appears that this area has indeed been reclaimed by the French. With Zhang Xuan's interrogation intelligence in mind, Thomas now felt that everything seemed amiss. If they recognized us prematurely, it could spell trouble. The unease on Lieutenant Clemens' face was palpable. Zhang Xuan reassured him, Do not worry. Commander, we shall not be so easily exposed, at least not before we fire our first shot. Clemens nodded, adjusting his cap as he looked back at the soldiers. Are we all prepared? Yes, Commander. The soldiers replied in unison in low voices. Then let's set off. With a command, all the soldiers, carrying the wounded, swiftly advanced towards the town. Behind these soldiers, a dozen men had already removed their firearms from their backs, crouching and jogging while holding their weapons at the ready. Preparing to fire! Amidst the crowd, Lieutenant Clemens suddenly shouted in French towards the town, Medic, medic! We have severely wounded here. I must say, Lieutenant Clemens has quite the booming voice, prompting Zhang Xuan to instinctively pinch his ears. Meanwhile, the French troops stationed in the town were left bewildered, staring at this approaching group of allies. What is happening? A French lieutenant, accompanied by several soldiers, stepped out of the town, confusion evident on his face. At this moment, Zhang Xuan's main force was merely 30 meters away from the town. In the throng, Clemens continued to shout, We have encountered the Germans. Quickly call for medics. My men require urgent assistance. Although Clemens spoke in French, his voice was utterly unfamiliar, As the group drew closer, the French lieutenant felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and shouted, "Halt! State your unit's identification." With that, he attempted to draw his sidearm. But just then, "Down!" Zhang Xuan shouted loudly. The crowd that had been rushing forward suddenly dove to the ground. The concealed firing squad behind them instantly raised their weapons. Bang, 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 the well-coordinated volley ensued. Including the lieutenant, a total of 8 French soldiers were simultaneously slain. Second squad, advance. Zhang Xuan, shouldering a machine gun, moved while firing at several windows of the buildings ahead, coordinating with his teammates to keep the enemy inside from raising their heads. Meanwhile, the shooting team in the rear took the opportunity to push forward, stepping over the fallen soldiers ahead. After they passed, the squad that had originally been a decoy quickly rose to their feet. Lightly wounded soldiers carried the severely injured and hurriedly ran forward, using the walls of the houses as temporary cover. The uninjured soldiers swiftly retrieved grenades, twisting off the safety caps and pulling the pins. Whoosh! A dozen grenades were thrown into the windows of 4 buildings straight ahead. Boom, boom, boom. With the enemy's firepower neutralized, the German troops swiftly commenced their assault. The sudden onslaught caught the French off guard. By the time they regained their composure, the Germans had already infiltrated the town. In the town's complex environment, their numerical and firepower advantages proved difficult to leverage. After leaving a team outside to fend off the enemy's advance, Zhang Xuan began leading his team to clear the buildings. Bang! Kicking open the door, 2 German soldiers rushed inside, followed closely by Zhang Xuan, who swiftly entered. His weapon swept through the various corners of the room to confirm there were no survivors before pointing upstairs, signaling the 2 soldiers to check. Once they confirmed that there was no threat above, Zhang Xuan, while changing out a nearly empty magazine, shouted outside, "Bring all the wounded inside." At this moment, the battle was escalating, and they could not afford to be distracted by the wounded. The best course of action was to consolidate them within the building, allowing the main force to launch an unimpeded assault on the town. "Quickly, everyone inside," Clemens called out as he crouched and entered the building. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xuan paused for a moment and asked, "Commander, how about you stay here to oversee the situation? I can lead the charge?" Clemens immediately replied with a serious expression, patting Zhang Xuan on the shoulder. "Chernet, you are an outstanding soldier. Upon our return, I will commend you to the higher-ups. Thank you for your support, Commander." Zhang Xuan stood at attention and saluted. Though he did not particularly care for such accolades, it was prudent to maintain appearances in order to instill confidence in Lieutenant Clemens to entrust the command to him. "Yes, excellent. Then I will leave it to you." Clemens observed Zhang Xuan with satisfaction. As if looking at his exceptional prowess, Zhang Xuan turned to exit the building and saw in the distance that the French army was beginning to organize a charge. Rushing along both sides of the street, with 4 buildings providing initial defense, Zhang Xuan's side had already established a crossfire at the intersection. "Machine gunners, take up positions. We must suppress them at this intersection. Thomas, take a few men and flank around to the right side of the town. The rest wait for my signal." Yes. Although Thomas and Zhang Xuan were of equal rank, he instinctively regarded Zhang Xuan as an officer at that moment. In fact, it was not just him. Everyone present had already begun to view Zhang Xuan as the commander of this operation. As for Clemens, he was left with only the wounded to command. Thomas and 3 others quickly followed Zhang Xuan's lead as they exited the town. This time, the French army's main focus and firepower were concentrated on the cross street and intersection within the town, leaving virtually no defensive forces on the outskirts. "Move along the wall. Avoid exposing your position. There should be a sniper in the bell tower." Zhang Xuan led this hastily organized assault team, swiftly maneuvering along the outskirts of the town. Soon, they arrived at the eastern side of the intersection. This moment, on either side of the northern part of the intersection, 2 machine gun positions, constructed from sandbags, were roaring as they unleashed bullets, forcing the German troops at the southern intersection into a precarious position. Whoosh! Without needing Zhang Xuan's direction, Thomas directly hurled a grenade. Unfortunately, his aim was slightly off, and it missed its target. Bang! The grenade exploded outside the eastern machine gun position. The soldiers within the position had yet to recover from the blast. Zhang Xuan led the assault team in a charge, with handguns and machine guns firing in unison. Every French soldier in the position was slaughtered within mere seconds. Meanwhile, noticing the intrusion, the soldiers in the western position immediately redirected their fire towards this direction. However, At the intersection, a machine gun team that had been prepared for this moment seized the opportunity and quickly advanced under the cover of the rear forces. In an instant, with their attention divided, several soldiers within the position chose to abandon their weapons and retreat. With the suppression from the machine guns lifted, the main force seized the moment to push forward. After exterminating the remaining hiding assault team, the troops swiftly secured complete control of the entire intersection. The buildings on either side of the street were also systematically captured. At this moment, the French forces seemingly adopted Zhang Xuan's earlier tactics, splitting their forces to flank from the outer edges of the town, perhaps attempting to divide the German forces in two. Yet, the same tactics deployed under different circumstances yielded vastly divergent results. With control over two machine gun positions, the Germans swiftly turned their weapons towards the French advancing from the town's outskirts, unleashing a torrential fire to thwart their progress. But just then, a gunshot rang out. The head of a German soldier who had just taken control of the French machine gun exploded. It was that sniper. He finally made his appearance. Zhang Xuan's expression hardened. Chapter 26, A Life and Death Duel with the Sniper. If their current location were in the open fields outside the town, a sniper occupying the high ground could serve as a formidable blade capable of altering the tide of battle. However, the situation now was markedly different. Utilizing the complex architecture within the town for cover, Zhang Xuan quickly led several assault team members into a building. Within the confines of the building, the French soldiers found themselves utterly powerless against the ferocious onslaught of Zhang Xuan and his comrades, who swiftly dispatched them with ease. I will ascend to the third floor to eliminate that sharpshooter. You, outside, must organize two machine gun teams to ensure relentless fire suppression. It is imperative that we do not allow that fellow to reveal himself. Zhang Xuan instructed as he handed his light machine gun to Thomas, simultaneously unstrapping the G98 rifle from his back. Thomas nodded earnestly, understood with that. Zhang Xuan hastened up to the third floor, pressing himself against the wall until he reached the window of a room. Below, the German forces, following Thomas's orders, quickly deployed two fire teams, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the windows of the bell tower's top floor. Even if the sharpshooter possessed unparalleled accuracy, the sheer volume of incoming fire rendered him incapable of retaliating. Click, click. The sound of the bolt being pulled back echoed as Zhang Xuan crouched, using the windowsill as a support to steady his aim at the bell tower. However, his target was not the upper window, but rather the staircase window on the lower floor. Considering the situation, if he were the sharpshooter, he would not remain in the same position under such heavy fire. To escape, a change of position was essential. Only by striking unexpectedly at the two machine guns could he create an opportunity to maneuver. Come on, show yourself, Zhang Xuan whispered, his index finger beginning to apply pressure on the trigger. Seconds later, out of the corner of his eye, a shadow darted past, bang. Almost instinctively, Zhang Xuan squeezed the trigger at that very moment. A spray of crimson erupted. Yet, when he glanced at the kill count, he noted no change. This indicated that his shot had not claimed a life. However, despite not achieving a clean kill, the sharpshooter had indeed been hit. For the time being, he would likely refrain from exposing himself again. But as long as that sharpshooter lived, Zhang Xuan could not feel at ease. Putting away his rifle, Zhang Xuan drew his pistol from his waist. It was a Ruger P08, lent to him by Lieutenant Clemens before the conflict began. As Clemens had remarked, he would not require it anyway. Perhaps it could serve as a means of self-defense for Zhang Xuan. In addition to the pistol, there were two spare magazines, each containing 8 rounds. Rushing downstairs, Zhang Xuan shouted to Thomas, "Thomas, bring the men and follow me." Upon receiving the command, Thomas immediately gathered several assault team members and swiftly made his way to Zhang Xuan. At this moment, Zhang Xuan, wielding his weapons, arrived at the intersection on the northern side of the street. The bell tower loomed directly across the road, yet the street was engulfed in fierce gunfire, rendering passage nearly impossible. "Schneider, do you intend to go to the bell tower?" Thomas inquired. "Yes, I aim to eliminate that sniper," Zhang Xuan nodded. "Then we shall cover you." One of the assault team members grinned. "With us around, those Frenchmen will be unable to impede your advance." Zhang Xuan contemplated for a moment before nodding decisively. "Wait for my signal. If I miraculously manage to take him down, I will strike the bell, and at that moment, you will notify everyone to commence the final assault." Understood. Swiftly, the assault team took positions at the street corner, opening fire to suppress the enemy. With 2 light machine guns unleashing a barrage, the opposing French forces were rendered unable to lift their heads. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Xuan dashed out from behind cover, crouching low as he sprinted towards the bell tower. A mere 10 meters away, in his frantic run, the short stretch of street appeared to stretch endlessly before him. He could distinctly hear bullets whizzing past his sides and over his head, and at that precarious threshold between life and death, he felt as if he could hear the thunderous pounding of his own heart. When he finally regained his composure, he found himself at the foot of the bell tower. The street behind him was still a cacophony of gunfire, and he could not ascertain how long it had taken him to reach this point. But now was not the time for such concerns. Positioning himself at the entrance of the bell tower, Zhang Xuan retrieved a grenade, twisting off the safety cap while gripping the pin tightly. He listened intently for any sounds from within, but silence prevailed. After a brief 2 seconds, he forcefully kicked the door open. Bang! The door burst ajar, and without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the pin from the grenade and hurled it inside. He swiftly took cover beside the wall, drawing his pistol. A deafening explosion reverberated within. Zhang Xuan charged into the interior, his hands firmly grasping his firearm as he swiftly surveyed the surroundings. Regrettably, he found no trace of the enemy. The decor of the bell tower's ground floor bore a resemblance to that of a church, yet without the presence of a statue of Jesus, Zhang Xuan could not be certain. The entire structure appeared to stand approximately 12 meters tall, with no more than 3 floors, and the staircase was a singular spiral design. Aiming his weapon at the upper staircase, Zhang Xuan cautiously circled the first floor, confirming that no enemies lurked on the stairs before he began his slow ascent. The enemy was surely aware that the Germans had breached the building, and they could very well be hiding in some nook, waiting to strike. As he reached the second floor, Zhang Xuan quickly straightened up, raising his weapon to expose only half of his head, sweeping the gun across every corner of the second floor. Still no one? He mused. Then it must be the third floor. With this thought, he instinctively patted his waist pouch, only to realize that he had already expended his grenade. With no other choice, Zhang Xuan cautiously stepped onto the wooden floor of the second level, his gun trained on the entrance to the third floor staircase. He advanced cautiously, his footsteps echoing ominously on the aging floorboards. Creak, creak. As Zhang Xuan moved, the dilapidated second floor boards protested underfoot with a series of groans. Just as he reached the base of the third floor staircase, bang! A gunshot rang out, accompanied by a shower of splintered wood. It exploded right before him. Had he taken a single step faster, the bullet would have surely struck him. Instinctively shrinking back, Zhang Xuan retreated, firing his pistol upwards at the wooden ceiling. Bang, bang, bang. After firing 5 rounds, Zhang Xuan found himself at the staircase of the second floor, warily watching the splintered wood above. Indeed, neither party had seen the other. The enemy had merely deduced Zhang Xuan's position based on the sound of his footsteps, blindly firing from above. In that split second when Zhang Xuan had nearly been hit, he reacted swiftly, unleashing a fierce counterattack towards the source of the incoming bullets. That was close. This person's shooting skill must be at least level 4 in the system, Zhang Xuan thought, a cold sweat beading on his forehead as he marveled at the enemy's frightening accuracy. Meanwhile, on the third floor, a French officer, whose left shoulder bled profusely, crouched behind a wooden crate. The loss of blood rendered his complexion pale, yet he steadied his rifle atop the crate, aiming at the floor below. Based on the sounds of footsteps and gunfire, he deduced that the sole German intruder was but one individual. Yet this person was evidently formidable, having survived his shot and nearly turned the tables on him. When did the Germans gain such a skilled marksman? He pondered. If all went according to plan, the person who had shot him outside was undoubtedly this same individual. With this thought, he slowly retrieved a pocket watch from his pocket, tossing it towards the floor on his right. Thud, thud. The moment the watch hit the ground, bang, bang, 2 gunshots rang out, instantly shattering the pocket watch. In that same instant, he pivoted his rifle towards the sound of the bullets and fired. Bang! At the same time, on the second floor, Zhang Xuan had just fired 2 shots when a bullet came crashing down, grazing his head and embedding itself into the stone wall beside him. Thud! The bullet lodged deep into the stone, sending shards flying into Zhang Xuan's face, stinging painfully. Yet, remarkably, he seemed oblivious, redirecting his aim once more towards the source of the gunfire. Bang! Click! The Ruger pistol jammed, the magazine empty. Without hesitation, he bent down, stepping back to draw a fresh magazine from his chest pocket. Click! A new round was chambered. Bang! Another bullet descended from above, but Zhang Xuan had anticipated this, refusing to reveal himself. In the split second after the gunfire, Zhang Xuan sprang into action, leaping up the staircase towards the third floor. Click! Click! Just as the French officer had chambered a round, he caught sight of a shadow racing up the stairs. Swiftly darting to the side, bang, a bang, bang, bang. Both parties fired simultaneously, yet, due to the limitations of his bolt-action rifle, the French officer could only discharge a single shot, while Zhang Xuan emptied his magazine. When the last bullet was fired, Zhang Xuan finally halted his rapid advance. Clutching his leg, he leaned against the wall, panting heavily. His vision swam before him. Though the gunfight had transpired in an instant, it felt as though he had sprinted for miles. Every ounce of energy seemingly drained from his body. Looking down at the sharpshooter sprawled in a pool of blood, Zhang Xuan paused for several seconds before finally pushing himself up. While reloading his magazine, he assessed his condition. Thankfully, he had not been hit. Approaching the fallen soldier, he observed the lifeless eyes and the wound on his left shoulder, eliciting a mix of emotions. Had the soldier's left hand been functional, he might have inflicted a wound upon Zhang Xuan as well. After this moment of reflection, Zhang Xuan crouched down, seizing the rifle tightly in his grasp. This trophy is now mine. Raising his gaze, he beheld a large brass bell suspended from above. Approaching the bell, he grasped the rope attached to the clapper and swung it vigorously. Boom, dong, dong. The chimes reverberated across the land. The bell rang. Chernet succeeded. Thomas, unable to contain his exhilaration, raised his arm and shouted, "Everyone! Charge! 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 Charge!" The resounding battle cries were accompanied by a sudden onslaught of gunfire. Faced with the invigorated German forces, the French troops valiantly resisted. Yet they were no match. At this moment, Zhang Xuan, positioned in the bell tower, had also approached the window, rifle poised, aiming downward. From his elevated vantage point, wielding the sharpshooter's rifle, he effortlessly dispatched the unsuspecting French soldiers below. Under Zhang Xuan's concentrated assault, the French forces were utterly incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. Any soldier attempting to throw grenades or fire back was swiftly eliminated. Realizing the dire situation, the remaining few dozen French soldiers were ultimately compelled to retreat. Watching the Frenchmen flee like frightened dogs, the victorious German soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers, exclaiming loudly, "Victory! We have triumphed!" From the bell tower, Zhang Xuan stood on the window ledge, his rifle sweeping across every corner of the town below, ensuring that no enemies remained within his line of sight before finally lowering his weapon and gazing into the distance. At this moment, the thick fog began to dissipate, and the setting sun cast its warm glow over the town, illuminating Zhang Xuan's face. Phew, what a journey. Finally feeling relaxed, Zhang Xuan let out a long breath, suddenly noticing a dampness on his left cheek. Instinctively, he raised his hand to wipe it away, only to find it smeared with blood. At that moment, he became aware of a stinging pain on his left cheek. Hist! What is going on? Zhang Xuan drew his dagger and, using its reflective surface, saw that his left cheek was stained red with blood. Was it from that bullet that struck the wall? Zhang Xuan immediately understood. The bullet that had almost shattered his skull, while it hadn't directly hit him, had nevertheless caused injury from the shattering debris. Although it appeared alarming, Zhang Xuan felt no significant discomfort apart from the pain, and he assumed it was nothing serious. While he pondered this, footsteps echoed from below, accompanied by the calls of Thomas and others. "Chernet? Chernet, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Zhang Xuan replied, casting one last glance at the corpse of the sharpshooter before turning to descend the stairs. Thomas, rushing up, exclaimed with excitement, "We won! Chernet! We successfully drove off those Frenchmen." "I know, I saw it all," Zhang Xuan replied with a smile. Fisher, who had entered alongside them, gave a thumbs up. "We all know that the victory in this battle is thanks to you, Chernet. When we return, we might have to start calling you Commander." "Ha ha ha!" Laughter erupted among the group. Zhang Xuan merely smiled and shook his head. "Perhaps, but I haven't thought too much about such matters, as long as we can survive. That's what matters to be. By the way, have you checked all the houses in the town? We need to ensure there are no remaining soldiers hiding here." "Rest assured, Lieutenant Clemens has already taken people to search. Thomas replied. Zhang Xuan nodded and continued. Although we have temporarily repelled this group of French soldiers, we must not let our guard down until reinforcements arrive. Thomas, please assess our casualties. I need to know how many of us are still able to fight. Yes, congratulations, you have acquired a new skill. Tactical Command, current level, LV1. With the system prompt appearing, Zhang Xuan's mind automatically conjured memories of the recent battle. Previously vague tactical concepts became clearer with the resurgence of recollection. Zhang Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the newly surfaced system notification. It turns out that command could be considered a skill as well. However, perhaps due to a lack of systematic training and relevant knowledge. Despite having successfully commanded a small-scale assault, his tactical command skill remained at level 1. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. Given the current circumstances, level 1 tactical command would suffice. Zhang Xuan then turned his attention to the achievement interface. 100 kills, 48-100. Precision shooter, 30-30. Undying, 3-5. Unbeknownst to him, the achievement for precision shooter had already been completed, while he still needed just over half for the 100 kills. According to the achievement criteria, precision shooter requires 30 headshot kills, and I habitually confirmed each kill with a shot to the head. So could this also count as meeting the conditions? Lost in thought, Zhang Xuan arrived at the center of the town. At this moment, other soldiers had begun clearing the battlefield, transporting various weapons and ammunition to this location. Chernet, you've arrived just in time to in the small square. Clemens approached Zhang Xuan immediately. I just finished counting. We currently have 7 Chauchat M1915 light machine guns and 2 MG08 heavy machine guns, over 40 grenades, and ample ammunition of various calibers, ensuring we can wait for reinforcements without issue. Clemens's face was filled with relief. Appearing considerably more spirited than before, Zhang Xuan smiled. Commander, the situation is far from over. It's too soon to celebrate. You mean? The fleeing French will undoubtedly seek their main force, and a battle is likely unavoidable. I believe we need to prepare as much as possible to equip ourselves with these weapons, Clemens sighed. But the soldiers are exhausted. This battle was too arduous. If we face another onslaught, I fear. Don't worry. Zhang Xuan waved his hand, glancing at the distance. That moment, Thomas was hastening towards them. Commander, Chernet, Thomas addressed the two. I just completed the count. We currently have 15 uninjured, 10 with minor injuries, 4 severely injured, and 16 who perished in the recent conflict. So, we have a total of 25 who can still fight? Zhang Xuan inquired. Yes, Thomas nodded. I've sent Fisher to search for food to prepare dinner. As long as we rest a bit, we can continue our mission. Excellent, Zhang Xuan said. Thomas, take a team to the eastern side of the town. Place all light machine guns in the second or third floor windows of the northeast buildings. With 2 soldiers per light machine gun team. The northeast corners of the crossroads will be fortified with sandbags or wooden boards to create 2 heavy machine gun positions, with 4 soldiers per heavy machine gun team. All severely injured personnel will be concentrated on the second floor of the town bell tower, while the remaining members, including myself, will remain on the third floor to provide long-range fire support with rifles. The light machine gun teams must maintain mobility and not linger at the same window for too long, while the heavy machine gun teams cannot change positions without my or Lieutenant Clemens's orders. As he spoke, Zhang Xuan looked at Clemens. Commander, how is your marksmanship? Clemens, suddenly being called out after Zhang Xuan's series of arrangements, quickly replied, It's decent. I've undergone specialized shooting training, and under normal circumstances, I should be able to hit 8 out of 10 at 100 meters. That's good. You can stay on the third floor of the bell tower with me. No problem. Let us get moving. Before nightfall, everyone must be fed, and team members will take turns resting for an hour. I have a premonition that the French will surely attempt to launch a nighttime ambush against us. All right. Several hours later, bang bang. After laboriously barricading the wooden door of the bell tower with debris, Thomas finally nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to the second floor. At that moment, Clemens was tending to the severely injured, bandaging and providing support. Thomas, hand me some gauze. Yes. Retrieving a roll of gauze from a nearby table, he handed it to Clemens, saying, Commander, I didn't realize you were so skilled at battlefield first aid. Perhaps it's because we fought side by side, but Thomas now spoke more casually. Clemens chuckled. It's a coincidence. I always wanted to be a military doctor, I don't particularly like violence. As he spoke, He had finished bandaging the last injured soldier's shattered leg. Given the limited conditions, only emergency measures could be taken. Once reinforcements arrived the next day, vehicles would transport these injured individuals to the rear for comprehensive treatment. Alas, this war has truly changed so many people, hasn't it? Clemens lamented with a wry smile. Thomas nodded in understanding. Yes, but perhaps that's also a good thing. How so? At least Shernet is changing for the better. Isn't. Clemens was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha, that's true. Meanwhile, upstairs, Zhang Xuan was quietly cleaning his G98 rifle. On a table by the window, rows of bullets were neatly arranged in 2 small boxes, roughly amounting to over 100 rounds. On the edge of the ammunition box lay 4 hand grenades and a spare rifle, fully loaded with bullets. Click, click, with a swift pull of the bolt. Zhang Xuan chambered around and aimed his rifle at the distant horizon. Aligning the sights, target, and his aim in a straight line, he ensured there was no deviation before retracting his weapon to scan the nearby woods. Silently awaiting the unfolding events, soon, the mission would reach its conclusion. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, a stir began to manifest in the distant trees. Just as before, the French troops, who had been tracking them, re-emerged into view. He stomped his foot on the floor. Thud, thud, thud. Hearing the commotion below, Clemens and Thomas rushed upstairs with urgency. What is happening? Zhang Xuan half-crouched, concealing his torso beneath the window ledge while aiming towards the forest, and replied without turning his head, We have visitors. Already? Clemens exclaimed, his expression shifting as he hastened to a window to peer into the woods. Indeed, a contingent of French soldiers was emerging, though they did not advance recklessly. Rather, they seemed to be observing the town. At Zhang Xuan's insistence, all positions in the town were to remain dark except for the second floor of the bell tower, where the wounded were being treated. This was to prevent the enemy from deducing their approximate numbers and firing positions based on the light. Although these would undoubtedly be exposed once combat commenced, any advantage was worth seizing. As Clemens reached for his whistle to sound the alarm, Zhang Xuan quickly interjected, Hold off for now. Wait until they draw closer. Indeed, Zhang Xuan intended to replicate the tactical approach the French had employed during their night defense. Clemens nodded and handed the whistle to Zhang Xuan, signaling him to decide when to open fire. Unceremoniously, Zhang Xuan accepted the whistle and tucked it into his pocket. He then gestured for Thomas to observe from another window, remaining vigilant for potential enemy movement from the rear, before crouching down, akin to a nocturnal predator, patiently awaiting his prey to step into the trap. At this moment, all machine gun teams stationed atop the 4 front houses had detected the enemy's presence and quickly assumed their firing positions, poised for the signal to attack. Perhaps out of bewilderment at the eerie silence enveloping the town, the French soldiers lingered in the woods for an extended period without revealing themselves. However, Zhang Xuan, brimming with patience, simply pulled up a chair and sat down. He secretly hoped those soldiers would remain hidden in the woods until dawn. Yet, as thoughts danced in his mind, the French finally took the initiative. They dispersed, seemingly intending to enter from the northeastern entrances of the crossroad. As they stepped into the range Zhang Xuan had anticipated, he immediately sounded the whistle. The piercing shrill shattered the tranquility of the night. In the next moment, the front row of light machine gun teams opened fire first. Rat-a-tat-tat. A torrent of bullets surged forth like a metallic deluge towards the flanking enemy. Meanwhile, atop the bell tower, Zhang Xuan also squeezed the trigger, heralding the first shot of the night. Bang! From 100 meters away, elevated and with precision, he scored a headshot. He aimed at those manning the machine guns and tossing grenades. After calling out to Clemens, Zhang Xuan cycled the bolt, ejecting the steaming casing from the chamber as a new bullet was fed into the rifle. Bang! Clemens similarly pulled the trigger, just as he had claimed. Clemens's marksmanship proved commendable, taking down a machine gunner with a single shot. Rest assured, I have everything under control, Clemens responded, his face alight with excitement. This was his first experience in such a favorable battle. Outside the town, under the combined firepower of machine guns and snipers, the French troops found it impossible to advance. Their attempts at retaliation were futile. After losing over 30 men, the commanding officer in the rear could no longer withstand the pressure and issued a withdrawal order. Bang! After dispatching another enemy, Zhang Xuan observed that the opposing forces had retreated back into the woods. A glance at his kill count revealed, Centurion, 57-100. What a pity. Zhang Xuan grimaced. The French were far too timid. Had they been a bit bolder, he might have achieved his centurion milestone tonight. Indeed, such a shame. Clemens, too, expressed his lingering excitement. I never anticipated the battle would unfold so smoothly. Just luck. Zhang Xuan shook his head. They now know of our firepower deployment. They likely won't choose this route for their next assault. Should we adjust the positions of the light machine gun teams? Clemens inquired. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not for now. We still have 2 heavy machine gun teams at the street corner that remain concealed. We can adjust after the next engagement. Understood. Hours passed, and as dawn broke, the distant woods stirred once more. Again, Zhang Xuan was taken aback. He had expected the troops to reassess their attack direction after suffering losses. However, it appeared their commander was quite stubborn. Just then, Clemens's expression shifted dramatically. Something's amiss. Chernet, do you hear any unusual sounds? Unusual sounds? Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow as the distant roar of engines grew nearer. Vehicles? No. Tanks. A Saint-Chamond armored vehicle slowly rolled down a dirt path on the side of the woods. Following closely behind and flanking it were waves of French soldiers. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Zhang Xuan's face darkened. Without waiting for them to draw closer, he immediately sounded the alarm. Rat-a-tat-tat. The front row of light machine gun teams opened fire towards the tank. But their bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the armored hull, proving utterly ineffective. Aside from occasionally taking down a few exposed French soldiers, the Saint-Chamond tank's advance remained unimpeded. What to do? Thomas, prepare the bundle of grenades. Quickly! Seeing Zhang Xuan hesitate to issue commands, Clemens recognized his lack of experience against tanks and swiftly took the initiative. Yes. Thomas bound several grenades together, twisted off the caps, and entwined the fuses. He then dashed downstairs. Intent on destroying that tank? Chernet. We need to create an opportunity for Thomas, Clemens urged Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan nodded, understood. He blew the whistle again, this time signaling a change in fire direction with 2 long and 1 short note. The front row of light machine gun teams immediately ceased fire, retreating from their original positions towards the town center. Meanwhile, the Saint-Chamond tank had already crossed the ridge, and its 75mm cannon roared to life. Boom! The second floor of a small building was instantly obliterated. As the first shell was fired, the infantry accompanying the tank swiftly emerged from either side, advancing into the town. A fierce battle was inevitable. Bang! Zhang Xuan dispatched a soldier attempting to throw a grenade, then swiftly redirected his aim to eliminate another enemy rushing into the street. At that moment, 2 French soldiers armed with light machine guns spotted Zhang Xuan and Clemens in the bell tower, immediately unleashing a hail of gunfire toward them. Under the oppressive fire, Zhang Xuan and Clemens were forced to retreat to the second floor, barely managing to take down the 2 machine gunners by surprise. Yet, more enemies continued to open fire in their direction. At this juncture, the bell tower was no longer a viable stronghold. Chapter 28. Near Death, Return. The bell tower had become an unsuitable battleground. It was not only Zhang Xuan who discerned the perilous situation. Clemens understood it as well. Zhang Xuan glanced back to see 2 severely injured soldiers struggling to rise, eager to retrieve the rifles leaning against the wall. The sounds of cannon fire and tank treads had ignited their will to survive. Observing this, Clemens's expression grew serious as he placed a hand on Zhang Xuan's shoulder. Chernet, I will stay here with them. The battlefield below needs you. Go. But don't worry. We'll be fine. Clemens smiled, shaking the rifle in his hand. I am a good shot, as you know. After a deep look at Clemens, Zhang Xuan nodded gravely, then I'll go ahead. You stay here and refrain from firing at the outside. He handed a grenade to Clemens, advising, don't engage in any self-sacrificial acts. It doesn't suit your style. Once I leave, blow up the staircase so those Frenchmen can't ascend for a while. Rest assured. Clemens accepted the grenade without hesitation. Once everything was settled, Zhang Xuan hurried down the stairs. At this point, he could already hear the thunderous sounds of the 2 heavy machine gun positions. This indicated that the interior of the town was no longer safe. Upon reaching the first floor, the door previously sealed by Thomas swung open. With his rifle shouldered, he swiftly maneuvered around the doorframe. Confirming the outside was clear of enemies for the moment, Zhang Xuan darted out. At that moment, 2 soldiers emerged from the buildings along the northern street, and upon spotting Zhang Xuan, Their previously tense expressions eased considerably. Without waiting for them to approach, Zhang Xuan called out, "Quick, you two. Head to the northern intersection and assist the heavy machine gun positions. We can't let that tank penetrate easily." "Yes." The two soldiers complied and set off. Zhang Xuan turned, shutting the bell tower door behind him once more. However, just then, a series of gunshots erupted from a distance. Several bullets struck the adjacent wall. Reacting instinctively, Zhang Xuan abruptly crouched and turned, raising his weapon to aim at the source of the incoming fire. At that moment, a squad of French soldiers had already surged into the western entrance, exploiting a weak point in the defenses. All combat units were concentrated on the northeastern and southeastern flanks, leaving the southwest entirely unguarded. This squad of French troops was fortunate, having stumbled upon the gap. Bang! A single shot felled a French soldier wielding a machine gun. Zhang Xuan retrieved a grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it toward the enemy. The French squad on the opposite side shouted in alarm and scrambled for cover in nearby buildings. Boom! The grenade detonated. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xuan sprang to his feet and dashed to the northern entrance, just in time to witness a tank breach their fire net and roll into the town. Meanwhile, at the heavy machine gun position, Fisher was shouting fervently while desperately squeezing the trigger. The muzzle of the MG-08 erupted with a furious blaze. Bullets transformed into a metal storm, striking the tank's armor. The high-density, powerful strikes even penetrated the armor several times. Yet, the tank's speed remained unabated, its cannon roaring ominously. Boom! The entire heavy machine gun position was instantly obliterated. Zhang Xuan witnessed Fisher being reduced to a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. Damn! In a fit of rage, Zhang Xuan leveled his weapon and fired. 4 consecutive shots, each striking the same point on the tank's armor with precision. Regrettably, the armor remained unbreached. It seemed that the tank had located Zhang Xuan's position, as the machine gun port beneath the front armor swiftly trained on him. But at that critical moment, the door of a building to the tank's left suddenly swung open, and a slightly slender figure burst forth. It was Thomas. With infantry positioned behind the tank for coordinated assault, they immediately opened fire upon seeing an attempted ambush. Bang, bang, bang. Several blood blossoms erupted from Thomas's body, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Yet, in his final moments, he bravely hurled a cluster grenade, already pulled, toward the tank's front tracks. Boom! The cluster grenade detonated simultaneously. The tank's tracks, caught in the blast, clattered apart. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gun squad that Zhang Xuan had summoned for support from the northern battlefield peeked out from behind a house on the right, setting up their weapon to unleash a volley at the now powerless tank's rear forces. "Hurry, Schnet, you go first." "Where can I possibly go?" Zhang Xuan gazed at Thomas's lifeless body and the remnants of Fisher, taking several deep breaths as he sidled behind the wall, rapidly loading his rifle. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. "If necessary, I shall start anew." He then pulled out a whistle and blew it sharply. The piercing sound echoed across the battlefield once more. The previously scattered German soldiers began to converge toward him. Realizing that these Germans were poised for a desperate fight, the French soldiers launched an intense offensive, attempting to thwart their efforts to establish an effective defense. The French squad that had been positioned on the western street had also approached the intersection. However, as they poked their heads out to encircle and annihilate the Germans from the northern street, a pistol suddenly emerged from behind a wall. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in succession, each killing an enemy. Not a single shot missed its mark. Zhang Xuan, akin to a nimble monkey, suddenly leapt from behind the wall, swiftly eliminating 3 members of the squad before charging into their ranks at a rapid pace. Seizing a non-commissioned officer, he pressed the Ruger pistol against his chest and fired twice. Bang, bang. Blood sprayed from the French officer, splattering onto Zhang Xuan's uniform, yet he remained oblivious, raising his weapon and using the officer's body as cover to fire at the other soldiers. Bang, bang. 2 more French soldiers fell lifelessly. However, at this juncture, Zhang Xuan's initial advantage had been exhausted, and 4 French soldiers still stood. The remaining soldiers raised their weapons, disregarding their comrade in Zhang Xuan's grasp, and aimed directly at him. Just then, a shot rang out from the window of the bell tower's 2nd floor. A French soldier who had just raised his weapon was shot in the head. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xuan swiftly dispatched another. But at that moment, the 2 remaining French soldiers pulled their triggers. Bang, bang. Two bullets pierced the French officer's body, driving straight into Zhang Xuan. Humph! With a muffled grunt, Zhang Xuan suppressed the pain, shifted his aim, and squeezed the trigger, but the gun was empty. All he heard was the futile click of the trigger. Meanwhile, on the bell tower, Clemens quickly shot down another enemy. The last French soldier, utterly terrified, fumbled to reload his rifle. In a sudden surge, Zhang Xuan abandoned the officer's bullet-riddled body, drawing his dagger and lunging at him. Taken by surprise, the French soldier was immediately overpowered. He attempted to resist, but Zhang Xuan was far too swift, plunging the dagger repeatedly. Stab, stab, stab. After delivering 7 or 8 thrusts, until the soldier's chest and abdomen were torn asunder and he ceased to struggle, Zhang Xuan finally halted. At this moment, Zhang Xuan had already sustained 2 gunshot wounds. Observing more enemy soldiers attempting to surge from the western street, he tried to rise, but his body, gradually succumbing to blood loss and hypothermia, refused to obey. Even the Ruger fell from his grasp. Cough, coughed. A couple of coughs erupted, blood spilling from his throat. The 2 bullets had struck his chest and abdomen, although he could not ascertain whether his organs had been damaged. In the midst of such a battlefield, sustaining such injuries meant death was merely a matter of time. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Zhang Xuan rolled over, resting his head against a corpse. His bloodshot eyes glaring, he reached for a rifle on the ground, hoping to fire at the enemy in the west. Yet, upon pulling the trigger, he discovered it was unloaded. Just as he was about to chamber a round, a tumultuous roar of the heavy machine gun erupted. A barrage of bullets rained in from the eastern entrance. It was the heavy machine gun previously stationed on the eastern flank. The enemy on that side had been neutralized, allowing them to finally lend their support. Bang! Seizing the moment of enemy suppression, the bell tower's door was flung open. Clemens dashed out, crouching beside Zhang Xuan. "Hold on, Schnet. Can you hear me? Hang in there," Clemens shouted, gripping Zhang Xuan's shoulder and straining to drag him toward the bell tower. A critically wounded soldier also staggered down the stairs, arriving at the bell tower entrance, raising his weapon to provide covering fire against the distant enemy. However, his pale complexion revealed the agony of enduring the recoil of a firearm while gravely injured. Once Clemens pulled Zhang Xuan into the bell tower, he bellowed, "Quickly shut the door." "Yes." The wounded soldier strained to close the door and leaned against it, his gun unwaveringly aimed at the entrance. Tense and alert, Clemens produced scissors, cutting open Zhang Xuan's outer garment. While observing his dilated pupils, he shouted, "Wake up! It's not time for you to lie down yet. If you die, Thomas and Fisher will have died for nothing." After inspecting the wounds and ensuring they were not penetrative, Clemens swiftly retrieved bandages to apply pressure and staunch the bleeding for the bullets within him. That was a concern for another time. Laying Zhang Xuan flat on the ground and ensuring his airways remained clear, Clemens had done all he could. The rest was left to fate. Just then, as Clemens administered first aid to Zhang Xuan, the gunfire outside inexplicably began to subside. Just as Clemens thought the French had eliminated all of his comrades, he picked up his gun, positioned himself protectively in front of Zhang Xuan, preparing for a final stand. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door, "Hoffman? Are you in there? Lieutenant Clemens?" Upon hearing the voice of a comrade, Clemens's expression brightened, and he exclaimed, "We are here." The door swung open, and Hoffman along with several soldiers entered, their faces radiant with joy. "Our reinforcements have arrived." "Reinforcements?" Clemens could scarcely believe his ears. "Yes, reinforcements have arrived." Hoffman's eyes glistened with tears, a blend of joy and sorrow. Clemens took a couple of steps to the side, plopping down on the stairs, casually tossing his gun aside, and vigorously rubbed his face with both hands. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan lying unconscious on the ground, Hoffman's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Schnet!" He hurried forward, kneeling beside Zhang Xuan, anxiously asking, "What happened to Schnet?" But at that moment, no one responded. Clemens pressed his hands against his face, attempting to shield his tear-streaked cheeks. Outside the bell tower, 5 troop transport vehicles sped into the town, laden with German soldiers who quickly disembarked. The sight of the battlefield left them all astounded. The bodies of German and French soldiers littered the northeastern streets. A tank, already wrecked, lay in the street's center, still emitting smoke. The walls of the houses along the street bore the scars of bullets and explosives. The few remaining German soldiers emerged from the bell tower, gazing vacantly at the reinforcements. From their eyes, one could read a single phrase: "You have arrived too late." A captain dismounted from the passenger side of one vehicle, and even he, seasoned in the heat of battle, could not help but gasp at the sight of the chaotic, slaughterhouse-like battlefield. The acrid scent of gunpowder and blood that filled his lungs prompted him to cough twice. That moment, Clemens emerged from the bell tower, and upon spotting a vehicle, his eyes instantly sparkled with urgency. "Quick! Take Schnitt back to the hospital. He requires immediate medical attention." Without a second thought for the captain who had just attempted to greet him and inquire about the situation, he retreated back into the bell tower. The flustered captain, hand raised in a futile gesture, let it drop once more. Mere seconds later, Clemens and Hoffman reappeared, hoisting Zhang Xuan and placing him into the vehicle. "Hurry! I'll drive. Hoffman, you stay here and coordinate with them." Clemens urgently leapt into the driver's seat. At that juncture, the captain finally seized the opportunity to speak up. "Hey, Clemens, you can't. Move aside." Clemens disregarded him entirely, flooring the accelerator and speeding away without a single guard. What transpired? Who was that? The captain, choking on exhaust fumes, cast an irritated glance at Hoffman. "Sir," Hoffman replied with a look of reverence, "that was a hero." "A hero? Indeed, a hero? Elder brother? Elder brother? What is wrong with you?" In a haze, Zhang Xuan seemed to hear someone calling his name. As if bursting forth from the depths of the ocean, he abruptly opened his eyes, springing to his feet in a defensive stance, instinctively reaching for his waist in an attempt to draw his sidearm. However, upon finding nothing, he finally comprehended the scene before him. The swaying cabin, the disheveled stowaways, Ji Wei, Uncle He. And those armed crew members. "Elder brother? What is the matter? Please don't scare me." Ji Wei, visibly distressed, noted that his elder brother had inexplicably collapsed but had awakened mere moments later. Zhang Xian's bloodshot eyes seemed to reflect the remnants of a terrifying nightmare. Chapter 29. Team D arrives. A murderous takeover. Professional instance concluded. Mission settlement completed. Congratulations on completing 2 achievement tasks. Sharpshooter, Undying. You have earned 3 professional points. Uncompleted achievement. 100-Man Slayer. I have returned? Zhang Xuan, expecting to awaken as if rebooted, stood frozen in place, unable to gather his thoughts. The cacophony of gunfire and shouts still reverberated in his ears. The battlefield felt both distant and hauntingly near. Wasn't that the armed individual from a few days prior, the one from the Dragon Nation? At this moment, the 4 crew members nearby noticed Zhang Xuan standing, sensing something amiss. "Hey!" The leading crew member approached with a mocking grin. "Are you rising to make a statement? If so, you ought to raise your hand. Didn't your teacher ever instruct you?" "Ha ha ha. Look at his foolish expression." The other 3 crew members erupted in laughter. "Damn it!" A glint of ferocity flickered in Ji Wei's eyes as he tightly gripped a thermos. Meanwhile, Uncle He reached for a nearby crate. The leading crew member, still chuckling, approached Zhang Xuan, raising his gun to press against Zhang Xuan's forehead. Whoosh! A blur flashed before his eyes. The Beretta 92F in his hand was suddenly wrested away. Bang bang. A bullet pierced his chest, while another shot upward through his jaw, fracturing his skull. Bang bang. 2 more shots rang out, instantly decapitating 2 crew members who had yet to grasp the situation. The lone survivor, still grinning, suddenly realized that the Dragon Nation man was aiming his weapon at him, swiftly approaching, breathing inexplicably rapid. The crew member trembled, his handgun slipping from his grip as he raised his hands, too intimidated to make a move. Holding one gun and patting the captor to confirm he bore no additional weapons, Zhang Xuan yanked him toward the steps, signaling him to ascend. The terrified man complied, taking hesitant steps upward. Following closely behind, Zhang Xuan's gaze remained fixed on the cabin entrance. Outside the cabin, 3 crew members, cigarettes dangling from their lips, leaned against the wall, sharing unintelligible jokes. They showed no reaction to the gunfire below, believing it to be merely a few celebratory shots fired by a companion. When a disheveled, perspiring figure emerged from below, one of them jokingly asked, "What's the matter? Did you forget to bring protection?" Another chimed in with a laugh, "Those women are filthy. It's a wonder you could bring yourself to do it." But just then, A dark gun barrel protruded from the armpit of the hostage crew member. Bang, 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 a flurry of bullets erupted, taking down the 3 crew members in a hail of gunfire, witnessing his comrades fall before him. The hostage pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I still have value." Before he could finish, another gunshot rang out. He was executed on the spot. Emotionless, Zhang Xuan ejected the magazine, checked the remaining bullets in the chamber, and inhaled deeply. System, I wish to upgrade shooting proficiency. In the next instant, a glimmer of determination flashed in Zhang Xuan's eyes. Everything around him sharpened into clarity. He could even distinguish individual specks of dust floating upon the ground. Holding his weapon in a relaxed stance, he felt an instinctive certainty that any target within his sight would assuredly be struck by his bullet. Though this sensation was somewhat exaggerated, the leap from level 3 to level 4 shooting mastery was akin to a transformation from earth to sky. Zhang Xuan exhaled slowly, having slain 7 men, and his turbulent emotions began to settle. The instinctual act of disarming and killing had surged forth from his very core, though reluctant to admit it. The events and individuals within this instance had etched themselves deeply into his mind, subtly influencing his psyche. This decisive bloodshed was but one manifestation of that impact. Meanwhile, in the cabin, Ji Wei and Uncle He observed Zhang Xuan's sudden outburst. A sigh of relief mingling with trepidation. After all, this vessel was filled with the Snakehead's men. Their actions in taking lives would likely yield dire consequences. Uncle He, we must go. Ji Wei, his wits intact, recognized Zhang Xuan's need for assistance. He quickly dashed to the side of the 2 slain crew members, retrieving a dropped handgun. Uncle He, though apprehensive, followed suit, picking up a firearm to accompany Zhang Xuan into the fray. Just then, a hand reached out from the side, snatching a 3rd handgun from the ground. Who? Ji Wei, on edge, aimed his weapon at the gun-toting figure. The individual, a somewhat lean and dark-skinned man from the Shan state, tilted his gun barrel skyward, signaling his lack of intent to harm, and spoke in broken Mandarin. I can help you. As he deftly removed the magazine, inspected the chamber in safety, it was clear he had undergone some military training. Ji Wei, still skeptical, kept his weapon trained on him, cautiously inquiring, "Why are you assisting us?" "Because that man just harmed my mother." The Shan state man indicated towards the elderly lady from whom the bracelet had been snatched. The woman, visibly shaken, hid behind her son, nodding in agreement as she spoke in Shan. "Ku, I do not wish for you to take risks." "Mother, do not worry. I shall be fine," the Shan state man reassured. "I must assist them. These individuals are in peril at the hands of the Snakehead, who will not spare anyone in this cabin. I cannot sit idly by and wait for death, nor can I watch you perish." Ji Wei, puzzled, glanced at Uncle He, who nodded and reiterated the mother-son conversation in Mandarin. It became evident there was more to the situation than he had realized. Upon hearing of the Snakehead's potential wrath against all stowaways, Ji Wei was taken aback. The Shan state man affirmed, "Thus, I must assist you. That gentleman is quite formidable. We can negotiate with the Snakehead using our firearms." Ji Wei hesitated, glancing once more at Uncle He. A glimmer of contemplation crossed Uncle He's eyes before he nodded. "It's worth a try." Regardless of the outcome, they had already made an enemy of the Snakehead. Their choices were either to eliminate the crew members aboard or to leverage their firepower to negotiate for their survival. The first option seemed implausible. Even if Zhang Xuan were extraordinary, it was improbable he could single-handedly exterminate dozens. Hence, they were left with the latter course of action. With 4 armed individuals, surely the Snakehead would be compelled to exercise caution. With Uncle He's consent, the trio swiftly devised a plan, carefully making their way out of the cabin. As they peered outside, they spotted Zhang Xuan rummaging through the belongings of a deceased crew member. Retrieving a knife. "Elder brother," Ji Wei called, "a man from the Shan state wishes to join us in confronting the Snakehead aboard this vessel." He stepped aside, revealing the Shan state man. "Good sir, I am Ku. You may call me Mauka," the man respectfully introduced himself. Uncle He, sensing Zhang Xuan's potential confusion, clarified individuals from the Shan state often possess only a given name. Ku is his full name, while Mao is a term of respect. Understanding dawned on Zhang Xuan as he nodded. "I overheard your conversation. If Uncle He consents, then I have no objections. Have you trained in close quarters battle?" "A bit, during my time in the military." Ku replied with a nod. "Then that will suffice. Stay here to protect Ji Wei and Uncle He. I shall return shortly." A moment of confusion enveloped the three individuals, as they failed to grasp the meaning behind Zhang Xuan's words. Meanwhile, the sound of a propeller echoed in Zhang Xuan's ears, growing increasingly nearer. Glancing outside, he chuckled softly, "Rest assured, I would never be foolish enough to carry out a killing spree without any preparation. My reinforcements should be arriving shortly." "Reinforcements?" Ji Wei stared blankly at Zhang Xuan and, having also discerned the sound of a propeller outside, hesitantly inquired, "Brother, do you have a friend out with a helicopter?" "Something like that," Zhang Xuan replied ambiguously. After instructing them to take cover in the cabin, he stepped outside alone. Emerging from the ship's cabin, he found himself enveloped by the night eye in the distance. A Subaru Bell 412 EPX helicopter emblazoned with the letters SDPD was swiftly approaching. The crew members patrolling the deck were utterly dumbfounded. Could it be? Was that a helicopter belonging to the San Diego Police Department? How could such a thing be found in this location? Had the American police ventured all the way to Asia? As the helicopter's door swung open, two fully armed special police officers, equipped with dual night vision goggles and wielding AR-15 rifles fitted with silencers and IR laser pointers, directed their weapons towards the bewildered crew members below, executing precision shots. The sound of gunfire echoed. Puff, puff, puff. In mere moments, the deck was left devoid of the crew members who had stood there just seconds prior. At that moment, one of the special police officers aboard the helicopter spotted Zhang Xuan stepping out from the cabin and waved in acknowledgement. Possessing a remarkable shooting proficiency, Zhang Xuan immediately recognized the D-5 insignia on the shoulder patch of the officer. Finally, they had arrived. A smile spread across Zhang Xuan's face. The exhilaration of reuniting with comrades and once again standing shoulder to shoulder in battle was indescribable. As the helicopter hovered above him, a large black bag was dropped, landing right in front of Zhang Xuan. Upon opening the duffel bag, he discovered a complete set of special police tactical gear: black combat uniform, tactical vest, combat boots, tactical gloves, ballistic helmet, radio equipment, and noise-canceling earpiece. There was even a set of night vision goggles. Additionally, the side pocket contained an AR-15, a Glock 17, and several spare magazines. Although this equipment was entirely different from what he had in the previous mission, it was significantly more advanced and appeared brand new. However, upon seeing the conspicuous D-4 patch on the combat suit, Zhang Xuan wasted no time in changing into the new gear right there. Soon, as he donned the tactical helmet and radio equipment, a familiar voice crackled through his earpiece. "D-4, this is D-1. Team D has arrived. Please assist in clearing the deck." Zhang Xuan pressed the communication button. D-4 received. Commencing action. He attached the gunsling and pulled the charging handle. Click. The bullet was chambered. Zhang Xuan, having experimented with night vision devices during his time in the police academy, was not unfamiliar with them. After securing the goggles to his helmet and powering them on, the viewfinder illuminated with a green glow. The dim environment instantly brightened. Activating the IR laser on his rifle, a tiny laser beam, invisible in normal light, shot forth. The beam moved in accordance with the direction of his weapon. With his hands firmly gripping the rifle and adopting a standard CQB stance, he quickly traversed the long corridor. Each time he passed a window, Zhang Xuan would turn slightly to shield against any potential ambush. Before long, he arrived on the deck ahead. 3 crew members armed with AKM rifles were hiding behind a doorway. However, due to the lights on the deck having been detonated by the helicopter team, they remained oblivious to Zhang Xuan's approach through the darkness. The laser beam landed on the heads of the trio, and Zhang Xuan swiftly raised his weapon to take aim. Puff, puff, puff. The bullets, silenced, ignited a cloud of smoke. Within less than 2 seconds of confrontation, all 3 were dispatched with precision headshots. Quickly sweeping his rifle across the deck, Zhang Xuan gave a thumbs up to the overhead team before dropping to one knee, maintaining a low profile and vigilance. Shortly thereafter, the helicopter landed on the deck, and 5 special police officers quickly disembarked, dispersing around the area and adopting a low-ready stance, just as Zhang Xuan had done, until the helicopter ascended once more. D-4, your shooting skills have improved, D-3 remarked with a smile, approaching him. Not bad yourself. Zhang Xuan replied with a grin. D-1 surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "So, are we taking control of this vessel?" Zhang Xuan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I require your assistance in eliminating all potential threats aboard and securing the control room." "Understood," D-5 chuckled. "I never expected D-4 would engage in such illicit activities after leaving the special police." Necessity breeds innovation, Zhang Xuan replied with a wry smile. Let's save the reminiscing for later. We ought to commence our operation. D1, ever the epitome of efficiency, waved his hand, leading D2 and D6 toward the doorway ahead. We'll take this route. Given the complexity of the cargo ship's environment, we should split into 2 teams for the clearance. You know time is of the essence, ASD3 spoke. He took the lead toward another doorway. Zhang Xuan had no objections and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, within the control room, the smuggler, with a grim expression, stared at the images on the monitor. Can someone explain why a squad of special police has appeared here? His subordinates, paralyzed by fear, remained silent, their eyes wide with terror. They had merely been transporting goods while accommodating some stowaways for a bit of extra profit. How had they attracted the attention of the special police? The smuggler paced the control room, flustered and at a loss, unable to conceive a solution. Just then, the previously timid individual who had assisted with the stowaway registrations timidly raised his hand. Boss, what if we surrender? Surrender? The smuggler was about to erupt in anger but was overtaken by a wave of helplessness and slumped into a chair. Indeed, there seemed to be no other option. The special police had boarded the ship. Was there any hope of resistance? While they had the numerical advantage and were all armed, their opponents were professional operatives equipped to the teeth. They even had night vision goggles. What could they possibly rely on to fight back? Mere courage? Watching on the monitor as the special police advanced and executed their mission with ruthless efficiency, the smuggler gritted his teeth and declared, broadcast a message. I need to speak. Upon hearing this, the timid individual hurried to the control panel and pressed the ship-wide intercom button. Approaching the microphone, the smuggler cleared his throat and began to speak. Puff, puff, puff. Inside the cabin, crew members armed with weapons were being dispatched with merciless efficiency by the 2 teams. As if slaughtering chickens. With the lights shattered, the interior of the cabin had transformed entirely into the domain of Team D. Under the enhancement of night vision, the 2 3-man teams operated as if in a realm uninhabited, cutting through resistance with ease. At this moment, other crew members were well aware that a group of formidable individuals had arrived. Some, trembling with fear, had thrown their weapons overboard and were now kneeling with their hands raised. Puff! A shot eliminated an individual attempting to surrender, and Zhang Xuan kicked aside a weapon that had fallen nearby. I assumed we were to leave some alive. D3 expressed surprised, of course, but we can't leave too many. Zhang Xuan replied. That makes sense. D5 removed a stun grenade from his chest, pulled the pin, and casually tossed it through a slightly ajar double door. Boom. The grenade exploded. The 3 men advanced rapidly in a defensive formation. They entered what appeared to be a dining area. That moment, for crew members, who had abandoned their weapons, lay on the floor, dazed and disoriented from the blast. Puff, puff. The trio opened fire simultaneously, and the 4 unfortunate souls were instantly dispatched. Just as they prepared to move to the next area, the intercom suddenly crackled to life. Ahem, esteemed officers, please do not kill my people. They are nearly all gone. I am the owner of this vessel. Currently in the control room. Is there any way we can sit down and discuss this? I promise to cooperate. Listening to the smuggler's words over the intercom, D1's voice came through Zhang Xuan's earpiece. D4, it's your call. Zhang Xuan responded, eliminate the remaining armed individuals, and bring all those who surrender up to the deck. D1 received. Before long, the 2 operational teams had cleared the cabin, leaving only a dozen crew members huddled on the deck. Heads tucked down. D2, along with D3 and D5, took charge of guarding them, while Zhang Xuan followed D1 and D6 to the control room. Through the monitor, they saw the smuggler's face transform upon their arrival, prompting him to instruct his subordinates to throw down their weapons and kneel with their hands on their heads, not daring to breathe. Bang! The door to the control room was kicked open. Zhang Xuan, serving as the point man, swiftly entered, sweeping his rifle across the right corner. D6 followed closely behind, taking the left side. D1 stepped inside, scanning the area with his weapon to confirm no threats remained in the control room before declaring, clear. Confirming clear. D6 tossed a zip tie and remarked, take care of it yourself. Understanding the implication, the smuggler immediately donned a forced smile, repeatedly affirming, yes, yes, yes. He dutifully picked up the zip tie and began binding his subordinates. One by one. D6 ensured that the last individual was thoroughly restrained before stepping forward to bind the smuggler as well. One glanced at Zhang Xuan and asked, "Do you require our assistance with the interrogation?" "No, thank you, boss." Zhang Xuan chuckled. "It's a trivial matter." One nodded slightly, then approached the cockpit, gun in hand, vigilant against external threats. Meanwhile, D6 stood behind the group, ensuring they did not engage in any underhanded tactics. Zhang Xuan stepped before the smuggler, patting the man's face, and inquired, "Do you still recognize me?" "Huh?" The smuggler stared blankly at Zhang Xuan's somewhat familiar visage, momentarily unable to connect the dots. It was only when Zhang Xuan drew out the Beretta 92F that the thin man abruptly recognized him, exclaiming, "You're that Dragon Country person." With a swift kick, D6 sent the thin man sprawling to the ground, growling, "Did I ask you to speak?" He followed up with a brutal kick to the man's abdomen, causing excruciating pain that rendered him mute. At that moment, the smuggler finally comprehended Zhang Xuan's identity, his expression transforming into one of despair. "Big brother, I had no idea you were a special police officer. Had I known of your status earlier, I would have never allowed you on the ship." Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. The smuggler hastily corrected himself. "Oh no, what I meant was, I would have never taken your ticket." "Ah," Zhang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 30. Arrival in Siam. This cargo ship was registered under the flag of the country of India. The smuggler, Lin Hao, was the owner of this vessel. Although originally from the Dragon Country, he had immigrated with his parents at a young age, thus qualifying him as a half-Indian. He could speak Mandarin, albeit with a hint of an Indian accent. This maritime journey was primarily to deliver a shipment of electronic cigarettes to Siam for a significant Indian client. It was said that the commission was quite generous. If memory serves, the trade of electronic cigarettes seems to be illegal in Siam, making it a contraband item in import and export dealings. D6 appeared to have some understanding of the situation. Lin Hao confirmed, "Indeed, that is why they sought me for transportation." "Oh?" Zhang Xuan queried, "Isn't this smuggling?" "Essentially, yes. However, I have a connection at the Siamese customs, so generally, if the quantity is not too large, we can bypass inspection. But of course, it comes at a cost. Those people have enormous appetites," Lin Hao remarked with a wry smile. "How much cargo do you have in total? And what is the commission fee?" "I don't even know the total amount." Lin Hao shook his head. "They won't allow us to inspect the containers, but the commission is substantial. After all expenses, I would receive just under $1 million from a total of $7.5 million. "Your line of work is quite lucrative." Zhang Xuan's smile suddenly turned benevolent. "So, Lin boss, shall we discuss a business proposition?" "Huh?" Lin Hao looked at Zhang Xuan with confusion, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. "How much do you think your life is worth?" In the lower cabin, Jiwei and Uncle He anxiously awaited news. Over an hour had passed without a sound from above. What if something had gone awry? "I must go check," Jiwei exclaimed, drawing his pistol, though his hands trembled slightly. Beside him, Kus silently stood, also pulling out his gun, preparing to accompany him. Uncle He furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, then said, "Jiwei, calm down. Brother Zhang is not an impulsive person. We must trust him. But Uncle He, it's been too long. We should at least check. What if we can help?" Jiwei pressed against the wooden panel above, fearing a group of burly men might descend and eliminate them. Uncle He shook his head helplessly. "Do you think that if Brother Zhang can't handle the situation, the three of us, even with Ku, could manage it?" Jiwei fell silent. Uncle He continued, "The lack of noise outside does not necessarily indicate trouble. If something had happened to Brother Zhang, it wouldn't take this long for someone to come down to handle us." Just as Uncle He finished speaking, the wooden panel above was suddenly lifted. Ku reacted swiftly, aiming his gun at the staircase, his expression tense. However, the figures that appeared before them were not the fierce crew members nor Zhang Xuan, but two fully armed American SWAT officers, D5 and D2. "Stay calm, kid. We're here to help." D5 glanced at the gun in Ku's hand while the barrel of his rifle subtly pointed in his direction. "What do we do, Uncle He?" "They're the police," Jiwei whispered. "Did I see?" Uncle He nodded, tentatively calling out, "You wouldn't be Brother Zhang's reinforcements, would you? When did Brother Zhang call the police?" "Wait, this isn't Asia, is it? Why are American police here?" "And SWAT at that." D5 shrugged. "Congratulations, you got it right, but there's no prize. Who is Uncle He, and who is Jiwei?" "Zhang sent us to find you. We're the ones," they replied. Although somewhat intimidated and confused by the situation, Uncle He decided to follow the SWAT officers. Seeing Uncle He take the lead, Ji Wei had no choice but to follow suit. The two trailed behind D5, crossing the deck and witnessing the crew members kneeling and the bodies strewn about, a clear indication that a fierce gunfight had occurred on deck. Soon, they arrived in the cockpit. "You made it," Zhang Xuan stood, greeting them. Seeing him dressed as a SWAT officer, both Uncle He and Ji Wei were left utterly dumbfounded. "Big brother." "You are?" Ji Wei stuttered, pointing at the conspicuous police badge on Zhang Xuan's chest, unable to form a coherent sentence. Even Uncle He, usually composed, was wide-eyed in astonishment. "Brother Zhang, so you are an American? And a SWAT officer?" This was too profound. He had hidden it too well. Earlier, Zhang Xuan had mentioned running into trouble back home, but he had never elaborated on the specifics. Uncle He had always assumed Zhang Xuan was a former underworld leader or a wanted dangerous criminal. When Zhang Xuan mentioned calling for help, he had thought he was summoning a group of old accomplices. He was even prepared to take a life as a show of loyalty to join a criminal organization, embarking on a path of no return. Yet, he never anticipated the truth to be so absurd. Chuckling at their bewilderment, Zhang Xuan decided not to explain too quickly, shaking his head with a smile. "We'll discuss this later. I called you two here to talk about something important." "What about?" Ji Wei blurted out. "Are we going to open a Chinese restaurant in America?" Zhang Xuan shook his head. "It should be something a bit better than that." As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Hao, who at that moment was gloomily retrieving a rather substantial envelope from a safe, placing it on the coffee table. "As per your request, no traceable white money. This is all I can offer at the moment." Lin Hao grimaced. "Inside are bearer bonds from 7 different countries, with a total value of approximately $3 million. You can cash them through a black market financial intermediary, guaranteed to leave no trace." "Thank you, Lin," Zhang Xuan said, picking up the envelope and inspecting its contents to ensure no tracking devices were hidden within. Satisfied, he handed it to Uncle He. "Take this. It will serve as our startup capital. After we disembark, Uncle He, you need to find someone to convert these bonds into cash. Your bank account should still be usable, right? If not, we can use Ji Wei's." "All right." Uncle He accepted the envelope, a thought flashing through his mind. "So, Brother Zhang is actually a dirty cop. This is even more alarming." At that moment, D1 entered, glancing at Uncle He and Ji Wei before addressing Zhang Xuan. "The helicopter is on its way. Zhang Xuan nodded, his expression turning serious. "Thank you, boss. We owe you a great deal. Don't mention it." D1 waved his hand dismissively. "We're brothers. No need for such formalities. Let us go discuss things below." "All right." As they followed D1 down the staircase from the cockpit, Zhang Xuan finally couldn't resist asking, "Boss, where did you come from? Didn't you already know?" "I know." Zhang Xuan was taken aback. D1 removed his mask, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, a satisfied expression crossing the face of the middle-aged man adorned with a full beard. This was the first time Zhang Xuan had seen D1's true face. "There's no banquet that lasts forever, as the saying goes," D1 said with a hint of a smile. "What we can assist you with ends here. The path ahead is yours to walk. Good luck, Zhang. Rest assured, I will." As Zhang Xuan watched the approaching helicopter, the D team members began to converge on the deck. "Hey, D4, I must say, you are a rather incompetent assailant. If there's another opportunity, I won't let you be the vanguard," the usually reticent D2 remarked. D3 chimed in with a laugh. "Haha, don't be so harsh. Zhang's growth is quite rapid." D5, leaning against D6, made a lewd gesture with one hand. "If there's another chance, we must indulge ourselves. I'll treat." D6 appeared somewhat bashful. "Goodbye, Zhang." As Zhang Xuan waved farewell to the retreating helicopter, he called out, "Goodbye, D-team." 2 days later. In the Kingdom of Siam, just outside the port of Linchabin, the surroundings bore a striking resemblance to the port in Shan State. Ji Wei surveyed the environment with a keen eye. Beside him, Uncle He cradled a notebook in one hand while the other was busy manipulating a calculator, murmuring numbers as if engaged in some calculations. Meanwhile, Ke stood silently with his elderly mother, patiently waiting. Not far from the group, Lin Hao, with a sycophantic grin, addressed Zhang Xuan, saying, "Shall I drop you off here? I have some pressing matters to attend to shortly." To which Zhang Xuan replied nonchalantly, "What matters could Lin possibly have? I hope you're not planning to have someone ambush me on the way back." Zhang Xuan appeared unperturbed, one hand grasping a black gear bag while the other rested in his coat pocket, noticeably bulging with concealed items. "What do you mean? I am merely a diligent businessman. How could I dare oppose someone of your stature? Lin Hao, clearly startled by Zhang Xian's words, shifted nervously and cautiously glanced at Zhang Xian's right hand, remarking, while the Kingdom of Siam permits citizens to purchase firearms, this is a public space. It would be prudent to keep such things concealed. That moment, Ji Wei's phone suddenly rang. He hurriedly answered the call, his expression shifting from joy to confusion and eventually settling into a frown. After hanging up, he approached the group with a troubled demeanor. Brother, my uncle's comrade just called to say he is currently in Bangkok, engaged in some significant business. He wants to be available for a while and suggest we should find him ourselves. Bangkok? Zhang Xian mused. Isn't that quite distant? Indeed, Ji Wei replied, shaking his head in resignation. Had I known, I would have asked Lin to take us directly to Bangkok port. Unfazed, Lin remained silent. Zhang Xian pondered briefly before saying, let us not press them too hard. They may have their own constraints. Since we seek their assistance, we should not be overly demanding. Bangkok it is, then. We can simply take a taxi. All right, I'll inform Uncle He, Ji Wei said before turning away. Zhang Xian then turned to Lin Hao and said, Lin, it seems we must part ways here. Please, hand me your business card. We might have opportunities for collaboration in the future. You're jesting. Lin Hao had silently berated Zhang Xian, thinking, a business card? Collaboration? Surely, he doesn't intend to take advantage of me again? Yet, despite his inner thoughts, he complied and handed over his card. After Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction, Lin Hao promptly made his exit, appearing rather flustered. Observing Lin's hasty departure, Zhang Xian couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He had no intention of taking advantage of Lin again. Once was sufficient. Greed would only lead to desperation. After all, Lin Hao was genuinely afraid of the organized American SWAT team rather than a fugitive from Longhua whose past was unknown to him. It was wise to know when to withdraw. Furthermore, although Lin Hao was not a virtuous individual, he had extensive connections that might prove useful in the future. Once Zhang Xian had some free time, Ku approached him earnestly, expressing, Mr. Zhang, I am immensely grateful for your assistance, and I assure you I will repay your kindness. It was but a small effort. No need for such formality. Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to make a fuss. Yet, Ku insisted on handing him a slip of paper. This is my phone number and address in Siam. Should you ever need my assistance, I will not hesitate to help. Very well, Zhang Xian acquiesced, accepting the note upon seeing Ku's resolute demeanor. After bidding farewell to the mother and son, Uncle He soon found a taxi willing to take them to Bangkok. Once in the vehicle, Uncle He conversed fluently in Thai with the driver, inquiring about local information. As Zhang Xian unfolded the note, he realized that Ku's residence in Siam was also located in Bangkok. Brother, Ji Wei, seated beside him, suddenly spoke up, once we acquire our new identities, what should we do? We can't just sit idly by, can we? What? Are you still contemplating opening a restaurant in America? Zhang Xian jested. Not at all, Ji Wei replied with an awkward smile. 300,000 in US dollars is a considerable sum worldwide. With that kind of money, why open a restaurant? We could establish a company and strive for growth and an eventual public listing. Starting a company requires a business direction. Besides, I haven't quite decided what to do yet, Zhang Xian responded with a shake of his head. Let us take it one step at a time. Opportunities will present themselves. Upon hearing this, Ji Wei abruptly shifted his line of thought. Why don't we head to America? That place has great development prospects. Siam is just a small locale. What business opportunities could there possibly be here? Suddenly, a voice interjected. One must not dismiss the potential of smaller locales. Dear Siard, it was the driver from the front seat. You speak Mandarin? Ji Wei exclaimed in astonishment. One cannot thrive in this world without a few foreign languages. Can one? The driver chuckled. Judging by your appearance, you must be investors from Longhua, am I right? Would you be interested in exploring some of the latest tourism projects? Despite my humble occupation, I am acquainted with several prominent figures. Chapter 31. The Casino. Ma Chuaning in Bangkok, at the entrance of the Rama Royal Hotel, a taxi came to a steady halt. The three exited the vehicle with haste. The driver continued to shout after them, Esteemed sirs, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Trust me, I have valuable connections, and my fees are quite reasonable. Let us hurry. This man is clearly a fraud. Ji Wei whispered. Uncle He nodded in agreement, having formed the same conclusion. Throughout the ride, the driver had boisterously boasted about the incredible returns on investments, claiming annual yields of 300%. Tio persuade them. He even produced what he called investment site photos, showing throngs of people that resembled a real estate office. It was unfathomable who would believe such nonsense. As they entered the hotel lobby, Zhang Xuan glanced at the pendulum clock on the wall. It was already past 6 in the evening, and the sky outside had begun to darken. Is this the right place? Zhang Xuan inquired of Ji Wei. Where is your uncle's comrade? He said he would come down shortly, Ji Wei replied, checking the message on his phone. The location is indeed correct. My uncle mentioned he is a senior executive at a security company here. I wonder what significant business he is involved in. As he spoke, he surveyed the lavish decor of the Rama Hotel. Could it be that he is here to provide security for some international tycoon? This hotel certainly exudes opulence. While the three were seated in the lobby, a young woman in a service uniform approached them with a professional smile, asking, "Are you gentlemen friends of Mr. Ma?" Her Mandarin was impeccable. Zhang Xuan glanced at the server, catching sight of two burly men in black suits standing discreetly at the entrance and the front desk. "Mr. Ma? You mean Ma Chuanting? If so, then we are indeed in the right place." Ji Wei noted, checking his phone. The waitress's smile widened. "Exactly. Please follow me. Mr. Ma is waiting for you upstairs." "All right, let us go." Ji Wei stood up without hesitation, ready to assist Zhang Xuan with his gear bag. Zhang Xuan raised his hand to stop him, saying, "I can manage it myself." He then lifted the bag with his left hand, casually unzipping the zipper. "The elevator is right here. Please follow me." The server guided them to the elevator doors. As the button for the downward journey was pressed, the two suited men followed closely behind. Uncle he cast a discreet glance at the two and then turned away to text Zhang Xuan. Ding! Zhang Xuan checked his phone. "Uncle," he messaged, "Brother Zhang. Those two behind us seem to have bulges at their waists. They might be carrying guns." After reading the message, Zhang Xuan showed no outward reaction, casually tucking his phone back into his pocket as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Ji Wei remained oblivious to the tension, chattering on. "It seems Mr. is doing quite well for himself. Such a fine hotel indicates he must be running a significant business. I wonder how much he earns in a year." Turning to the waitress, he asked, "Miss, Mr. Ma is a VIP in your establishment, correct? It seems you have someone dedicated to him." "Indeed, Mr. Ma is a distinguished guest. His annual expenditure at our hotel exceeds 250,000 Thai baht." 250,000 Thai baht. Ji Wei instinctively looked to Uncle He, who replied, "That's roughly over 500,000 RMB. Wow, that's quite a sum." As they spoke, the elevator doors opened, and the cacophony of noise filtered in. "Ha ha! I have struck it rich. I have won sevenfold. Quick, quick, give me my money. Alas, I have lost again. This was my last sum. My luck today is truly abysmal. Before my eyes stands a rather grand casino." Hui gazes at everything in bewilderment. Have we taken a wrong turn? No mistake, this is indeed the place. The burly man in a suit shoots Hui a fierce look, a cruel smile curling upon his lips as he shoves Hui gently. "Step inside. Kid, our boss has been waiting for you for quite some time." As they enter the casino, a waiter approaches with a silver tray bearing several flutes of champagne, smiling as he offers it to them. "No, thank you." Zhang Xuan gestures to refuse. Hui, sensing the atmosphere, refrains from accepting as well. He has gathered that this Uncle Ma is not a benevolent figure. Tentatively, he inquires, "So, Ma Chuanting is your boss, correct? Him? How could he be worthy?" The burly man scoffs disdainfully. "That dog owes our boss a fortune. If he hadn't claimed he had friends to help him out, we would have already sent him to the depths of the sea." So. Hui's lips twitch. "We are those friends, coming to provide assistance? Heh, what do you think?" Hui attempts to distance himself. "Well, actually, we are not well acquainted. We haven't even met him. How could we be considered friends?" "Oh, weren't you just calling him Uncle Ma a moment ago?" The man retorts. "All right, you're here, so come with us as long as you're willing to pay. I assure you, you will be unharmed at this." Hui glances at Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan shakes his head and replies, "Fine, then lead us to him." The burly man snorts. "You're wise to comply." He then guides the trio through the casino hall to a private room at the end. Outside the room stand two identical burly men in suits. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan and his companions approach, they raise their hands, signaling them to halt and proceed to search them. Zhang Xuan's gaze sharpens. He subtly bends his back, muscles coiling in anticipation of an explosion. Beside him, Uncle He, quick on his feet, exclaims loudly in Thai, "What are you doing?" We are here to provide money. Are you planning to embezzle from your boss? In doing so, he exaggeratedly blocks Zhang Xuan's equipment bag. Uncle, he is keenly aware that if Zhang Xuan's weapons are seized, they will truly be nothing more than fish on a chopping block. The two burly men, intent on pressing forward, are suddenly interrupted by a woman's voice from within. The boss says to let them in. Upon hearing this, they relent and step aside, allowing Zhang Xuan to relax the tension that had gripped him moments before. Please, enter. The waiter gestures as he opens the door to the private room, maintaining the same commercial smile as before. Inside, a pianist clad in a black tailcoat is lost in his art, the melodious notes of the piano echoing softly. At the center of the room rests a gambling table, reminiscent of a billiard table, adorned with heaps of transparent chips and playing cards. On either side of the table sit a sullen young man and a kindly old gentleman. Dealing the cards is a stunning woman in a formal gown, her figure alluring. At first glance, it appears to be a typical card game. Yet, not far from the table, a middle-aged man dangles from ropes. Ragged and bloodied. Two burly men wielding baseball bats strike him mercilessly, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. With his mouth gagged, the middle-aged man can only emit muffled groans. What is going on? We are here to provide money. Are you trying to embezzle from your boss? A voice from outside exclaims, it seems your guests have arrived. Xiao Qian, the old man chuckles, stroking his beard. Xiao Qian, the young man opposite the table, furrows his brow slightly and glances at the dealer. Is it Ma's friends? Let them in, the woman replies, nodding in understanding. The door to the private room swings open as Zhang Xuan and his companions step inside. Noticing the trio carrying bags, Xiao Qian taps on the chips beside him. Place the money down, then take the man away. Once you return, educate this Ma on the importance of repaying debts. Zhang Xuan casts a glance at the nearly unrecognizable middle-aged man, suspecting he must be Ma Chuanting. When the trio remains motionless, Xiao Qian scowls. What are you standing there for? One of the burly men strides forward, attempting to seize Zhang Xuan's equipment bag. However, Zhang Xuan beats him to the punch, stepping up to the gambling table and placing the bag down with a clang. The unmistakable sound of hard objects colliding reverberates. Is there no money in there? Xiao Qian queries, perplexed by Zhang Xuan's intentions. Are you the boss here? Zhang Xuan retorts, not providing a direct answer. So what if I am? And if I'm not, what difference does it make? Xiao Qian rises, and the two burly men, who had been punishing Ma Chuanting, advance to stand before him. Regardless of your status, I am not here to deliver money. Zhang Xuan slowly unzips the equipment bag, revealing a fragmentation grenade in his hand. The crowd gasps in shock. The old man, who had been watching the scene unfold, loses his smile, his expression turning grave. Yet, Zhang Xuan does not pull the pin. He simply places the grenade at the center of the table. The two burly men immediately reach for their guns. Bang, bang. Two rapid gunshots ring out. The bullets strike the palms of the two men who attempted to draw their weapons. A cry of agony pierces the air, mingling with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the sight of fresh blood, sending a wave of tension through the room. Xiao Qian shrinks behind his bodyguards, his complexion paling. Friend, if you are not here to deliver money, then you may leave without further conflict. The old man speaks calmly, shifting slightly in his seat. If I do not draw my weapon, I fear I may not exit this hotel alive. Zhang Xuan responds, gripping a Glock in one hand, while gesturing to Zhihui and Uncle He with the other. The two quickly comprehend, rushing to Zhang Xuan's side, retrieving an AR-15 and a Beretta 92F from the equipment bag. Although neither has experience with firearms, they have seen enough to grasp the basics of loading a bullet and pulling the trigger. The trio stands armed, one wielding a rifle, and atop the table lies a fragmentation grenade. This setup, claiming to deliver money, it would be more believable to say they are here to rob. Xiao Qian threatens, gentlemen, repaying debts is a moral obligation. It is a principle as old as time. Even if you manage to leave here today, you may not make it out of Bangkok alive. He must repay his debts himself. We have no stake in this, Zhang Xuan replies coldly. You may keep Ma Chuanting, but we are leaving today. Are you not here to rescue him? Xiao Qian points at Ma Chuanting. Zhang Xuan shakes his head. No. We do not know him. If you do not know him, then why have you come? The question hangs in the air. Uncle He interjects. To be precise, we are acquaintances of Ma Chuanting's former friends. He sent us to seek assistance. Given the current predicament, it appears Ma Chuaning has deceived both you and us. Upon hearing this, Ma Chuaning, gagged, begins to shake his head vehemently, trying to speak. Ungag him, Zhang Xuan instructs. A burly man glances at Xiao Qian, who nods, before approaching and removing the cloth from Ma Chuaning's mouth. Ma Chuaning gasps for breath, then weakly addresses Zhang Xuan. Do not heed their words. They set a trap for me. You are relatives of my old squad leader. How could I deceive you? Besides, my old squad leader informed me you are refugees from Shan State. How could you possibly have money? If you have no money, why would I bring you here? To have you share in the beating? That does make sense, Uncle, he remarks, looking to Zhang Xuan for guidance. Meanwhile, Xiao Qian is growing impatient. What nonsense are you spouting? Did we force you to sit at the gambling table or compel you to borrow money? You can only blame yourself for your own gambling addiction. Ma Chuaning's face flushes with anger. Xiao Qian interrupts harshly. Speak one more word that tarnishes our casino's reputation, and I swear I will have someone violate your daughter. Ma Chuaning lowers his head in defeat, unwilling to argue further. At this point, Zhang Xuan has begun to piece together the events that transpired. Essentially, Ma Chuaning has a gambling habit. The waiter had indicated he frequents this establishment multiple times a year, perhaps seeing his wealth, or perhaps due to Ma Chuaning's status, the casino set a trap today, ensuring he would lose everything. Out of desperation, Ma Chuaning borrowed money at exorbitant interest rates, and upon losing even that, found himself unable to repay. Leading to his current predicament, the entire sequence of events likely unfolded around midday. As they had just arrived in Siam that morning, Ma Chuaning had still been conversing with Ji Wei over the phone, and at that time, his tone had exhibited no signs of abnormality. After that call, communication with Ji Wei had been solely through text messages. It was reasonable to surmise that from that moment on, Ma Chuanting's phone had ceased to be in his possession. Chapter 33. The attack plan. Amidst the chaos, the distant wailing of police sirens could be discerned from downstairs. Presumably, the earlier gunfire had been so pronounced that someone outside had alerted the authorities. The police have arrived. For reasons unknown, a faint, almost imperceptible smile crept onto Qian Xiao's face. Observing this expression, Zhang Xuan fell into a moment of silence before inquiring, "How much does he owe you?" Qian Xiao gestured with his eyes towards the alluring woman beside him, prompting her to respond, with both principal and interest. The total amounts to 40 million Thai baht. What? Ma Chuaning exclaimed. I distinctly borrowed 500,000 from you. Principal and interest. Do you even understand what that means? Qian Xiao scoffed dismissively. Uncle He? Zhang Xuan glanced at Uncle He, who remarked, converted, that comes to just over 115,000 US dollars. Brother. Ji Wei suddenly realized Zhang Xuan's intentions. His eyes widening in alarm. This has nothing to do with us. We can just leave. Zhang Xuan shook his head, refraining from voicing his suspicions, and instead stated, after all, this is Uncle Hai's old comrade. If we can assist, we ought to do so. Moreover, I wish to enlist Ma Chuaning's help in resolving my identity issues. At this moment, Qian Xiao also appeared amused. Well, who would have thought that a blind cat would stumble upon a dead rat? You actually have money. Had I known earlier, I would have asked for more. Zhang Xuan ignored him, casting a glance at Uncle He. Give it to him. Uncle He nodded, his expression impassive as he retrieved a stack of bonds from a folder. Tossing them onto the table, this should suffice. Still bonds. I presume they have dubious origins. Qian Xiao picked up the bonds and gave them a cursory glance, then shrugged indifferently. It's a casino here. We accept all types of money, even dirty money is no issue. With a cheerful wave of his hand, he added, all right, you may leave. Ma Chuanting's debt is settled. Remember to use the back exit. If you encounter the police, I fear you won't be able to leave. Zhang Xuan signaled for Ji Wei to assist Ma Chuaning, then stowed away the fragmentary grenades into his equipment bag and led the way out. Despite feeling irate, Ji Wei approached and helped Ma Chuaning to his feet, whispering, regardless of whether you're my uncle's comrade, you must remember this debt. Ma Chuaning smiled wryly and nodded. The four of them swiftly exited the hotel through the back door. Zhang Ge. Uncle He attempted to say something. Zhang Xuan raised his hand to interrupt him, then pulled out his phone and dialed Ku's number. Ku, are you free tonight? We are in Bangkok and need to speak with you. 2 hours later, on a night market street, Zhang Xuan and his three companions sat before a food stall. After receiving basic first aid at the hospital, Ma Chuaning appeared somewhat more human. At least he could walk without assistance. Though his exterior injuries seemed severe, they had not impacted his bones or internal organs. The assailant had exercised some restraint. "I apologize, Zhang Guda. I assure you I will repay this money as soon as possible," Ma Chuaning said, his head bowed in remorse, his face etched with despondency. "It's all right." Zhang Xuan, one hand picking at food while the other sipped his drink, remarked, "My money is not easily obtained. That fellow is not one to warm up easily." "Huh?" Ma Chuaning looked up, bewildered. At that moment, Zhang Xian's phone rang. Ding ding ding. Zhang Xian answered the call, glancing towards the crowd outside. At this time of year, many foreigners were visiting Bangkok, predominantly from the Dragon Country. Amidst the laughter and chatter, Ku was listening to the call while scanning the area. "Over here." Zhang Xian waved his hand. Ku's face broke into a smile as he hurried over. "Mr. Zhang," he bowed upon reaching Zhang Xian. "I heard you were looking for me, and I rushed over immediately." "Yes," Zhang Xian replied with a smile. "Please sit and have something to eat." "All right." He found a chair and sat down, glancing at the bruised Ma Chuaning and the glum Zhi Wei. Formulating a plan in his mind, "Mr. Zhang, you sought me out regarding this gentleman's situation, correct?" "Indeed." Zhang Xian nodded. "Ironically, I initially thought I wouldn't need your assistance, yet here I am, compelled to seek your help even before the day is over." "You needn't be so polite. As I stated before, whenever you call upon me, I shall assist you to the best of my abilities." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Xian finally articulated his intentions. "Ku, would you be willing to kill?" Ku's expression shifted. "Who are we targeting?" "You ought to inquire how many." Zhang Xian took a sip of his drink. "I intend to embark on a grand undertaking and am in need of personnel. Currently, counting you, we have 3 armed individuals. If all goes as planned, there will be many to eliminate, but it promises substantial profit, and I will ensure you receive your share." Even though Ku was accustomed to the violence of conflict in the Shan state, encountering someone like Zhang Xian, who spoke casually of killing, especially in large numbers, was indeed a rarity. "If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to disregard my request." Zhang Xian chuckled lightly. "No, Mr. Zhang," Ku quickly affirmed, "given your request, I shall comply. As for the payment, if possible, I would like $200,000, though if the sum is insufficient, I can forego it." "Not a problem. Even if we fail to seize anything, I will still pay you." Regardless of Ku's intentions for the money, Zhang Xian readily agreed. Meanwhile, Ma Chuaning was left speechless, pondering where this old commander had made such connections. Earlier that afternoon, he had been threatened for money, and now, that very night, they were planning a heist, and it seemed they intended to resort to murder. What kind of reckless bandit was this, brother? Is this not a bit rash? Zhi Wei was now in a state of confusion. He had genuinely believed Zhang Xian had capitulated, only to discover there was a backup plan in play. Uncle He, however, was more straightforward, directly stating, "That hotel has a significant security presence. Zhang Gu, are you sure you don't want to call upon your friends for assistance?" Uncle He was referring to Team D. Zhang Xian had previously explained their identity but had refrained from divulging the true nature of Team D, merely stating that they were a group of mercenaries and that their attire was merely for intimidation. Although this explanation had its shortcomings, Zhi Wei and Ma Chuaning opted to believe it. "They're currently unavailable." Zhang Xian shook his head. "When the time comes, I will handle the action alongside Uncle Ma and Ku, while you, Uncle He, will be responsible for driving and providing support. Zhi Wei, you will assist us in creating opportunities." "Huh? I'm going too." Ma Chuaning felt overwhelmed. Why was he included? "Did you not serve in the military?" Zhang Xian looked at Ma Chuaning. "Uncle Hai mentioned you were a high-ranking executive at a security company. Frankly, I am beginning to doubt. How is it that someone in the security service industry has no personnel around? You were held hostage in the casino for an entire day, and not a single person from your company came to find you." "I did serve." But Ma Chuaning sighed deeply. "What high-ranking executive? That's merely a facade. I do work for a security company, and I am indeed some sort of supervisor, but the truth is, the company is on the brink of collapse. Including myself and the boss, only 3 of us remain. And the only regular employee is the boss's nephew. Good grief." Zhi Wei scoffed. "You're just like my cousin. Both of you love to boast." Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. "So, regarding Uncle Hai's claim that you could assist me in resolving my identity issue, is that still feasible?" "Yes," Ma Chuaning affirmed. "This is not a challenging matter in Siam." Zhang Xian then felt a wave of relief wash over him. "As long as that is the case, my trip will not be in vain." Chapter 34. Acquiring New Firearms. Lao Ma's hesitation the following day. At Ma Chuaning's behest, Uncle He located a local black market financial intermediary and exchanged all remaining bonds for cash. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Xuan led Ku and Uncle He to a local gun shop, intent on procuring some equipment. After all, the plan did not involve revealing their identities, and all of Zhang Xuan's firearms had already been seen. To ensure they could evade police scrutiny after committing murder and theft, they needed to select alternative weaponry. While firearms were legally owned by individuals in Siam, and thus there were many places to purchase them, most gun shops required permits for entry. However, there were a few exceptions, as no one would refuse the opportunity to earn more money. Coincidentally, as someone in the security service industry, Ma Chuaning was not unfamiliar with such individuals. Ding ding ding. Upon pushing open the door, the bell hanging above rang out. Sawadee ka. A woman, sporting dark circles under her eyes and appearing somewhat drowsy, leaned against the transparent counter, lazily sizing up the three newcomers. Uncle He, serving as a translator, stepped forward and said, "Hello, we were referred by acquaintances and wish to purchase some weapons." The woman gestured towards the firearms displayed on the counter and the wall behind her. "Feel free to choose. Would you like me to introduce them to you?" Uncle He relayed the woman's words to Zhang Xuan in Chinese. "Dragon country people?" The woman raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that she could converse in Chinese. Zhang Xuan nodded. "Indeed, we are from the dragon country. I see." The woman wore a smile that hinted at deeper meanings. Under normal circumstances, foreigners here typically cannot possess a legal firearm license, but it appears there's another lucrative deal at hand. She then extended her hand. "Welcome to Siam. My name is Kelly." Zhang Xuan reciprocated the gesture. "Net, in this day and age, who doesn't he have a few aliases?" Zhang Xuan surveyed the surroundings, then pointed to a short rifle hanging behind the woman. "Please hand me that MCX Viper. You have a keen eye." The woman removed the MCX and placed it on the cloth atop the glass display case. In this gun store, no magazines or bullets are loaded into firearms before the transaction is completed, a precaution against potential lunatics. Picking up the MCX from the table, Zhang Xuan cycled the action a few times, assuming a few tactical positions like aiming at the wall and shouldering the weapon. "Very professional," Kelly remarked. Meanwhile, Ku had also set his sights on a firearm and expressed his desire to try it out. Kelly, unreserved, directly handed him an MP5 submachine gun. Given the indoor combat scenario, longer firearms were somewhat impractical. Prior to this, Zhang Xuan had advised Ku to opt for shorter weapons whenever possible. Of course, if he had a preference for a longer one, that was acceptable too. Previously, Ku had predominantly used standard-sized assault rifles during his time in the Dan Army, so this was his first encounter with a submachine gun. After a brief handling session, Ku nodded. "Not bad. I feel quite comfortable." Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan's attention shifted to a row of handguns within the display case. Perhaps sensing their intent to purchase an entire arsenal, Kelly immediately chimed in, "Schnet? Since you're going with the MCX, why not add a SIG P226 to your collection?" With that, she retrieved a sleek black P226 handgun from the cabinet. Similar to the MCX, it was produced by SIG Sauer, known for its precision and reliability. This model utilized 9x19mm ammunition with a magazine capacity of 15 rounds and could accommodate compact scopes, laser pointers, and powerful flashlights. Though it was somewhat expensive, it was undoubtedly worth the investment. Zhang Xuan, after cycling the slide and trying a few pre-aims, found himself quite satisfied. His gaze then wandered to the shotgun mounted on the opposite wall. Kelly's eyes lit up. "It seems you gentlemen are involved in significant business." "Something like that," Zhang Xuan replied. "Do you have any semi-automatic shotguns?" "Of course." Kelly retrieved two black shotguns and laid them on the table. The Remington M1100 and the Beretta 1301, both chambered for 12-gauge shells. The former had a capacity of 5.1, while the latter held 4.1. "Let me take a look at the Remington M1100. "Certainly." Zhang Xuan accepted the M1100, finding it quite fitting. However, its overall length felt somewhat unwieldy for indoor use, which could prove challenging. Yet, considering the possibility of needing to breach doors and the prevalence of armed individuals in the casino, it was prudent to be prepared. A shotgun capable of both breaching and penetrating armor was essential. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Xuan declared, "I'll take these three. Please prepare them for me. By the way, do you have any firearm accessories?" "Certainly," Kelly replied with a sly smile. Days prior, Ma Chuaning had rented a 3-bedroom suite in the Mana district of Bangkok. Initially, it was merely to provide temporary lodging for a few relatives and friends of his old sergeant. However, no, it was no longer an issue. Presently, the financially strapped Ma Chuaning had no choice but to move in. Having slept on the sofa the previous night, clunk, unlocking the door with his key and carrying a briefcase, Ma Chuaning stepped into the living room. Inside, Ji Wei was intently gazing at a laptop screen, occasionally jotting down notes in a notebook. Ma Chuaning forced a smile. Ji Wei, busy? Ji Wei glanced at him briefly, then returned his focus to the screen, ignoring him. Feeling somewhat awkward, Ma Chuaning resigned himself to sitting on the sofa, turning on the television to watch the news. About 10 minutes later, the sound of keys unlocking the door echoed. Click. Zhang Xuan and Uncle He entered, laden with bags. As they stepped inside, Uncle He complained, "That shop is outrageous. They charged us $70,000 for such a small haul." "Enough, Uncle He," Zhang Xuan replied nonchalantly. "Spending a bit is fine, as long as the firearms function properly." "Brother, you're back. Where's Ku?" "He said he had to visit the hospital." "What are you watching?" Ji Wei shifted his laptop slightly, saying, "I've been researching public police cases reported in Bangkok over the past 2 years, and I've done some calculations. On average, police response times for incidents are around 7.5 minutes. While for shootings, it takes longer, about 11 to 15 minutes. Typically, after 10 minutes, it's not just regular police officers who arrive, but the local SWAT team." Uncle He observed Ji Wei's notes, contemplating. "That does hold some reference value." "Well done." Zhang Xuan nodded slightly, then turned to Ma Chuaning. "Old Ma, how are the tasks I assigned you coming along?" Ma Chuaning reached for his briefcase, but his hand hesitated, his expression conflicted. "Zhang, go." "Must I really go?" "You can choose not to," Zhang Xuan replied. Upon hearing this, Ma Chuaning's face momentarily brightened, only to be quickly overshadowed by Zhang Xuan's next words. "However, all the rewards from our mission will not pertain to you. Which means regardless of how much we manage to seize, you will still owe me $115,000. Considering your provision of information and intelligence, I can forego the interest, but you must repay this debt within 3 years." Ma Chuaning fell silent. $115,000, especially in USD, to be repaid in 3 years? Earning that much could take him a decade, especially with his company on the brink of collapse. He could lose his job at any moment. How would he repay such a debt? As for defaulting, he truly dared not consider that. Seeing Ma Chuaning's silence, Zhang Xuan continued, "Old Ma, have you ever thought about this? If our mission fails and we're killed, do you think you can remain unscathed? Once we're gone, that person from the Qin family will certainly come after you first, and at that point, you know their methods better than we do." Upon hearing this, Ma Chuaning understood that he had no choice but to comply. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "I understand." Zhang Xuan stepped closer to Ma Chuaning, meaningfully patting his shoulder. "Old Ma, yesterday at the casino, I could have simply walked away, but for the sake of Uncle Hai, I chose to save your life. I don't need any repayment for that. But you must honor the trust your old sergeant placed in you. We are now in the same boat." Ma Chuaning nodded silently and began to sort through the documents in his briefcase. Laying them out on the table. At the center, prominently displayed, was the original design blueprint for the Rama Royal Hotel. Chapter 35. The heist plan. The Qian family is quite a powerful Chinese clan in Bangkok, with their enterprises spanning much of the city. Their primary businesses include hotels, casinos, and nightclubs. The Rama Royal Hotel, where we were yesterday, is a significant cash cow for the Qian family. The young master, Qian Xiao, is the only son of the current clan leader, Qian Wanqing, whose birth name is Qian Lisin. This individual is arrogant and eccentric, with a history of violent tendencies. It is rumored that Qian Lisin has committed murder, and in a particularly gruesome manner, but due to a lack of evidence, the police have been unable to act. However, it has been said that the police are hesitant to take action due to the Qian family's influence in the area, fearing the consequences of provoking them. He'll manage his unruly son. Qian Wanqing assigned him to oversee this hotel, which has been the case for at least a year or two now. The last time I visited, he was not yet in charge. Since taking over the hotel, Qian Lisin has caused no shortage of trouble, illegal lending, unlawful imprisonment. These have become commonplace. I am merely one of the victims. I now suspect that their motives for targeting me extend beyond mere financial gain. Just a couple of days ago, I came to Bangkok with the intent of negotiating a business deal. The wealthy individual from the Sun Never Sets empire is scheduled to visit Bangkok next month. Due to the sensitivity of his industry and the numerous enemies he has made, He does not trust local security companies and requires the hiring of local personnel for protection. Though my boss is somewhat inept, he possesses extensive connections. Somehow, he managed to get in touch with the wealthy man's manager, securing me an interview opportunity for next week. However, after being beaten like this, not only can I not attend the interview, but I might also be lucky to avoid being thrown out at the door. Ma Chuaning divulged information about the Qian family. He absent-mindedly touched the wounds on his face, grimacing in pain. Beside him, Uncle He inquired with a hint of confusion. So, does the Qian family also operate a security company? Is it possible that their actions against you stem from commercial rivalry? During his earlier days in the homeland, Uncle He had indeed witnessed such so-called commercial competition, hence he was not particularly surprised. I am merely speculating, I replied. Ma Chuaning shook his head. Indeed, the Qian family possesses a security firm in Bangkok, but the personnel there primarily serve family members. It is rare to hear of them offering armed assistance to outsiders. Uncle He fell into a contemplative silence, while Ji Wei, who was not inclined to delve deeper, turned to Zhang Xuan and asked, "Brother, you have been studying those materials and design plans for quite some time. Do you have any leads?" Zhang Xuan nodded, but quickly shook his head. "I do, but it is still in its infancy. This hotel is quite substantial, with 6 entrances alone. With just the 3 of us, it may prove exceedingly difficult to achieve our objective." Chuaning could not help but interject, "Excuse me, Brother Zhang, but I still wish to clarify. What exactly is our primary goal? Is it merely to reclaim the money you mentioned earlier, or do we intend to both steal and eliminate?" Uncle He and Ji Wei also turned their attention to Zhang Xuan, as they had been pondering the same question. "Certainly, it is about reclaiming the money," Zhang Xuan replied without lifting his gaze. "I am not one to suffer losses easily. If someone displeases me, their entire family should not expect to find joy. Not only must I retrieve my own funds, but I also intend to reclaim it with interest. As for killing, unless provoked, I would not resort to indiscriminate murder. I am no bloodthirsty maniac. But is that feasible? Certainly not. We are essentially going in for a robbery. Those men in black suits are all heavily armed brutes. How could one simply surrender upon a mere word? Therefore, bloodshed is undoubtedly inevitable in this operation." Upon confirming Zhang Xuan's thoughts, Ma Chuaning surprisingly let out a sigh of relief. As long as we are not specifically targeting that Qian Li Xin, it suffices to be merely about the money. "I have a plan," Ji Wei queried. "What plan?" "Consider the scale of that casino. Even with all casual patrons and no high-stakes gambling, the daily turnover must be in the tens of millions of dollars. Although most people now prefer to pay by card, there will always be those who use cash or even luxurious items like jewelry as substitutes, right? With such a substantial amount of money, I do not believe they would keep it all within the hotel premises. If we can ascertain their cash transfer times and methods, and then set an ambush along the way, wouldn't that allow us to easily seize a significant sum?" At this point, Ma Chuaning could not help but applaud his own cleverness, lamenting that he had truly chosen the wrong profession over the years. Had he known he had such a talent for banditry, why pursue a career in security? Zhang Xuan, however, furrowed his brow. "If it is not a fixed location, we cannot gauge the police response speed and intensity. Thus, attempting a roadside robbery would be akin to robbing a bank. Unless you have a way to ascertain those details." This left Ma Chuaning in a quandary. His plan was indeed a spur-of-the-moment idea, lacking a concrete method. Just as the group was deep in thought, Ji Wei suddenly suggested, "Why don't we try using a drone?" Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. "I just saw an advertisement for drones while browsing the news. If we employ a drone for aerial reconnaissance, we could obtain real-time updates on police and Qian family movements." Uncle He nodded. "Excellent idea. We can certainly give it a try." Zhang Xuan added, "Ji Wei, why don't you look into purchasing a drone to practice with? When the time comes, the role of drone operator will be yours." All right. Just then, Zhang Xuan's phone rang. It was Ku. After a brief exchange, he answered the call. "Mr. Zhang, I need a sum of money right now." Ma Chuaning drove the group to the hospital that mentioned. As they arrived at the hospital's entrance, Ma Chuaning frowned. "Bangkok Hospital? Brother Zhang, this is a private institution." Seeing Zhang Xuan's puzzled expression, Uncle He explained, "Private hospitals in Siam are generally quite expensive, and Bangkok Hospital is among the most costly." Ji Wei, who had previously researched travel guides about Siam, queried, "Didn't I hear that medical care in Siam is free?" "That applies to citizens. Foreigners, however, must purchase medical insurance. Although few actually buy it," Uncle He clarified. As they spoke, They parked the car and made their way to the inpatient building, spotting Ku sitting on a bench outside. Looking forlorn, Mr. Zhang, Ku exclaimed as he rose upon seeing the group approach. What's the matter? Zhang Xuan inquired, glancing towards the building behind Ke.Ah. Ke sighed deeply. Chapter 36. Ku's Promise and Training Plan. Years ago, Ku's family was in dire straits, particularly during the year of his birth, when they were so impoverished they could scarcely afford food. To support the family through this difficult period, Ku's father made a fateful decision to sell Ku's not-yet-grown sister. Perhaps by luck, Ku's sister managed to escape when the traffickers were distracted. However, rather than returning home, she chose a life of wandering, eventually making her way to Siam, where she settled down. Yet, fate seemed to hold a grudge. After all these years, it finally caught up with her. Late-stage stomach cancer, Ku, in anguish, grasped his own hair. When my mother learned of my sister's condition, she was overjoyed, eager for me to take her to Siam to see her. But upon our arrival, we discovered that my sister was already in critical condition, with little time left. We didn't want to give up on treatment and insisted on bringing her to the best hospital in Bangkok. But our family's savings would not last long. That's why you are asking me for $200,000. Zhang Xuan realized. Indeed, my sister still harbors resentment towards me, believing that my birth prompted father to sell her. I, too, feel that I owe her. I cannot bear to see her leave this world so easily. And what of your father? Zhu Wei suddenly interjected. He sold his own daughter, and now that she is on the brink of death, he hasn't even come to see her. He passed away, just a day before we departed, Ke replied, his right hand trembling as he reached for a cigarette, only to retract it upon noticing the no-smoking sign on the wall. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xuan spoke. Would it be convenient for you to take us up to see her? Yes, please follow me. The group took the elevator to the 7th floor, arriving at the door of the hospital room. Through the window, Zhang Xuan could see a somewhat haggard bald woman lying in bed, while Ku's mother sat beside her, peeling an apple with a gentle smile, speaking in their native tongue. However, the woman seemed entirely oblivious, turning her face away and gazing blankly out the window. Mother, Zhang Xuan and the others have arrived, Ku announced as he entered the room, his earlier sadness dissipating as he forced a smile at his sister. Sister, have you been sleeping well? No response. Seemingly accustomed to this lack of reaction, Ku forced a smile and remained silent. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, Ku's mother quickly stood, greeting him in somewhat broken Mandarin. Mr. Zhang, hello, it's good to see you again. Yes, please have a seat. Ma am. There's no need to mind us. We just happened to know that Ku was here and came to check in. Zhang Xuan smiled and nodded. The woman in bed, hearing the commotion, finally turned her gaze toward the unfamiliar faces and coldly remarked, Ku, are these people the traffickers you hired? Planning to sell me off again? Or are they simply here to harvest my organs before I die? Sister. Ku's face flushed. Mr. Zhang and the others are good people. Not the kind you're thinking of. Ha, the woman scoffed. Good people? The man who sold me to the traffickers back then said the same. Ke wanted to argue, but didn't he wish to provoke his sister further, leaving him at a loss for words. Ku, let us step outside for a moment, Zhang Xuan suggested, leading the group out of the room. I in the corridor. Ku, looking apologetic, said, Mr. Zhang, please don't hold my sister's words against her. She just doesn't trust me. It is not directed at you. It's quite all right. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating to Uncle He beside him. Uncle He nodded and handed Ku a black plastic bag he had been holding, stating, this is a small token from Brother Zhang. It's not a large sum, just $100,000. Please accept it for now as an advance on your share of the profits. If it's not enough, we can discuss it further. Although Ku had initially intended to borrow money from Zhang Xuan, upon seeing the heavy plastic bag, his eyes welled with tears, his voice trembling as he said, Mr. Zhang, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Thank you so much for your trust. As he spoke, he instinctively attempted to kneel in thanks, but Zhang Xuan quickly supported him, saying, no need for such formalities. Just do your job well. With tears brimming in his eyes, Ku's expression turned resolute, as if making a solemn vow. Yes, I will not let you down. Your kindness is worth my life's dedication. Enough, enough. Zhang Xuan interjected hastily, feeling a shiver run down his spine. It's best to refrain from such remarks in the future. Today, handle your affairs first, and remember to arrive early tomorrow. There are matters to attend to. Understood. After several individuals descended the stairs, Ji Wei couldn't help but remark, the situation at Ke's home truly is dire. Every family has its own struggles, Uncle He sighed, reflecting on his own past. Zhang Xuan then turned to Ma Chuaning. Old Ma, does your company conduct combat training regularly? Is there a designated area for it? Training is certainly part of our routine, though we primarily focus on VIP protection and similar subjects. Shooting practice is occasionally included. But as for the venue, if you wish to utilize it, I can arrange for one. You can actually rent such a place. Of course, after all, having navigated this industry for so many years, one must have some connections. With that, Ma Chuaning took out his phone and began making calls. Remarkably, his efficiency was commendable. In no time, he triumphantly announced, "It's all set. There's a venue on the outskirts of Bangkok available for 3 days. However, should we exceed that duration, a fee will apply. Given my connections, they only charge $500 a day, which is rather reasonable. All right then, starting tomorrow, everyone, including Uncle He and Ji Wei, will undergo a certain level of combat training and physical conditioning. Let's tentatively set the duration." Zhang Xuan glanced at the countdown on the system panel for the third instance of the dungeon. 26 days, 13 hours, 21 minutes, 56 seconds. Let's provisionally set it for half a month. Huh? Uncle He appeared bewildered. "Dio, I have to participate too. I thought my role was merely to drive." He even patted his middle-aged belly. "Of course you must," Zhang Xuan replied. "This operation is not to be taken lightly. A single misstep could lead to injury or even death. For your safety, and to ensure the smooth execution of our mission, everyone must possess a foundational understanding of combat and maintain good physical fitness." "Very well." Uncle He chuckled wryly and shook his head, deciding to refrain from further protest. Given his age, he could only hope to keep up. Chapter 37. The mysterious group in the gun store. Clang. Ding, clang. On the dining table, 2 rows of neatly arranged firearms gleamed with a cold light. Several boxes of golden bullets lay stacked on a nearby stool. Ji Wei was busy counting and categorizing the weapons and ammunition into black duffel bags. "Ji Wei, that's enough organizing for now. We should prepare to depart," Uncle He remarked, glancing at his phone, which now read 7 in the morning. Ji Wei smiled and replied, "These bullets must be arranged neatly." Uncle He nodded and approached the door to the master bedroom. Gently knocking. "Zhang Gu, we should be leaving soon." "Understood." Meanwhile, in the master bedroom's bathroom, Zhang Xuan was carefully shaving his face with a razor. He could hardly recall the last time he had groomed himself. After tidying up, he inspected his reflection in the mirror. His face, a mirror image of his past life, yet slightly younger and more handsome. Satisfied, he stroked his chin. He then walked to the bedside table and picked up the Glock 17, which he had kept close for the past few days. After unloading the magazine to check the chamber, he exited the room nigh in the living room. Ji Wei had finished preparing the weapons. Uncle He, dressed in black and white athletic wear, resembled a middle-aged marathon runner. Upon noticing that Zhang Xuan had, quite unusually, shaved, Ji Wei teased, "I always thought you were in your 30s, but now that you've shaved, you look about my age." Uncle He chimed in. "Indeed, shaving does make one appear more spirited and youthful. A haircut would enhance that even further." As he spoke, Uncle He instinctively touched his receding hairline. "Enough banter, you two," Zhang Xuan chided playfully. "Quickly call Ma Ku and ask him to get ready. We are heading to the hospital to pick him up." "All right." Just as Uncle He picked up his phone, a knock echoed at the door. Ji Wei approached the peephole and opened the door to find Ku. Carrying a plastic bag brimming with bread and milk, he nodded at Zhang Xuan. "Zhang Gu." After greeting Ji Wei and Uncle He displayed remarkable courtesy. "Perfect timing. We were just about to come fetch you," Ji Wei said, playfully punching Ku's shoulder. Zhang Xuan nodded. "So, have you resolved everything?" "Yes," Ku replied gratefully. "The money you provided allowed me to hire a caretaker and cover some hospital expenses. I have a bit left, which I plan to." "That's enough," Zhang Xuan interrupted. "No need to account for the funds. Just ensure everything is settled. Today, we will be training at the venue. Uncle He should have mentioned it to you last night." "He did," Ku confirmed. "That's why I prepared some breakfast in advance." "Good. Grab your gun. We'll eat on the way." "Uncle He, you drive." "Ji Wei, send a message to old Ma to confirm the location once more." "Understood." Last night, Ma Chuaning had gone directly to the venue to catch up with friends and build rapport. In his words, he aimed to secure a better discount and clarify the venue specifics, ensuring that when Zhang Xuan and the others arrived the next day, They could utilize it immediately. As for his vehicle, it had been left for Zhang Xuan and his group to use. The venue was located in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Bangkok. Rumored to have both a shooting range and a killing house, it was said that the venue's owner had previously conducted police training, and many local officers had attended his classes. He was quite formidable. As Uncle He drove, he recounted some details that Ma Chuaning had shared with him. Police training? Are we really heading there? Is it safe? Ji Wei in the passenger seat expressed concern, fearing that the man named Ma might betray them. Uncle He reassured him it should be fine. He mentioned that was in the past. The owner has long since retired, and there won't be any outsiders present while we rent the venue. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Zhang Xuan was double-checking the gear bag. Noticing the boxes of bullets, he mused aloud, Uncle He, let's make a brief stop at the gun shop. We need to purchase more ammunition. These won't last more than a couple of days. Very well. Before long, the group arrived once again at the Kelly gun store. It was evident that Kelly was an industrious individual, as he had opened the shop early, and it seemed there were already other customers inside. An old, somewhat dilapidated Jeep was parked beside Kelly's electric car, and there appeared to be someone in the driver's seat. After parking, Zhang Xuan said, "Put on a hat." He donned a black cap and led the way out of the vehicle. Ding, ding, ding! The store door swung open as Zhang Xuan and his companions stepped inside. That moment, Kelly was demonstrating firearms to three burly, sunglass-clad Caucasians. Upon spotting Zhang Xuan and his group, Kelly's eyes lit up. Customers have arrived. Hey, sure net. After handing over the gun he was holding to the man in front of him, Kelly greeted Zhang Xuan, "Good morning. What can I assist you with today?" Ammunition. Zhang Xuan assessed the three Caucasians. Their loose clothing concealed any visible firearms, but the individual inspecting the gun had calluses at the joint between his thumb and index finger, indicative of long-term handgun use, along with several old knife scars on his arm. The way they had spread out into a standard triangular formation and the unwavering gaze they directed at Zhang Xuan suggested that these individuals were likely not ordinary civilians. Then there was the lookout in the vehicle outside. Are they military personnel? It seemed that the Caucasian inspecting the gun noticed Zhang Xuan's scrutiny and cast a glance in his direction. Their eyes met momentarily, and both men reached a silent conclusion. The other was a skilled opponent. Zhang Xuan averted his gaze, treating the incident as inconsequential, and addressed Kelly, who was pouring water for them, saying, "For the firearms we purchased yesterday, let's get 300 rounds of assorted ammunition. We can buy more once we run out." "Sure," Kelly replied enthusiastically, heading towards the back warehouse. As Kelly exited, an air of tension enveloped the room. Uncle He and Ji Wei appeared unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to any peculiarities. However, Ku, sensing a palpable threat from the three individuals, remained closely beside Zhang Xuan since entering. Suddenly, Ku's breathing became somewhat rapid, and his hand instinctively moved towards the handgun tucked behind him. Just as his hand brushed against the grip of the gun, Zhang Xuan interjected, "Ku, why don't you and Uncle He step outside to retrieve the money?" Coming to his senses, Ku realized he had overreacted, nodded, and followed Uncle He outside. The Caucasian inspecting the gun suddenly chuckled and remarked in English, "Looks like we have a bunch of little rabbits here." Ha ha ha. The other two joined in the laughter. Zhang Xuan smiled in response, unreservedly retorting in English, "It's best to maintain a low profile when out and about. Less trouble finds you, you." The man narrowed his eyes at Zhang Xuan, who met his gaze without flinching. Subtly observing the movements of the other two, tension escalated between the two parties. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly hostile, Kelly emerged from the back, carrying a briefcase. "Shernet, here are the bullets you requested." This statement inadvertently diffused the tension in the room. "Thank you, Kelly." Zhang Xuan smiled and nodded at Kelly. At that moment, He Shu and Mao Ku, who were also carrying money, returned to the store. Chapter 38, Training. Back in the car, Ka finally spoke up, "Brother, those few people just now were quite formidable." "Indeed." Zhang Xuan nodded in agreement. "They appear to have a military background. I just wonder if they are active duty or retired." If they are retired, it's not particularly surprising. However, if they are still in service, a group of Caucasian soldiers arriving in Siam, intending to procure firearms on the spot, it seems they are up to something significant. Listening to their conversation, Ji Wei asked in confusion, "Those few people in the store?" "Yes," Ka replied solemnly. "When I saw those three individuals, they reminded me of a pack of ravenous wolves. I almost drew my gun. But thankfully brother stopped me. Shu chimed in. I noticed it too. I was genuinely startled when I saw Ke's hand reach for his firearm, though. Shu, you noticed as well? Jiwei looked at the two, realizing he seemed to be the only weak link. Cough. Never mind. Regardless of their intentions, they certainly weren't here for us. Let's drive. Call Lao Ma and have him wait for us at the entrance. Soon, the group drove out of the city, traversing a bumpy rural road, until they arrived at the outskirts of a factory area. This is the address, but why don't I see a sign? Jiwei glanced at his phone for the location, then looked out the car window, trying to locate the entrance to the abandoned factory. Just then, a series of gunshots rang out, rat-a-tat-tat. The moment he heard the gunfire, Shu instinctively slammed on the brakes. Zhang Xuan immediately crouched down, drew his pistol, and swung open the car door, taking a defensive stance with his weapon. He was quick to react as well. He exited the vehicle on the opposite side, crouching down to survey the surroundings. However, after looking around, they found no sign of the shooters. Just as the group was puzzled, Shu's phone rang. He opened it and quietly said to Zhang Xuan, "It's Lao Ma, answer it." Shu picked up the phone and listened, as Ma Chuaning's voice boomed from the other end. "Have you arrived?" "I don't see you," Shu whispered. "We're at the outskirts of the factory. There was gunfire just now, and Zhang Gu and the others are looking for the shooter." "Huh? Gunfire?" "Oh, don't worry. All the factories in this area have been converted into shooting ranges, so someone is likely practicing. Just drive straight into on second thought. I'll come out to meet you." With that, he hung up. Hearing this explanation, Shu immediately felt relieved. Zhang Xuan glanced around, confirming there was no threat before relaxing. "That startled me," Jiwei said, patting his chest. "I thought that Ma was really going to sell us out." As they spoke, at the end of the road in the distance, Ma Chuaning approached on a small electric scooter. Casually waving, "Zhang Gu, over here," he called out with a smile. "Just follow me in your car." After this brief interlude, they finally arrived at the training ground rented by Ma Chuaning. The training facility used to be an old steel mill but had been repurposed after being abandoned and changed hands several times. It was now officially a shooting training range. While it was termed a shooting range, most of the clientele were from the local police department, so it was well equipped with necessary facilities and equipment. Ma Chuaning led the group inside, pointing out the various areas. "Look, there's a 400-meter running track over there, and some punching bags for boxing practice in the middle. The area separated by partitions is a simple indoor CQB training ground. But aside from the shooting range, all other areas are prohibited from using live ammunition. The target shooting range is at the back of the factory, and while firearms and bullets are not provided, you can use the targets. We have plenty of target paper. The gym is indoors and has everything you need, and over there, there's a constructed aircraft simulation range." After an extensive introduction, it truly opened the eyes of the group. Shu chuckled. "Lao Ma, your friend is impressive. This place has so many functions. Just the entrance fee alone must bring in quite a bit, and he actually rents it out to you for $500 a day?" Ma Chuaning chuckled. "What, 500? That was yesterday's price. Last night, I sweet-talked the owner over drinks and managed to get him to give me an extra 20% off. Now it's only 400 a day. Of course, the first 3 days are still free. You're quite the negotiator," Shu said, giving him a thumbs-up. Ma Chuaning turned to Zhang Xuan and asked, "So, Zhang Gu, are you satisfied?" "Yes, very much so," Zhang Xuan replied with high praise. Initially, he had just wanted a simple training ground made with some wooden boards, but Lao Ma had surprised him with this grand setup. 20 minutes later, at the target shooting range. "All right, time is of the essence. Let me briefly explain our main training objectives for the next 2 weeks." Zhang Xuan stood before the group, presenting a handwritten training plan he had prepared the night before. "First, since we cannot yet determine whether our final plan will involve ambushing the casino's cash transport vehicle or directly attacking the hotel, I will still need to dedicate some time to surveillance and intelligence gathering. Therefore, everyone must master the use of firearms, shooting, hand-to-hand combat, tracking, counter-tracking, and basic communication skills. Moreover, including myself, Lao Ma, and Mao Ku, the three of us must enhance our collaborative combat training to develop sufficient tactical synergy within 2 weeks. Additionally, each person must engage in approximately 2 hours of physical and reaction training daily. You must understand that the implementation of our final plan will need to be completed in an extremely short time frame, likely within 10 minutes. However, that 10 minutes will be the most perilous you have ever experienced. Even the slightest mistake from one person could lead to the demise of the entire team. Therefore, I expect all of you to give it your utmost effort." Upon finishing, He Shu led the applaused, a raucous round of clapping ensued. Zhang Xuan raised his hand to signal for silence before addressing Ji Wei. Ji Wei, go to the car and bring over the firearms. I'll teach you how to use them. Understood. Generally speaking, one should hold the firearm with both hands whenever possible, ensuring the grip is neither too tight nor too loose. The left hand should wrap around the right, applying slight downward pressure while firing to align the sights, aiming at the target, creating a straight line. In indoor CQB, the camaraderie between teammates is crucial, with tactical hand signals being particularly vital in any close-quarters combat environment. It is imperative to maintain control over your weapon. The muzzle must never be directed at your comrades. Thorough searches indoors are essential. No potential hiding spots should be overlooked in close-quarters combat. The goal should be to defeat the opponent with a single strike. Use a firearm if possible, resort to a knife if not, and if a knife is unavailable, even a brick or stone is better than going empty-handed. Fight if you can win, but flee if you cannot. Tracking emphasizes concealment. Wearing multiple layers of clothing allows for quick changes, and items like newspapers, glasses, or even fast food containers can serve as disguises. Counter-tracking relies heavily on precise movements and stops. If a vehicle or certain individuals appear in your line of sight more than 3 times, it likely indicates you have been compromised. Team coordination and communication are paramount, thus we must become proficient in using Bluetooth headsets and concise language. Once the operation commences, anyone speaking must first identify themselves. And so, the routine became rise, train, eat, train, sleep. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 2 weeks later. Chapter 39. Shooting and Casino Reconnaissance. Bang, bang, bang. In the shooting range, He Shu held a Glock 17 in both hands, methodically aiming and shooting. Although his movement still appeared somewhat awkward, he had improved significantly from the initial trembling of his trigger finger. Bang. Click. After firing the last round from the magazine, the weapon was left empty. He Shu removed the magazine, pressed the release, and cycled the slide twice to confirm the chamber was clear before neatly placing the pistol and magazine in the box on the shooting bench. Not far behind He Shu, Zhang Xuan lounged with his legs crossed, casually tossing a chilled grape into his mouth while glancing towards the entrance of the shooting range. Outside, Ji Wei was fiddling with a remote control. Above, a small drone zipped swiftly across the ceiling of the shooting range, coming to a steady stop before Ji Wei. Not bad. The real-time video feed has no noticeable delay, although the stability in the air could use improvement. There's a bit of shake in the footage. Ji Wei picked up the drone from the ground, inspected it thoroughly, and upon confirming there were no damages, he felt relieved. He then looked over at Ma Chuaning, who was practicing moving and aiming. Lao Ma, couldn't you bring back a new one? Must you insist on acquiring a second-hand item? With an MP7 devoid of a magazine in hand, Ma Chuaning turned back with an air of irritation. Having a used one is already a stroke of luck. Do you comprehend the extensive procedures and documentation required to procure a drone through legitimate channels? Moreover, I have no desire for this gadget to compromise our operations. After all, it is merely a disposable item, to be discarded post-use. There is no need for such fastidiousness. If foreigners wish to purchase drones in Siam, they must possess a multitude of credentials. Among these, the most critical is the flight permit. Obtaining this document not only incurs considerable expenses but also demands an interminable wait. Some individuals might take half a year to secure it. Although Zhihui understood the validity of Ma Chuaning's assertions, he couldn't help but grumble a few complaints. He Shu approached Zhang Xuan, offering a wry smile. Today, the average score was 12 out of 25 on fixed targets, still quite a disparity. As long as they can shoot? That's sufficient, Zhang Xuan replied, unconcerned by the shooting scores of He Shu and Zhihui and their potential impact on the mission. After all, it was Ma and himself who were the operatives. If even the driver and drone operator had to resort to arms in combat, the mission would be deemed a failure. The purpose of training them in firearms these past few days was primarily to cultivate their psychological resilience, ensuring that when the time came to engage, they wouldn't be so startled by gunfire that their judgment faltered. With that, Zhang Xuan rose and walked toward the shooting station. Click, click. After loading 6 rounds into 2 magazines, he inserted one into the quick-draw holster at his waist and the other into his handgun. He racked the slide. Click. The chamber was loaded. Subsequently, he placed the Glock back into the quick-draw holster, slightly relaxing his right hand as it rested against the grip of the handgun. His gaze fixed intently on the 6 metal silhouette targets at 25 meters ahead. Taking a deep breath, He inhaled, hissing, exhaled, in an instant, bang. He drew the gun, pre-aimed, squeezed the trigger, bang, bang, banged, a rapid succession of 6 shots. As the magazine emptied, his right thumb pressed the magazine release button, letting it drop, while his left hand swiftly retrieved the spare magazine from his left side. Almost seamlessly, the fresh magazine was inserted into the magwell. Click. The slide released, and the chamber was loaded once more. Bang, bang, bang. Another round of 6 shots, from left to right, then right to left. 12 shots, each a headshot. With a shooting proficiency rating of 4, Zhang Xuan had undeniably become a professional marksman. His accuracy surpassed that of the sniper in the previous chapter, not yielding in the slightest, with a mastery level of 3 in firearms. He could fully exploit the characteristics and advantages of various weapons. Even if the firearm itself exhibited certain shooting deviations, Zhang Xuan could ascertain the approximate deviation values within just a few shots. Remarkably swift, at the entrance, Zhi Hui leaned against the door, unable to contain an exclamation of admiration, and quite accurate as well. Chuanting, beside him, ceased his own practice, clapping in approval. Zhang Gu, you must have won an Olympic gold medal in rapid fire with a non-sighted handgun. Though it was a fixed target, the precision and speed you demonstrated are rare even in my military experience. If I had won an Olympic gold medal, I wouldn't be here, Zhang Xuan replied. Detaching the magazine and setting down the handgun, flicking away a spent, still smoking yellow shell that had fallen onto the tablecloth. Call Mauka and inquire about his current progress. Sure, at the Rama Royal Hotel. On the 4th floor of the casino, a sharply tailored suit and meticulously groomed hair adorned Ku, resembling a successful businessman. At that moment, he toyed with a round green chip while seated at a gaming table. The dealer across from him revealed the whole cards. The player's best hand was a pair of kings, while the dealer's was a 3-of-a-kind aces. The dealer wins. Watching the last of his chips being collected, Ku's expression remained impassive as he flicked his chip onto the table. 7 consecutive losses. There's something amiss with your casino? The charming dealer maintained a professional smile. Sir, we are a legitimate casino and do not resort to unscrupulous tactics. So, you imply that my luck is simply poor? Who could be so unlucky as to lose 7 times in a row? The dealer continued to smile. Please exchange your chips at the front desk. Thank you for your patronage. Ke scoffed, rising to leave, even neglecting to retrieve the small chip left on the table. He resembled a disgruntled gambler, having lost his last stake yet not particularly short of funds. For the past several days, he had frequented this casino for 1 or 2 hours daily, funded by Zhang Xuan with $5,000 each day, until the money was exhausted. This charade was merely to divert attention while he gleaned the specifics of the casino's operations. Countless gamblers like Ku frequented the establishment daily, drawing no notice from anyone. To date, Ku had meticulously gathered information regarding the quantity and locations of the hotel casino's surveillance cameras, the key security zones, the location of the weapons storage, and the times of day with the least foot traffic. Buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered, "He Shu." Zhang Xian's voice came through. "What have you discovered?" "Indeed, brother, you were correct. Today the casino is unusually different. Typically, there would be at least 30 security personnel inside and out, yet today there are barely a dozen. Additionally, I noticed 3 small delivery trucks in the underground parking lot, flanked by over 20 security guards. As he spoke, Ku glanced at the time. Today is the 30th Tuesday, coinciding with the bank's opening hours. He said nothing further, while Zhang Xuan and the others realized that perhaps today marked the day the casino would transfer funds and valuables. However, they could not ascertain whether this timing was random or fixed. If it were fixed, they needed to determine whether it occurred every Tuesday or once at the end of each month. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment before stating, "So, it may be necessary to continue observing for another week. That seems likely. Wait, I think I see something." Just as Ku spoke, he noticed a group of bodyguards in black escorting 2 individuals from a private room down the corridor. Chapter 40. The manager from the land of the setting sun. "Mr. Wilson, please trust in our sincerity. Mr. Scott will surely be very satisfied with my father's proposal." Qian Lisan smiled as he extended his hand towards Mr. Wilson. However, Wilson merely glanced at Qian Lisan's hand before coldly retorting, "Mr. Qian, if you truly had sincerity, the one speaking to me would not be you, but rather your father." Qian Lisan's expression faltered momentarily before he quickly regained composure. "My father is currently in the United States and is indeed unable to attend. Please believe me, I can represent the family in making this commitment. Ha. Wilson scoffed. Do not presume I am unaware of what you have been doing behind our backs. If this is your family's commitment. Ha, then it is woefully cheap. With that, he turned and departed with several bodyguards, leaving Qian Lisin's face dark as coal. A bespectacled man in a suit leaned in and whispered, "Young master, shall we eliminate him?" Qian Lisin snorted coldly. "Do you know who he is? Are you tired of living?" The bespectacled man awkwardly smiled, refraining from speaking. Yet at that moment, Qian Lisin straightened his back, coldly observing Wilson's departing figure, muttering under his breath, "Humph, so confident, thinking he can invest in Bangkok. Without my father's nod, no amount of money will come to fruition. You promptly arrange for some individuals unrelated to us to teach this fellow a lesson. Let him personally experience the security situation in Bangkok." Yes. Moments earlier, amidst the crowd not far away, Ku was whispering into his phone, "I see Qian Lisin conversing with a foreigner, and judging by his demeanor, he seems quite respectful." As he spoke, he discreetly glanced around to ensure no one was watching before carefully snapping a photo with his phone and sending it back. Meanwhile, upon seeing the photo of the foreigner, Ma Chuaning exclaimed, "Holy cow, isn't that the manager of that wealthy merchant from the land of the setting sun?" A few days ago, after sustaining a serious injury, Ma Chuaning had to call his boss abroad to request the cancellation of a security task interview opportunity. Although his boss had scolded him over the phone, there was no other choice. After all, they couldn't possibly dismiss the only capable worker in the company, could they? Thus, Ma Chuaning's boss had no recourse but to relent. Previously, Ma Chuaning had seen a photo of that manager and recognized the individual now speaking with Qian Lisin was indeed the same person. Damn it, it truly is that despicable. Ma Chuaning felt both angered and aggrieved. With the Qian family being so wealthy and powerful, why must they encroach upon his small business? Even going so far as to set up a scheme. If they had directly approached him, would he have refused? Could he possibly have refused? Why the need to resort to violence against him? Zhang Xuan inquired. Can you overhear their conversation? Ke looked around but found the bodyguards too adept. Leaving him no opportunity to approach, he could only reply, "I'm sorry, brother. There are too many bodyguards. I cannot get too close." However, judging by their expressions, it seems the discussion is quite unpleasant. The foreigner appears to be leaving. Should I follow? No, instead, return for now. Understood. Having hung up the phone, Zhang Xuan turned to the people before him and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Jiwei spoke up, "Brother, why don't we consider an assault on the casino instead? Even if we earn less, at least we would be safer. The escort team is far too numerous, over 20 individuals, and there are only 3 of you. Even if you count me and Uncle He, that's just 5. Even if you, brother, can take on 10, there would still be a dozen left. How can we possibly handle that?" At this moment, Jiwei had already lost hope for the assault on the casino escort vehicle. Even Ma Chuaning nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the circumstances, without heavy weaponry or explosives, it would be exceedingly difficult to neutralize the casino escort team and make off with the cash before the police arrive. However, Uncle He, after a few moments of contemplation, remarked, "Mao Ku just mentioned that the relationship between this wealthy businessman and Qian Lisin seems quite strained. Could we perhaps find a breakthrough through this individual? He might be able to indirectly assist us in achieving our goal." As he spoke, Uncle He directed his gaze towards Ma Wante. Chuanting's lips twitched. "Old He, why are you looking at me? You don't expect me to beg for another interview opportunity, do you?" Uncle He chuckled but did not respond, turning to Zhang Xuan instead. "What do you think, Brother Zhang?" Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment before nodding. "We still have ample time. It's worth a try. Old Ma, call your boss and see if he can think of a way to negotiate for an interview opportunity. Even securing the manager's address in Bangkok would suffice." Ma Chuaning sighed with a wry smile. "You really know how to put someone in a bind." "All right, I'll make the call." After saying this, seemingly wishing to evade the ire of the others, he picked up his phone and stepped outside. Half an hour later, while Ma Chuaning was still on the phone, Ke returned first. An old model Audi A6 slowly drove into the shooting range. This vehicle was a 3-no vehicle that Ma Chuaning had obtained through the black market not long ago. It had no owner, no origin, and no license plate. Any plate could be affixed to it for road use. It was specifically intended for executing plans, as Ma Chuanting's own vehicle would easily betray him to the casino. "Brother, Uncle He, Jiwei, I'm back." Ke walked into the room. Just then, Ma Chuaning, looking somewhat disgruntled, hung up the phone and entered as well. It has settled. Tonight at 9:30, Peninsula Hotel. They only gave us 10 minutes. Ke looked at Ma Chuaning in confusion. Zhang Xuan nodded. All right, Ku. Gear up. We'll head over to the vicinity early and wait for the right moment. Though uncertain about the unfolding events, Ku obediently nodded and changed out of his suit. Uncle He also opened the gear cabinet beside him, revealing bulletproof vests, tactical belts, gloves, and combat boots. 3 complete sets of combat gear were at the ready. Jiwei opened the gun cabinet and began preparing firearms and ammunition for the 3. Zhang Xuan SMCX, Ku SMP-5, Ma Chuaning SMP-7, 2 hours later, by the banks of the Chao Phraya River. The group drove to the vicinity of the Peninsula Hotel. The Peninsula Hotel is considered one of the finest in Bangkok, situated in a bustling area filled with temples, bars, and shopping centers, allowing for a pleasant stroll through the beautiful Siamese scenery. Most crucially, due to its unique location, directly across from the French embassy and not far from a police station, the security in this area had always been relatively good. Uncle He circled the hotel a few times to familiarize himself with the surroundings before parking in a secluded spot. After waiting for about half an hour, darkness began to fall. 2 Land Rovers turned the corner and entered the hotel area. Just as Zhang Xuan was about to instruct Uncle He to follow, he suddenly noticed several old, dilapidated vans speeding towards them from behind the Land Rovers. Chapter 41. Wilson, as Uncle He was about to start the car, Zhang Xuan said, "Wait a moment. Let us see what's going on." Outside, 5 vans sped into the hotel service road and parked by the roadside. More than 30 menacing thugs armed with steel pipes and short knives disembarked from the vehicles. The leader, a lean but muscular Siamese man dressed in a black tank top and sporting a headband, glared fiercely and shouted at the nearby Land Rovers. The 30 or so thugs surged forward, creating an intimidating scene. At this moment, the 2 Land Rovers found themselves trapped at the parking lot entrance, blocked by another vehicle, rendering them helpless. The 2 vehicles quickly reversed, attempting to break through the crowd and escape, but they had clearly underestimated the ferocity of these thugs. With a whoosh, bang, a steel pipe crashed down. The windshield of the lead vehicle shattered instantly, and the driver was knocked unconscious on the spot. Upon witnessing this, the bodyguards in the vehicle wasted no time and drew their firearms. Bang. The moment the gunfire erupted, it was as if a spark had ignited the tinder. The thugs, who appeared to have been waiting for this moment, immediately produced their own handguns and exchanged fire with the bodyguards, outnumbered and with no room to take cover within the vehicle. The bodyguards were swiftly overwhelmed. Within half a minute, they had all been eliminated. At this moment, Wilson in the rear vehicle was huddled in the back seat, anxiously dialing the local emergency number. Yet, he spoke no Siamese and could only repeatedly shout, "I am under attack, at the Peninsula Hotel. Someone is trying to kill me." However, the operator on the other end seemed completely unfazed, responding in a calm tone with meaningless chatter in Siamese. Meanwhile, in an Audi S6 parked under the shade of a tree not far away, Zhang Xuan squinted his eyes, fingers twitching as he disabled the safety on his MCX. "Brother, what should we do?" Jiwei had already taken out his drone, preparing to deploy it at any moment. With a command from Zhang Xuan, Ku and Ma Chuaning immediately pushed open the car doors without hesitation. Armed with silenced MP5S and MP7S, they opened fire at the thuggish crowd in the distance. The thugs, who had been hiding behind, were caught off guard from behind. In an instant, several fell. Realizing they had enemies, the remaining thugs quickly shifted their focus and began searching for cover. At this moment, Zhang Xuan also exited the car, raising his weapon. The results of the training from the past 2 weeks were finally being put to the test. The 3 formed a triangular formation and advanced swiftly, using the surrounding trees and public facilities as cover, providing covering fire as they attacked the distant thugs. Faced with the onslaught of 3 automatic weapons, the remaining gunmen were suppressed to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. Zhang Xuan, quick on the draw, fired his MCX in rapid succession, taking down or even killing a thug with every 2 shots. In less than a minute, the group of ruffians had been decimated. Seeing their impending defeat, the remaining thugs, under the leader's command, fled the scene in haste. Ding! A smoke grenade was hurled from Zhang Xuan's hand, landing beside the 2 Land Rovers. Hissed, a thick cloud of white smoke enveloped the scene. "Reload!" Ku shouted, crouching down to change magazines. Zhang Xuan and Ma Chuaning took positions on either side, weapons raised and ready, guarding their respective firing arcs. Once the magazines were swapped, Ku signaled, then immediately set up his weapon on the spot. prepared for an enemy counterattack. Zhang Xuan and Ma Chuaning dashed forward, shooting the few remaining thugs in the head as they moved, and reached the side of the Land Rover. The door was yanked open, and a bewildered Wilson was yanked from the vehicle by Ma Chuaning. After confirming his identity with a photo, Ma Chuaning noticed blood on Wilson's clothing and immediately began checking him for gunshot wounds. They certainly could not take back an individual who might be on the verge of death. Fortunately, the blood appeared to be from a nearby bodyguard. At least after a cursory check, Ma Chuaning found no signs of gunshot wounds on Wilson. At the same time, as Zhang Xuan stood guard by the car door, Ji Wei's voice came through his earpiece. There are police cars approaching from the East Street, expected to arrive on the scene in 3 minutes. Received, Zhang Xuan replied, patting Ma Chuaning on the shoulder. The two quickly led Wilson back the way they came. Drive. Taking the front passenger seat, Zhang Xuan swiftly changed magazines while signaling Uncle He to drive. Uncle He wasted no time. Once everyone was in the car, he pressed the accelerator and sped away from the scene. Just 2 minutes after leaving the road, several police cars whizzed past them. Soon, the car's speed stabilized, and once they confirmed no vehicles were following them, Zhang Xuan finally had the chance to glance back in the rear seat. For burly men were crammed together, creating an utterly uncomfortable situation. Especially for the sandwiched Wilson and Ji Wei, who were feeling particularly miserable. Perhaps having regained some semblance of composure, Wilson looked at the 3 masked individuals in the car, dressed as if they were terrorists, and his heart raced. Also, why were the slender individual beside him and the driver only wearing hats? Weren't they concerned about being remembered? Or could it be Ma Chuaning pulled off his mask and sighed in relief? This is absurd. Since when did so many thugs appear on the streets of Bangkok? They even brought guns. Upon noticing that the terrorists had removed their masks, Wilson felt as though his life was in jeopardy and quickly averted his gaze, clearly realizing that he was the target of these individuals from the land of the rising sun. Uncle He glanced into the rearview mirror with a chuckle. Wilson, who had a slight understanding of the dragon language, hurriedly said upon hearing his name called, "No matter who you are, as long as you do not kill me, I assure you that my company will pay you a substantial ransom." "We just saved you, Mr. Wilson. How could we possibly harm you?" Ma Chuaning chuckled. "It seems you will have plenty of time to interview me tonight." "Huh?" Wilson looked at Ma Chuaning in confusion, his slightly scarred face becoming increasingly familiar. "You are. I've seen your photograph. You are the security personnel introduced by Mr. Paba?" "Indeed, that is me. I apologize for meeting you under such circumstances, but Mr. Wilson, you are now safe." When everyone returned to the training ground, it was already past 10 in the evening. Sitting on the sofa, cradling a cup of hot milk that Ji Wei had poured for him, Wilson finally relaxed after being on edge. "This is wonderful. Had you not arrived in time, I cannot fathom what I would have endured." He expressed his gratitude to Zhang Xuan and the others. Ma Chuaning smiled. "You are a fortunate man. Besides, were you not planning to enlist our company for your and your boss's security issues?" "This is merely part of our duty." Wilson paused, understanding dawning upon him, then promptly straightened his posture and solemnly stated, "Of course, I now have complete faith in your capabilities. I will contact the company shortly to have them sign a security contract with you, with the contract's effective date set for yesterday." "How does that sound?" Wilson, being quite astute, recognized that Ma Chuaning intended to use this opportunity to finalize the contract. Having just been rescued by them, he decided to do them a favor, as for why the date was set for yesterday. Zhang Xuan and his companions had just eliminated so many individuals, without a reasonable explanation and identity. It would be challenging to justify to the police, thus serving as a means for Wilson to reciprocate their kindness. As he spoke, Wilson turned to Zhang Xuan and Ku. "Are these two also members of Paba Security Defense Company?" "Quite impressive. You must be from the Dragon Nation?" "We are not." Zhang Xuan waved his hand. "We might be considered friends of old Ma, temporary reinforcements, so to speak. Wilson suddenly realized. It is not unusual for many security companies to outsource their contracts to professional mercenary teams within the industry. Seeing Wilson's assured expression, Zhang Xuan decided to be direct. "Mr. Wilson, or rather, your boss, do you have a business relationship with the Chen family in Bangkok?" Chapter 42. The Madman, He Shu's speculation late at night. On the top floor of the Rama Royal Hotel, bang, clang boom. Listening to the sounds emanating from within the room, Du Yong, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, appeared visibly anxious. He pulled out a handkerchief from his suit pocket to wipe the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Glancing at the bodyguards stationed by the door, How long has it been? The bodyguard checked his watch and shook his head helplessly. It has been 15 minutes. Ever since the assault was thwarted by unidentified forces. And the manager from the land of the rising sun was abducted. Qian Lisin had been on the verge of madness. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Du Yang murmured, looking down at his watch, finally steeling himself, gritting his teeth, and knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The moment the knocking sound resonated, the room fell silent. After a few seconds with no response, Du Yang pushed open the double wooden doors. The sight that greeted him was one of wreckage. The entire study was in disarray, with furniture and decorations smashed and broken, embodying a war-torn aesthetic. The only item untouched was a television mounted on the left wall of the study. On the screen, a surveillance video from the parking lot entrance of the Peninsula Hotel was playing on a loop. Below the television lay a disheveled woman, bloodied and unrecognizable. Qian Lisin was panting heavily, his baseball bat smeared with blood. "I hear you are?" A faintly abnormal flush appeared on Qian Lisin's previously pallid face as he urgently asked. "Old Du, quickly tell me, have you found out the identities of those people? Is Wilson dead?" De Young waved his hand at the bodyguard beside him, signaling him to remove the body, then bowed slightly. "Young master, we have received word from the land of the rising sun that an urgent hiring announcement has just been released on the official website of Wool Capital. Chairman Scott Wool will arrive in Siam in 10 days. And the company responsible for his accompanying security is Paba Security Defense." "Paba?" Qian Lisin pondered for a moment, finally recalling what this company was about. "Isn't that company on the verge of bankruptcy? I remember I dealt with that so-called security chief of theirs not long ago. How could their boss dare to engage in matters related to Wool Capital? Are they trying to gift me a new sports car?" At this point, Qian Lisin chuckled lightly. "Yes," but De Young nodded, then hesitated. "But what?" Qian Lisin squinted, a hint of bloodlust reappearing. However, the effective date of the hiring contract noted in that announcement was yesterday. Yesterday? Suddenly, everything clicked into place in Qian Lisin's mind. He finally understood who those three individuals who had disrupted his plans were. Yet, in his fury, he laughed bitterly. "Are you telling me that I have made a wedding dress for those country bumpkins?" Du Yang dared not speak, merely lowering his head in silence. Qian Lisin burst into laughter. The assault he had orchestrated not only yielded no results but inadvertently facilitated a collaboration between Wool Capital and Paba Security Defense. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qian Lisin waved his hands, pacing back and forth before the desk, his eyes reddening as he spoke. "It must be that Paba has proposed some conditions that swayed Wool Capital. Yes, it must be that way. Old Du, go. Ask those bastards at the Bangkok police station where Paba Security Defense personnel are located right now. The Qian family does not send them millions of dollars each month just for them to sit idly by." As he said this, Qian Lisin's voice grew louder, culminating in a furious shout at the last few words. "We have already inquired," Du Yang said. "They found out that Ma Chuaning of Paba Security Defense recently rented a shooting range in the suburbs. If all goes well, they should be there." Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Lisin loudly declared, "Then let them dispatch special forces to bring those people back to me." "I'm sorry, young master." De Young paused, unconsciously bowing lower. "The person I just spoke to was Director Tu Kai. He asked me to convey a message to you, stating that the Bangkok police are not the private soldiers of the Qian family. At this, the room fell silent. After staring fixedly at Du Yang for a few seconds, Qian Lisin's expression remained impassive. "Indeed, a bunch of useless dogs, and they start forming factions before the outcome is even determined. Is a distant Wool Capital more fearsome than me? Forget it, as long as we find out where they are. Old Du, you go and gather a group of gunmen, head over immediately, and eliminate them. Just fabricate any cause of death, like a vendetta or an explosion. Just follow the methods from previous incidents." However, knowing the magnitude of trouble this would bring, Du Yang was about to dissuade him, but before he could finish, darkness enveloped him. Bang! Qian Lisin's baseball bat swung from below to above, striking Du Yang's face, shattering his gold-rimmed glasses on the spot. Du Yang fell backward, clutching his bleeding face, struggling to rise but finding himself utterly powerless. Qian Lisin stomped on Du Yang's hand, grinding it mercilessly, his expression twisted with rage. "I told you to find a group of gunmen. I want to see their death news by dawn. Do you not understand?" Seemingly fearing that he might kill Du Yang and lose his servant, Qian Lisin did not strike fatally, but instead kicked him a few more times in a fit of rage. Yes, I understand. After a struggle, Du Yong finally managed to stand with the help of bodyguards, not daring to say anything further. He had served the Qian family for over a decade and was aware of Qian Lisin's intermittent violent tendencies, deeming him almost insane. But he never anticipated he would go this far. It was not until he was escorted into the elevator by the bodyguards that Du Yong finally managed to breathe a little easier. Pulling out his phone, he opened his contacts, searching for Qian Wancheng's number. He needed to call the family head, Qian Wancheng, to inform him of everything. Only Qian Wancheng could halt Qian Lisin's reckless actions. However, Du Yang's finger hovered over Qian Wancheng's number, hesitating to press it. He knew all too well of Qian Wancheng's indulgence towards his only son, Qian Lisin. Once this call was made, in the end, Qian Lisin would only face a reprimand and nothing more. The next day, he would continue to swagger about unchecked, while the Qian family would remain as untroubled as today. And he, the informant, in this respect. He had absolute faith in Qian Lisin. It was highly likely that within a few days, he would meet a mysterious demise due to various reasons. On one side lay the future of the Qian family. On the other, his own life. Du Yong did not hesitate for long at the shooting range. Chu and Tiang was crouched at the entrance of the shooting range, smoking a cigarette, lost in thought as he gazed at the deep night sky adorned with stars. Oblivious to the world around him, behind him, on a sofa indoors, Wilson lay wrapped in a blanket, soundly asleep. Just an hour prior, Boss Paba had jubilantly called him Chu and Tiang to inform him of the successful contract signing and had lauded him, the safety supervisor, as the prodigious talent of Paba Security Defense Company. He had even directly promoted him to the position of general manager, with a 30% increase in his fixed annual salary, in addition to a 40% commission bonus. However, alongside these accolades, Boss Paba had entrusted him with a formidable task, to assemble a reliable and professional private security team within a week, personally led by Chu and Tiang, to ensure the protection of the chairman of Wall Capital, who would be arriving in Siam in 10 days' time. In truth, Chu and Tiang had undertaken similar assignments before. After negotiating contracts, he would typically reach out to a few familiar security teams or companies to outsource the task, allowing their company to profit from mere nominal fees and information disparities. Yet, after making several calls to his so-called partners, he discovered to his dismay that his number had inexplicably been blocked. What on earth was going on? Even with money on the table, they refused to engage. Unable to suppress a curse, Chu and Tiang flicked the cigarette butt aside, shook his head with a sigh, and was about to rise when he noticed Uncle He descending the stairs. Clad in basketball attire. Old He, still awake at this hour? Chu and Tiang greeted him. Among the small team led by Zhang Xuan, he shared the closest rapport with Uncle He, given their similar ages. Compared to the perpetually dissatisfied Ji Wei and the inept Ku, Uncle He's gentle and chatty disposition was a breath of fresh air. Just finished reading for a bit. Uncle He glanced at Wilson on the sofa and stepped outside. Taking a seat beside Chu and Tiang on the bench. Thinking about the contract? No, I just couldn't sleep and came out for a smoke. Chu and Tiang chuckled. Uncle He smiled, refraining from calling him out immediately. I've looked into Wall Capital. They are quite substantial. Mr. Wilson mentioned that they are in Bangkok for business investment. Although he didn't specify the exact nature of the investment, based on my experience, such a grand endeavor likely entails a significant financial commitment, possibly exceeding hundreds of millions of dollars. If it pertains to a public industry, it could potentially attract a multitude of Western European capital as well. Such a lucrative opportunity, even a mere fraction of which could sustain countless companies and individuals. As he spoke, Uncle He suddenly sighed. It's just a pity your company is a bit short-staffed, with only 3 members, and you are the only capable one. Even with Mr. Wilson's endorsement, Wall Capital might hesitate to enter into a security contract with you, as I fear you may not be able to handle it. Upon hearing this, Chu and Tiang stiffened, asserting, Who says we can't handle it? I have some friends in Bangkok. Worst case scenario, I can enlist their help to form a small security team. Protecting a tourist from the land of the rising sun shouldn't pose a problem. If you could secure assistance, would you still be sitting here, smoking and sighing? Uncle He retorted. Upon hearing this, Chu and Tiang fell silent. Uncle He laughed lightly. Have you ever considered why a mere tourist protection contract would attract the Qian family's attention? Is it truly just for that meager commission of $1 to $2 million? Isn't it? Chu and Tiang frowned. Of course not. For behind this seemingly simple security task lies a wealth of hidden interests. Uncle He elaborated on his hypothesis. Consider this. Regardless of whether their investments lie in industry, production, tourism, or cultural sectors, they will inherently require manpower, workers, management staff, cleaning personnel, and security personnel. Providing labor is a lucrative and sustainable avenue for profit. A one-time transaction holds little value. Long-term, stable returns are the true goal. Staring at Uncle He in astonishment, Chuan Tiang exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that what the Qian family is truly after is the subsequent profits generated from this security contract?" "Precisely," Uncle He nodded with a smile. As a defense company capable of providing comprehensive protection for the chairman of Wall Capital, safeguarding their investments in Bangkok would be a straightforward endeavor. With Uncle He clarifying the intricate details, Chuan Tiang suddenly experienced an epiphany. No wonder the Qian family had inexplicably sought to encroach upon his business. No wonder his partners had suddenly blocked him. No wonder. Damn it, the Qian family was attempting to monopolize the market. Chuan Tiang couldn't help but light another cigarette. "Thus, I maintain that your company is ill-equipped to handle this," Uncle He remarked at that moment. As the two conversed, the sound of motorcycles drew near outside the training ground. Suddenly, a stone wrapped in paper was hurled over the wall, landing not far from them. "Huh?" Chuan Tiang instinctively reached for his waist, only to find it empty. He had placed his firearm in the gun cabinet. Meanwhile, the door of the Audi parked near the entrance swung open, and Ku, still armed, emerged from the back seat, clutching an MP5, using the vehicle as cover while guarding the entrance. "Old He, Wake Wilson?" Chuan Tiang dashed back to retrieve his weapon from the gun cabinet. Perhaps his movements were too conspicuous as Ji Wei, resting upstairs, peeked out, inquiring, "What is going on?" "Someone's outside." "Where's Zhang?" Chuan Tiang replied while loading his gun. "Big brother is on the rooftop." At that moment, Wilson was also roused by Uncle He, struggling to open his eyes. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Zhang Xuan, armed with an AR-15 and peering through a 2x scope mounted on his rifle, watched as a motorcycle rider disappeared into the distance before lowering his weapon and shouting down, "Send someone to check what that paper says." "Understood." Downstairs, Chuan Tiang promptly picked up the stone wrapped in paper. Unfolding the paper, he found a message inscribed, "Qian Lisin intends to make a move against you tonight. If you wish to survive, contact me." Below the text was a series of phone numbers. Chapter 43. Using a knife to kill. Surrounding the sofa, aside from Wilson, Zhang Xuan and the others convened. Dialing the number on the paper, Chuan Tiang, "Your situation has been exposed. If you wish to survive, you must follow my instructions." An unmistakably synthetic voice echoed from the phone. Chuan Tiang glanced at Zhang Xuan, who nodded, signaling him to speak. "Who are you?" Chuan Tiang queried. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Just know that, like you, I wish to live," the voice responded. As they spoke, a text message arrived. Chuan Tiang opened it to discover a complete layout of the Rama Royal Hotel. Previously, he had leveraged connections to obtain the original design plans of the hotel. However, it was important to note that the original design does not equate to the final design. Modifications and optimizations invariably occur during construction, resulting in significant discrepancies in the finished product. This layout not only detailed the location of a dedicated elevator for Qian Lisin, but also indicated the floor of his room, even specifying the password for the hidden safe within. "Are you suggesting that we assassinate Qian Lisin?" Chuan Tiang ventured, testing the waters. Indeed, the person on the other end did not shy away. Stating bluntly, "You must eliminate Qian Lisin before 2 a.m. Chuan Tiang glanced at Zhang Xuan, who remained non-committal, prompting him to continue. "Just on your word alone? You expect us to rush into Qian Lisin's lair and kill him? Do you take us for fools? What if you are luring us into a trap? If I wished to kill you, what I threw into your yard would not have been merely a stone, but a bomb instead." Chuan Tiang began, but Zhang Xuan interjected. "The Rama Royal Hotel is crowded with guests and security personnel. Do you have a plan to handle that?" "Rest assured, a violent shooting incident occurred in the city this afternoon. At this hour, the streets will be devoid of loiterers. Moreover, following the incident, the hotel's casino has temporarily ceased operations, meaning there will be few people around apart from select hotel guests. As for security, at 1:15 a.m., I can orchestrate a blackout at the hotel, lasting approximately 30 to 50 minutes. During this time, all surveillance cameras will be disabled. At 1:20 a.m., The security personnel at the parking lot will shift change. I will engineer an unexpected diversion to allow you to enter the hotel unnoticed. The dedicated elevator for Qian Lisan operates on an external circuit, meaning it will function normally during the power outage. You can take that elevator directly to the floor outside Qian Lisan's room. There are 4 bodyguards on his floor, all former soldiers, equipped with handguns and bulletproof vests. I lack the authority to relocate them. Thus, you must devise a means to handle the situation. If you make too much noise, Qian Lisan is likely to retreat to his safe house. The lock on the safe house is mechanical, and I have inscribed the code on the layout blueprint. When the time comes, you may simply unlock the door and eliminate him. In summary, I am aligned with you, for you surely do not wish to be relentlessly pursued by the madman Qian Lisan. Do you? Listening to this man's words, Zhang Xuan maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, "How shall we evacuate?" "Naturally, we will utilize the private elevator. Rest assured, aside from myself and Qian Lisan, very few are privy to its location. Furthermore, I can guarantee that when you eliminate Qian Lisan, no information will leak out, allowing you to depart as you see." Fitis that so it seemed that Zhang Xuan's tone hinted at some hesitation, prompting the individual on the other end to grow increasingly anxious. "You have little time. It would be best to set off immediately, or after 2 o'clock, prepare to face a multitude of armed assailants." "Very well understood." His tone remained as unruffled as ever. After casually ending the call, Zhang Xuan stood up. "Gear up. It's time to work." Chuaning hesitated and asked, "Are we truly going to kill Qian Lisan? I feel as though that man is manipulating us." "Did you not hear what he said?" A glint of coldness flickered in Zhang Xuan's eyes. "As long as Qian Lisan lives, we shall know no peace." However, he is not the only one who must perish. Zhang Xuan was unconcerned with the man's trustworthiness. In his view, regardless of the other's intentions, the end goal would ultimately serve their own interests. If he were to covertly wield a knife to eliminate someone, he would undoubtedly dispose of the weapon after the deed. One who possesses such extensive knowledge about the Rama Royal Hotel cannot possibly be an insignificant pawn. Moreover, someone who knows the code to Qian Lisan's safe house is certainly no fool. Time swiftly passed, and shortly after 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Xuan and his companions arrived at a street near the Rama Royal Hotel. Buzz Ji-Wei released a drone from the sunroof of the vehicle. The drone ascended rapidly, circling the hotel in flight. Observing the tranquil surroundings of the hotel on the screen, Ji-Wei turned to Zhang Xuan and confirmed, "It is certain, there are no ambushes nearby." Indeed, at this moment, Zhang Xuan donned a balaclava and tactical helmet. He nodded, then inserted a Bluetooth earpiece into his ear, asking, "Old Ma, what is the situation?" At this time, approximately 100 meters away, atop a high-rise building opposite the Rama Royal Hotel, Ma Chuaning sprinted up, breathless, clutching a gun bag. He set the bag down, unfurling its contents to retrieve an AR-15, after positioning the firearm at the rooftop's edge and aiming at the Rama Royal Hotel. Ma Chuaning replied, "I am in position. The view is clear. Received. When the operation commences, Ji-Wei will synchronize the drone feed to your phone. Be vigilant in identifying friend from foe, and refrain from firing indiscriminately." Understood. Zhang Xuan extracted his MCX, affixed a Remington shotgun to his harness, and slung it across his back. He then retrieved a night vision device left by Team D from his bag and attached it to his helmet. Glancing at Ku beside him, Zhang Xuan instructed, "Remember, once we enter, follow closely behind me. Unless absolutely necessary, do not activate your flashlight." "Understood," Ku nodded solemnly. After checking his watch and noting that it was nearly time, Zhang Xuan reiterated to Uncle He, "Uncle He, you and Ji-Wei will remain on standby at the original location. Do not approach unless I notify you. If you encounter any perilous situations, you may retreat first." Rest assured, soon, as the power outage maintenance commenced, the lights throughout the hotel abruptly extinguished. Observing this, Zhang Xuan lowered the night vision device, and green light illuminated his view. All right, the operation begins. Chapter 44. The Observer in the Shadows at precisely 1:20 a.m. At the entrance of the underground parking lot of the Rama Royal Hotel, are inside the security booth, under the dim glow of a portable lamp, the guard tasked with monitoring and opening the door stifled a yawn. Rubbing his nose in drowsiness, muttering to himself, "Is it time yet?" Lacking a watch, he was unaware of the exact hour. However, it was agreed that the hotel would undergo a power outage for maintenance precisely when he was to finish his shift. Presumably, it should be close to that time. While pondering, another security guard hurriedly approached from a distance, "You're too slow." The guard expressed his dissatisfaction. "Do you not realize that for every minute you are late to work, your fortune diminishes?" "Apologies, apologies, I was delayed." The new guard awkwardly clutched his stomach. "I just ate something bad. Just don't let it happen while on duty." The guard had no intention of listening to his lengthy explanation. Removing his hat as he prepared to leave, suddenly, he thought he heard a noise. Turning his head, however, he was met with darkness. Nothing was visible. "Is anyone there?" he called out, reaching for his handgun at his waist. Yet, the moment his hand rose, thud. His head erupted like a watermelon, a gaping hole appearing. Fragments of his skull mingled with blood and brain matter, splattering across the ground. The man collapsed backward, lifeless. The other security guard, still oblivious, barely registered the muffled yet crisp sound of gunfire echoing in the darkness. Thud, thud, thud. He too fell, riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground. Not far away, beneath a tree, Zhang Xuan, clad in night vision gear and appearing like a specter of the night, emerged from the shadows. The muzzle of his MCX still emitted wisps of smoke. He hastened over, delivering a final shot to the head of the guard who had yet to fully expire. Then waved his hand towards the back. Following the signal, Ku rushed out as well. The two exchanged no words. Zhang Xuan maintained vigilance over their surroundings while Ku dragged the two corpses behind the security booth. Locating a piece of black plastic to cover them, this moment, the emergency lights in the parking garage provided a minimal glow, primarily illuminating only some corners. Most passages lacked emergency lighting, even if someone walked through. Without a flashlight, one could barely discern a silhouette. After disposing of the bodies, the two advanced swiftly, weapons drawn, entering the parking lot in a cross formation. Meanwhile, in the office of the fourth-floor casino, Du Yang sat expressionless, toying with a chip, his phone placed on the table before him, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, the phone screen illuminated, a text message arriving. "I only see two individuals in action. They have prematurely entered the parking lot and just killed two security guards at the entrance." Du Yang furrowed his brow. "Two individuals? Where is the other one? This deviates from the plan. Furthermore, was it not instructed for them to sneak in through the small door?" With this in mind, Du Yang picked up his phone and replied, "Continue monitoring. As long as they achieve their objective, act accordingly." Understood. Switching screens, Du Yang sent another message to Ma Chuaning. "You are being too impulsive. Executing the kill now may very well alert the enemy." Soon, a response came from Ma Chuaning. "Mistake. You will find a way to resolve this, right?" Bang! His fist slammed heavily against the table. Du Yang's face flushed with anger as he took a deep breath. Damn, what a mess. Though he felt compelled to berate the individual on the other end, the thought of needing their assistance to eliminate Qian Lisan prompted Du Yang to respond. "No worries. It's a minor issue. Just act swiftly, but do not kill anyone else along the way. Otherwise, even I won't be able to cover for you." Without waiting for Ma Chuaning to reply, Du Yang cursed his incompetent teammates and switched screens again. "Notify all security teams in the hotel to assemble on the fourth floor immediately. I need to address them." "Understood, Supervisor." At this moment, Ma Chuaning set down his phone and spoke into his earpiece. "This is old Ma. That fellow just texted me, stating he saw Brother Zhang and could eliminate the two guards at the entrance, with a 2-minute interval in between." Meanwhile, Uncle He, driving casually on the opposite side of the street, furrowed his brow upon hearing this news. Does he have someone monitoring nearby? At this point, all surveillance in and around the hotel had ceased due to the power outage. Even if there were hidden monitoring devices, the other party would not take 2 minutes to relay information. This indicated that someone was undoubtedly observing the hotel's every move from an undisclosed location. "I'll go check," Ji Wei remarked, not lifting his head. He then maneuvered the drone higher into the air, searching the surrounding buildings for any signs of life. Given Zhang Xian's capabilities, it was unlikely he would be tracked without noticing. Thus, the only possibility remained that the observer, like old Ma, was hiding within a certain building. The top floor, without a doubt, was the most suspicious location, the end of the parking lot. Zhang Xuan and Ku had now located the entrance to the private elevator depicted on the map. Listening to the conversation relayed through his earpiece, Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow and gestured to Ku for cover. Ke understood and nodded, positioning himself behind Zhang Xuan, weapon drawn, prepared to guard against any threats from the rear. Zhang Xuan removed a fragmentary hand grenade from his tactical vest, Extracting 2 lengths of rope and a bundle of tape, he meticulously wrapped the ropes around the grenade's pin and the top seam of the elevator door, securing them with tape to fashion a rudimentary tripwire grenade. Once the elevator door opened, the pin would be pulled out by the ropes, causing the grenade to drop from above and erupt in a thunderous explosion. Although instantaneous detonation was unattainable, the brief delay of 2 or 3 seconds would render most individuals incapable of reacting swiftly enough to escape the blast radius. Having accomplished this, Zhang Xuan patted Ku on the shoulder, signaling the completion of their task, and gestured towards the distant fire escape. He nodded and swiftly moved ahead, with Zhang Xuan closely trailing behind, employing night vision goggles to survey their surroundings. Curiously, despite the expansive parking lot, not a single patrolling guard was in sight. Contemplating this, Zhang Xuan quietly spoke into his earpiece. Ji Wei, ascertain the location of the security personnel within the building, focusing particularly on the areas illuminated by flashlights, and identify their whereabouts. Received, came the response. Soon, Zhang Xuan and Ku found themselves outside the fire escape door, positioning themselves on either side. Zhang Xuan leaned in to listen, detecting footsteps from within, albeit at a distance, likely from individuals moving on the upper floors. With this thought, he glanced at Ku, lowering the muzzle of his weapon, loosening the grip of his left hand's pinky and ring fingers on the foregrip, and slightly elevating the gun's muzzle. Understanding the cue, Ku angled his gun upwards toward the ceiling, placing one hand on the doorknob and mentally counting down. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 45. The drone reveals, the chaos begins. 3, 2, 1. Bang. Ku pressed down on the doorknob, forcefully pushing the door open. Zhang Xuan took a large step forward, simultaneously bracing the rifle stock against his shoulder, the gun rising in a smooth arc as he swept through the stairwell's corners in an instant. Following closely, Ku aimed his weapon towards the upper staircase. Confirming the absence of enemies, the two advanced cautiously, adhering to the wall as they ascended. At this moment, Zhang Xuan could distinctly hear footsteps and voices emanating from above. Flashlight beams intermittently flickered above, indicating a considerable number of individuals traversing the stairwell. Just then, Ji Wei's voice crackled through Zhang Xuan's earpiece. This is Ji Wei. It seems all security personnel in the building have been mobilized. Their gathering point is within the casino on the 4th floor. Apart from the security personnel, no other individuals have been spotted for the time being. Additionally, there are 3 individuals in the fire escape between the 7th and 8th floors. 2 on the 12th floor, and another 2 on the 23rd floor. It is estimated they will take 2 to 3 minutes to reach the 4th floor, though other possibilities cannot be ruled out. Listening to Ji Wei's report, Zhang Xuan silently calculated and then proceeded upward. Before long, they reached the 3rd floor, where 3 security guards were descending from the 4th floor, chatting and joking as they stood at the door, seemingly intending to take a smoke break. Zhang Xuan and Ku refrained from making any rash moves, silently positioning themselves with their weapons aimed at the gap leading to the staircase above. Targeting the 3 guards. Outside the building, several dozen meters away from the fire escape window, Ji Wei was controlling a drone, observing the entire scene. Through Zhang Xuan's night vision goggles, the IR laser had already settled on one guard's forehead, requiring only a gentle squeeze of the trigger to eliminate him instantly. After approximately 2 minutes, 2 more individuals descended from above. The trio at the door waved as they pushed through, joining the others inside the 4th floor casino. As the fire escape door closed behind them, Zhang Xuan signaled for advancement and led Ku upward, while Ji Wei continued to relay the positions of the remaining 2 individuals in the stairwell. Finally, upon reaching the 12th floor, Ji Wei informed them. They have now moved to the 14th floor and are preparing to descend to the 13th floor. Zhang Xuan immediately signaled for caution. The 2 positioned themselves at the edge of the 12th floor staircase, aiming their weapons upwards. At that moment, they could see 2 security guards leisurely descending the stairs. Soon, as the guards reached the 13th floor, Zhang Xuan squeezed the trigger. Pop, pop. In less than a second, 2 shots rang out. Ku had no opportunity to fire. Both guards were instantly dispatched with headshots. Ku swiftly moved forward to confirm the kills and extinguish their flashlights. With this completed, Zhang Xuan and Ku noticeably quickened their pace upwards. The entire hotel boasted 26 floors, and reaching the top would require only a few minutes. Meanwhile, within the 4th floor casino hall, the once bustling casino appeared eerily quiet in the deep night. Over 20 security personnel had gathered, their idle chatter causing Du Yong, seated at the front, to feel increasingly agitated. He incessantly checked his phone for the time and any new messages. Logically, the individual surnamed Ma should have already reached the top floor by now. Why was there still no sign of activity? Had they failed? That shouldn't be the case. Even if they had indeed faltered, Qian Li-sin would surely have summoned the security to protect him immediately. Contemplating this, Du Yang couldn't help but dial a number. Rising from his seat, he took a few steps aside and quietly inquired, "Baozi, what is the situation? Where are they now?" At that moment, across from the hotel, within a room of a residential building, a man in black, equipped with a sniper rifle, was crouched by the window on a makeshift platform, scanning the hotel from top to bottom. Hearing the voice in his earpiece, Baozi replied, "I can't see their location, but I haven't heard any gunfire, and there's nothing unusual on the top floor. However, I just spotted a drone. Du Yang's tone elevated slightly, but he quickly realized the impropriety and walked towards his office, lowering his voice again. "Is it that surnamed Ma? Can't say for certain, but the drone has circled the hotel several times. It's likely theirs, and the drone operator is probably in the vehicle they arrived in." Du Yang's expression fluctuated, pondering for a moment before stating, "Is there any way to take that drone down?" "Not a chance," Baozi scoffed. "It's too fast and too high. I'm no expert marksman." "Then kill the drone operator. That thing is jeopardizing the entire plan." "Are you sure?" "I'm indifferent. You've already paid, so you call the shots. However, opening fire now, regardless of whether you hit or miss, will undoubtedly disrupt your plan." At this moment, Du Yang was regretting not hiring more assassins. He had thought one sniper would suffice. Yet the cunning tactics of the surnamed Ma's group, employing drones, had caught him off guard. After contemplating for 2 seconds, he concluded, "Forget it. Hold your position. I'll send someone out, okay?" Upon hanging up, Du Yang returned to the hall with a grim expression. Addressing the gathered security personnel, "There's an Audi A6 loitering near the hotel. I suspect the occupants may harbor malicious intent. Send a few people to handle it." A minute later, at the hotel entrance, 6 security personnel rushed out. Observing this, Ma Chuaning immediately reported, "He Shu, watch out. 6 individuals are approaching the entrance, and I'm not sure if they're coming for you." At that moment, He Shu was driving, nearing the hotel entrance. Upon hearing this, he slammed the brakes and shifted into reverse. The 6 security guards, spotting the suddenly halting Audi, shouted and ran towards it, pulling out their firearms. "They're really coming for us." Ji Wei, witnessing this, felt a jolt of alarm and hurriedly spoke into his earpiece, "Big brother, we've been compromised. We may need to retreat." However, before he could finish, the night was shattered by the sound of gunfire. Those security personnel had opened fire. Although the distance was considerable, 2 bullets struck the vehicle. He Shu quickly turned off the headlights and pressed the gas pedal, attempting to flee. Yet the security personnel seemed unwilling to let them escape. Raising their weapons at that moment, Ma Chuaning, atop the building, muttered an expletive, "Damn it!" He immediately opened fire on the group of guards below. Bang. One guard was shot through the chest and collapsed. Realizing they were under attack but unsure of the direction, the remaining guards scrambled for cover. Meanwhile, within the fire escape door on the hotel's top floor, Zhang Xuan and Ku were already prepared for an assault. Chapter 46. The Breach. Hearing the cacophony of gunfire from below, Ku instinctively glanced at Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan too sensed that the situation had escalated beyond their expectations. When had they been exposed? Had that guy sold them out? That shouldn't be the case. Based on what he had said earlier, he should have wanted Qian Li-sin dead tonight. Why the sudden urgency? Lost in thought, the sound of voices and a door opening reached them from outside, suggesting something was amiss. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted from downstairs, jolting Qian Li-sin awake. "What is going on?" he shouted towards the door, shoving aside the 2 naked women beside him, hastily pulling on his pants and jumping out of bed. In the living room outside the suite, 2 bodyguards approached the window, peering down in confusion. Just then, Qian Li-sin stepped out. "Young master, it seems there's a gunfight below." "A gunfight?" Qian Li-sin's expression was somewhat grim, and an inexplicable sense of unease suddenly surged within him. He immediately pulled out his phone from his pocket, intending to call Du Yang below to inquire about the situation. However, upon noticing the glaring X symbol on his phone's signal indicator, his anxiety escalated to a near overwhelming level. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and Qian Li-sin promptly commanded, "Quick! Send someone down to notify the security team to come up and protect me." "Yes." A bodyguard opened the suite door. As the two bodyguards at the entrance turned back, the fire exit at the end of the corridor was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Xuan, armed with an MCX, burst out from the stairwell, firing multiple rounds. The three bodyguards in the corridor had no time to react before they were all struck by bullets. Two fell to the ground, while one, hit in the abdomen, managed to retreat back into the room. Protect the young master. The injured bodyguard, clutching his wounded abdomen in agony, instinctively raised the alarm due to his strong professional training. Simultaneously closing the door behind him and drawing his sidearm, seeking cover to hide. The other bodyguard also shielded Qian Li-sin as they retreated into the bedroom, preparing to enter the safe room for refuge. In the corridor outside, Zhang Xuan and Kui advanced swiftly towards the door. Bang, bang. Kui quickly fired additional shots and removed the only grenade hanging from his chest, a flashbang. After pulling the pin, he raised it in front of Zhang Xuan as a signal before taking a position beside him. Given the uncertainty of the situation inside the room, it was crucial to avoid recklessly crossing the deadly funnel or kicking down the door without necessity. Fortunately, Zhang Xuan had anticipated this scenario. At this moment, he switched weapons, hanging the MCX at his left hip while his right hand reached behind him. A Remington M1100. At that moment, the chamber of the Remington was already loaded with 6 slugs. He pressed the muzzle against the door lock. Bang! The deafening gunshot shattered the door lock into fragments. But that was not the end. Zhang Xuan raised his weapon and fired again at the center of the door. Bang! The immense destructive power not only blasted a sizable hole through the wooden door, but also propelled the entire door inward. In that instant, a series of gunshots erupted from within the room. Unfortunately, the bullets from the handguns merely struck the wall opposite the door. At that moment, Kui swiftly tossed the flashbang inside. Bang! The flashbang exploded, momentarily halting the gunfire from within. Zhang Xuan took the lead, deftly slipping into the room, and as he moved toward the left corner, he fired a shot that struck the chest of the bodyguard hiding behind the sofa. After hitting his target, Zhang Xuan quickly redirected his aim to scan the other corners of the room. Kui also entered the room at the moment Zhang Xuan fired, covering Zhang Xuan's back on the right side. After confirming that there was no one else in the living room, Zhang Xuan fired again, obliterating the head of the bodyguard on the floor whose life was uncertain, before hastily making his way to the bedroom door. Ke quickly positioned himself opposite the bedroom door, drawing 3 deer slugs from his ammo pouch to ensure he had enough ammunition before aiming again at the bedroom lock. Preparing to employ the same tactic, inside the bedroom, the 2 women had already been shot dead, and a bodyguard was on high alert, his gaze fixed on the door. Behind him, Qian Li-sin crouched in front of a metal door barely 1 meter high, trembling as he attempted to turn the combination lock of the safe room. Damn it, why is there no signal in the house? Why hasn't the security team arrived yet? Consumed by fear, Qian Li-sin muttered anxiously, repeatedly misdialing the combination and unable to unlock the door. Just as he was becoming frantic, bang bang, the shotgun fired. 2 slugs once again blasted open the door. Bang bang bang. The bodyguard rapidly pulled the trigger, attempting to fend off the intruders with his small handgun. But against the odds, how many bullets could he fire alone? Soon, the last bullet was spent, and the handgun automatically locked open with a chilling sound that echoed like the harbinger of death within the room. The bodyguard acted swiftly. The moment he finished firing, he pressed the magazine release button and attempted to draw a fresh magazine from his waist. But he was quick, and Zhang Xuan was quicker. The instant the sound of the slide locking back echoed, he charged into the room. Bang! A slug blew the bodyguard's head clean off, shattering his skull and part of his neck into a gruesome mess. Countless fragments of flesh rained down upon the trembling Qian Li-sin, who was crouched on the floor. A piece of brain even landed in Qian Li-sin's mouth. Gulp! Almost instinctively, he swallowed the foreign matter. Bang! Kui stepped forward quickly and kicked Qian Li-sin to the ground. Unable to resist, Qian Li-sin could only tremble in fear as he gazed at the 2 masked figures before him, repeatedly pleading, "Don't kill me, please, don't kill me." Observing the half-naked Qian Li-sin, Zhang Xuan chose not to fire, nodding to Kui, who produced 2 zip ties and approached to bind Qian Li-sin's thumbs and wrists together. It was only then that Zhang Xuan spoke. "I have a few questions for you. Answer truthfully, and perhaps I will consider sparing your life. First, aside from you, who else knows the password to your safe room? Second, where is your father currently located in America? Will he be returning soon? Third, where is all the cash from your hotel and casino currently stored? Chapter 47. Exploding Thunder. Moments earlier, a sniper, upon hearing that there might be a sniper lurking outside, Young instinctively thought it was the leopard who had been exposed. Yet, he quickly dismissed that notion. Supervisor, it's true. The sniper outside has been targeting our brothers, and we have already lost several men. Others trying to rescue them can't get out. A security guard, who had just rushed back in a state of panic, reported. Du Yang's mind raced. If the previous surveillance from the Peninsula Hotel was accurate, it could be inferred that there were at least 3 gunmen on Ma Chuanting's side. Previously, the leopard had stated that he only saw 2 individuals enter the underground parking lot. This meant that the ones currently sniping at them outside were the gunmen who did not directly participate in the assassination of Qian Lisin. Realizing this, Du Yang took out his phone, opting not to send a text but to call Ma Chuaning directly. After a while, there was no answer. Just as he suspected, Du Yang understood that he and Ma Chuaning's faction had completely severed ties. There was no longer anything to discuss. Tonight, they must die. But just then, a round of gunfire erupted from the upper levels of the hotel. The security personnel on site were not naive. With the unfolding events, it was clear that something significant was happening, and their expressions changed dramatically. Without hesitation, Du Yang drew his handgun and shouted, "Quick, everyone, gear up and head to the top floor with me to protect the young master." Yes. Seizing the moment while everyone rushed to arm themselves, Du Yang swiftly sent a message to the leopard. Locate that hidden sniper and eliminate him. Received. In fact, even before Ma Chuaning fired the first shot, the leopard had already pinpointed his location. However, due to the height difference and angle, he had been unable to find a suitable shooting position. Moreover, since Du Yang had not made any noise, he was content to remain idle. Now, with the task at hand, the leopard wasted no time. After gearing up, he hurried down the stairs towards the high building where Ma Chuaning was stationed. Meanwhile, Ma Chuaning was half kneeling on the rooftop, firing his AR-15 from the edge, having already eliminated several security personnel, compelling others attempting to escape the hotel to retreat. He successfully created an opportunity for He Shu and Ji Wei to flee. Brother Zhang, I've covered He Shu's retreat. Do you need me to stay put for fire support? While changing magazines, Ma Chuaning spoke into his earpiece. However, after waiting a long time, he received no response. Busy, perhaps. Ma Chuaning frowned. Just then, Ji Wei suddenly spoke in his earpiece. Big Brother and Maoka suddenly went offline. We're not sure if it's a signal issue. Offline? Ma Chuaning pondered for 2 seconds and replied, Ji Wei, can your drone come over? Help me scout the area. I need to change my shooting position. I fired a lot of rounds and have likely exposed my location. Although Ma Chuaning was not a professional sniper, he understood the principle of changing positions after firing. The Lama Royal Hotel had entrances on all sides, and he could not be certain whether others would circumvent and surround him from different exits. If he got trapped inside, it would undoubtedly spell his doom. The drone had limited battery power, but it should last for another 2 minutes. While Ji Wei often targeted Ma Chuaning, he knew the gravity of the situation. Soon, the drone soared over the high building, hovering above Ma Chuaning, beginning reconnaissance around the entire structure. Meanwhile, beneath the eaves below the high building, the leopard, with a gun bag in hand and wearing a baseball cap, coldly observed the drone flying past from a distance. Once he confirmed the drone had flown far away, he lowered his head, swiftly dashed out of cover, and entered the building. Meanwhile, Ji Wei had completed a preliminary reconnaissance. No one had been detected in close proximity for the time being. Though there was no guarantee that this would remain the case, be careful, he advised. I'm already at my limit over here. All right, rest assured, replied Ma Chuaning as he swiftly stowed the AR-15 into its case and drew the Glock 17 from the small of his back. After confirming that the chamber was loaded, he hurriedly descended from the rooftop. Bang! A single shot shattered Qian Lisin's skull, while Ka simultaneously turned off his phone's recording. Just as he returned to the main screen, Ka realized that his phone had no signal whatsoever. Brother, it seems this place is equipped with a signal jammer? A signal jammer? Zhang Xuan pulled out his phone from his waist pouch and indeed found it to be true. No wonder he hadn't heard any updates from Ji Wei since they broke in. The area affected by the signal jamming can't be too large. We should move, he concluded. With that, Zhang Xuan switched back to the MCX, unloading the partially used magazine and replacing it with a fully loaded one. The 2 men swiftly exited the suite, cautiously advancing in a staggered formation. At this moment, Zhang Xuan had already deduced the identity of the mastermind behind all this, as well as his likely current location, Duyang. Hut in the underground parking garage. A team of 6 security personnel, led by Duyang, descended the fire escape with urgency. Each member was equipped with a bulletproof vest and a sidearm, with 2 of them armed with UZI submachine guns. Quickly, let's take the dedicated elevator and flank the brothers ascending the fire escape. Duyang had observed from the Peninsula Hotel surveillance footage that Ma Chuaning's group possessed considerable combat prowess. Otherwise, he would not have felt secure allowing them to target Qian Lisin, who was guarded by 4 professional bodyguards. Therefore, even with only 2 individuals remaining upstairs, they needed to be taken seriously. Although most of the casino's security personnel were inexperienced, several had military backgrounds. Dealing with 2 people should not pose a significant problem. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the dedicated elevator. Perhaps out of impatience, Duyang hastily pressed the button for the elevator to ascend. Just as it conveniently stopped at the basement level, one sharp-eyed security guard, armed with a flashlight, immediately spotted the tripwire explosive that Zhang Xuan had previously set up at the top of the elevator door. "Watch out for the grenade." Without a moment to lose, the security guard shouted, yanking Duyang backward with great force. Just then, the elevator doors swung open. Ding! The pin was pulled by the cord, the safety latch sprang up, and the fragmentation grenade clattered to the floor. Boom! At the moment of detonation, the security guard had already thrown himself on top of Duyang, pinning him down. The violent flames, accompanied by the shockwave and a barrage of metal shrapnel, swept across an area of over 20 meters. Even further away, several vehicles were perforated by the debris. A cacophony of car alarms erupted throughout the parking garage, and the flickering lights cast the entire area in a chaotic dance of shadow and light. Chapter 48. Life and Death Struggle. A thunderous roar echoed. Within the elevator shaft, the muffled yet unmistakable sound of an explosion reverberated. Zhang Xuan, who had just passed by the dedicated elevator entrance, immediately understood that Duyang was about to take action against them. Duyang is getting impatient. He hasn't even confirmed whether Qian Lisin is dead, Zhang Xuan remarked with a disdainful smile. Beside him, Ku watched as the signal bars on his phone gradually returned, finally letting out a sigh of relief. "The signal's back, brother. Zhang Xuan nodded. "Contact Old Ma immediately and request fire support." Understood. Ke reconnected to the group communication and called out, "This is Ke.My brother and I have completed the mission and are preparing to evacuate. Old Ma, we need your assistance to clear out the security personnel in the fire escape." However, after waiting for a considerable time, it was Ji Wei's voice that came through. "Brother, you 2 have finally come online." Old Ma said he needed to change shooting positions, but he hasn't spoken since. The drone is now out of battery. "Old Ma is in trouble?" Ku instinctively replied. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow in thought for 2 seconds before saying, "Let's move down, Ji Wei. Continue trying to reach Old Ma. You don't need to worry about us." All right. After assigning the tasks, Zhang Xuan raised his weapon and headed towards the fire escape. Action. Push through. Yes, in a desolate floor of the building. 2 figures were locked in combat. Bang bang boom. Clatter. A Glock 17 was knocked away, skidding several meters before coming to a halt. "Damn you." Ma Chuaning cursed furiously, gripping the arm of the knife-wielding assailant that lunged at him. Taking a step back, he twisted his waist with force, executing a sweeping leg takedown that sent the dark-clad figure crashing to the ground. But that was not the end. He quickly thrust his right knee forward, attempting to leverage the moment to incapacitate the opponent's right arm. Yet, the black-clad figure, who had already managed to disarm Ma Chuaning, was no novice. As soon as they hit the ground, he executed a kick and a roll, breaking free from Ma Chuaning's grasp and swiftly slashed with the knife. In an instant, Ma Chuaning found himself unable to evade, and several deep gashes appeared on his left forearm, blood streaming down. However, he seemed oblivious to the pain. Swiftly drawing a military knife that had been strapped to his calf, ready to attack, his gaze was fixed on the black-clad assailant, who resembled a hunting leopard poised to strike. Neither of them made a hasty move. Their blades danced in a series of probing thrusts, yet they did not engage directly. "Big brother, with your age, you shouldn't be in this line of work anymore. Look at you, accumulating more wounds," the assailant taunted in Thai. Ma Chuaning retorted in the same language, "What kind of amateur killer are you? If it weren't for your sneak attack, I would have taken you down with a single shot." The assailant shot back defiantly. Ha! Easy for you to say. Where's your gun? The gun. Ma Chuaning glanced at the Glock a few meters away, as well as the AR-15 bag that had been tossed down the stairs. His lips twitched slightly in frustration. Damn it! That very moment, the assailant seized the opportunity. With a swift movement, he charged toward Ma Chuaning. Swish, bang. The blades flashed as they clashed. Arms and knives twisted in a mesmerizing display, akin to butterflies flitting through flowers. Clang! As their blades met, they both retreated to reassess their positions. This time, a new cut appeared on Ma Chuanting's chest plate, while the assailant remained unharmed. A huff. Ma Chuanting's right hand trembled slightly, his heavy breathing betraying his exhaustion. As the assailant had pointed out, Ma Chuanting's physical condition had deteriorated with age. Although he had trained intensively with Zhang Xuan and the others for the past 2 weeks, it was far from sufficient to restore him to his peak military form. After just this brief exchange, he was already struggling to keep pace with his opponent. The knife twirled and danced at the tips of the assailant's fingers, who moved with the confidence of a hunter certain of his victory. With a cold smile, he circled Ma Chuanting, waiting for the slightest opening to reveal his lethal fangs. No, I can't keep playing this knife game. Realizing that he was outmatched in a knife fight, Ma Chuanting's eyes flashed with fierce determination. In the next moment, he lunged directly at the assailant. Bang! As they collided, vulnerabilities were exposed. The assailant smirked, stepping back to brace against Ma Chuanting's charge. His left hand aimed to constrict Ma Chuanting's neck and obstruct his vision, while his right hand swiftly stabbed into Ma Chuanting's left side. Ah! The searing pain of the knife, plunging into his abdomen, forced a roar from Ma Chuaning as he gripped the assailant's right hand. Pushing him back several steps, the assailant, taken by surprise at Ma Chuanting's sudden display of strength, was knocked to the ground. Die, you bastard. Raising his military knife high, Ma Chuaning aimed a fierce thrust at the assailant's face. With no other option, the assailant attempted to block the assault with his left arm. However, despite Ma Chuanting's waning stamina, his strength still surpassed that of the assailant. Even in his injured state, he managed to press the military knife down against the assailant's arm. Inch by inch, as the knife was about to pierce the assailant's eye, he made a desperate move, releasing his grip on the dagger and twisting away, using his thighs to exert pressure. The assailant seized both of Ma Chuanting's right arm, pinning him with his legs directly over Ma Chuanting's chest and neck. A cross-lock, crack, ah! The assailant mercilessly twisted Ma Chuanting's right arm until it broke. Hearing Ma Chuanting's cries of agony, the assailant's face lit up with a twisted excitement. But at that very moment, bang, 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 gunshots rang out. The assailant was struck multiple times in the chest and abdomen, and the strength that had bound Ma Chuaning vanished in an instant. It was Ma Chuaning. It was the Glock. It turned out that Ma Chuaning had deliberately charged at the assailant in the direction of the Glock, knowing that it was his only chance to retrieve it. Even at the risk of sustaining a knife wound, he had knocked the assailant to the ground to secure the fallen firearm. Now, with the gun in his left hand, Ma Chuaning struggled to his feet and fired repeatedly at the assailant's face. Bang, bang, bang. Even after expending all the bullets and mangling the assailant's face, Ma Chuaning was still not satisfied, delivering a fierce kick to the assailant's stomach. Damn, damn, damn. Yet before he could unleash further fury, the severed arm and the blood pouring from his abdomen caused him to collapse back to the ground. Damn it. Cold sweat trickled down Ma Chuanting's forehead as he leaned against the sturdy pillar behind him. Gasping heavily, the turbulent floor was eerily quiet, save for his labored breaths and a few faint sounds. Huh? He glanced up to see his Bluetooth headset lying not far away, struggling painfully with his injured left arm. He crawled over to retrieve it. Inside, Ji Wei's voice crackled through. Old Ma, what's your situation over there? I heard gunfire. Ma Chuaning, too weak to explain much, replied in a feeble voice. I'm on the 13th floor. Seriously injured. Hurry, come help me. After uttering those words, he lost his grip, and the headset fell to the ground. The pain overwhelmed him, and he collapsed. Blood poured from his waist as he pressed his hand firmly against the wound, attempting to slow the bleeding. Yet, his consciousness began to fade into darkness. Damn, this time I overreached. Chapter 49. Ambush on the stairs. Ding, ding, dinged, a sharp ringing echoed in Du Yang's mind, incessantly irritating his brain. His dazed eyes slowly opened, staring blankly at his surroundings. That moment, The parking lot had returned to silence. What happened? With a forceful shove, he pushed aside the security guard lying on top of him and sat up in confusion. As he surveyed the multitude of security personnel sprawled around him, the events of the earlier chaos came rushing back. Screams, explosions, and the searing heat that had nearly blinded him. A grenade? Fear engulfed Du Yong, and his trembling hands searched his body. Fortunately, apart from some minor scrapes, he bore no serious injuries. His gaze fell upon the security guard who had shielded him, his back gruesomely torn apart. Du Yong instantly realized that had it not been for that guard, he would likely have met a similar fate. Unsteadily, he rose to his feet, fumbling for his phone to contact Baozi. After 2 calls went unanswered, confusion clouded his mind. What was happening? Reluctantly, he decided to reach out to the security team upstairs. Terrified, he dared not wander aimlessly, fearing another grenade might drop and end his life. In the fire escape stairwell, a dozen security personnel hurriedly ascended the stairs. They had now reached the 18th floor. Previously, Du Yong had informed them of 2 armed assassins on the rooftop, with the target being the wealthy Qian Lisin. What a disaster! If anything happened to young Master Qian, not only would they lose their jobs, but they could also face the wrath of Qian Wanqing. Everyone would be in trouble. Hurry, move faster. 6 security personnel armed with UZI submachine guns led the charge, taking 3 steps at a time. Meanwhile, at the fire door on the 20th floor, Ku Zhang cautiously peered through the crack. As the first security guard passed by the doorway, he stealthily aimed his gun through the opening, counting the ascending personnel while silently preparing to count down. 10, 9.3, 2, 1.0, bang. The fire door swung open violently. Ku thrust his gun out, pulling the trigger at the last security guard who had just reached the landing. Rat-a-tat-tat. Even with a suppressor attached, the deafening noise of the automatic fire was still startling. For security guards, caught off guard, were instantly turned into shredded meat. Enemy attack. The security personnel in the lead shouted in alarm, scrambling for cover while firing back toward Ku's direction. After emptying his magazine, Ku retreated, unwilling to engage them head-on. As the remaining guards coordinated their efforts to return to the 20th floor and eliminate Ku, Zhang Xuan suddenly peeked over the stair railing on the 23rd floor. Holding an MCX, rat-a-tat-tat. Another round of fire erupted. Zhang Xuan's marksmanship far exceeded Ku's. In less than 2 seconds, 6 security personnel fell into pools of blood. A pincer attack. In under half a minute, the majority of the security team lay incapacitated. The remaining 5 guards, now thoroughly intimidated, fled through the fire door to the 21st floor, rushing into the hotel corridor. Zhang Xuan swiftly followed, his footsteps quickening as he descended to the 22nd floor. Pew pew pew. After executing the downed security personnel one by one, he concealed himself in the shadows, preparing to reload for an assault on the 21st floor corridor. Hearing Zhang Xuan's voice through the earpiece, Ku, who had taken refuge in the corridor of the 20th floor, quickly made his way up to the 2-1st. By then, Zhang Xuan stood by the door, Remington in hand, ready to strike. Nodding at each other to confirm their readiness, Ku yanked open the fire door, bang. Zhang Xuan raised his weapon to shoulder height, minimizing the gun's entry length as he burst through the door, thrusting the barrel forward like a bayonet, then returning the stock to its place. Bang, bang, 2 shots rang out, piercing the chests of 2 security guards at the far end of the corridor, who collapsed lifelessly. Following closely, Ku also fired a pair of shots into the downed guards. The duo advanced rapidly, passing an open room where Zhang Xuan could distinctly hear the sounds of anxious breathing within. Without hesitation, he tilted his head and fired without looking. At this moment, Zhang Xuan's single projectile rounds had been spent, and his remaining ammunition consisted solely of buckshot. Buckshot, a traditional type of shot, boasts a smaller damage radius than birdshot but delivers greater power. Bang. The shell ejected from the chamber under pressure, a red plastic casing flying away. As the lead pellets ignited, they scattered into the room. One security guard was instantly struck down. As another guard attempted to resist, Zhang Xuan fired another round of buckshot. Several lead pellets slammed into the guard's bulletproof vest, sending him crashing against the wall behind him. Entering the room, Zhang Xuan executed a single shot on each of them. After exhausting his bullets, he reloaded and transitioned from the Remington to his primary weapon, the MCX.AT. This point, only 1 straggler remained. Suddenly, Ku, stationed at the entrance, opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. A few rapid shots rang out, followed by the sound of a body hitting the ground. When Zhang Xuan leaned out to check, he found the last straggler had been taken down by Ku. Well done, Zhang Xuan praised. He shyly nodded, resembling a humble underdog basking in the praise of a deity. Just then, a phone rang. It was the phone of a slain security guard. Zhang Xuan walked over, retrieving the device. On the screen, the caller ID displayed Du Yang. Chapter 50. Du Yang's demise. Into the police station. Answer the phone. Please answer the phone. Staring at the incoming call screen, beads of cold sweat formed on Du Yang's forehead. Never before had he wished so fervently for a response from the other end. Not even during his university days chasing after girls had he felt such urgency. Just as the call was about to disconnect, a beep sounded, and the phone connected. He felt as though he had risen from hell to heaven, blood rushing to his face as he exclaimed with unbridled excitement. Where are you now? Have you dealt with those two? If you have, hurry down and protect me. However, the other end remained eerily silent. An ominous premonition washed over Du Yang, prompting him to cautiously ask, Who are you? As he posed the question, a soft chuckle echoed from the other end. Du Yang, abandoning the donkey after the mill? Quite ruthless, aren't you? Crack! Before the speaker could finish, Du Yang, terrified, smashed the phone onto the ground. The shattered pieces scattered across the floor as he stared in disbelief. Impossible! How could they still be alive? What about those security personnel? Suddenly, a jolt coursed through him, and in a flurry of panic, he retrieved his car keys from his pocket and dashed toward his vehicle. Outside, the blaring sirens echoed in the streets. The commotion from Ma Chuanting's confrontation with the security guards had drawn the attention of many, and the police were now en route. Not just any police, but a whole squad from the Bangkok SWAT team. Quickly unlocking his car and throwing open the door, he attempted to start the engine. Du Yang realized he had no allies left in the building. His only option was to escape outside and join the approaching police team, where perhaps he could find a sliver of hope. Meanwhile, in the fire escape stairwell, Zhang Xuan and Ke rushed downwards to eye in their earpiece. Ji Wei's anxious voice rang out. Brother, old Ma is seriously injured and needs to get to the hospital immediately. If we delay any longer, I fear he won't make it. Zhang Xuan wasted no time, saying, then get him to the hospital right away, and have Uncle he contact Wilson. Uncle he knows what to do. Okay. As he listened to the sirens and saw the flashing red and blue lights outside, a grave expression crossed his face. Brother, the streets are swarming with police sirens. It seems we are surrounded. What should we do now? After tonight's ordeal, Ku had gained considerable insight into Zhang Xuan's combat abilities. Yet even so, he dared not utter the phrase, should we fight our way out? With just the two of them, lacking backup, support, or even reconnaissance, attempting to break through the police encirclement was nothing short of a fantasy. Furthermore, after enduring numerous consecutive battles, the ammunition they each carried had been depleted by more than half. The remaining supplies were insufficient to sustain them in another high-intensity confrontation. Not only was Ku uncertain, but Zhang Xuan also felt a sense of trepidation as he shook his head and remarked, let us adapt to the circumstances. If it comes to it, we shall surrender. Uncle he will surely find a way to rescue us. As they spoke, the two had already reached the basement level. With a resounding crash, Zhang Xuan kicked open the fire exit door, brandishing his weapon and swiftly surveying the surroundings, spotting the lifeless forms of several security personnel near the entrance of the dedicated elevator. At that moment, the roar of an automobile engine pierced the air. Vroom. A white BMW Z4 in a distant parking space illuminated its headlights, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, racing towards the parking lot's exit. Upon witnessing this, Ku immediately raised his firearm and opened fire at the BMW. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down upon the vehicle. Behind the wheel, Du Yang kept his head down, disregarding everything, flooring the accelerator and charging forward at full speed. Despite Ku's quick reflexes, the distance was too great, and the moving target made accuracy a challenge. A full magazine emptied. Yet he could not thwart Du Yang's escape. Just as he was hastily reloading, Zhang Xuan had already locked onto his target. Whoosh! A single bullet traversed over 100 meters, striking the speeding BMW's window. As the glass shattered, a spray of blood erupted, splattering against the windshield. Screech, bang! The BMW crashed into other vehicles within the parking area, coming to a halt. While Zhang Xuan advanced swiftly, he continued to fire at the driver's seat, the passenger side, and the trunk. squeezing the trigger repeatedly. After unleashing over a dozen shots, he maneuvered around to the side of the car, keeping his weapon trained unwaveringly. With Zhang Xuan providing cover, Ke hurried forward, yanking the door open, revealing Du Yong, riddled with bullets, sliding down from the driver's seat. His eyes bulged in shock, a gaping wound on his face oozing blood. At that moment, two police armored vehicles swiftly halted outside the parking lot, sealing off the entrance and exit as the rear doors swung open. Over 20 SWAT team members leaped from the vehicles, brandishing riot shields and charging into the parking lot in a standard assault formation. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, fully aware of the situation outside, had already chosen not to resist fiercely. He and Ku had disarmed themselves in anticipation. Having once served as a SWAT officer, he understood the formidable combat capabilities of this urban counterterrorism unit. Though the Thai Special Forces might not quite match those of the United States, they were certainly no slouches either. Engaging them directly would only lead to a dead end. At precisely 3 o'clock in the morning, the Bangkok police station, bang, the heavy metal cell door slammed shut. Handcuffed, Zhang Xuan regarded the narrow single cell before him, shaking his head in bemusement. The last time he had occupied such a small room was in Shan State. The police had yet to ascertain what had transpired at the Rama Royal Hotel that night. After all, the hotel had lost power, leaving no surveillance footage, and all witnesses had perished. Consequently, they were utterly confounded regarding the identities of Zhang Xuan and Ku. Were they hotel security or mere guests? Or perhaps the instigators of this battle? Given their connection to the Qian family, the police dared not treat the matter lightly. To avoid complications, they decided to detain Zhang Xuan and Ku separately. As for the reason for the solitary confinement, dozens had perished in the hotel building overnight, with bullets and grenades flying. Who could possibly survive such a small-scale war? Leaning against the wall, Zhang Xuan sat down. After an exhausting day of rescuing Wilson and then immediately launching an assault on the Rama Royal Hotel, he had killed dozens of people within a span of less than 24 hours. Anyone who had endured such experiences would inevitably feel both physically and mentally drained. It was not long before he succumbed to a light slumber against the wall. Time sped by, and dawn soon broke. Just as the police station finally freed up personnel to interrogate Zhang Xuan and Ku, two Rolls-Royces arrived at the entrance of the precinct. Wilson, clad in a pristine new suit, stepped out, flanked by several individuals in dark suits holding briefcases and wearing glasses. Simultaneously, a call from the mayor's office rang through to the director's office. Chapter 51. Mr. Scott. Morning arrived at 8 o'clock. The rotund and balding Director Tu Chai stood at the police station's entrance, exuding righteousness as he shook hands with Wilson. I sincerely thank the Wall Capital for its assistance to Bangkok and Siam. The mayor has asked me to convey his regards to you. Wilson smiled, replying, Director Tu Chai, you are too kind. The mayor just mentioned on the phone that you are a diligent and fair director. And it seems that is indeed the case. Ha ha ha. Director Tu Chai laughed heartily. The mayor has always favored straightforwardness. Just then, two officers escorted Zhang Xuan and Ku out. Wilson inspected Zhang Xuan and Ku to confirm they were unharmed before turning to Director Tu Chai with a smile, saying, well, since Mr. Scott's bodyguards are fine, we shall take our leave, of course. Director Tu Chai waved his hand grandly. Mr. Scott's bodyguards were merely inadvertently caught up in this incident. Now that the facts have been established, they should be released. Approaching Zhang Xuan and Ku, he extended his hand to apologize, his expression serious. I deeply regret that you had to endure such an experience, but I am also relieved that you survived yesterday's events. You truly live up to Mr. Scott's endorsement as professional bodyguards. Ku was left utterly bewildered, but Zhang Xuan had an inkling of what was transpiring. He glanced at Director Tu Chai and then at Wilson, who nodded at him with a smile. Zhang Xuan understood and donned a smile of relief, replying, Fortunately, Director Tu Chai, you arrived at the scene in time. Under your protection, Bangkok is a little safer now. Ha ha ha. After a round of cordial exchanges, Zhang Xuan and Ku followed Wilson into the vehicle. You really should have informed me last night, Wilson began, a hint of complaint in his voice as they drove off. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had to spend hours at the police station. You have no idea how difficult it is to find a lawyer before dawn. Zhang Xuan could only respond with an awkward smile. The events unfolded so suddenly. Hearing this, Wilson sighed deeply. Indeed, the Qian family has been too oppressive. Had it not been for your intervention against Qian Li Xin, I might not have made it through the night. Zhang Xuan was uncertain what uncle he had discussed with Wilson, but it appeared that Wilson had come to view the events of the previous night as his own doing. While this perspective was not entirely inaccurate, had they not rushed to Wilson's aid, they likely would not have found themselves confronting the Chin family so soon. Just then, Wilson's phone rang, and his expression shifted to seriousness as he answered in English. "Hello, sir." While Wilson spoke on the phone, Zhang Xuan gazed out the window at the scenery. He had expected to endure a grueling ordeal upon entering the station. To his surprise, just a few hours later, as dawn broke, he was being released. There had been no interrogation, not even an inquiry into their identities. The police chief had declared them innocent. A case involving dozens of lives was swept under the rug with such haste. The surreal nature of reality left Zhang Xuan feeling somewhat incredulous. Meanwhile, Wilson nodded on the phone, saying, "All right, sir, I will have him on the line." Afterward, he handed the phone to Zhang Xuan, stating, "Mr. Scott wishes to speak with you." "Mr. Scott?" Realizing Zhang Xuan might have forgotten, Wilson elaborated, "He is the one I mentioned last night, the head of Wall Capital, Mr. Scott Wall. He personally called the mayor to state that you are his bodyguards, which is why I could secure your release so easily." Zhang Xuan nodded in understanding, taking the phone and speaking in English. "Mr. Scott, this is Zhang Xuan. I greatly appreciate your assistance." On the other end, a cheerful male voice responded, "Zhang, I have reviewed your combat footage. You are quite capable. I know that Chuaning is merely your spokesperson. In truth, I owe you my thanks. Wilson has been with me for many years, and without his support, I would not have been able to establish Wall Capital." "You are too kind," Zhang Xuan replied politely. "We were merely on our way to meet Mr. Wilson for an interview when we saw him in trouble and felt compelled to intervene." "Ha ha ha!" Mr. Scott chuckled from the other side. "I will be visiting Siam shortly. I hope you will continue to lend your support, as I have informed the mayor of Bangkok that you are my personal bodyguards. I detest dishonesty above all else." Mr. Scott's intentions were crystal clear. Zhang Xuan did not feign modesty and nodded, saying, "Rest assured, your journey to Siam will be safe and sound." After returning the phone to Wilson, who exchanged a few more words with Mr. Scott before hanging up, he turned to Zhang Xuan with a smile. "Since you have accepted Mr. Scott's invitation, take a look at this contract. It is an employment contract independent of the Paba Security Defense Company." As he spoke, he handed over a freshly printed employment contract still exuding the scent of ink. Zhang Xuan received the contract while inquiring, "Where are Uncle He and the others now? How is old Ma doing? Is he all right?" "Rest assured, Mr. Ma has been admitted to a hospital in Bangkok and is now out of danger. Although his injuries are quite severe, recovery is merely a matter of time. Mr. He and the others are currently with Mr. Ma." "That's good to hear." Zhang Xuan flipped through the contract, noting that the contents were not extensive. Essentially, during Scott's stay in Siam, Zhang Xuan and his team are responsible for ensuring Scott's safety. The total compensation for the entire team, including Zhang Xuan, amounts to $200,000 per day. Furthermore, in the event of combat situations, there will be additional combat allowances. In Zhang Xuan's view, this fee is already quite substantial. If fortune favors them and they do not encounter any combat, it would be akin to receiving $200,000 without lifting a finger. Additionally, they can either bring their own weapons and equipment or select from the armory of Scott's private security team. Indeed, aside from Zhang Xuan and his team, Scott has also brought along a small private security team of 4. The details of these 4 individuals were not disclosed. However, anyone capable of providing long-term personal protection for Scott would not be a mere amateur. After reviewing all the terms of the contract, Zhang Xuan turned to Ku beside him. Understanding Zhang Xuan's intent, Ku nodded and said, "Brother, you decide. I will follow your lead." "Very well." Zhang Xuan nodded, and Wilson timely handed him a signature pin. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan sign his name, Wilson smiled and remarked, "All right, Zhang, my matters in Bangkok have reached a pause. We'll head to the airport first. Once I board the plane, the driver will take you to the hospital. See you then." "Thank you, Wilson. See you later." Chapter 52. The path begins in a villa area in California, USA. Bastard. With a sweeping motion, Qian Wancheng, his white hair and aged visage betraying his fury, sent everything on the desk crashing to the floor. Trembling with rage, outside the door, a young and attractive woman knocked anxiously before entering. "Darling, what's wrong? What happened?" Her words pierced through Qian Wancheng's heart, causing his legs to weaken as he slumped helplessly to the floor. Covering his face and weeping uncontrollably, I no longer have a son." The news of Qian Li Sin's death shattered Qian Wancheng's last pillar of emotional support. ever since his wife passed away. His only son, Qian Li Xin, had been his precious treasure. Although Qian Li Xin had always displayed a volatile temperament and often landed in trouble, his wealthy and influential father had always managed to clean up after him. But today, his cherished son, his only offspring, had been murdered. He was filled with rage and sorrow, yet felt utterly powerless. Just moments ago on the phone, he learned of his son's actions and the kind of people he had offended. Wolf Capital. This colossal entity holds significant standing internationally, towering over the Qian family, which can only exert influence in Bangkok, much like Mount Tai. Even the mayor must show utmost respect to them. What was he? As for revenge, what could he use to retaliate? He couldn't possibly hire assassins to kill Scott Wolf and those who had taken his son's life. The woman embraced the trembling Qian Wanqing, murmuring words of comfort. After a significant pause, he finally regained composure, took several deep breaths, and slowly stood up. Ali, I need to return to Siam, in a high-end hospital room in Bangkok. Brother, Zhang Gu, He Shu and Ji Wei stood up. Watching as Zhang Xian and Ku entered. It's good to see you both safe. Relieved to see the two unharmed, Zhang Xian's worries eased as he turned his gaze to Ma Chuaning, who lay unconscious on the bed. He Shu spoke. Old Ma was stabbed in the waist, suffered excessive blood loss, his right arm is broken, and there are multiple stab wounds on his left arm. After this, he probably won't recover for at least a year and a half. Zhang Xian frowned. What exactly did he go through? We're not sure, but by the time we arrived, Old Ma was already in a semi-conscious state. There was also a man in black present, who must have been the one who gravely injured Old Ma. And what about that man in black? Dead. Although we didn't witness the actual situation, it was evident that Old Ma paid a heavy price to take him down. There was blood everywhere at the scene. Ji Wei interjected, still shaken. Moreover, that guy was armed with a sniper rifle, clearly the one who had been surveilling us from the shadows. Thankfully, brother, you were indoors and didn't expose your position. Otherwise, it could have been disastrous. By the way, did Qian Li Xin and the mastermind meet their end? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was taken aback. That surname Du is indeed quite cunning, knowing to hide a sniper. Surname Du. At this moment, He Shu and Ji Wei were unaware of the identity of the mastermind. After Zhang Xian recounted the events of the previous night, both were astonished. So, it turns out he was a treacherous dog. He Shu exclaimed in awe that Qian Li Xin was utterly devoid of support. He even had to rely on outsiders to eliminate his own subordinates. Those who commit wrongful acts will meet their demise. Ji Wei said indignantly, the first time I laid eyes on him, I knew he was no good. Though die so easily is truly too lenient for him. He Shu smiled lightly but then sighed. It's a pity we didn't acquire the money. The police acted too swiftly, and no one anticipated Old Ma would be attacked as for the money. There's no need for concern. I've already identified the cash storage location at the hotel. A smile appeared on Zhang Xian's face as he shook the contract in his hand. I just signed this employment contract with Wolf Capital for $200,000 a day. Gasp. Ji Wei inhaled sharply, while He Shu took the contract to examine it closely. This can be considered our first clean earnings. Hearing Zhang Xian's jest, both He Shu and Ji Wei chuckled. Ji Wei added, to be honest, earning this money is far easier than risking our lives to rob a casino. Just then, after reviewing the contract, He Shu suddenly spoke. Zhang Gu, have you considered the possibility of us consistently earning such clean money? Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback. Since disembarking and arriving in Siam, he had indeed experienced a plethora of events, various crises and battles, compelling him to find ways to enhance his combat capabilities. Yet, as for the future, he hadn't had the chance to contemplate much. He Shu carefully articulated, Zhang Gu, we cannot perpetually engage in robbing the rich to help the poor. That's far too perilous. I'm not afraid after all. I'm merely a driver, and you've always been the one charging ahead. I know you're formidable, but there are always those stronger than us, more formidable organizations. Can we kill 10, 100, or even 1,000, 10,000 people? If we keep walking in darkness, the burning light will become increasingly painful. Zhang Xian found a chair to sit down, contemplating deeply. He Shu, are you considering pursuing more contracts with Wolf Capital? That's precisely it. He Shu stated candidly, I previously discussed this with Old Ma. I believe the security and defense industry is a promising field. As long as we can accumulate sufficient strength and connections, we need not worry about receiving contracts. and Wolf Capital is entirely aligned with the concept of connections. Jiwei hesitantly remarked, but our manpower might be a bit lacking. He Shu decisively responded, if we lack personnel, we can recruit. If we can't find anyone, we can hire temporarily, and I believe Old Ma has sufficient authority to manage this. Zhang Xuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, during their time in Siam, Old Ma's connections and resources had proven invaluable. Intelligence from the Rama Royal Hotel, channels for purchasing firearms, renting training grounds, and so forth, were all orchestrated by Old Ma. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xuan glanced at the unconscious Old Ma, then turned to He Shu. Are you confident in persuading him to switch jobs? Absolutely. At that moment, Ku interjected, brother, can I also be included in this job? Without turning around, Zhang Xuan replied, Ku, that is a rather presumptuous statement. I assent it? Huh. Ku was taken aback then, feeling somewhat alarmed, asked, brother, what do you mean by that? Suddenly, Zhang Xuan turned with a serious expression. I have long considered you one of my own. What is the matter? Are you not? Or do you merely wish to follow me for a quick profit and then vanish? That is entirely unfounded. Brother, you have granted our family a new lease on life. How could I possibly entertain such thoughts? Before he could finish, Ku noticed the smiles on Zhang Xuan and the others' faces and immediately understood the jest. He let out a long sigh of relief. Laughing, brother, you nearly scared me to death. Ha ha. The group shared a hearty laugh. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. A girl in a school uniform, not particularly striking but still somewhat lovely, rushed in. Upon seeing Ma Chuaning on the hospital bed, tears streamed down her face. Dad, Chapter 53. The airport pickup time passed swiftly, and soon it was 10 days later. With a clang, Ku opened the equipment cabinet and retrieved 2 tactical backpacks, placing them on the table. Meanwhile, He Shu was donning a bulletproof vest, while Jiwei was finalizing the adjustments on a drone. Armed to the teeth, Zhang Xuan descended the staircase and remarked, Wilson just called, instructing us to wait outside the airport. Let's take 2 vehicles this time. After all, it's our first meeting with the big boss, and it's always preferable to make a good impression. Indeed, today marked the arrival of Scott in Bangkok. To underscore the significance of this assignment, and to showcase the team's spirit, Zhang Xuan resolved to have everyone fully equipped for the occasion. This way, at the very least, they could justify the hefty daily wage of $200,000. Even Jiwei and Uncle He had donned combat gear, although their arsenal consisted solely of a tactical dagger and a handgun, as neither had the capability to handle rifles or submachine guns. Uncle He spoke up, just received a call from Old Ma, stating he can't make it today. He asked us to extend his regards to Mr. Scott and express his apologies. Jiwei interjected, is his daughter still so opposed? Uncle He nodded silently. 10 days prior, upon learning that her father had sustained severe injuries and was hospitalized, Old Ma's daughter had vehemently opposed his continuation in this line of work, even directing her ire towards Zhang Xuan and the others. In her eyes, her father's injury was solely the result of their actions. Presently, the young lady had ceased attending classes and remained by her father's bedside. And each time Zhang Xuan and the team visited, they were met with complaints and disdainful glares. Unfortunately, there was little they could do beyond covering the medical expenses, which meant reducing the frequency of their visits. It seemed that Old Ma might have to retire for good, Jiwei lamented. I just wonder if he has saved enough for retirement. Uncle He shook his head. It's unlikely. Although Old Ma is affable and skilled in making friends, he has his share of flaws, the most significant being his penchant for gambling. When Zhang Xuan and the others first arrived in Siam, Old Ma had already squandered his entire fortune and accrued a substantial debt. Although Zhang Xuan had helped settle those debts and even dealt with the creditor, Old Ma now likely had little to show for it. If the collaboration with Wall Capital's hiring order were to succeed, it could indeed yield a significant profit. However, given Old Ma's current condition, unable to even wield a firearm, participation in security tasks was out of the question. Such a shame. Uncle He sighed. If only we could bring Old Ma on board. Even if he couldn't fight, his years of experience and connections in security would make him invaluable for logistics and training. Let us take it slow. Such matters cannot be rushed in this line of work. One must always consider the opinions of family. Zhang Xuan shook his head and packed his gear before retrieving the MCX from the gun cabinet. Indeed, not long ago, the police had returned their equipment, and every bullet in the magazines remained untouched. As they put it, next time you go out, remember not to be so careless. With a click, he inserted the magazine, pulled the charging handle and chambered around. Alright, enough chit-chat. It's time to head out. Uncle He, Jiwei, you two drive. At the entrance of Bangkok Airport, Zhang Xuan and his team swiftly arrived at the designated spot in their vehicles. Glancing at his watch, Zhang Xuan noted that the time was nearly upon them. Just then, a convoy of luxury cars approached from a distance and halted behind their two vehicles. Inside the airport, several impeccably dressed individuals emerged. Spotting Wilson in the crowd, Zhang Xuan communicated through his earpiece, "Ku, stay alert and keep an eye on our surroundings while Uncle He and I greet them." Understood. Zhang Xuan left his primary weapon in the vehicle, ensured that his P226 handgun was ready, and stepped out of the car with Uncle He. The throngs of people at Bangkok Airport parted as they noticed the duo's full combat attire, many thinking they were tactical officers from some elite unit. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, Wilson's expression turned somewhat peculiar, yet he waved in their direction and whispered a few words to a middle-aged Caucasian beside him. Zhang Xuan recognized Scott from the photo Wilson had sent and approached him alongside Uncle He. However, he also noted the four individuals flanking Wilson and Scott, their sharp gazes and upright postures suggesting they were anything but ordinary. Two bore the unmistakable aura of military background, their eyes hinting at a history of violence, while the other two, though less menacing, still exuded a sense of danger. As Zhang Xuan and Uncle He drew closer, the four bodyguards subtly positioned themselves on either side, watching the pair with vigilance. "Mr. Scott," Zhang Xuan began, but before he could finish, a group rushed over from the side. A portly Siamese man jogged a few steps forward, all smiles as he reached out to Scott. "Welcome, Mr. Scott. We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Scott, smiling, shook hands with the newcomer and remarked, "Marksman, it is truly an honor that you could spare time from your busy schedule to greet us." "The mayor?" Zhang Xuan instinctively glanced at the man. Marksman beamed. "It is Mr. Scott who deserves the honor for personally inspecting such an investment. No wonder Wall Capital has grown to such a scale. Well, without further ado, please follow me to the card. I have arranged accommodations for you. Please hold on for a moment." Scott nodded with a smile before turning to Zhang Xuan. "Zhang, it is a pleasure to meet you." "I am Scott Wall." Extending his hand, Zhang Xuan responded, "It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Mr. Scott." Scott then turned to Uncle He, "And this must be Mr. He? Hello, I entrust my safety to you." Uncle He, undaunted, smiled back, "You flatter me. It is my duty. Mayor Chimin is now taking us to our lodging in Bangkok. Since you arrived by car, why not follow behind us?" "No problem." Chapter 54, The Hostility of the Security Team. The mission begins. The convoy proceeded without incident, quickly arriving at an opulent villa district. Observing Scott and the local government officials enter the house to discuss matters, Zhang Xuan and his team opted to remain outside, using the opportunity to survey the environment and prepare for their setup. "Wow, this equipment is professional," Jiwei exclaimed in admiration. A small truck pulled up to the entrance, and as the rear door swung open, an array of weapons and equipment was revealed, including assault rifles and submachine guns. At a cursory glance, there were at least 20 to 30 types. A transparent gun cabinet displayed rows of various handguns, exuding an air of menace. Body armor, night vision goggles, drones, anything related to combat was essentially present. Meanwhile, the four bodyguards had already jumped into the truck bed, selecting their preferred weapons and gear. One of the black bodyguards called out to Zhang Xuan and the others with a grin. "Hey, circus over there, how about taking this opportunity to upgrade your old relics?" The other three bodyguards laughed heartily. "Don't say that, Smith. They're not dressed up for you. Ha, circus? That cracks me up. Is the security here really that bad? Do you have to dress so extravagantly just to step outside?" Zhang Xuan frowned, confused by the antics of these four individuals, whose expression turned icy, his hand resting on the grip of his MP5. Uncle He remained silent, while Jiwei bristled, exclaiming, "What the hell are you talking about? We're talking about you. What is the problem, clowns?" The black man named Smith, brandishing an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, leaped down, towering over Jiwei at nearly 6.5 feet. Resembling a gorilla. "You dare to?" Jiwei was about to retaliate when Wilson rushed out of the house. "Mr. Scott is inside discussing matters. What are you doing?" Jiwei began, but Zhang Xuan interrupted him, raising a hand to Wilson. "It's nothing, just a bit of banter. Sorry if it got loud." "Ha, coward." Seeing Zhang Xuan seemingly back down, the black man scoffed but refrained from escalating the situation. Wilson, sharp-eyed, quickly discerned the underlying tension and shook his head helplessly. Pulling Zhang Xuan aside to speak quietly, they are just as described in the previous reports. Scott's personal security team. Scott's decision to hire local security has made them feel somewhat mistrusted. You all should keep a low profile for the next few days. Don't provoke them. These guys can be quite temperamental, and won't hesitate to disregard my authority. Don't worry. I'll handle it. Zhang Xuan nodded with a smile. You should return. Mr. Scott's matters are of utmost importance. All right, you all carry on with that. Wilson returned indoors. Meanwhile, the 4 bodyguards began unpacking a slew of surveillance equipment from the truck. Preparing to set up monitoring around the villa. Ke approached Zhang Xuan, his eyes cold as he observed the 4, speaking softly. Boss, how do we deal with them? After the intense battle that day, Kobe had undergone considerable changes compared to the time when they first met. Zhang Xuan, with an expression of calmness, remarked, there is no need to rush. They are more adept at VIP protection than we are. Let them do their part. We have ample time and opportunities to deal with them. Meanwhile, as Zhang Xuan spoke with his companion, the 4 bodyguards engaged in hushed conversation. The lean man and the bald one appeared to be ordinary, yet the other 2 were anything but typical. Particularly the taller one, who undoubtedly had blood on his hands. The placement of his MCX attachment hinted at special operations experience. A burly bald man was installing wiring when he commented, Henry, who hasn't killed a few people around here? Roy used to be SAS, didn't he? Roy? Roy, a youthful-looking blonde, shrugged nonchalantly in response to Smith's remark, don't look at me. You know how much I despise comparing ourselves to others. Another rugged man with a full beard interjected calmly, the stench of blood still lingers on those 2. You recall the news report about the late-night shootout at the Rama Royal Hotel in Bangkok? What incident are you referring to? Mark? Smith asked, puzzled. Mark explained, I stumbled upon it by chance. It was reported that 10 days ago, a fierce gunfight erupted at a hotel here, resulting in the deaths of dozens of security personnel. Witnesses claimed that the assailants were 2 men in black, armed with MCX and MP5. He glanced at Zhang Xuan and Ku, both clad in black tactical gear, adding, though the case was subsequently suppressed. Are you suggesting that those 2 could be the ones? Smith laughed. How is that possible? Look at them. I would wager they haven't even received formal military training. Mark shrugged. I'm merely speculating. I never claimed it was definitely them. All right, enough talk, Roy interjected. Let's get the surveillance equipment set up and then familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Smith, go retrieve the camera drone and test it out. Fine. The sun soon dipped below the horizon. During this time, Wilson arranged accommodations for Zhang Xuan and the bodyguards in 2 nearby villas. 2 teams were formed, each comprising 2 members, taking turns to conduct round-the-clock patrols. Zhang Xuan was paired with Ji Wei, while Ku teamed up with Uncle He on the other side, Henry paired with Mark, and Smith with Roy. Clearly, the teams were evenly distributed based on combat capability. Days passed in this manner, with visitors arriving daily, while Mr. Scott and Wilson remained sequestered indoors. Although Zhang Xuan was unaware of the particulars, he refrained from inquiring further, diligently carrying out his security duties. By the afternoon of the 5th day, as he observed the countdown timer on the system panel, Zhang Xuan settled into a comfortable position on the villa's rooftop. He spoke into the intercom. Ji Wei, this is Zhang Xuan. Deploy the drone to scout the area and report any anomalies immediately. Received. After ensuring the area was secure, Zhang Xuan closed his eyes, focusing on the final seconds of the countdown. 3, 2, 1.0. In the next moment, his consciousness plunged into the depths of the sea. Third mission instance has commenced. Chapter 55. Escape from London, 2013. London. Dr. Hawk. What's wrong? Are you all right? As consciousness gradually returned, the surroundings became increasingly clear. Bright fluorescent lights, white coats, and a nurse in scrubs. A young and attractive nurse with a curvaceous figure looked at Zhang Xuan with concern, saying, would you like me to call another doctor? You seem a bit unwell. So I am a doctor now? Zhang Xuan maintained a composed exterior as he shook his head. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. He glanced at the nameplate on the nurse's chest and added, thank you for your concern, Nisa. Nisa, still somewhat uneasy, suggested, shall I fetch you a glass of water? Without waiting for Zhang Xuan's response, she hurried towards the water cooler. That moment, Zhang Xuan began to assess his current situation. First and foremost, I am a doctor, and a doctor's duty is to heal the sick. But the problem is, I don't know how to heal anyone. With only basic first aid knowledge, Zhang Xuan felt a headache coming on. If the primary objective of this mission was to acquire medical knowledge, then being assigned the title of doctor felt rather awkward. On one hand, he needed to maintain his persona, while on the other, he had to devise ways to treat patients. This was becoming increasingly challenging. Just as he pondered, Nisa returned with a glass of water, saying, "Dr. Hawk, don't overexert yourself. You must take care to rest." Thank you." Zhang Xuan took the glass and downed its contents in one gulp, then cautiously inquired, "Nisa, may I ask what surgeries are scheduled for today?" "The surgical schedule for today?" Nisa's smile brightened. "Of course, it's to ensure you get ample rest." "Rest? Is the hospital giving me a day off?" Zhang Xuan instinctively laughed, but soon sensed something amiss. Suddenly, an unimaginable searing pain surged through his abdomen. The intense agony caused him to lose his balance, and he toppled over, knocking a nearby table, scattering its contents everywhere. Zhang Xuan collapsed to the floor, blood gushing from his throat. "What is happening? That glass of water, was it poisoned?" In disbelief, he looked up at Nisa, only to find her expression devoid of emotion, resembling a cold machine. She retrieved an earpiece from her pocket and coldly stated, "Night Hawk has been eliminated." Mission accomplished. With that, she drew a silenced Glock 17 from her clothing and pulled the trigger at Zhang Xian's head. "Bayou!" Zhang Xian's vision went dark. "Dr. Hawk, what's wrong? Are you all right?" That familiar, crisp voice echoed in Zhang Xian's ears once more. As he opened his eyes in disbelief, he looked at Nisa beside him. Noticing the change in Zhang Xian's expression, a glint of coldness flickered in Nisa's eyes as her right hand swiftly reached for her weapon. Knowing she was reaching for a gun, Zhang Xuan instinctively threw a punch at Nisa's head. To his surprise, Nisa's reflexes matched his own. She effortlessly dodged his blow. In her hands, the gun was already drawn. Zhang Xuan quickly surged forward, pressing his left hand against the slide of her handgun. Exerting force, click, the slide retracted, ejecting the bullet from the chamber. But that wasn't the end. Zhang Xuan swiftly pressed his left thumb on the magazine release button. The magazine dropped to the floor. Then, whoosh, bang, a long leg swung towards Zhang Xian's right cheek. Zhang Xian seized Nisa's leg, pushing upward with force, flipping her onto the ground. The commotion drew the attention of other hospital staff nearby. Two doctors stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them, exclaiming, "Hawk? Nisa? What are you two doing?" Zhang Xian quickly retrieved the magazine that had fallen, glancing at Nisa, who still held onto her gun, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Nisa sprang back to her feet. Zhang Xian frowned. "Night Hawk, I need to uncover my true identity to determine the conditions for triggering the mission's objectives." Nisa coldly replied, "You shouldn't have betrayed us, Night Hawk. It's been 10 years. Did you think we wouldn't find you?" Zhang Xian pondered for 2 seconds. "Who are you?" Nisa frowned. "Have you lost your memory? Must I remind you? Who remembers events from 10 years ago so vividly?" As he slowly moved towards a nearby table, Zhang Xian feigned ignorance. "Perhaps if you say a few words, it might jog my memory." "Nisa? Humph." Nisa glanced at the scalpel on the table. "Your intentions are too transparent, Night Hawk. After being away from MI6 for so long, it seems your skills have dulled at MI6. The moment that term crossed his mind, a system notification echoed in Zhang Xian's brain. Mission objective, escape from London. Mission achievement, Agent Slayer, eliminate 30 MI6 agents or assassins. Agent King, simultaneously defeat 15 agents or assassins. Intel protection, ensure the safety of X-017 Intel. Holy hell, I was a defector from MI6, which means the Nisa before me is an assassin sent to kill me. At that moment, Nisa made her move, swiftly reaching into her pocket for a spare magazine. Zhang Xian, seizing the opportunity, hurled the magazine at Nisa. As Nisa dodged, Zhang Xian's hand grasped a gleaming scalpel. In the next second, Nisa had finished loading her gun, but as she raised it, Zhang Xian was already in front of her. Smack! Swish! One hand pinned Nisa's gun hand down while the other swiftly sliced across her neck. Splurt! Blood gushed from the wound on her neck. Zhang Xian then delivered a powerful kick to Nisa's abdomen, sending her crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the Glock had already fallen into Zhang Xian's hands. "Bu." He raised his hand and fired 2 shots directly at the face of the fallen Nisa. He searched her for more magazines or weapons, but unfortunately found none. Subsequently, Zhang Xian stood up, lifted his gun, and pointed it towards the 2 doctors nearby. Everything transpired so swiftly that the 2 doctors scarcely had time to react. Upon realizing that Zhang Xuan had turned his attention towards them, they immediately raised their hands in surrender, their faces etched with terror as they gazed at him, too frightened to utter a word. Zhang Xuan spoke rapidly. "Tell me, what is my full name?" "Huh." One doctor looked at Zhang Xuan in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend. However, the other doctor reacted more promptly, stating, "You are Hawk Hollis. Your name is Hawk Hollis." Zhang Xuan inquired further, "Where's my home?" "Huh? We don't know." As Zhang Xuan pressed his finger on the trigger, the two doctors hastily added, "But it should be written in your file, in the archives on the 4th floor, thanks." Just as Zhang Xuan was about to head to the 4th floor, he suddenly paused and turned to the two of them. "Who among you can lend me a car?" Chapter 56. Escape and kill. The first two objectives of the mission were relatively clear, yet the third achievement remained somewhat ambiguous. Protecting the X-017 intelligence? What exactly is X-017 intelligence, and where is it located? From the familiarity of other doctors in the hospital towards him, it could be roughly inferred that he had been working here for a while. This also implied that he had a fixed residence, which might contain some relevant clues. Outside the Royal Brompton Hospital's open-air parking lot, holding his file, Zhang Xuan hastened out of the hospital building, having not even had the chance to remove his white coat. Pressing the car key in his hand, a shiny blue vintage Beetle flashed its lights a couple of times not far away. "Goodness, this car looks older than I am, yet it has such features." Reaching the vehicle, Zhang Xuan could not help but scoff at the seemingly clean, yet clearly aged automobile. But despite his complaints, he knew he had to get in. After all, London is vast, and relying solely on foot, he feared he wouldn't even be able to traverse this street. He glanced around, uncertain if it was just his imagination. Ever since he learned of his identity as a spy, he felt as if many eyes were watching him in the vicinity. Perhaps it was real, perhaps it was not. Nonetheless, Zhang Xuan decided not to dwell on it. As evident from Nisha, his identity and position had long been exposed. The entire hospital and the streets were riddled with surveillance cameras. Unless he could turn invisible, evading MI6 watch was impossible. Escape from London? No, it was about fighting his way out of London. He flung open the car door and started the engine. Vroom vroom. Reversing from the parking space, Zhang Xuan drove the Beetle rapidly towards the hospital's entrance. Unbeknownst to him, as he drove away, the roadside cameras swiftly pivoted, locking onto him. Above in the sky, several small surveillance drones followed closely behind. Just across from the hospital, in the back of a small truck, several men in suits stared expressionlessly at a multitude of surveillance feeds. Nighthawk had just eliminated an MI6 agent and was now hastily departing, undoubtedly aiming to retrieve the X-017 intelligence, follow him, and ensure the intelligence is reclaimed. While driving with one hand, Zhang Xuan flipped through the documents. My home address is Apartment 018, Eaton Street. Pulling out his phone, he activated the navigation. Just then, the rear window shattered with a bang, and Zhang Xuan instinctively ducked. Two men in black riding motorcycles sped up from behind, each wielding a silenced pistol, relentlessly firing at Zhang Xuan's Beetle. Bu. Fortunately, amidst the heavy traffic and complex environment, Zhang Xuan had not been hit yet. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he sharply turned the steering wheel and veered into a side alley of a noodle shop. The two black-clad riders pursued relentlessly, offering Zhang Xuan no chance to shake them off. With a mere 2 levels of driving skills, Zhang Xuan was on the verge of being caught. Bang! A bullet whizzed from afar. One of the riders had their head explode instantly. The motorcycle, losing control, crashed directly into the side of its companion's bike. Clatter clatter, a scene of chaos. Is there a sniper? But are they helping me? Through the rearview mirror, Zhang Xuan could clearly see what was happening behind him. He was momentarily bewildered. What in the world is happening with this mission, however? With the immediate crisis temporarily averted, Zhang Xuan did not linger foolishly. He drove out of the alley and back onto the main road. Yet, the road was congested, with multiple traffic lights ahead all showing red. This was clearly unusual. It seemed there was no need to adhere to traffic regulations. Zhang Xuan steeled his resolve, maneuvering the vehicle off the road and onto the sidewalk. Blasting through 2 red lights, he sped past a T-junction, only to find the sidewalk ahead blocked by an SUV. 3 agents in suits emerged from the vehicle and immediately opened fire on Zhang Xuan. Ducking low, Zhang Xuan slammed the accelerator to the floor. Vroom! Crash! the beetle plowed into one of the agents, violently colliding with the side of the SUV. Unfortunately, it failed to break through. Zhang Xuan dared not gamble on the agent's reaction speed. Without hesitation, he leaped over to the passenger side and exited the vehicle. Unprepared for Zhang Xuan's choice to emerge from the passenger side, one agent was about to fire when Zhang Xuan seized the opportunity to shoot first. Biu. 2 shots rang out, striking the agent in the chest, incapacitating him as he fell, and Zhang Xuan swiftly turned his gun towards another agent on the opposite side of the beetle. Biu let a flurry of shots, but the agent rolled low, evading the barrage. At the same time, this agent had been forced to retreat to the rear of the beetle. Seeing this, Zhang Xuan raised his gun and moved to the other side of the SUV. Utilizing the vehicle for cover, he quickly reloaded. The agent took this opportunity to rise, advancing while firing continuously at the SUV. Bullets ricocheted off the glass as Zhang Xuan crouched low, calculating the agent's movement speed. Soon, the agent had maneuvered to the front of the vehicle, taking aim from the side. Yet, he could not see Zhang Xuan's figure, at that moment, having stealthily circled around to the other side of the car. Zhang Xuan raised his Glock. Biu. 2 shots struck the agent's torso, dropping him as Zhang Xuan swiftly executed follow-up shots on the 2 fallen agents. He kicked the weapon out of one agent's hand and shoved the Glock silencer into the mouth of the remaining agent, coldly demanding, "What is the X-017 intelligence? Who else besides you seeks it?" Yet, this agent clearly was not one to fear death. His eyes hardened as his right hand moved. Zhang Xuan had already pulled the trigger. Biu, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Zhang Xuan's expression darkened. Damn. The unknowns of the mission left Zhang Xuan deeply unsettled. The protection of X-017 intelligence, singled out as a task achievement by the system, indicated just how crucial this intelligence was. The sniper who had just helped him escape was likely also after the X-017 intelligence. These MI6 agents had evidently undergone professional interrogation training. Currently, Zhang Xuan had neither the time nor the means to extract more task information from them. This meant he would still have to return home as initially planned. Only then might he uncover some clues, but if the address in the hospital's file was accurate, then his home must have already been visited by agents. What awaited him there might not simply be a few small handguns. It seemed he would have to die a few more times. With this thought, Zhang Xuan glanced at the street ahead. According to the map navigation, about 500 meters ahead was a place called Sloane Square. Woo. The sound of sirens echoed in the distance, and Zhang Xuan noticed several police cars had appeared behind him, one of which appeared to be a SWAT vehicle. There was no other option. Quickly, Zhang Xuan searched one of the agents wielding the same Glock and found 2 magazines and a dagger before swiftly making his way towards Sloane Square. Chapter 57. The third-party assassin, CTSFO SWAT team enters Sloane Square. At this moment, during the transition from summer to autumn, the weather was pleasantly cool. Tourists, office workers, and nearby residents thronged the streets surrounding the square. Zhang Xuan, having discarded his white coat, no longer stood out. He hurriedly merged into the crowd, his right hand gripping the handgun tightly beneath his outerwear, his eyes scanning the surroundings incessantly. He needed to find a suitable tailor quickly to change into a new set of clothes. But just then, a child walking beside an adult pointed at the sky and exclaimed, "Mommy, look, a little bird." The blonde woman glanced upward in confusion and remarked, "A little bird? It doesn't seem like one. Why can't I see any wings?" Hearing this, Zhang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly looked up. Several drones were hovering high above. Damn, they even deployed drones. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Xuan immediately quickened his pace and dashed into a shop by the roadside that appeared to be a jewelry store. That moment, the store housed only 2 female tourists and 2 female employees. Zhang Xuan drew the gun concealed within his clothing and swiftly made his way towards the back door at the far end of the shop. "Excuse me, sir, you cannot go this way." One of the employees began to protest, but upon catching sight of the gun in Zhang Xuan's hand, her face drained of color and she fell silent. Just moments after Zhang Xuan pushed the door open and stepped outside, 2 imposing men, expressionless and clad in plain clothes while brandishing handguns, entered the shop and inquired, "Where's the man who just came in?" The female employee instinctively pointed towards the back door. The 2 men hurried over. But as the first one pushed the door open, Zhang Xuan, who had concealed himself to the side, squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, striking the man's head. In a swift motion, he pivoted, using the still-standing body of the man as cover, and pressed his gun against the chest of the fallen foe, firing repeatedly, bang, bang, bang. Several shots pierced through the man's body. The bullets that passed through struck the second man, taking him down instantly. After pushing aside the fallen body, Zhang Xuan aimed and fired a shot into the head of the downed individual. At that moment, outside the main entrance of the store, fursuited agents had arrived. Locking eyes with Zhang Xuan, who was yet to make his escape, without hesitation, they drew their weapons and fired. Amidst the barrage of bullets, Zhang Xuan seized the opportunity to retreat from his initial position. He now found himself deep within a narrow alleyway, which had only a few scattered individuals moments before. Upon witnessing Zhang Xuan's violent actions, these individuals quickly fled in terror. Meanwhile, the clouds above thickened, and a slight moisture filled the air, signaling an impending rain. A potentially fortuitous sign for Zhang Xuan. Discarding the silencer he hastily removed, he dashed out of the alleyway, only to find 6 or 7 agents converging on his location. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xuan raised his weapon and opened fire on the nearest agent. Bang, bang, bang. The agent fell instantly. However, the sound of gunfire reverberated across the square, causing panic as onlookers screamed and fled. The remaining agents quickly sought cover and returned fire at Zhang Xuan. He crouched low, sprinting to the side of a car for shelter. As he swiftly reloaded, he caught sight of 4 agents emerging from the very alley he had just vacated. Without a second thought, Zhang Xuan dropped to one knee, holding his gun with both hands, and took aim. In a stable shooting position, his accuracy soared in the blink of an eye. 3 agents fell victim to his precise shots. Another was also downed, having sustained 2 bullet wounds. Just then, a rapid succession of gunfire erupted from a distance. 2 burly men armed with MP7s charged out from a vehicle on the street, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the agent team, annihilating them in mere moments. After dispatching the agents, the 2 men turned their weapons towards Zhang Xuan. Before the sound of gunfire erupted, Zhang Xuan sprang into action, diving into a nearby restaurant. Inside, the owner and staff cowered beneath the cash register, shielding their heads. The bullets shattered the restaurant's glass. Zhang Xuan had already taken refuge behind a support column. One of the men provided suppressive fire while the other, after reloading, swiftly repositioned himself to the wall outside the restaurant, peeking out to aim at Zhang Xuan's location, covering his partner's reload. Once both were fully armed, they approached from either side, one of them shouting, "Night Hawk, you cannot escape. Hand over X-017, and we may spare your life." "I would gladly comply, but I have nothing to give," Zhang Xuan replied, panting slightly, gripping his gun at chest level, biding his time. Observing Zhang Xuan's silence, the 2 men resolved to force the issue. They advanced in unison, prepared to subdue him. Suddenly, the screeching sound of tires echoed outside. The police had arrived. The SWAT team had finally made it to the scene. A dozen officers armed with SIG-516 rifles opened fire into the restaurant. The 2 men were immediately suppressed, forced to seek cover. Zhang Xuan seized this opportunity, pivoting and unleashing a rapid double shot. Bang! A burly man crumpled to the ground. The other, witnessing this, unleashed a torrent of bullets in Zhang Xuan's direction. Yet Zhang Xuan remained behind cover, unfazed by the furious fire of the man. With the SWAT team outside, he was caught between 2 threats, and the odds were decidedly against him. Ding! A tear gas grenade and 2 flashbangs were tossed into the restaurant. Boom, boom. The masked SWAT team stormed in. Bang, bang, bang. The men attempting to resist were cut down in a hail of gunfire. Seizing this moment, Zhang Xuan stealthily slipped into the kitchen. At the end of the kitchen corridor, the back door stood ajar. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xuan sprinted towards the exit. Meanwhile, the SWAT team burst into the kitchen. Spotting Zhang Xuan making his escape, bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted behind him as Zhang Xuan dashed out through the back door. However, after just a few steps, he felt his legs weaken, and, caught off guard, he stumbled and fell. This sensation was all too familiar. Damn it, I've been shot. Glancing down at his abdomen with a wry smile, he saw blood gushing forth, staining his white shirt a deep crimson. Assessing the wound, it appeared the bullet had penetrated his kidney. Realizing he was powerless to resist, Zhang Xuan could only watch helplessly as the SWAT team advanced and prepared to execute him. Suddenly, everything faded to black and then brightened again. "Dr. Hawk, What is wrong? Are you all right? A familiar voice echoed. Chapter 58. Dyke Soren. Dr. Hawk, what is wrong? Are you all right? The nurse, Nisa, looked at Zhang Xuan with concern, just as she had during previous encounters, if one were to overlook the gun and poison concealed beneath her clothing. Zhang Xuan would have been more than pleased to gaze upon her lovely visage. Rubbing his nose, Zhang Xuan replied wearily, Doc, just a bit tired, as if I've just awoken from a nightmare. A nightmare? Nisa's face lit up with curiosity. Did you not sleep well last night? Let me fetch you a glass of water. Zhang Xuan accepted graciously, smiling. Thank you, Nisa, as Nisa turned to retrieve the water. Zhang Xuan discreetly concealed a scalpel in his hand. When Nisa returned with the glass, Zhang Xuan took it, casually setting it aside. Noticing this, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed Nisa's eyes, but she maintained her composure. Saying, Dr. Hawk, would you care to share what dreams you had last night? Zhang Xuan gazed at Nisa and suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, well, it's nothing much, just some dreams related to you. A blush crept onto Nisa's cheeks. And she shyly responded, You truly enjoy joking. Then, picking up the glass, she added, in a tone reminiscent of a playful girl, Please drink your water. You have work soon, and no rush on the water. Zhang Xuan's smile widened. Before that, could you tell me what X-017 is? Upon hearing this, Nisa's expression shifted dramatically. Almost instantly, her right hand reached for her clothing. However, Zhang Xuan was already prepared, seizing her right hand and pulling it forward, pressing the scalpel against her carotid artery. Given their proximity, to an outsider, it appeared as though they were merely engaged in an intimate whisper. The scalpel grazed her skin, drawing a trickle of blood that adhered to the blade. Glistening under the stark overhead light, Zhang Xuan whispered with a smile, Nisa, I know you do not wish to die, and in truth, I do not want to kill. I merely wish to understand what transpired 10 years ago and what might unfold today. A decade later, Night Hawk, as expected from you, I knew that with your skills, I could never eliminate you through conventional means. Nisa's expression turned icy as she spoke. Perhaps, Zhang Xuan replied nonchalantly, So you intend to remain silent regarding my inquiries? I assume there are surely many of your people stationed outside the hospital? I am indifferent, for you have likely monitored me constantly. Death is inevitable. But if you do not answer my questions, you will surely perish first. As Zhang Xuan's words sank in, Nisa showed no sign of wavering, retorting with a cold laugh. It seems I was mistaken. Your interrogation skills have regressed to zero. Haha, Zhang Xuan replied without courtesy, pressing the blade down once more. This time, more blood seeped from the wound. If he pressed deeper, he would sever Nisa's artery. Nisa coldly locked eyes with Zhang Xuan, and after a tense silence of about 10 seconds, she finally relented. What do you want to know? I already stated my questions. What is X-017? What transpired a decade ago? And what will happen 10 years hence? Nisa frowned. X-017 is a project you oversaw. How could you not know what it entails? Moreover, you were a first-hand witness to the X-017 incident 10 years ago. Zhang Xuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. You know I am not interested in hearing that. A flicker of confusion crossed Nisha's eyes. At that moment, Zhang Xuan seemed markedly different in her perception. His manner of speech and demeanor bore little resemblance to what she had previously known. Tentatively, she inquired, You are not Night Hawk, are you? Zhang Xuan countered, If I were to claim I am not, would you believe me? Would those above you believe me? No, Nisha shook her head. Then that settles it. Answer my question, and I shall grant you a reprieve. It is as simple as that. I am a person of my word. After a moment of contemplation, as she noticed Zhang Xuan's gaze grow increasingly perilous, Nisha began to speak slowly. In truth, I do not know much, but the situation is as follows. Approximately a decade ago, Night Hawk was an elite intelligence operative under the aegis of MI6. Having been deep undercover in the Americas for an extended period, Night Hawk was abruptly summoned by his superiors one day and assigned a top-secret mission. The code for this mission was X-017. What transpired during the course of that mission remains a mystery to me, and I am unaware of its specific details. All I know is that half a month after receiving the assignment, Night Hawk severed ties with his superiors and vanished completely from existence. As for why, 10 years later, Night Hawk returned to London under the alias Hawk Hollis and became a doctor. That is a secret known only to him. However, although Night Hawk was indeed a formidable operative a decade ago, times have changed drastically since then. With advanced technology and various means of digital tracking, MI6 swiftly acquired intelligence regarding Nighthawk's reemergence. The head of MI6, Zhang Xuan, immediately issued a direct order. Retrieve the X-017 intelligence and eliminate Nighthawk at all costs. Nisha herself had been lurking in this hospital, close to Nighthawk. For a month. As she recounted her tale, Zhang Xuan found himself piecing together a path forward, despite the many enigmas that remained unsolved. The head of MI6, Zhang Xuan, Chapter 59, Hospital CQB, Part 1. So, you have already located X-017? Zhang Xuan inquired. Given that Nisha had been embedded near Nighthawk for such a duration, they could have acted long ago. There was no need to wait until now. The sudden urgency indicated only one possibility. Indeed, Nisha did not hide the truth, responding straightforwardly. X-017 is about to be delivered to MI6 headquarters, Nighthawk. Everything is coming to a close. Perhaps, Zhang Xuan mused. To achieve complete success, the X-017 intelligence must not fall into MI6 hands. At the very least, it must not reach Dykes Soren. It seemed he would have to venture into the lion's den today. With a swift motion, the scalpel sliced through Nisha's carotid artery, eyeing her shocked and bewildered gaze. Zhang Xuan seized the firearm and magazine hidden within her clothing. Do not worry, next time, I will not kill you. He then concealed Nisha's body behind a nearby table. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, MI6 operatives, having overheard the conversation between Zhang Xuan and Nisha via communication devices, realized that the mission had been compromised. Several agents had already arrived, armed, and were rushing into the hospital. Click, clatter. Zhang Xuan discarded the suppressor and removed the magazine to check the ammunition, confirming it was fully loaded. Instead of fleeing in a vehicle as he had previously, he made his way directly to the hospital security monitoring room. Hey, Hawk, how's it going today? A chubby security guard munching on chips greeted Zhang Xuan with a smile as he entered the monitoring room. Not bad, Zhang Xuan replied with a slight nod. The next moment, bang! The butt of the gun struck the guard's neck, rendering him unconscious. He then triggered the fire alarm. The piercing, shrill alarm echoed throughout the hospital, prompting all medical staff and patients to begin an emergency evacuation. Watching the frantic crowd on the surveillance feed, along with several agents rushing against the tide of people, Zhang Xuan swiftly cut off the power to all hospital monitors. The MI6 operatives outside, now deprived of visual access to the hospital, realized Zhang Xuan's intention. They began calling for reinforcements from other agents surrounding the hospital. Inside the hospital, 2 armed agents moved quickly through the corridors. Soon, they arrived outside the monitoring room. Taking positions on either side of the door, they exchanged glances and nodded before bang. One agent kicked the door open and raised his weapon to enter. Just as the other agent was about to follow, the door to an office ahead suddenly swung open. Zhang Xuan, wielding a SAR rifle, burst forth and fired 2 precise shots at close range. Bang, bang. One shot to the back, another to the head. The agent inside, upon hearing the commotion, turned to find his comrade collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from the fatal wound. Reacting swiftly, he slammed the door shut and took cover beside it. Aiming his weapon at the door, bang, bang, bang. Several shots hit the door, leaving multiple bullet holes. Zhang Xuan, however, chose not to pursue. Instead, he made a hasty retreat. Soon, 3 agents, attracted by the gunfire, sprinted from the opposite corridor. Hey! The agent inside realized his partner had vanished. Shouting, he went toward the operating room. Understood. The agents rapidly formed a tactical formation of 4 and pursued Zhang Xuan's direction. Having learned from their recent misstep, they understood that without visual access, Nighthawk, this elite operative active a decade ago, had become the most dangerous predator within the hospital. They had to exercise extreme caution. Before long, additional agents arrived, rushing into the hospital to commence a thorough search. Across the street, within a small van, several men in black were also watching the video feed with grave expressions. The aerial footage indicated that the drones overhead belonged to them. Just then, a knock echoed on the van's door. The men exchanged glances, instinctively drawing their weapons, fixating on the door. However, at that moment, bang! A breaching charge detonated. Obliterating the door, a stun grenade rolled inside. Boom! The explosion echoed. A shadow rushed into the van. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted within the confines of the vehicle. Approximately half a minute later, the shooting ceased, and the smoke cleared. A tall figure in a suit, with a buzz cut, stood amidst the fallen bodies, brandishing a SIG P365 pistol. Bang! He fired a final shot into the head of one black-clad man still struggling. The magazine slipped from the weapons chamber, and he swiftly drew a new one from his waist holster. This is Ghost Wolf. The surveillance team has been neutralized. We are now preparing to enter Brompton. Click. The chamber was loaded. Back inside the hospital, Zhang Xuan leaned against the wall, positioned behind the door of a doctor's office. The office door stood ajar, dimly lit by a single lamp. The rapid approach of footsteps echoed from the corridor. A three-man team of operatives had reached this location. As they passed the office door, two agents surged inside, while one remained outside to keep watch. Just as the two agents entered the room, Zhang Xuan swiftly pushed the door shut. He lunged towards an agent who was about to check the corner behind the door, pinning the agent's weapon and disengaging the safety while simultaneously firing. Bang! Bang! 2 shots pierced his chest. At that moment, the remaining agent, having turned, aimed his weapon at Zhang Xuan. But in a split second, bang! 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 Zhang Xuan sidestepped, evading the gunfire while firing 3 shots in quick succession. 1 shot disarmed the agent, while 2 struck him in the torso. Before Zhang Xuan could deliver a finishing blow, the office door was suddenly kicked open, and the agent outside began firing at Zhang Xuan. However, Zhang Xuan adeptly crouched, one-handedly firing back while swiftly darting toward the opposite side of the room to evade the onslaught. After exchanging several rounds with the agents, Zhang Xuan ultimately took down the one at the door. At this point, his weapon was empty. With a swift motion, he discarded the spent gun and quickly retrieved a fresh magazine from his pocket. Click! The chamber was loaded. Bang! 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 After confirming the kills with shots to the heads of the 3 agents, Zhang Xuan hastily exited the office. At the end of the corridor, he was met by another team of operatives. The moment they spotted Zhang Xuan, they immediately opened fire. Without hesitation, Zhang Xuan ducked and sprinted toward the next corner. Chapter 60. Hospital CQB, Part 2, Royal Brompton Hospital. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed through the 4th-floor corridor. Zhang Xuan, breathless, had locked a single agent to the ground, gripping the agent's head tightly, and with a forceful twist, he heard the sickening crack of a broken neck. Glancing at the 3 agents sprawled on the floor nearby, Zhang Xuan took a deep breath, disregarding the pain in his chest. Pushing aside the body that had pinned him down, and laboriously rose to his feet in his effort to confront the 4-man team. Zhang Xuan had exhausted all the ammunition in his Glock. And even the firearm itself had been used as a projectile point. One must admit, while these agents lacked the tactical cohesion of standard SWAT teams and special forces, they were still formidable opponents. However, the individual combat capability remains formidable, particularly in hand-to-hand combat. Even with his own level 3 close-quarters fighting skills, he nearly lost in a one-on-one confrontation with the man whose neck he had just broken. Swiftly, he rummaged through the belongings of a nearby agent and procured a Glock 34 pistol, removing the magazine to find it fully loaded. He also discovered 2 spare magazines and a taser, which he secured at his waist while stowing the spare magazines in his pockets. After discarding his blood-stained lab coat onto the floor, Zhang Xuan quickly made his way towards the stairwell. Before long, after Zhang Xuan's departure, the remaining agents in the hospital rushed to the scene. Upon seeing the 4 corpses on the ground, their faces turned grim. 4 again. With the previous casualties, this marked the deaths of 8 agents. They could scarcely fathom how a single individual could simultaneously contend with 4 highly skilled operatives. At that moment, new mission instructions echoed through the agents' earpieces. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, resembling a quintessential British gentleman, the agent known as Ghost Wolf approached slowly and declared, "Leave him to me. You all should secure the hospital's entrances and exits. A third-party force is present, and we cannot allow them to capture Nighthawk." Several agents exchanged glances, their pride somewhat bruised by his arrogance. Nonetheless, the superior's directive had been unequivocal, compelling them to cooperate fully with the enigmatic agent codenamed Ghost Wolf. As they departed, Ghost Wolf surveyed the arrangement of the 4 bodies in the corridor and scanned his surroundings. Each bullet hole in the wall appeared to him as luminous points of light in his mind. A scenario rapidly unfolded. 5 shots to take down 2.4 shots to kill 1.5 empty chambers. A follow-up, a weapon strike, the last adversary eliminated through hand-to-hand combat, a chokehold, perhaps, Nighthawk. Taking a deep breath, Ghost Wolf's eyes gleamed with a fervent thirst for blood. It seems this long decade has not dulled your edge. On the 6th floor of the hospital, Zhang Xuan sprinted down the desolate corridor, glancing back occasionally. As he passed an outer window, he crouched to evade the light outside, uncertain if a sniper lurked beyond. He dashed into what appeared to be a storage room, weaving between rows of shelves until he reached the locked back door. Confirming its secure status, he drew his weapon and assumed a defensive posture. Simultaneously, his mind replayed every battle he had fought, striving to glean insights to enhance his combat skills for future encounters. Only by doing so could he hope to accomplish this mission's objectives in their entirety. After waiting for a considerable time, he pondered, How peculiar, where is everyone? Logically, given the agent's search speed, they should have reached this location by now. Could it be that they are too frightened to pursue him? This is not a favorable sign. Dealing with this group of agents had, thus far, been relatively manageable for Zhang Xuan. After all, their firepower was lacking, they were not wearing bulletproof vests, and their tactical coordination was far from seamless. Provided he had sufficient ammunition and the hospital's layout was expansive enough, his level 4 marksmanship would suffice for the time being. However, should he encounter a fully equipped SWAT team or special forces, then he would be at a significant disadvantage. Zhang Xuan had no desire to confront a squad of professional killers with only a Glock in hand. After waiting 2 additional minutes, just as Zhang Xuan's patience began to wane, a distinct sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. One person. Zhang Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. Having just eliminated 8 adversaries, how could they still dare to act alone? They were either foolish or exceptionally bold. The former seemed unlikely. MI6 would not recruit a fool as an agent. Thus, it was the latter. With both hands gripping his gun tightly, Zhang Xuan steadied his Glock 34, aiming through the gaps between 2 crates toward the door. Suddenly, the footsteps halted just outside. Zhang Xuan remained vigilant, his gaze unwavering. At that moment, a voice called out from beyond the door. Nighthawk, do you remember my voice? Zhang Xuan did not respond as if anticipating this. Ghost Wolf leaned against the wall by the door, pulling out a cigarette case and placing a cigarette between his lips. Click, the lighter ignited, and he inhaled deeply. You know, he began, exhaling a cloud of smoke. That mission 10 years ago was meant for me. Had you not insisted on taking it from Dykes, perhaps it would be me standing inside. Not you. It seemed the man outside was quite familiar with Nighthawk. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Xuan replied, So, what is your mission now? To capture me? Or perhaps to kill me? Ghost Wolf chuckled softly that of course I intend to kill you. But before that, you must tell me what transpired that day. What could possibly turn a loyal blade of Britain against its master? Zhang Xuan fell silent. Ghost Wolf, realizing Nighthawk would not divulge any information, grimaced as his expression grew increasingly menacing. Very well. I shall have to ask you myself. As his words fell, a smoke grenade was hurled through the door. Bang. Hiss. Thick white smoke instantly filled the room. Zhang Xuan's heart raced with unease as his vision blurred. Without hesitation, he fired 2 shots toward the entrance. Bang, bang. At the very moment his gun fired, a volley of shots echoed in response, equally swift. Inside the smoke-filled room, 2 shadowy figures engaged in a rapid exchange of fire. Bullets zipped past shelves, piercing through cardboard boxes. Amidst the scattering of wood and paper, Zhang Xuan continuously changed his position, firing at the source of the gunfire until his magazine was empty. Click! The sound of 2 empty chambers resonated in the room. Clearly, his opponent had also exhausted their ammunition. Swiftly discarding the empty magazine, they drew a fresh one out. However, before Zhang Xuan could release his empty chamber, the gunfire erupted once more. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Zhang Xuan as he rolled on the ground to evade the incoming shots. The speed at which his adversary reloaded was astonishing. This individual must possess a mastery level of at least 4. Moreover, their rate of fire and accuracy were likely comparable to his own. Their close-quarters combat proficiency should not be inferior either. Otherwise, he would not have missed with a single shot. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhang Xuan pressed the release for his empty chamber. Reloading his weapon, he raised his gun and fired 7 rapid shots at his opponent. Just then, a nearby shelf came crashing down. A shadow lunged out from the smoke. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Xuan brought his gun to his chest to prevent it from being seized. He quickly retreated while firing at the shadow, but the figure seemed to anticipate Zhang Xuan's movement, firing simultaneously, bang, bang. The two shots rang out in unison. Zhang Xuan felt a burst of pain as a bullet tore through his shoulder. Ghost Wolf staggered for a moment, but he was evidently wearing body armor beneath his clothing. Then, in a swift motion, Ghost Wolf ducked beneath Zhang Xuan's gun and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Ghost Wolf collided with the shelves behind Zhang Xuan, sending them toppling over like a line of dominoes. The room descended into chaos. The excruciating pain from his shoulder wound caused Zhang Xuan to cry out, but the next moment, he felt himself lifted off the ground, only to crash down heavily. Boom! Ghost Wolf executed a shoulder throw, slamming Zhang Xuan onto the shelves. Zhang Xuan's handgun flew from his grasp. Clang! The sound of a blade unsheathing echoed. A short knife aimed straight for Zhang Xuan's chest. Instinctively, he raised his arms to shield himself. Bang! He managed to block the lethal strike. As the two grappled, Ghost Wolf sneered, "Night Hawk, your movements have slowed. What's wrong? Growing old?" Through gritted teeth, Zhang Xuan retorted, "Go to hell." He abruptly lifted his knee, driving it into Ghost Wolf's abdomen, flipping him backward. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xuan drew the taser from his waist and fired at Ghost Wolf. Bang! Zzzzzt. Intense electricity coursed through Ghost Wolf's body, causing him to tremble violently. Yet, in less than 2 seconds, he ripped the connecting wire apart. This was beyond Zhang Xuan's comprehension. It also caused him to falter momentarily. In that instant, Ghost Wolf hurled the short knife with precision. Whoosh! Zhang Xuan, unable to retrieve his gun in time, was forced to retreat 2 steps under the threat of the flying blade. Damn. This bastard's close-quarters combat skills far surpassed his own. He was being thoroughly outmatched. With a grim expression, Zhang Xuan glared at Ghost Wolf, who now wore a hint of disappointment on his face. "You truly have aged, Night Hawk. Over the past decade, I have honed my combat skills. Enduring rigorous training, while you have seemingly forgotten your own abilities, even your marksmanship has declined." Zhang Xuan scoffed silently, refusing to respond. Just then, the unmistakable sound of helicopter rotors reverberated from outside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan's expression shifted. While Ghost Wolf shook his head in disappointment, "It seems this is where your journey ends." As he spoke, he drew a spare handgun from his lower back, aiming it at Zhang Xuan. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Xuan lunged forward with sudden ferocity. Bang! The gunshot echoed, plunging the world into darkness. Hiss! Once more reset to the task, Zhang Xuan clutched his throbbing head. "Dr. Hawk, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Hearing Vanessa's voice nearby, Zhang Xuan shook his head and replied, "I'm fine, but, Vanessa, could you fetch me a glass of water?" Vanessa paused, taken aback. "Really? I haven't even finished speaking, and you're rushing headlong into danger? Well, you can't blame me then." With a smirk hidden in her heart, Vanessa maintained a facade of concern, saying, "All right, Dr. Hawk, please sit down and rest a bit. I'll be right back. Thank you, Vanessa." Suddenly, Zhang Xuan opened his arms and embraced her. Although bewildered, Vanessa dared not make a sudden move. After being released, she hurriedly dashed towards the water cooler, her expression tinged with shyness. However, as she crouched down, she felt a peculiar lightness in the pocket of her clothing. Instinctively, she reached in, only to discover that her gun was missing. Reacting on impulse, Vanessa swiftly turned around, but Zhang Xuan had vanished without a trace. Without hesitation, Vanessa immediately contacted her superior. "Night Hawk has escaped. He even stole my gun." As before, Zhang Xuan found his good colleague and borrowed the Blue Beetle. Virum, bang. He smashed through the hospital's gate, driving the Beetle at breakneck speed towards Sloane Square. It wasn't that Zhang Xuan sought death in that direction. Rather, he was familiar with the route, which led to the SIS headquarters. However, he would need to cross a river at some point. Through the rearview mirror, Zhang Xuan clearly saw 2 SUVs of different models hot on his tail, one of which he recognized well. Without hesitation, he maneuvered the car onto the sidewalk, pressing the accelerator to the floor. At that moment, 2 motorcycles surged ahead, weaving through the chaotic traffic, wielding silenced pistols, and pursuing Zhang Xuan. Previously, he had managed to escape thanks to a mysterious sniper's intervention, but this time, being fully prepared, Zhang Xuan had no intention of waiting for them to close in. With one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other brandishing Vanessa's handgun, he fired a few quick shots at the 2 riders, Perhaps it was due to the prolonged combat and heightened focus, but Zhang Xuan's right hand steadied remarkably in less than 6 shots. He took down both riders. Just then, from the front passenger seat of the pursuing SUV, an agent leaned out and opened fire on Zhang Xuan. Bayu. Bullets flew. Remaining remarkably composed, Zhang Xuan redirected his aim, targeting the driver this time. Bayu. A few more shots rang out, and the driver was instantly incapacitated. The ensuing chaos caused the vehicle to veer out of control, crashing into a nearby telephone pole. The following SUV, unable to brake in time due to its close pursuit, collided with the first vehicle and flipped over. Boom. Chapter 62. Escape into the river, Chinese medicine hall. Boom. Listening to the cacophony of crashes behind him, Zhang Xuan calculated the bullets remaining in his gun. He had just fired a total of 12 shots, leaving only 5 in the chamber. Without a spare magazine, this meant he would have to rely on those 5 bullets to acquire more ammunition. If not weapons, this was no simple task. Driving recklessly, he reached the outskirts of Sloane Square. At this juncture, the police had already set up roadblocks at the entrance, laying spike strips in the middle of the street. A dozen armed officers were firing at Zhang Xuan's vehicle. Seeing this, Zhang Xuan immediately turned the car around, veering into a southeastern intersection. However, continuing down this path would only lead him further away from the SIS building. It seemed he would have to reset once again, regrettably without having discerned the current location of the X-017 intelligence. Amidst the blaring sirens surrounding him, Zhang Xuan's thoughts were tumultuous. The complexity of this mission far exceeded his expectations. The moment he left the hospital, he would undoubtedly face a 3-pronged blockade from MI6, unidentified assassins, and the police. Not only would reaching the SIS building to gather intelligence be difficult, but even escaping the city would prove challenging. And if he remained in the hospital, he would surely be hunted down by MI6 agents, especially that bald-headed brute whose combat prowess surpassed his by at least 2 levels, without suitable equipment or allies. Zhang Xuan was currently ill-equipped to confront him head-on. Wait, suitable equipment? A plan flashed through Zhang Xuan's mind. Glancing at the pursuing police cars and agents behind him, he took a deep breath and, without hesitation, slammed the accelerator down, heading straight for the 88 Gallery Exhibition Hall. Ahead lay a long, straight road. Due to the police's dispersal, there were virtually no pedestrians in sight. Meanwhile, the rain began to fall steadily from the sky. Bang. The relentless gunfire erupted around him, bullets peppering the beetle's body, forcing Zhang Xuan to curl his body to minimize his target area. Ahead lay the Chelsea Bridge. At the bridge's entrance, a tactical team and several regular officers had established a defensive line. Yet Zhang Xuan's objective was not to cross the bridge at all. With a flick of his wrist, he disengaged the Glock's safety, tucked it into his clothing, and with a swift turn of the steering wheel, he careened onto the sidewalk ahead. The sound of gunfire intensified, bullets raining down upon the vehicle. Yet Zhang Xuan pressed forward, unyielding, ramming into the rear of a police car. The Blue Beetle soared over the guardrail, plunging into the Thames. Boom! As the vehicle hit the water, torrents of river water surged in from all directions. Zhang Xuan quickly held his breath, shattering the already damaged windshield, and like a fish, he swam beneath the surface. At that moment, the rain intensified, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. The MI6 agents who had been pursuing him witnessed Zhang Xuan's car plunge into the river. Unsure of whether he was alive or dead, they immediately began recovery efforts and dispatched teams to search the riverbanks for traces. Meanwhile, Yulang drove a small truck to the scene. After flashing his credentials to the officers on guard, he approached a sheriff, coldly inquiring, "Where is he?" The sheriff glanced at Yulang's identification and replied, "Sir, we did our best, but we couldn't stop him." Yulang chuckled coldly. "Well, it's only natural you couldn't stop him. After all these years, he still prefers such reckless methods." The sheriff felt a twinge of displeasure but dared not voice it, given Yulang's status. Yulang casually pulled out his phone and dialed. "This is Yulang. Nighthawk has escaped." After hanging up, he remained unfazed. At that moment, in an office within the SIS building, an elderly man slowly placed the receiver down, his hawk-like eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Rising to his feet, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the increasingly heavy downpour. "So, you have come, Nighthawk." Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating his aged yet scarred face. On a rainy night, in a quiet alley, Zhang Xuan pressed his hand to his abdomen, limping forward. Blood seeped from above his wound, the raindrops mingling with his blood, creating a long trail on the ground. With the rain pouring heavily, the likelihood of drones or helicopters appearing was minimal. He had to seize this opportunity to find a suitable hiding place. But before that, he needed to address his wound. Zhang Xuan raised his head, noticing a jumble of signs in the distance. His keen eyes quickly spotted a Chinese pharmacy marked with a medicine sign, or rather, a medical hall. Without hesitation, he hurried to the storefront. Eyeing the faint light seeping through the slightly ajar door, he discreetly drew the Glock concealed beneath his clothing. Gently pushing the door open, Zhang Xuan did not rush in. Instead, he quickly scanned the interior environment and layout from the threshold. After conducting a brief reconnaissance, he cautiously stepped inside. The pharmacy resembled an old Hong Kong apothecary from a film, with wooden cabinets displaying numerous medicinal wines steeped with precious herbs. All the medicine labels were written in Chinese. A television in the corner was airing an American drama at a low volume. In the center of the room, a table bore a plate of stir-fried meat and an empty bowl of rice. Zhang Xuan, pale and trembling, closed the door behind him. Perhaps the door had creaked a bit too loudly, as from within one of the rooms, a voice with a slight accent called out in English. "Sorry, we're not open right now." As he spoke, a thin, middle-aged man pulled back the curtain and stepped out, immediately spotting Zhang Xuan, who was holding the Glock and bleeding from his abdomen. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, the shopkeeper first paused, then, without surprise, pointed to the right, saying, "There's a hospital 200 meters ahead. They can treat gunshot wounds." Zhang Xuan replied in Chinese, "Sorry, but I need some unofficial medical assistance right now. Brother, please help me." Speaking thus, he detached the suppressor from the Glock and placed it on a nearby table, raising his hands in a gesture indicating he posed no threat. Zhang Xuan was acutely aware that his current condition left no room for him to seek treatment elsewhere. Venturing to the nearby hospital would almost certainly result in capture by the agents. Here, however, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Chapter 63 Zhang Minuan 263 Drake Street, London, Renxin Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. Second floor, TOB Candid, watching a Caucasian fluently speak Mandarin, even with a hint of a southern accent, felt somewhat peculiar to Zhang Minuan. After sterilizing the forceps and preparing gauze and bandages, he glanced at Zhang Xuan, who lay on the bed, shirtless, and remarked, "If it hurts, bear with it. Try not to scream too loudly. It wouldn't be good to disturb the neighbors." Zhang Xuan nodded, responding, "It's fine. I can withstand it." Indeed, it was rare to see someone who could still run after being shot. With that, Zhang Minuan began to extract the bullet. The forceps delved into the wound, and soon a slightly deformed bullet was grasped. Observing the bullet, Zhang Minuan commented, "It seems something obstructed it. Otherwise, had this bullet penetrated fully, you would either be dead or gravely injured." With a clang, he tossed the bullet onto a plate at that moment. Zhang Xuan was drenched in cold sweat, enduring the excruciating pain in silence. Following the initial treatment, stopping the bleeding, applying medicine, and bandaging, the basic emergency measures were swiftly concluded. "This is all I can do for now. If it's convenient for you, you should still visit a proper hospital. Although I have treated gunshot wounds before, I cannot guarantee a perfect recovery." As Zhang Minuan tidied up, he pointed to a small pot emitting smoke nearby, saying, "Once the medicine is ready, drink it. Once you can move, leave quickly. I do not wish to attract trouble. My apologies, Boss Zhang." Zhang Xuan replied, somewhat apologetically, "Forget it." Zhang Minuan waved his hand lazily. "Just remember to pay for the medical fees next time you come." "Don't worry, my charges are modest, only £186 in total." Indeed, it was on credit. Zhang Xuan had left in such haste during the day that he hadn't had the chance to take any of Nighthawk's personal belongings, let alone any money. He nodded, struggling to sit up, and inquired, "Boss Zhang, how long have you been here?" "Many years," Zhang Minuan chuckled. "If I calculate it must be 34 years, I suppose. Back then, I was young and foolish, sneaking across the borders with my master, thinking I could strike it rich. Ha!" As he recounted this, Zhang Minuan chuckled to himself, shaking his head in resignation. "But enough about me, let us talk about you. What's your situation? You don't quite seem like a local. What's with your accent?" Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment, shook his head, and remained silent. The two fell into a lengthy silence until a sudden knocking echoed from downstairs. Instinctively, Zhang Xuan reached for the Glock beside him. Meanwhile, Zhang Minyuan frowned, saying, "Those bastards, they're back again." He set down what he held and hurried downstairs to open the shop door. Zhang Xuan, gun in hand, positioned himself at the top of the stairs, ready for any eventuality. Upon opening the door, two scruffy young men dashed in, rain-soaked. "Hey, Zhang, is business good today?" One blond youth grinned, rubbing his hands. "It's freezing today. We forgot to bring an umbrella. You wouldn't believe how much effort it took for us to get here." Zhang Minyuan silently opened the drawer at the counter, pulled out a wad of cash, and handed it over, saying, "This is for next month. Please send my regards to Boss Paul, haha." The red-haired thug snatched the cash, tapping it in his hands with a teasing smirk. "Boss Paul has been mentioning you a lot lately. He says you're the best traditional Chinese doctor he has ever seen. In fact, many brothers in the gang think so, of course, not me. I've never been injured." He flexed his bicep in a showy manner. Seeing the cash had been received, the blond youth casually grabbed an umbrella by the door and said, "All right, Zhang, we're off." With that, the two departed. Upon returning to the second floor, Zhang Minyuan glanced at Zhang Xuan, seated on the edge of the bed, then at the footprints on the floor, advising, "With such an injury, you shouldn't move around too much." He then skillfully poured the prepared medicine, adding a few more herbs before placing it beside Zhang Xuan. "Drink this after half an hour. It's getting late. I'm quite tired, so you can sleep here tonight. If anything happens, just call for me. I'll be downstairs." "Okay," Zhang Xuan replied, then asked, "Who were those two just now? Were you giving them protection money?" Zhang Minyuan scoffed, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Just a local gang. They have dozens of members, controlling this area. Here, their word carries more weight than that of the police." He gestured to some herbs hanging on the wall, chuckling self-deprecatingly, "I's fortunate I possess some skills. Treating their injuries has granted me a modicum of respect. At least I don't get beaten up. And I only have to pay the minimum protection fee." "Minimum fee? How much is that?" "It's not much, around 900 pounds. Sometimes, if they have more injured members, it can be reduced a bit." "I see." Zhang Xuan nodded. Zhang Minyuan did not linger on small talk, turning off the main light and leaving only a desk lamp lit. He hummed a little tune from the television as he swayed downstairs. After drinking the medicine, Zhang Xuan finally succumbed to his body's fatigue, drifting into a deep sleep. Time passed, and soon it was the following morning. Though be honest, after drinking that bowl of herbal medicine and sleeping soundly, Zhang Xuan felt considerably better. Aside from some lingering pain at the wound site and a slight weakness from blood loss, he could walk normally without issue. Descending from the upstairs, he found Zhang Minyuan already opening the shop door. "Up early? Able to move freely now?" Zhang Minyuan greeted him. "Yes, I'm fine under normal circumstances," Zhang Xuan replied with a nod. "That's good. Just so you know, this isn't a safe house, so you understand." Zhang Minyuan tossed a black coat hanging by the door to Zhang Xuan and opened the door, adopting a stance as if to usher him out. Zhang Xuan did not linger, accepting the coat, expressing his gratitude to Zhang Minyuan, and stepping out of the shop. Although it was morning, a few figures could already be seen. He raised the collar to shield his face and hurried away from the vicinity. Currently, MI6 was searching for him everywhere. He needed to quickly acquire sufficient weapons and equipment. Only then could he gain a semblance of initiative in the forthcoming actions. As for the means to obtain weapons, Zhang Xuan had begun to formulate a plan. All that remained was to wait for nightfall once more. Chapter 64: The Night of Mans. To be frank, evading the watchful eyes of the police and MI6 in a city like London was no easy feat. Fortunately, London had yet to achieve complete surveillance coverage. After several relocations, Zhang Xuan finally managed to remain undetected until nightfall. Man's private bar standing on one side of the street, adorned with a cowboy hat of dubious origin and clad entirely in black, Zhang Xuan silently observed a rather modest-looking private bar across the way. This establishment served as the stronghold of the Man's gang, the very same gang Zhang Minyuan had mentioned the night before, which controlled several streets in the vicinity. It was not difficult to gather information about the Man's gang. Almost every local in these streets was aware of their existence. After casually inquiring with a few passers-by, Zhang Xuan obtained the information he sought. Firstly, the leader of the Man's gang frequented this bar almost every night. Secondly, Man's private bar was not open to outsiders. Only members of the Man's gang or allied gangs were permitted entry. Lastly, it was rumored that there was a gang gathering at Man's bar this evening. With the Glock drawn from his clothing and the suppressor affixed, Zhang Xuan awaited the pedestrian signal to turn green before slowly making his way toward the bar's entrance. Perhaps due to his rather mysterious appearance, the two security guards at the entrance furrowed their brows, watching Zhang Xuan as he approached. One of the black security guards raised his hand in a gesture to halt him. "Sir, this is private property. If you're looking for entertainment, please go elsewhere." After all, this was a bar, and it bore the sign of a tavern, so occasionally, curious tourists would attempt to enter, a phenomenon they had grown accustomed to. However, today's situation felt somewhat off. As Zhang Xuan quickened his pace, the two guards sensed something amiss and instinctively reached for their waists. But at that moment, Zhang Xuan swiftly drew his weapons and fired. By Ubu! With two rapid, silenced shots, the guards' heads erupted in a spray of blood, their bodies collapsing almost simultaneously. For someone like Zhang Xuan, who was capable of engaging an entire team of MI6 operatives at close range, dispatching these untrained guards was a trivial endeavor. Having effortlessly taken down the two guards, Zhang Xuan quickly advanced, searching the body of one of the guards and procuring an M1911 handgun along with 2 spare magazines. Glancing up at the surveillance camera, he raised his weapon and shot it, shattering the lens. With a Glock tucked into his waist and both hands firmly gripping a 1911, Zhang Xuan swiftly charged into the bar. Inside, the strains of melodious violin music filled the air, an air of elegance that seemed entirely at odds with the very notion of a bar. He hurried through a corridor, where the bar's patrons had already sensed the intrusion at the entrance. For gang members, armed with pistols, rushed towards him. Just as they rounded a corner, gunfire erupted. The lead assailant was struck multiple times in an instant. With a final shot to the head, Zhang Xuan quickly reached the corner. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 hesitated, paralyzed by fear of the incoming fire. Zhang Xuan had already leaned out, taking aim, bang, bang, bang. He pulled the trigger repeatedly. The trio of gang members had no time to react, and within a mere 2 seconds, they fell one by one to Zhang Xuan's precision fire. With a swift motion, he ejected the spent magazine from his firearm and seamlessly inserted a fresh one. Perhaps it was a sign of his advancing mastery of firearms. But Zhang Xuan felt that this tactical reload was noticeably quicker than before. Who were these people? At that moment, in the bar's main hall, a burly man with a thick beard shouted in anger, "Quick! Call for reinforcements! Everyone else, go after that intruder and eliminate him!" Several gang members rushed towards the entrance of the corridor. Zhang Xuan, however, had already shattered all surveillance cameras in the hallway. He deftly slipped into a storage room and partially closed the door. Observing the frantic silhouettes racing past outside, he made a rough estimate of their numbers. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan flung the door open, colliding head-on with a man clad in a black leather jacket. With a forceful shove, he pushed the man back 2 steps and, with the M1911 tucked against his side, squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang. 2 shots struck the man in the chest. Immediately, Zhang Xuan thrust the gun forward in a CR-style grip and fired another shot at this assailant's head. Bang! The man collapsed lifelessly. Without hesitation, Zhang Xuan redirected his aim towards 2 more rushing figures, dispatching them with ease. Just then, the gang members who had initially fled returned, crowding around the corner and opening fire on Zhang Xuan. Yet, he chose not to pursue them relentlessly. Instead, he deftly retreated back into the storage room. Bang, bang. Listening to the cacophony of gunfire outside, Zhang Xuan remained calm, leaning against the wall as he conducted a tactical reload. Like a serpent lurking in the shadows, he quietly awaited his prey. Soon, several gang members, urged on by their leaders, cautiously approached the storage room. Zhang Xuan could hear their footsteps drawing near, ever closer. At that moment, he was merely a wall away from the gang members. A shoe appeared at the doorway. Bang! Zhang Xuan fired at the shoe. The man, whose foot had been pierced, let out a scream in an instant. Zhang Xuan darted out, delivering a fatal shot to the man's head. The scream ceased abruptly. Grabbing the man's collar, Zhang Xuan used his body as a shield, firing repeatedly with one hand while keeping the other firmly on the weapon. The gang members in the corridor stood no chance against Zhang Xuan's impeccable aim. At such close range, his shooting accuracy soared, and each shot found its mark in their heads. Within mere seconds, the entire gang was eliminated. Congratulations, your skill firearm mastery has leveled up. Current level, LV4. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Zhang Xuan felt a marked steadiness and swiftness in his grip on the firearm. Reflecting on his previous encounter with that formidable agent during the last reset, he came to a realization. The duel had allowed him to absorb and learn valuable combat experience. Casting aside the lifeless body, Zhang Xuan located 2 fully loaded M1911 magazines. Taking a deep breath, he resumed a crouched stance, employing the CR grip as he made his way deeper into the bar. Behind him, the corridor was strewn with corpses. Amidst the haunting strains of the violin, the blood that splattered against the golden walls slowly trickled down, creating a mesmerizing tableau of crimson artistry. Chapter 65. Paul Mann's London, Drake Street, Mann's private bar. As the leader of the Mann's gang, Paul Mann's considered himself a modern-day warlord, relishing in various gangster films, particularly the Godfather series. At this moment, dressed in a sleek black suit, Paul sat composed on a sofa beneath the bar's dance floor. Listening to the distant echoes of gunfire in the corridor, as the gunfire gradually subsided, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. After all, he had been in this line of work for many years, and his instincts were still intact. The gunfight had concluded, yet he wondered why his underlings had not reported back. Could it be, however, due to the dim lighting, few noticed the change in Paul's demeanor. The gang's higher-ups beside him gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed anxiously on the corridor entrance. Soon, the unmistakable sound of hard-soled shoes echoed from the hallway. "Chuck, is that you?" a stout man called out, brandishing his gun towards the corridor, but there was no reply. Realizing something was amiss, the others immediately raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. As a flurry of bullets rained down, Zhang Xuan pressed himself against the corner wall, carefully deciphering the concealed information within the gunfire. 7 gunmen, 2 submachine guns, 5 handguns, and even estimating their positions and angles, Zhang Xuan opted against a frontal assault. He was already injured, and his firepower was insufficient. Confronting 7 or more gunmen head-on would be unwise. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xuan silently retreated. Inside the bar, the gang members, having expended a considerable number of bullets and swapped magazines, found themselves perplexed by the absence of the enemy. 1 member, armed with a Scorpion submachine gun, moved closer to protect Paul, while 4 others with handguns flanked left and right, attempting to encircle the perceived threat. Just then, a subordinate stationed at the back entrance suddenly collapsed, shot dead. Before anyone could react, the back door was violently kicked open. Zhang Xuan dashed into the room, swiftly maneuvering along the wall to the right. Ensuring his rear was secure, he pulled the trigger of his M1911, each shot accurately finding its mark in a gang member's head. The entire exchange lasted only 3 seconds. Soon, only Zhang Xuan and Paul remained alive in the room. Taking cover behind a pillar, Zhang Xuan performed a tactical reload. After securing a fresh magazine, he leaned out slightly, scanning the room once more. Confirming no threats lingered, he turned to the man sprawled on the sofa. Exuding an air of a gangster boss and coldly inquired, "Paul Mann's?" Paul pulled out a handkerchief from his breast pocket, wiping the sweat from his brow, and replied, "Indeed, it is I. How may I assist you?" "Sir?" Bang. Zhang Xuan raised his weapon and shot at Paul's right hand. The bullet pierced through his palm, leaving a gory hole. Surprisingly, Paul did not utter a single cry of pain, enduring the agony in silence. Zhang Xuan cautiously approached, one hand holding the gun while the other overturned nearby tables and chairs to ensure there were no hidden explosives. Stopping about 5 meters from Paul, Zhang Xuan warned, "Do not make any sudden movements, or I will assume you are reaching for a weapon." This shot was merely a warning. With Zhang Xuan's keen eyesight, he was more than capable of distinguishing between a handkerchief and a handgun. Paul, recognizing the gravity of the situation, lowered his head and responded, "Understood, sir. How may I serve you?" The fact that Zhang Xuan had not killed him immediately indicated that he was not an assassin from a rival gang. Furthermore, the massacre of his subordinates suggested that this was not an official operation. Realizing this, Zhang Xuan got straight to the point. "I need a stockpile of weaponry. I've heard that on this street, your influence surpasses that of the police, so I've come to borrow some." Paul's eye twitched. Who claimed such absurdity? And to call this a borrowing? Who in their right mind comes to borrow something after slaughtering an entire gang? Even in the criminal underworld, he had never encountered such ruthlessness. Nevertheless, Paul managed to force a smile and replied, Of course, it would be my honor to assist you. What weapons do you require? Zhang Xuan produced a neatly folded piece of paper and tossed it onto the table before Paul. As Paul unfolded it, he was taken aback by the extensive list of weaponry. He nearly shouted in disbelief upon reading it. -416 Hong Kong dollars short assault rifle, complete with 3 different types of scopes and suppressors. MP7 submachine gun with a suppressor. Remington M1100 with a quick-draw shotgun kit. SIG, P226 with a suppressor. A complete set of level 2 body armor. Any brand. A military-grade noise-canceling headset. A dual-tube night vision goggle SET. In addition, numerous small tools and accessories were included. In summary, aside from the exorbitant cost, many items were simply unavailable on the market. Paul, suppressing his fury, replied, "Sir, the items you requested pose a challenge to procure." In truth, Zhang Xuan was already aware that acquiring such items was no easy feat for an ordinary individual. It is not particularly difficult. As Zhang Xuan's gun barrel remained ominously aimed at his head, Paul ultimately opted for a life-preserving response. Many things cannot be acquired in just a day or two, and moreover, many items are prohibited. How about this? I possess the address of the underground arms cache of that Italian arms dealer in London. I can take you there. You may take whatever you fancy, and I'll cover the expenses. What do you think? Zhang Xuan gazed intently at Paul for a long moment, finally nodding in agreement amidst Paul's anxious demeanor. However, before they proceeded, Zhang Xuan insisted that Paul present all the firearms he possessed within the bar for inspection. Paul dared not refuse and, under Zhang Xuan's unwavering gaze, made his way to the bar's underground cellar. Inside the cellar, a row of renowned wines from around the world was displayed. Zhang Xuan even spotted a green-bottled Red Star Erguotu among the collection. Reaching the end of the cellar, Paul, at Zhang Xuan's behest, slowly opened a cabinet door. A somewhat disordered array of firearms hung within, and at the bottom of the cabinet lay various types of ammunition. This is all of it. And we must also account for the weapons of those you eliminated upstairs. Paul nervously sidestepped, raising his hands to shield his head against the wall behind him. If I see your forehead detach from the wall or your hands leave the back of your head, you know the consequences. After stating this, seeing Paul comply, Zhang Xuan began selecting from the firearms displayed before him. Accompanying Paul to the Italian arms dealer's warehouse? Of course he would go. But he would employ his own methods. Chapter 66. A surprise attack on the underground arms cached, a T-Man's bar. After dismissing the patrolling officers under the pretext of gang disputes, Paul obediently returned to the cellar under Zhang Xuan's watchful eyes. An MP5 submachine gun was placed with a clang on the table before Zhang Xuan. He casually retrieved 4 magazines and several boxes of ammunition from the gun cabinet and placed them on the table, instructing Paul, "Come here and help me load the bullets." Paul, unable to defy him, silently approached the table to load the MP5's magazine with ammunition. Gazing at the MP5 before him, Paul felt an overwhelming urge to seize the weapon and unleash a barrage at Zhang Xuan. However, glancing across the table at Zhang Xuan, who was similarly loading magazines for 4 Glock 17 pistols, he dared not act. He had a premonition that the moment his hand dared to touch the MP5, his head would suffer a fate akin to that of his fallen subordinates. Seizing the opportunity while loading bullets, Zhang Xuan did not forget to inquire about the specific location and personnel configuration of the arms dealer's underground cache. He also casually probed into Paul's home address and family details. Although this latter inquiry was merely superficial, he had no expectation that Paul would divulge the truth. Click, he inserted a magazine into the Glock 17, racked the slide to chamber around, then removed the magazine, pressed another bullet into it, and reinserted it. Picking up the MP5 once more, he pulled the charging handle twice, aiming the weapon to ensure the sight alignment was correct before inserting the magazine and chambering around. Observing the situation, Paul could not help but ask, "Sir, you do not intend to rob, do you?" Initially, Paul believed Zhang Xuan merely intended to accompany him to purchase weapons. Yet, this equipment clearly indicated a lack of intention to pay. Zhang Xuan did not conceal his motives, stating, "I do not trust you." Indeed, Zhang Xuan could not gamble on whether the Italian arms dealer would turn against him. After all, it was Paul who knew the dealer, not him. Should the latter harbor any ill intent, Zhang Xuan preferred to retain control. Thus, he would strike first. Upon hearing this, Paul was momentarily speechless but replied, "You could indeed rest assured. Those who sell arms are quite principled." Is that so? But I am not principled, Zhang Xuan scoffed. He then donned a work jacket he had found on one of the upstairs corpses. This jacket had no remarkable features, save for its numerous ample pockets, sufficient for Zhang Xuan to carry a considerable number of magazines. He then strapped on a somewhat ill-fitting leather holster to his belt. After testing it, he found that the Glock could just about fit. However, the holster was somewhat shallow, necessitating the removal of the suppressor. After some contemplation, Zhang Xuan picked up a short knife and directly sliced off 1/3 of the holster's lower section. Thus, with the bottom suspended, he no longer had to worry about length issues. Securing his belt, he slung the MP5 strap across his right shoulder, left hip, and systematically inserted the magazines into the pockets of his work jacket. At this point, Zhang Xuan was fully armed. Very well, take me there, Paul sighed, realizing that tonight would undoubtedly be drenched in blood. He now only wished to preserve his own life. He spoke. I will do as you say. But I hope you will spare my family and me afterward. Rest assured, I keep my promises. By the way, do you have cash on you? Midnight, in a certain villa area of London. Paul drove, bringing Zhang Xuan to the location of the arms dealer's underground cache. That house up ahead is it. Though referred to as an underground arms cache, in reality, everything is displayed openly within the house. No one would ever come to inspect it, Paul informed Zhang Xuan, who sat in the back seat. And then inquired, typically, to purchase weapons, one must arrange a call in advance. Otherwise, they won't open the door. Do you want me to go through the process? In the back seat, Zhang Xuan, his face concealed in darkness, disengaged the safety on the MP5 and drew the suppressed Glock from his waist, nodding. Yes, make the call. Paul then pulled out his phone and dialed the arms dealer's number. The call was quickly connected, and a burst of laughter erupted from the other end. Ha ha ha, Paul, my friend, how are you? I heard your bar was attacked. Who did it? Calling me at this hour, you must be seeking revenge, right? Paul glanced at Zhang Xuan's face in the rearview mirror and replied gravely, Indeed. Philip, I require a batch of weapons. Are you currently in London? Of course, Philip on the other end, eager for the imminent lucrative deal, responded. Whatever weapons you need, I have them all here, and I can provide as many as you desire. Where are you now? Do you need me to send someone to pick you up? No need. Paul glanced again at Zhang Xuan in the mirror, who nodded. I am currently near your arms cache. Just have someone open the door for me. Good. The call ended, and moments later, the outer gate of the villa slowly opened. Paul gradually drove closer. Upon seeing Paul's face, the 3 armed security personnel at the entrance nodded, opting not to conduct a search. Clearly, Paul was a familiar face here. But just then, the rear window of the car suddenly rolled down. In the midst of confusion, the muzzle of a suppressed weapon glimmered with a flash of light in the darkness. Bayou, a series of shots rang out, instantly taking down the security personnel at the entrance. Zhang Xuan swiftly pushed open the car door, maneuvered to the rear, reholstered his Glock with his right hand while simultaneously gripping the MP5 with his left. Bringing the weapon to the forefront, his right hand swiftly grasped the grip and pressed the trigger. Aiming, he fired. At that moment, 2 security guards on the second floor of the villa noticed that something was amiss downstairs and hurriedly raised their weapons to fire. Yet, Zhang Xuan's speed was clearly beyond the capabilities of these third-rate operatives. Bang, bang. 2 rapid shots. The 2 security guards collapsed in response. Meanwhile, security personnel stationed elsewhere in the villa quickly drew their weapons and rushed over, attempting to thwart Zhang Xuan. However, endowed with the advantage of surprise and tactical superiority, Zhang Xuan, with his top-tier shooting skills, suppressed all the gunmen within the villa. 1 came, and he dispatched 1. 2 came, and he dispatched 2. Even the slightest glimpse of a head peeking from a window or around a corner would result in Zhang Xuan's instantaneous strike. In less than a minute, no one within the villa dared to show themselves. Zhang Xuan, during this time, swiftly repositioned and changed cover, methodically advancing toward the villa's main entrance. Meanwhile, Paul's phone was inundated with calls from Philip. Just as he answered, a torrent of curses erupted from the other end. Chapter 67. CQB in the villa. Paul Mans, how could you betray my trust like this and send someone to kill me? Your ex-wife is my sister. You bastard. You. The latter part of the tirade was so profane that it could not be displayed. Paul crouched beneath the dashboard, holding the phone at arm's length, not uttering a single word in reply. After waiting for half a minute, when Philip paused to catch his breath, Paul finally brought the phone close to his ear and spoke. Philip. This person is not to be trifled with. Tell your men to quickly discard their weapons and surrender. What? How could you even utter such a thing? Seeing that Philip was about to continue his rant, Paul simply hung up. He had said all he could. Whether this former brother-in-law would survive was now in the hands of fate. At this moment, Zhang Xuan had arrived beside the main door. Observing the tightly shut door, he unleashed the remaining bullets from his magazine into it. Thud, thud, thud. The wooden door splintered, showering fragments everywhere. After exhausting his ammunition, Zhang Xuan leaned against a stone pillar, unloading the magazine. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. A security guard, seemingly on the brink of emotional collapse, bellowed as he emerged, brandishing an AKM. Zhang Xuan, with remarkable swiftness, abandoned the reloading of his weapon, drawing his pistol to fire one-handed. By Ubu! One shot struck the guard in the chest, while another found its mark in his head. At that moment, a couple of other guards, who had been hiding behind the door on either side, peeked out and opened fire at Zhang Xuan's position. After taking down one of them with another shot, Zhang Xuan was forced to retreat under the oppressive hail of bullets. He swiftly holstered his pistol and commenced an urgent reload of his MP5. Zhang Xuan glanced around and, sure enough, spotted a surveillance camera concealed beneath the eaves above him. Bang! He shot the camera down. Zhang Xuan quickly crouched and dashed toward the side of the villa. Along his path, every surveillance camera within his line of sight was obliterated. Inside the villa, as the guards witnessed one camera after another being destroyed, they deduced the intruder's intent to approach from the side or even the rear. They promptly alerted the internal security team. Meanwhile, after systematically dismantling the cameras outside, Zhang Xuan arrived at the side entrance. Raising his gaze, he revealed himself briefly to a distant camera before shooting it to pieces. He then immediately retreated. At that moment, two armed guards moved slowly, one in front of the other. At the villa's entrance, it appeared they intended to flank Zhang Xuan from the side door. Little did they realize, Zhang Xuan was merely executing a diversion. Upon reaching the villa's corner, he keenly detected the footsteps of the two guards. Opting not to use his MP5, he drew his pistol and executed a side-leaning shot. By Ubu, a rapid succession of shots silenced the two guards before they could utter a sound. By Ubu. After two headshots to finish the job, Zhang Xuan swiftly advanced towards the front door, holding his weapon in a ready position. At that moment, those inside the villa remained oblivious, believing Zhang Xuan was still at the side door, unaware that he had eliminated the two guards using a silenced pistol. Meanwhile, Paul, situated in the villa's front yard, observed Zhang Xuan as he toyed with the guards, further convinced that his brother-in-law was outmatched. He quickly composed a text message, attempting one last time to dissuade him. Just then, Zhang Xuan stepped through the main entrance of the villa, encountering two armed individuals rushing from the foyer. By Ubu, two shots rang out, and both fell lifelessly. Confirming the absence of surveillance cameras in the foyer, he swiftly returned his pistol to its holster and switched to his primary weapon. The MP5. Zhang Xuan chose not to engage in a protracted close-quarters battle, as Paul had indicated that a man named Philip typically occupied the room at the end of the second floor, which served as his office. To prevent the target from escaping through a window, Zhang Xuan needed to hasten his pace. Armed with his submachine gun, he approached the staircase to the second floor, conducted a brief survey of the surroundings, and stealthily ascended. Upon reaching the corner of the second-floor corridor, Zhang Xuan frowned slightly, as the corridor presented a complex indoor environment with numerous rooms and corners. Generally, such conditions are the bane of solo close-quarters combat, especially without any throwable devices at hand, making it exceedingly perilous. However, the thought of resurrection after death alleviated his concerns. Drawing from his previous experience with respawning, Zhang Xuan deduced that when the time span of a mission is extensive, it does not revert to the initial time point. Likely, it would return to a few or even several hours prior. Perhaps even a day earlier. In any case, he felt assured that he would not have to endure a repeat of the hospital escape. He pondered whether dying twice would enable a return to an even earlier point in time. As his thoughts raced, Zhang Xuan readied himself for the impending breach. Moving swiftly around the corner, with a mastery of firearms and shooting skills at level 4, he focused intently, wielding the MP5 as he executed a rapid corridor CQB sweep with fluid precision. When he reached the doorway of one room, he distinctly overheard voices within. "Where is he? Why has he vanished? My God, this guy is like a ghost." You don't think he's already entered the room, do you? 8-8, this is the surveillance room, please respond. So it was the surveillance room. Zhang Xuan opted not to burst through the door, as that would surely raise an alarm. Instead, he silently maneuvered around the door and approached the final room, where voices continued to emanate. Paul, you bastard, pick up the phone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan realized he had located his target. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor, indicating that reinforcements were on the way. Without hesitation, Zhang Xuan understood that to capture the king, one must first seize the thief. Bang. He burst through the door. Chapter 68. Breaching the door outside the man's bar, red and blue police lights flashed, and multiple lines of caution tape were drawn. Many individuals were caught off guard, falling victim to gunfire that claimed their lives. Such marksmanship was rare even in London. The wolf traversed the long corridor, stepping over lifeless bodies while observing the bloodstains and bullet holes on the walls, vividly imagining the chaos of the battle that had unfolded. Behind him, an MI6 intelligence agent remarked, all the surveillance cameras here have been destroyed. But the camera at the entrance managed to capture a fleeting glimpse of the assailant's profile. As he spoke, the agent handed a photograph to the wolf. Glancing at it, the wolf instantly recognized the identity of the person depicted. Night Eagle. The agent behind him remained silent. Indeed, at this moment in London, the number of individuals capable of single-handedly taking down a major gang stronghold could be counted on one hand. Night Eagle was evidently among them. Unfortunately, he was injured. From the traces left on the battlefield, the wolf could discern that Night Eagle's movements were not particularly swift, even appearing somewhat sluggish. His ability to fight his way through was solely attributed to his weapon proficiency and marksmanship. Though tactical acumen also played a role. Were the wolf in his position, he was certain he could perform just as well, if not better. This clearly indicated that Night Eagle was currently nursing an injury. At that moment, another agent entered, stating, "We've tracked down the information." Approximately half an hour ago, Paul, the leader of the man's gang, was in contact with an underground arms dealer from Italy, and the location is right at this arms dealer's stronghold. The Tulip Villa District. An arms dealer? The wolf furrowed his brow. Based on his understanding of Night Eagle, it was clear that he sought out an underground arms dealer during this time for one of two reasons. Either to procure more weaponry for an escape from London, perhaps even from the sunken empire, or .4x017. If Night Eagle's target truly was X017, the situation could become perilous. The wolf immediately commanded, deploy nearby officers to the Tulip Villa district and ensure Night Eagle is intercepted. If necessary, lethal force is authorized. I will head there at once. Understood. Bang. The door shattered. Zhang Xuan rapidly burst into the room. The few guards inside had just raised their weapons when Zhang Xuan swiftly unleashed a barrage of gunfire, eliminating them. A rotund man in a suit, seated behind a desk, stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Zhang Xuan recognized him as his objective. He quickly advanced along the wall towards the man, delivering a forceful kick that sent the hefty figure sprawling to the ground. As he placed his foot on the man's back to restrain him, Zhang Xuan swiftly surveyed the room, confirming that the immediate threat had been neutralized, and proceeded with a tactical reload. The deafening gunfire echoed throughout the villa, instantly attracting the attention of all security personnel. Zhang Xuan crouched behind the desk, gripping the MP5 with his left hand, keeping the muzzle trained on the man while swiftly drawing his Glock with his right. He fired a few precise shots at the figures approaching the doorway. Everyone freeze. If you take another step closer, I will end this man's life. Witnessing two guards fall instantly, the remaining guards hesitated, opting to drag their wounded comrades to safety. Zhang Xuan addressed the rotund figure, tell your men to drop their weapons. You? Philip attempted to utter something further, but the muzzle of the MP5 pressed firmly against his skull silenced him. Reluctantly, he shouted, tell them to put down their guns. With their leader captured, the few remaining guards were paralyzed with fear. Nevertheless, they still hesitated to drop their weapons. One guard's eyes flickered with conflict, but soon a steely resolve emerged. He exchanged a glance with another guard before retrieving a stun grenade and gripping it tightly. Clink! The sound of the pin being pulled echoed from outside. Zhang Xuan's expression changed dramatically as he dove to the side to evade the impending blast, yanking the hefty man in front of him as a human shield. As a shadow was hurled through the doorway, Zhang Xuan instinctively fired. Baiyu! Boom! The violent explosion nearly shattered Zhang Xuan's hearing, and his vision blurred. leaving him momentarily disoriented on the floor. Yet, through his hazy sight, he could still perceive figures rushing into the room. Acting on instinct, Zhang Xuan raised his MP5, pulling the trigger without bothering to aim. Rat-a-tat-tat. A full magazine was expended in an instant. Discarding the MP5, Zhang Xuan gripped the Glock with both hands and fired another 10 rounds into the doorway, watching as 3 guards collapsed within the room and 2 more fell outside. Still in a state of partial deafness, Zhang Xuan paused for a moment, propping himself up with one hand against the wall behind him. He pressed the magazine release button on his Glock, disregarding how many bullets remained, and swiftly replaced it with a fresh magazine. With a series of gunshots, he confirmed the kill on the heads of the security personnel. Afterward, he hoisted the similarly dazed Philip to his feet, pushing him forward with one hand while holding the gun near Philip's ear with the other. As he cautiously made his way outside, only after ensuring that the entire second floor was completely secure did Zhang Xuan lead Philip back into the office. He forcefully pushed Philip to the ground and found a sofa against the wall to sit on. Unbuttoning his coat, he glanced at the blood-soaked bandage and let out a long sigh. The intensity of the battle had exceeded his expectations. He had never anticipated that those security guards would dare to throw projectiles into the room while their employer was still alive. Although it was merely a stun grenade, it had caught Zhang Xuan off guard. After resting for more than 20 minutes, he felt his hearing return somewhat. Cutting to the chase, Zhang Xuan wasted no time and directly addressed Philip. "I know you are an arms dealer, and not a reputable one at that. I currently require a batch of weaponry, and I hope you have what I need." Philip, with a mournful expression, replied, "If you wanted weaponry, you could have just said so. Would I really refuse such a convenient business opportunity? Why make such a fuss?" "Because I have no money." Zhang Xuan's candid remark left Philip momentarily speechless. "No money? Then, wouldn't that necessitate theft?" It seemed not entirely unreasonable. "In any case, where are your supplies?" Zhang Xuan tapped the Glock's muzzle against the sofa beside him, occasionally sweeping his gaze over Philip's head, which made Philip's heart race. Philip pointed to the floor and said, "They're downstairs, in the rooms on the first floor and the underground garage, both of which serve as my storage for weaponry." "Very well, then please lead the way, Mr. Philip." Chapter 69. The professional merchant Philip with a clang. The secure doors swung open, and bright incandescent lights illuminated the room, revealing walls adorned with a myriad of firearms. On either side of the room, 2 rows of transparent gun cabinets displayed an array of handguns. Predominantly revolvers. Virtually 80% of the world's firearm brands could be found within this chamber. As Philip led the way into the armory, he regained a semblance of his merchant bravado and inquired, "Sir, would you like me to introduce the weapons to you?" Zhang Xuan stepped into the room and surveyed his surroundings. Although the sight was somewhat overwhelming, his objectives were clear as he handed Philip the list he had prepared. Upon seeing the equipment list, Philip raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It seems you are preparing for a challenging nighttime raid, sir." Zhang Xuan nodded, not concealing his intentions, and asked, "Do you have all these items?" "To be honest, I only have the kind of night vision mounted on tactical helmets. I don't possess the simpler head-mounted night vision devices you require. You know, those precious little gadgets are rarely purchased outside of special operations units. While I primarily cater to the high-end market, my clientele mainly consists of underground assassins or private mercenaries, who typically lack any awareness of nighttime special operations." Zhang Xuan nodded in understanding. He had initially considered convenience. Head-mounted night vision was indeed more portable and easier to conceal than traditional night vision goggles. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, "That can be substituted." "What about the others?" "Of course, the rest can certainly meet your requirements, sir." With that, Philip retrieved an 416 Hong Kong dollars short assault rifle from the wall and took a P226 handgun from the glass cabinet, placing them on the central table of the room. However, after examining the weapons, a flicker of hesitation and struggle crossed his eyes before he raised his gaze to Zhang Xuan and asked, "If you don't mind, could you share your basic operational needs and conditions?" With that statement, Philip emanated an inexplicably professional demeanor. Zhang Xuan nodded and responded, "Easy to carry, discreet, quick in and out, suitable for assaults, and effective in nighttime operations." In light of this, Philip pondered for a moment before earnestly suggesting, "Then allow me to recommend this AR-15 assault rifle produced by BCM." He then retrieved a sleek yet powerful-looking rifle from the wall and presented it to Zhang Xuan. This AR-15 differed slightly from the one Zhang Xuan had previously used. It was somewhat longer. Utilizing the BCM Recce 14 receiver and rail system.it came equipped with a tactical flashlight, an IR laser pointer, a holographic sight, and a thermal imaging scope. While its overall performance might not quite match that of the 416 Hong Kong dollars, its superior maneuverability and lighter weight, along with the compatible optical attachments, should suit your needs. Philip then procured a Glock handgun from the cabinet. The Glock 19, a classic defensive handgun. Compared to the 17, it has a shorter grip and barrel, with a 15-round capacity. I believe it will better align with your combat requirements. He glanced at the Glock 17 at Zhang Xuan's waist. Zhang Xuan picked up the Glock 19. Indeed, the shorter grip and barrel might be more suitable for his upcoming operational plans. Just then, Philip produced a metal box and placed it in front of Zhang Xuan. The M320 grenade launcher. Good heavens! Upon seeing the contents of the box, Zhang Xuan found it hard to look away. He had never imagined he would have the opportunity to use such a device. This is something I recently acquired. The ammunition is limited, but in terms of assaults, it is the best weapon I have here. He then retrieved a shotgun. The Beretta 1301 tactical semi-automatic shotgun. Before Philip could continue his introduction, Zhang Xuan suddenly interjected. So, why? What? Philip was taken aback. Zhang Xuan stated, after I've killed so many of your men, logically speaking, it would be remarkable if you didn't secretly try to sabotage me. Why would you still recommend weaponry? Zhang Xuan found it difficult to comprehend the seemingly comical yet confidently professional demeanor of the man before him. Philip initially appeared stunned, then shook his head in resignation. Sir, I am a professional arms dealer. Although my business is not above board, providing the best service to my clients is my unwavering principle. With that, he ceased further discussion. Very well. Zhang Xuan did not press further and followed Philip as they continued selecting equipment. Under Philip's guidance, Zhang Xuan not only altered his weaponry list but also made adjustments to other gear. This included a change in his choice of body armor. Initially, Zhang Xuan had only considered convenience. But following Philip's advice, he opted for a level IA bulletproof vest along with a soft armor vest that could be worn under his outer clothing for easy replacement. Meanwhile, outside the villa community, police cars were arriving at the scene. Two SWAT teams were closing in on Philip's villa from both sides. The entrance, Paul, upon seeing the flashing police lights, assumed the gunfire had drawn the attention of nearby residents, leading them to call the police. Fearing for his life, he immediately decided to flee. However, just as his vehicle started, a 6-man SWAT team had already stealthily approached the rear of his car. With a few shots fired, Paul fell lifeless in an instant. The team leader signaled to his comrades, and the squad immediately split into 2 groups, one left and one right, entering the front yard. Meanwhile, another team had infiltrated the backyard. All right, as per your request, all equipment is now prepared. Philip placed a large tactical backpack before Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan reached out, slinging it over his shoulder. This moment, he was clad in a black combat uniform, and a pair of binocular night vision goggles gleamed prominently on his tactical helmet. With a click, he conducted a final check on the magazine of the Glock 19 before inserting it into the quick-draw holster on his tactical vest. Pulling back the charging handle of the AR-15, he chambered around and nodded at Philip, saying, "Thank you. And if the opportunity arises, I will return to settle the bill. It would be best if you didn't come back." Philip shook his head helplessly. Just then, a sudden loud explosion reverberated outside. Boom! The sound of a stun grenade detonating. Zhang Xuan instinctively sidestepped and pressed himself against the doorframe, raising his weapon and cautiously peering outside. Through the crack of the door, he clearly saw a squad of SWAT officers rapidly storming through the front entrance, following the traces of his recent battle as they advanced toward the second floor. Based on his understanding of SWAT tactics, there was surely another team breaching from the side or rear. They had arrived far too swiftly. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xuan pulled out a smoke grenade. Clenching it tightly in his hand, Chapter 70. The plan after the suicide restart. Team A has arrived at the designated location and is proceeding to eliminate enemy visibility. The backyard is secure, and Team B is entering. No targets have been detected on the second floor, and they are moving to the third floor for further searches. Team B, please check the rooms on the first floor immediately. Team B acknowledged. With a sharp click, the back door was pried open, and 6 members of the SWAT team swiftly entered, advancing along the corridor towards the armory. Just then, the armory door suddenly opened a crack. A round object rolled out from within. Careful, a grenade. The scout issued a warning. The team immediately withdrew to take cover around the corner of the corridor. As clouds of white smoke filled the corridor, the team realized that Nighthawk was in that room. The second position attacker immediately pulled out a flashbang, preparing to throw it. However, at that moment, Zhang Xuan had already opened the armory door, concealing his body behind it. Aiming down the corridor, utilizing his thermal imaging sight, he clearly spotted several SWAT team members at the far end of the corridor. Without hesitation, he seized the M320 grenade launcher hanging from his waist and fired a round at the SWAT team. Whoosh! Boom! The grenade exploded, flames shooting into the sky. As the shockwave subsided, Zhang Xuan charged out, gun in hand. Bayou. The two surviving SWAT members had scarcely regained their senses from the explosion when Zhang Xuan rushed in and executed them with headshots. After ensuring they were neutralized, Zhang Xuan quickly removed a pristine radio communicator from one of the SWAT members and attached it to his tactical vest. He then hurried towards the back door. Meanwhile, Team A upstairs had also sensed that something was amiss and began loudly calling for Team B, but at that moment, no one from Team B could respond. The battle had begun. Surrounding officers quickly closed in. Through reports from the SWAT team, they realized that the enemy possessed weapons of mass destruction. The commander of the police force in the rear was already calling for special forces to provide support. Rushing to the awning in the backyard, Zhang Xuan spotted several identical Jeep vehicles parked there, presumably used by Philip for transporting arms. Glancing at a few keys hanging on the wall nearby, Zhang Xuan casually picked one and pressed the unlock button. Diudiu. The headlights of a Jeep flashed twice. Zhang Xuan quickly opened the car door, tossed his backpack into the passenger seat, and started the engine. Listening to the incessant police commands crackling over the radio, Zhang Xuan realized that he saw no possibility of escape. His position had been compromised, and the authorities would not grant him a second chance to flee. Yet, he still yearned to take a gamble. With a heavy foot on the accelerator, he crashed through the back door and barreled out of the villa's backyard. Outside, a large number of police officers had already sealed off all the intersections. As Zhang Xuan drove out, everyone immediately opened fire. Tat tat tat. The hail of bullets instantly pierced the vehicle. A grenade landed directly in the Jeep's path. With a deafening explosion, the vehicle flipped over. Zhang Xuan struggled to crawl out of the wreckage. Seizing his rifle, he opened fire at the police barricade ahead. But as a solitary individual, how could he contend with so many, let alone in a frontal confrontation? Within mere seconds, he was hit by bullets and collapsed to the ground. Glancing back at the approaching SWAT team, seemingly intent on capturing him alive, Zhang Xuan showed no hesitation and drew his Glock 19 from his chest. He aimed it at his own temple and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Darkness engulfed him, only to be followed by a blinding light. Once more, Zhang Xuan found himself disoriented, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the door. At the entrance, Zhang Minuan looked at the dazed Zhang Xuan with confusion, saying, "What's wrong? Are your injuries worsening? That shouldn't be the case." As he spoke, he intended to check Zhang Xuan's physical condition. I'm fine." Zhang Xuan shook his head, attempting to alleviate the pain from the restart. Truth be told, this time, he might have exceeded his previous 2 resets, at least. Considering his current headache, it was even worse than the second reset in the first instance. It appeared that as he experienced more missions, the number of resets he could utilize increased. Of course, this could also be contingent on the difficulty of the task. After all, in this espionage mission, his identity was nearly adversarial to an entire city. The challenge was unprecedented, and it was only natural to grant him additional opportunities to reset. Beside him, Zhang Minuan frowned and said, "Your complexion didn't look fine just now. If you really can't go on, why not stay for another couple of hours? I can brew you some medicine. I'm genuinely worried you might just collapse while walking outside." "It's nothing." Zhang Xuan feigned a relaxed demeanor and replied, "I can run and jump. What could possibly be wrong? By the way, Boss Zhang, could I borrow a mask and a cap from you again?" "Sure, no problem." As he spoke, Zhang Minuan fetched a medical mask and a baseball cap. "Thanks." After donning the hat and mask, Zhang Xuan nodded at Zhang Minuan and quickly exited. Watching Zhang Xuan's retreating figure, Zhang Minuan remarked, "This young man." This time, Zhang Xuan chose not to seek trouble with Mans. That would be too time-consuming. He planned to head directly to the tulip community to seize some of Philip's equipment. Indeed, he intended to steal. After all, he truly had no means to procure money. The equipment Philip had previously provided him was worth at least $200,000, possibly even more. Unless Zhang Xuan planned to rob a bank. It would be impossible to amass such a sum in a short time. Besides, the money was ultimately for purchasing equipment, so why not skip the step of robbing for cash and go straight to stealing the gear? Of course, during the last night raid, he had already possessed a set of equipment. This time, without weapons and ammunition, a direct assault on the villa was out of the question. Thus, Zhang Xuan planned to adjust his tactical direction. First, it was known that Philip's armory required a phone call to make a reservation for entry. Secondly, Philip's vehicles were not bulletproof. Thirdly, within the villa, there were a total of 16 security personnel, most of whom were armed with automatic weapons but lacked bulletproof vests. Finally, the villa only had surveillance cameras in the front and backyards. There were none inside. Although the reasons remained unclear, Zhang Xuan had devised two methods. The first was to disguise himself as a guest and make a reservation to purchase, of course, without any intention to pay. Zhang Xuan had memorized Philip's number from when he saw Paul dial it previously. The second was to ambush Philip on the road when he was leaving, threatening him. It was time to put these plans into action. Chapter 71. Use first, pay later in the Tulip Villa district. Clad in black attire, Zhang Xuan stood outside Philip's villa, quietly waiting. He had just made a phone call to schedule his visit, specifying his arrival time. Philip did not inquire further about how Zhang Xuan obtained his number. After all, for a businessman like Philip, referrals were a source of clientele. Soon, the outer gate slowly opened, and two security personnel emerged. After scanning the area behind Zhang Xuan and nearby for any suspicious individuals, they escorted him inside. Not far behind the door, a security guard wielding an MP7 had his finger resting on the trigger, closely watching Zhang Xuan. "I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot bring weapons to see Mr. Philip," one of the guards stated, proceeding to search Zhang Xuan. He offered no resistance, allowing them to confiscate his Glock. The guard carefully stored Zhang Xuan's gun in a box and said, "Your weapon will be returned to you after the meeting. Now, please follow me." Zhang Xuan nodded silently, following the guard toward the villa's entrance. Philip, impeccably dressed in a suit, soon emerged from the villa, smiling as he approached. "Good day, sir. You are a new face." "Indeed," Zhang Xuan replied with a nod. "I was referred by Paul Mans. My surname is Zhang. Is that so?" Philip slightly furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with Paul. However, this expression was fleeting, and Philip extended his hand to Zhang Xuan, stating, "Since you were introduced by Paul, please follow me. Mr. Zhang, do you have any purchasing plans in mind?" As he spoke, Philip, along with 4 bodyguards, led Zhang Xuan into the villa. Zhang Xuan was no stranger to this villa, having visited once before, and they quickly arrived at the armory door. Zhang Xuan retrieved a list from his pocket and handed it to Philip, saying, "Of course, I have some ideas." Philip replied with a cheerful smile, "It seems you are a gentleman who values efficiency. I enjoy doing business with you." After reviewing Zhang Xuan's shopping list, Philip's expression shifted slightly to one of surprise. "I must say, in addition to your high efficiency, your taste is quite commendable. The selection and combination of this equipment are very suitable. I presume you are preparing for an exciting raid ahead?" "Oh, my apologies, I shouldn't speculate on your identity. How about this? I'll take the liberty of giving you a discount on this list. Additionally, I'll provide you with a VIP membership card, so next time you visit, you can enjoy a 10% discount on your purchases. That works for me." Zhang Xuan did not elaborate further. After all, this equipment had been tailored for him by Philip during their previous dealings. Soon, Philip instructed his men to lay out the various items from the list before Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan gazed upon the familiar arsenal of weapons and could not resist the urge to handle them. At that moment, a security personnel emerged from the ammunition depot located on the lower level, carrying a briefcase. Meanwhile, Philip watched Zhang Xuan with a smile and inquired, "The ammunition and projectiles will be delivered to you after you settle the bill. May I ask how you intend to make the payment? I presume it is not cash." Zhang Xuan set aside the AR-15 rifle he had been holding and glanced at the 4 security guards nearby, asking, "Do you offer a pay later option?" Philip's expression remained unchanged, yet he discreetly took 2 steps back, smiling as he responded, "You certainly have a sense of humor. So, you plan to pay with a credit card?" As he spoke, one of the security guards had already positioned himself behind Zhang Xuan, his hand resting on the grip of his holstered firearm. "I wish I were joking." Zhang Xuan shook his head, and in the next moment, whoosh, bang, with a swift elbow strike, the security guard behind him was struck on the nose, stars exploding in front of his eyes. Zhang Xuan quickly seized the guard's tie, yanking him forward, and with his right hand, drew out the guard's firearm. With a click, he disengaged the safety. At that moment, the other 3 security guards had already drawn their weapons. Zhang Xuan crouched behind the incapacitated guard, holding the gun at chest level, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. In a flurry of bullets, the 3 guards across from him were taken down by Zhang Xuan's rapid fire. Bang. He fired a shot at the head of the guard he was using as a shield. Subsequently, he swiftly delivered headshots to the 3 downed guards before pivoting his weapon to aim at the panicked Philip. Holding the gun with both hands, he advanced towards Philip, his right hand clutched close to his chest to prevent theft, while his left hand yanked Philip to his front, using his body as a shield as they approached the door. At this moment, the sound of gunfire had summoned the entire security detail of the villa rushing toward their location. Zhang Xuan remained unfazed, instructing Philip to close the armory door before saying, "Mr. Philip, please face the door, clasp your hands atop your head, and press your forehead against the door. I do not wish to repeat myself." Philip dared not defy him and complied, though he muttered, "Mr. Zhang, you are violating industry rules. Do you know what happens to those who disregard the rules?" "I do not know, nor do I wish to." Zhang Xuan quickly opened the briefcase, revealing it to be filled with AR-15 and Glock 19 magazines, along with spare ammunition. Additionally, there were 4 fragmentation grenades, 4 stun grenades, 4 smoke bombs, 8 grenades, and various shotgun shells. At the very bottom of the ammunition, there lay a folded tactical backpack. The individuals outside. Your boss is currently behind this door. If you wish to avoid injury or worse, I suggest you reconsider before attempting to breach it. As Zhang Xuan shouted to the security team outside, he rapidly donned the gear. Items that were not immediately needed were stowed away in the tactical backpack. The security personnel outside found themselves in a dilemma. The armory's door was a bulletproof, embedded metal barrier, and breaching it would require specialized explosives. While they indeed possessed such devices, if the rogue inside was truthful, their boss was indeed behind the door. Using brute force to break in would inevitably harm him. This was not a scenario they desired to witness. At that moment, Philip also spoke to Zhang Xuan. "Mr. Zhang, how about this? I will give you all this equipment, provided you spare my life." Perhaps that was indeed a sound proposal. Zhang Xuan methodically inserted the magazines into the pouches of his tactical vest, slid the Glock 19 into a quick-draw holster on his chest, and attached the AR-15 sling, racking the charging handle. Click. The bullet was chambered. "If I were you, I would refrain from making any rash moves, as my hand is not particularly steady. If I accidentally pull the trigger, your boss would be doomed." At the villa's rear door, Zhang Xuan, holding Philip hostage, stepped outside. The security personnel in front were compelled to retreat step by step until they reached the backyard. Zhang Xuan glanced at several jeeps parked a short distance away and instructed one of the security guards, "You, start the vehicle and bring it to the entrance." The guard's expression darkened, but upon seeing his boss being held captive, he begrudgingly complied and drove the vehicle to the rear entrance. As the backyard door slowly opened, he maneuvered the jeep outside. Zhang Xuan, still holding Philip, approached the driver's side, tossing the backpack into the vehicle. Just as everyone expected Zhang Xuan to board the vehicle with his captive, he unexpectedly shoved Philip aside and jumped into the car, flooring the accelerator and speeding away. Attack. Seeing this, the security team could no longer contain themselves and immediately opened fire at Zhang Xuan's vehicle. However, Zhang Xuan had already driven far from the scene, and due to their poor marksmanship, they posed no threat to him. 2 guards hurried forward to assist Philip to his feet. Overwhelmed by rage, Philip bellowed, "Let go of me. I can walk on my own." He then turned to the armed guards, berating them, "Useless fools. The man has vanished, and you still shoot your guns." The guards dared not retort. Indeed, the target had already escaped, and their actions were merely wasting ammunition. Philip, visibly frustrated, brushed off the dust from his clothing and hastily made his way back inside, ordering, "Contact Paul Mans immediately and find out who that man is. Additionally, get me the best assassin in London. I want that scoundrel to understand the meaning of rules." The others exchanged glances, resignedly beginning to clean up the aftermath. Just then, the sound of an approaching vehicle echoed outside. Before they could close the still-open backyard door, Zhang Xuan returned in his vehicle. Grabbing the M320 grenade launcher loaded with grenades, he rolled down the window and fired a round into the yard. Whoosh, boom. Deafening explosion erupted. Several guards, caught off guard, were thrown to the ground. Before they could react, Zhang Xuan had already opened the car door and swiftly exited, engaging in mobile shooting. Adopting the magpul shooting stance, he gripped the forearm of the AR-15 with his left hand and unleashed a barrage of fire into the backyard, catching the guards by surprise. In mere seconds, the entire security team had been eliminated. Zhang Xuan quickly approached the side of the backyard door and, after assessing the interior from an angle, lifted the stock of his weapon to his left shoulder, simultaneously releasing the trigger grip with his right hand to grasp the forearm, while his left hand swiftly returned to the grip, with his index finger resting on the trigger, securing his left arm. The tactical shoulder switch was complete. After evaluating another angle inside, he readied his weapon and charged into the backyard, clearing both corners before confirming that all threats had been neutralized. He performed another tactical shoulder switch, reverting to a strong hand grip, and swiftly delivered confirmation shots to the downed guards. Afterward, he quickly made his way to the rear door of the villa. While reloading, he called out, "Mr. Philip, are you all right?" Inside the house, Philip was on the verge of tears. "You leave and then come back to kill me? Is this some kind of fate?" He shouted in despair. "You scoundrel! A rule-breaking scoundrel!" At that moment, Zhang Xuan discerned Philip's location from his voice. He promptly removed a fragmentation grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it inside. Boom! The grenade detonated, and Zhang Xuan charged in, delivering a double tap to the downed Philip's head. Bang bang. Philip's eyes widened in death. After deactivating all the surveillance equipment in the monitoring room and erasing all data, he set fire to the hard drive before returning to the first floor. Gazing upon Philip's eyes, filled with resentment, Zhang Xuan shook his head and said nothing more before turning to leave. As evening descended and the sun gradually set, Zhang Xuan parked the jeep in front of a CAF at the end of the street outside the SIS building. He retrieved a smartphone he had found in Philip's villa and illuminated the screen. A photo of a weathered old face appeared, bearing numerous scars. Zhang Xuan. The identity of the head of MI6 was not a secret, as he occasionally attended various large meetings and gave speeches. His image could indeed be found online. After memorizing the face, Zhang Xuan zipped up his black coat and glanced inside. The tactical vest concealed beneath was fully stocked with magazines, and the Glock 19 was prepped for action. Now, all that remained was to wait. To be frank, a direct assault on the SIS building was undoubtedly a poor strategy. Unless absolutely necessary, Zhang Xuan did not wish to take such risks. After all, the chances of success were exceedingly slim. Even if he managed to catch them off guard, successfully eliminating Dykes and retrieving the X-017 intel, it was still highly likely he would not escape. Thus, he needed to explore another avenue. Even as the head of MI6, he could not possibly remain in his office 24 hours a day. He must eventually return home. And when that time came, it would present an opportunity for action. Zhang Xuan was unaware of the current whereabouts of the X-017 intelligence, but Dykes undoubtedly knew. Even if he failed to acquire it this time, he would not mind dying. What mattered was gathering more information. After all, he believed he could reboot himself several times, treating this as a prelude to the completion of his mission. Peering through the car window, Zhang Xuan observed the scene within the CAF. His brow slightly furrowed. The atmosphere of this CAF unsettled him, particularly the owner who was currently handling cash. An agent? The number of agents Zhang Xuan had personally eliminated exceeded a dozen, and he was quite familiar with their demeanor and habitual movements. Although there was a possibility of misjudgment, he chose to trust his instincts, starting the car and departing slowly. This was, after all, the MI6 headquarters, and the number of agents present was certainly significant. He had to exercise caution to avoid premature exposure. Fortunately, Zhang Xuan did not wait long before he spotted Zhang Xuan emerging from the building, flanked by 8 plainclothes agents. Meanwhile, 3 Land Rover vehicles were already waiting by the roadside. Chapter 73, The Great Escape. This is today's meeting agenda. The Prime Minister will be questioning you about the troubles currently facing MI6. Please prepare accordingly, Mr. Dykes. Just now we received a report from the Phantom Wolf side, indicating traces of the Night Eagle in the Tulip Villa area, and an investigation is currently underway. Sir, the CIA has requested we provide intelligence regarding Somalia. Listening to the reports from the agents nearby, Dykes maintained a stoic expression, offering no response. However, as he approached the car door, he suddenly felt a premonition and looked up across the street. At that moment, Zhang Xuan had already rolled down the passenger window, casting a cold gaze in his direction. That was the Night Eagle. Dykes' pupils constricted. Before he could react, Zhang Xuan had already raised the M320 grenade launcher. Whoosh, boom. The grenade struck the vehicle directly in front of Dykes. The explosion reverberated, accompanied by screams and the blaring of car alarms. In that instant, the entire street seemed to ignite. Grabbing his AR-15, Zhang Xuan swiftly exited the vehicle, using the car engine as cover, and rapidly dispatched 2 agents attempting to shield Dykes. Realizing the direction of the attack, agents began revealing their identities from the surrounding crowd, drawing their weapons to fire at Zhang Xuan. However, prepared as he was, Zhang Xuan showed no fear, quickly maneuvering to the side of another vehicle, his rifle unleashing a barrage of precise shots. The agents, lacking automatic firepower, struggled to halt Zhang Xuan's advance under his relentless suppression. He removed 2 smoke grenades, pulled the pins, and tossed them into the center of the street. A thick white cloud enveloped the area. 2 surviving agents dragged Dykes to the rear, attempting to escort him back to the SIS building while continuing to fire towards Zhang Xuan's position. Zhang Xuan crouched low behind the engine of a car, pulled out a stun grenade, removed the pin, and rolled it from beneath the vehicle. Boom! The stun grenade detonated, allowing Zhang Xuan to swiftly relocate to the rear of the car to change his shooting position. With 2 precise shots from his AR-15, he eliminated the 2 agents. Just then, he heard a click. The chamber was empty. Zhang Xuan pressed the magazine release button, letting the spent magazine drop, and quickly retrieved a fresh magazine from his chest pouch. He slapped the left side of his rifle to chamber a new round. Bang, bang, bang. From the CAF's direction, 2 agents clad in barista uniforms brandished handguns, firing repeatedly at Zhang Xuan. Without hesitation, he fired back, taking them down. Not pausing to confirm the kills, Zhang Xuan dashed out from cover. At this moment, Dykes had regained his composure after the explosion. Although the grenade had not directly hit him, the shockwave had rattled him significantly, leaving several shards of glass embedded in his face. Seeing Zhang Xuan charging towards him with a gun, Dykes' breathing quickened as his right hand instinctively moved to his waist. Bayou. With lightning reflexes, Zhang Xuan fired 2 quick shots, rendering Dykes' right hand useless. Ah! Dykes cried out in pain. Without hesitation, Zhang Xuan shouted, "Where's the X-017 intelligence now?" Dykes remained silent, glaring fiercely at Zhang Xuan. Casting a glance at the nearby SIS building, Zhang Xuan pressed the gun barrel against Dykes' throat, gradually applying pressure to the trigger. Sensing the lethal intent in Zhang Xuan's eyes, Dykes finally spoke. "It's in my pocket. I was just about to retrieve it." As he spoke, he cautiously extended his left hand, retrieving a data card from the hidden compartment of his belt. Presenting the data card before Zhang Xuan, he added, "This was found in your home. Surely, you recognize something you've kept for 10 years? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan ceased his hesitation, took the data card, and was about to inquire further when a group of agents clad in bulletproof vests, armed with submachine guns, rushed out from the SIS building, opening fire at Zhang Xuan. Tat, tat, tat. Instinctively, Zhang Xuan ducked and dodged, realizing the gravity of the situation. He needed to withdraw immediately. Without hesitation, he bent low. Sprinting back to his vehicle, he tucked the data card into his pocket, started the car, and smashed through the vehicles blocking his path, speeding towards the Vauxhall Bridge. The highest-ranking official of MI6 had been attacked right at the entrance of their headquarters. Over a dozen agents had perished. This was catastrophic. The entire city of London erupted into chaos. Police forces were mobilized, converging on Zhang Xuan's location. Moreover, MI6 proactively requested the deployment of an SAS Special Forces unit for support. At that moment, Zhang Xuan glanced at the river beneath the bridge and chose not to jump. After all, the last time he leaped into the water, it was under the cover of rain, making it impossible for drones to surveil. Now, in clear weather, if he plunged into the water, they would undoubtedly unleash drones and helicopters to pursue him. He would certainly perish far quicker than if he remained in the vehicle. Noticing several pursuing agent vehicles in his rearview mirror, Zhang Xuan removed a fragmentation grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it out of the window. The grenade bounced twice before detonating just as an agent vehicle passed over it. Boom! The explosion flipped the vehicle over. The overturned vehicle inadvertently blocked the pursuers behind it. Watching this unfold in the rearview mirror, Zhang Xuan felt no sense of triumph. Rather, the gravity of the situation deepened. He was acutely aware that the main threat was still behind him. As he drove off the bridge, he spotted numerous police cars attempting to seal off the road ahead. Sensing the urgency, Zhang Xuan seized his AR-15, leaned out of the window, and opened fire in full auto towards the lines of officers. Simultaneously flooring the gas pedal, he crashed through 2 police cars blocking his path. Barreling past the barricade, yanking the steering wheel, the vehicle skidded sideways into a narrow alley. At this moment, Zhang Xuan could see the setting sun in the distance, with several helicopters approaching. If he wasn't mistaken, one of those helicopters appeared to be military. The special forces had finally arrived. Chapter 74. The morning sun. The roar of helicopter rotors grew increasingly pronounced as Zhang Xuan's breathing quickened involuntarily. The accelerator was pressed to the floor, yet his speed remained insufficient to evade capture. At this rate, being killed or captured was merely a matter of time. The blue and white AS-365 Dolphin helicopter swiftly traversed along the riverbank. Hovering directly above the vehicle Zhang Xuan was driving. The cabin door swung open, and an SAS sharpshooter armed with an L-119A1 assault rifle signaled to his comrades, aiming at the driver's seat of the Jeep. Zhang Xuan noted this development and immediately began to tap the brakes intermittently, ensuring his speed remained unpredictable. While reducing the likelihood of being hit, he drew his Glock 19 from his chest. Tat tat tat, bang bang bang. Both sides fired almost simultaneously. Bullets thudded against the hood and roof of the vehicle, disrupting Zhang Xuan's driving rhythm. However, in response to Zhang Xuan's counterfire, the helicopter opted not to engage directly, ascending to a higher altitude to minimize contact distance. Meanwhile, the police cars in the rear seized the opportunity to close in on Zhang Xuan. Realizing there was no other choice, Zhang Xuan accelerated once more in a desperate attempt to escape. He didn't even have time to reload his magazine before he found himself on another main road. Glimpsing the police blockade set up by dozens of officers a few hundred meters ahead, a fierce glint appeared in Zhang Xuan's eyes. A blockade of this scale was not something he could breach alone. He would likely be turned into Swiss cheese before even getting close. Was it time to gamble? Suddenly, Zhang Xuan noticed an entrance to a subway station on the side of the road ahead. With no other options, he steeled himself for a desperate move. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove his car onto the sidewalk. Clang, clang, clang. Following that, he slammed on the brakes, nearly crashing into a stone pillar outside the subway. Clang. He flung the car door open, grasping his rifle in one hand and his backpack in the other. Sprinting toward the subway station, at this moment, the crowd inside the subway station had yet to fully disperse. From the moment Zhang Xuan launched a surprise attack on the SIS building to reclaim the X-017 intelligence, less than 20 minutes have elapsed. Moreover, the escape route chosen by Zhang Xuan is entirely random. The City of London cannot swiftly enter a state of martial law. Inside the subway hall, dozens of passengers are still awaiting the arrival of the train. Upon witnessing Zhang Xuan, clad in full military gear, rushing down from above, they are rendered speechless by fear. Zhang Xuan quickly scans the crowd and spots a subway officer attempting to discreetly call for backup. Without hesitation, he flings the strap of his backpack over his left shoulder, grips his rifle firmly, and rapidly takes aim. Bayou. A bullet shatters the communication device in the officer's hand. At that moment, a streak of white light approaches in the distance. The train is arriving. However, Zhang Xuan also hears the sound of footsteps echoing from above the staircase. The pursuers are closing in. With no other option, Zhang Xuan pulls out a flashbang grenade, removes the pin, and hurls it towards the stairs. Boom! The flashbang explodes. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xuan dashes toward the front of the subway tracks. Soon, the train glides into the station and comes to a halt. Zhang Xuan swaps his AR-15 for a Beretta M1301 hanging on the side of his backpack. He raises his weapon and fires 2 shots at the side door of the driver's cabin. Bang, bang. The door bursts open, and the 2 subway drivers inside stare in panic at the intruding Zhang Xuan. Without uttering a word, Zhang Xuan barks, "Drive." Seeing that the 2 appear stunned with fear, he pulls out his Glock 19 and fires 2 shots at the ceiling. Bang, bang. I'll say it again. "Drive now." The gunfire and Zhang Xuan's furious shouts snap the 2 back to reality, and they hurriedly scramble to start the train. At this moment, a swarm of armed officers rushes down. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets was passed. Zhang Xuan crouches at the door, retrieves a grenade launcher, and fires a round outside. Whoosh, boom. At this point, Zhang Xuan can no longer afford to think too deeply. Kneeling, he raises his AR-15 and unleashes a barrage of fire at the outside. However, The assailants are not merely ordinary officers. A dozen special forces swiftly seek cover and retaliate against Zhang Xuan's position. In an instant, he is overwhelmed, unable to even lift his head. Just as the squad encircles the door from both sides, the subway finally roars to life. Watching the platform recede into the distance, Zhang Xuan quickly replaces the magazine of his weapon, loading fresh ammunition. Just moments ago, while still at a standstill, he noticed several special forces operatives boarding the train through other doors. Glancing at the inner door surveillance next to the driver's seat, he finds that they are indeed preparing for a breach. Gasping. Holding his AR-15 with both hands, crouched defensively by the inner door. Zhang Xuan suddenly asks the two drivers, "Can you control the lights in all the carriages from here?" Yes. One of the drivers nods vigorously, his face a mask of terror. Then, Zhang Xuan retrieves a tactical helmet from his backpack and dons it. The night vision device on standby. Turn off the lights. Meanwhile, for special forces operatives have gathered by the inner door connecting the first carriage to the driver's cabin. The breacher has removed the battering ram, preparing to smash the door, but at that moment, clang! The interior lights extinguish. The train, moving through the dark underground tunnel, is suddenly plunged into darkness. At the same time, Zhang Xuan yanks open the door. Through the night vision, now activated with IR illumination, he clearly sees the four special forces operatives outside. The rifle resting on his shoulder is swiftly repositioned. He slams the barrel into the leftmost operative, sending him sprawling to the ground. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, gunfire erupts inside the carriage. Although the four special forces are also equipped with night vision devices, the sudden blackout catches them off guard, compounded by Zhang Xuan's precise timing as he charges out. In a matter of seconds, the firefight ceases. Turn on the lights. Zhang Xuan struggles to rise from the floor, growling. The driver, terrified, complies and switches on the carriage lights. As the illumination returns, the four special forces operatives lie lifeless in a pool of blood. Zhang Xuan, clutching his left arm, sinks onto a nearby bench. Blood seeps through his fingers. Though he initially held the upper hand, these four operatives were highly trained elite fighters. The moment he fired, they retaliated. While he managed to eliminate them, he too sustained injuries. One bullet struck his chest, thwarted by his bulletproof vest. Though painful, it left no wound. The other bullet, however, was less forgiving. It pierced his left arm, leaving a gaping wound. Gasping. Zhang Xuan clutches his shoulder, acutely aware that his abdominal injury is flaring up again. Raising his night vision device, he draws his sidearm and delivers finishing shots to the heads of the four special forces operatives. Hearing the four shots echoing from outside, the two drivers in the cabin are nearly paralyzed with fear, silent until Zhang Xuan enters, rifle in hand. How long until the next stop? Zhang Xuan asks. Fatigue evident in his voice. One of the drivers glances at the clock. Approximately. Less than a minute. Zhang Xuan nods and says, "Remember, I did not order you to stop, so do not halt. Keep pushing forward. Relay this message to your dispatch center. They will find a way to clear our path." "Yes, sir." After conveying these instructions, Zhang Xuan finds a spot away from the window and sits down. He rummages through his backpack, producing a pack of tourniquets, tightly binding both ends of the wound on his arm, then wrapping the injury with gauze. Given the limited conditions and time, there is no opportunity for Zhang Xuan to treat his wound more thoroughly. During this time, the subway has swiftly passed one station. Although everything has remained uneventful, Zhang Xuan perceives this as merely the calm before the storm, and thus remains vigilant. Now that he has commandeered the subway, the London police are undoubtedly reacting. They will soon devise a method to thwart him. A mid-route interception, or perhaps an ambush at the destination. Zhang Xuan is uncertain, as he lacks experience in hijacking subways. This is even his first time riding a foreign subway. Nevertheless, one thing is clear. He cannot rely solely on this subway to escape London. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xuan inquires of the driver, "Do you have a map of the underground tracks?" Yes, we do. It's right behind you." One driver points to a map hanging on the wall behind Zhang Xuan. Turning around, he indeed spots an aging subway route map affixed to the wall, clearly detailing the subway tracks. Furrowing his brow at the complex information, Zhang Xuan contemplates for a moment before suddenly turning to one of the drivers and asking, "Do you have any spare clothing?" In Lambeth, London, Stockwell. Zhang Xuan instructs the driver to halt the train mid-track, and he navigates through a dark tunnel to the platform's edge. This time, Zhang Xuan, donning a hat and dressed like a subway worker, grips a large black plastic bag as he swiftly blends into the crowd and heads toward the exit. Perhaps due to the train's unexpected stop, numerous police officers are already rushing toward the scene. Hurry! Evacuate the public! A stout officer bellows into a megaphone. Several officers quickly work to disperse the crowd inside the subway. Zhang Xuan, merging with the throng, lowers his hat brim to avoid eye contact with any officers. Perhaps because it is nighttime, no one pays heed to a seemingly ordinary subway employee hurrying to leave work. Successfully exiting the subway, Zhang Xuan hears the distant wail of police sirens and watches as two police cars laden with special forces zoom toward the scene. Without lingering, he swiftly departs. At this juncture, Zhang Xuan has temporarily evaded the police's tracking. Glancing up at the streetlights, he exhales deeply. He quickly enters a narrow alley, checks for surveillance, and, finding none, removes his work uniform. Underneath, he wears a black leather jacket, also borrowed from the two drivers. Discarding the clothing in a trash bin, Zhang Xuan retrieves his tactical backpack from the plastic bag. The Beretta M1301 was too long, so he left it on the subway, while the AR-15, after removing the suppressor and collapsing the stock, fits perfectly into his backpack. He dampens the backpack by tossing it into a puddle, transforming its original army green hue into a much darker shade. In the darkness, if one were not to look closely, they might mistake it for deep green or even black. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Xuan slings the backpack over his shoulder and exits the alley. At this moment, Stockwell, though cloaked in night, is still bustling with pedestrians, in his ordinary guise. Zhang Xuan remains inconspicuous amidst the crowd. He has vanished. How could such a large person just disappear into thin air? Inside the SIS building, Dykes turns around in disbelief, exclaiming, "What on earth are you all doing? Over 100 agents, and not a single one of you could keep an eye on him." In the center of the office, a staff member, beads of sweat on his forehead, lowers his head and replies, "In fact, it is not entirely without news. We have discovered from the surveillance that Nighthawk changed into subway worker attire and escaped amidst the crowd. However, shortly after he exited the subway station, he disappeared from the surveillance range. We speculate that he must have changed his clothes. Our team is currently conducting an investigation, and we believe answers will be forthcoming soon." Dykes wore a grim expression. "I don't care what methods you employ, you must ensure that Nighthawk does not escape the confines of London." "Yes." Once the individual left the room, Dykes took out his phone and dialed Yulang. "Any leads?" The other end of the line seemed somewhat chaotic, and Yulang replied, "For Nighthawk to leave London, he cannot rely solely on his feet. At present, he has two options. Either steal a vehicle or turn back and take the subway. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that he may opt to backtrack directly into the city, as there is often concealment in plain sight." Dykes furrowed his brow. "So where are you now?" At the subway station, Yulang chuckled. Since he chose to disembark at Stockwell, his most likely destination is Clapham Common. Clapham Common, also known as Clapham Park. At this moment, Zhang Xuan stood about 100 meters outside the Clapham Common subway station. Amidst the bustling crowds, he hesitated to step forward. Indeed, escaping the confines of London without transportation was impossible. The Clapham Common subway station was undoubtedly the quickest and most convenient option. It was also undoubtedly the most perilous. Thus, when he reached this juncture, Zhang Xuan hesitated. To be honest, he was not afraid of death. However, after 2 consecutive days of relentless rebooting, he had not even consumed a proper meal. Such prolonged high-intensity combat and frantic evasion had left him in a state of extreme exhaustion. Although the time reset could restore his physical condition to a previous point, the burden of memory would inevitably weigh down his psyche. If possible, he longed for a place to rest and sleep soundly, continuing to brave the dangers and dance on the edge of a knife. He was truly at his limit. After a lengthy moment of deliberation, Zhang Xuan ultimately chose to turn around, heading towards Clapham Park. Clapham Park was open 24 hours a day. At any given hour, one could expect to find numerous visitors within its confines. With a backpack slung over his shoulders and dressed in the attire of a traveler, Zhang Xuan entered the park after glancing at the map near the entrance. He quickly determined his destination. Crossing a patch of greenery, he arrived at a gazebo adjacent to a grove of trees. Perhaps due to the hour, there were few people nearby. After placing his backpack down in the gazebo, Zhang Xuan sat upon a bench. The overwhelming fatigue from significant blood loss surged through his mind in an instant. He reached into his clothing, tightly gripping the Glock 19 nestled within, while his hat obscured his face. Leaning against his backpack, he finally succumbed to sleep. How long he remained unconscious, he could not tell. A burst of children's laughter echoed in his ears, startling him awake. His hand, still clutching the handgun, instinctively readied itself for action. Yet, upon discerning the scene before him, Zhang Xuan's movements abruptly halted. Two children, around 5 or 6 years old, stood innocently before him, their faces alight with mirth. Upon noticing Zhang Xuan's awakening, the duo giggled and scampered off, shouting towards the distance, "Mommy and Daddy, that uncle who looks like a homeless person is awake." Not far from the gazebo, a young couple sat on the grass, taking photos of the distant trees. "Don't be rude, Joe," the man chided, then turned to Zhang Xuan with an apologetic smile. Zhang Xuan nodded, saying nothing. Waking from his slumber, he felt significantly rejuvenated. Rising to his feet, he checked his belongings both on his person and in his backpack. After confirming nothing was amiss, he slung the backpack over his shoulders and prepared to leave. Exiting the gazebo, he glanced up at the sky. Dawn had arrived. Outside the Clapham Common subway station, Yulang, clad in a tailored suit, sat on the steps, his eyes slightly sunken. He had waited here all night. Yet, Nighthawk had not appeared. The entire MI6 intelligence network had yielded no useful information. As though Nighthawk had vanished into thin AI or in this moment. Yulang could truly empathize with Dyke's frustrations from the previous day. "Sir, would you like a cup of coffee?" An agent approached, cradling 2 cups. Yulang accepted one, begrudgingly acknowledging the situation, yet feeling an unspoken admiration as he remarked, "I never imagined that after 10 years, Nighthawk's ability to conceal himself would still be so remarkable. The entire city searched for him all night, yet we could not ascertain his location." The agent seated himself beside Yulang, inquiring curiously, "Sir, I heard that you were once friends with Nighthawk?" Yulang's hand, holding the coffee, trembled slightly. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied, "Not quite friends, merely comrades in training. We share some history." "Oh? Could you share some stories from your past?" the agent asked with intrigue. However, upon hearing this, Yulang's expression hardened. "Are you devoid of tasks?" "Huh?" The agent looked taken aback. Yulang's voice turned stern. "If you have nothing to do, return to monitoring the surveillance. Stop daydreaming here." The agent departed with a hint of disappointment. Yulang downed his coffee in one go as he gazed at the morning sunlight pouring down. A myriad of emotions flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "Nighthawk, I will personally end you. Just as you nearly did to me back in the day." As he exited the park, Zhang Xuan found himself with an additional roasted sausage in hand. This was what he had just purchased from a snack stall within the park. Using the subway driver's money, he had bought 5 in total, tossing one to a stray dog for a taste. The remainder, naturally, was for his own consumption. With a few bites, Zhang Xuan finished off the last of the sausage and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Casting a glance around, he spotted a bus stop not far away. Beside it, a taxi had pulled over, and 2 attractive young women were alighting from it. Without hesitation, Zhang Xuan quickly approached. "Welcome aboard, sir. Where to?" The taxi driver greeted with a smile, evidently in good spirits after having picked up 2 lovely ladies early in the morning. Zhang Xuan settled into the back seat, his hat brim concealing his face, and replied, "Out of the city, please." As he spoke, he produced several bills, adding, "This is a tip. Please hurry." The driver's eyes brightened at this, and he responded, "No problem, sir. My cab is known for its speed." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. However, not long after setting off, they encountered a police checkpoint ahead. Observing this, Zhang Xuan said, "Driver, can we find a way past?" He handed over a few more bills. The driver, understanding the implication, recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet, he had no intention of turning down the money. After all, in his years as a taxi driver, he had seen it all, cheerfully accepting the cash. He maneuvered the steering wheel, diverting onto a side road. "As they drove," he reassured, "I know these streets better than the police. Don't worry, as long as the payment is sufficient, I guarantee we won't encounter a single checkpoint." "Thank you," Zhang Xuan replied with a smile. However, his hand, concealed within his clothing, had already grasped the grip of his handgun. Thus, they traversed the streets without incident for several hours, finally reaching the outskirts. The distance to completely exit London was now minimal. Ahead on the road, A line of vehicles was undergoing inspection. The driver halted the car and gestured, "I can only take you this far, buddy. From here, you'll need to walk the rest of the way." "Thank you." Zhang Xuan handed over the last of his remaining cash before pulling open his backpack and exiting the vehicle. Observing the police officers inspecting vehicles and an armored special police vehicle, Zhang Xuan took a deep breath, retrieving the AR-15 from his backpack, and stepped forward. Chapter 75. Breaking Through, Part 1. Woof, woof, woof. In a pink Beetle car, a fully grown German Shepherd rested its front legs on the passenger window. Barking at the outside world in the driver's seat, an elderly lady with white hair and pink glasses was touching up her makeup with a small compact. Perhaps annoyed by the barking, she reproached her beloved dog, "Honey, quiet down, unless you want me to leave you behind." But as she turned back, she caught sight of a figure that nearly startled her into a scream. A middle-aged man dressed in a black leather jacket, wearing a black cap and wielding an AR-15 rifle, was approaching with bloodshot eyes. He slowly advanced, slinging the rifle over his shoulder. From his backpack, he retrieved a tactical belt already equipped with a rifle magazine and 2 handgun magazines. Fastening it around his waist, Zhang Xuan heard the dog barking nearby and frowned as he glanced over. Fixate. The moment the large German Shepherd met Zhang Xuan's gaze, it immediately shrank back into the car, cowering in its owner's embrace and whimpering in fear. Observing the terrified elderly woman, Zhang Xuan expressionlessly raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet before continuing forward at this moment. Before Zhang Xuan, 2 rows of vehicles were lined up, awaiting inspection. Utilizing the vehicle as a shield, Zhang Xuan donned his gear while steadily advancing towards the checkpoint ahead. The tactical vest had become cumbersome. Yet fortunately, beneath his clothing, he was still equipped with a soft body armor. With a click, he drew the concealed Glock 19, confirming it was loaded before sliding it into the quick-draw holster attached to his tactical belt. He pulled the charging handle of the AR-15, and with a crisp sound, a round was chambered. At this moment, he was still 7 cars away from the checkpoint. Meanwhile, 4 officers responsible for inspecting vehicles had just cleared a sedan. As they waved for the next car to approach, they were taken aback by the sight of Zhang Xuan advancing through the traffic. "Caution!" one officer shouted, swiftly reaching for his sidearm. However, Zhang Xuan was already prepared, and the officer's reaction was too slow. In an explosive motion, Zhang Xuan surged forward, taking 2 quick steps while swiftly raising his weapon to fire. Bang, bang. 2 precise shots felled the officer instantly. The other 3 officers attempted to resist, but Zhang Xuan deftly redirected his aim, firing his rifle with rapid precision. Bang, bang. Bang. 2 officers were immediately dispatched, while another was struck and collapsed. Yet, the responsibility of this checkpoint did not rest solely with them. From behind an armored vehicle, a 6-man SWAT team erupted, using the vehicles as cover to unleash a hail of gunfire towards Zhang Xuan's position. In response, Zhang Xuan quickly returned fire for cover while sidestepping to the right, taking refuge behind a small truck. Amidst the chaos, people in the surrounding vehicles frantically attempted to escape, though some, paralyzed by fear, remained inside. Zhang Xuan's gaze fell upon a sedan facing him, where a family of 3 appeared terrified. With a decisive click, he pressed the magazine release, swiftly executing a tactical reload. After replacing the nearly depleted magazine, he did not discard it. Instead, he stowed it in the quick-draw pouch at his waist. With only these 2 rifle magazines left, he stealthily circled to the other side of the small truck, gripping his AR-15, and emerged with a swift maneuver, unleashing a flurry of shots at the distant SWAT team. Rat-a-tat-tat. 2 SWAT members were taken down in an instant. Not overreaching, Zhang Xuan crouched down, hiding behind an SUV, pulling a stun grenade from his pocket. With a click, he removed the pin. Without hesitation, he hurled it towards the checkpoint. Boom! The stun grenade erupted, and in the moment of distraction, Zhang Xuan rose and continued firing. Within seconds, another SWAT member fell under his onslaught. There was no time for the remaining 3 SWAT officers to regroup. They were forced to use their vehicles as barricades and began to converge on Zhang Xuan from 3 directions. Facing the barrage of bullets, Zhang Xuan loosened his grip on the forend, swiftly rolling to the left, but in that moment, he collided directly with a SWAT officer. Both raised their weapons in unison to aim. Yet, Zhang Xuan's superior proficiency in firearms allowed him to fire first. Rat-a-tat-tat. A trio of shots sent the officer crashing to the ground. However, just then, another SWAT officer emerged from behind a vehicle, opening fire on Zhang Xuan. Rat-a-tat-tat. At this close range, Zhang Xuan had no time to redirect his aim and instead dove forward to evade the bullets. Rolling, he slipped beneath a truck. Yet, a searing sensation in his back alerted him. He had been hit. The officer who shot him quickly turned, only to see his fallen comrade, with no sign of Zhang Xuan. In that instant, Zhang Xuan, disregarding his wound, lay flat beneath the truck and fired at the SWAT officer's leg. Bang. Click. One shot, the chamber went dry. Fortunately, Zhang Xuan's accuracy was exceptional, and he pierced the officer's calf. Ah! The officer collapsed, catching sight of Zhang Xuan beneath the vehicle. With fury in his eyes, he raised his weapon to fire at Zhang Xuan. Simultaneously, Zhang Xuan swiftly drew his Glock from his waist. In a flash, bang, bang, 2 rapid shots, and the officer was executed with a headshot. Just then, a barrage of bullets rained down from the side. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets struck the ground, sending debris flying. Zhang Xuan had no time for contemplation and quickly rolled away in the opposite direction. After several rolls, he emerged from beneath the truck, bracing himself against the vehicle, but the searing pain in his waist nearly caused him to collapse. Clearly, that bullet had penetrated his body armor. Supporting himself against the truck, Zhang Xuan grimaced in pain. He had now sustained 3 gunshot wounds. Yet, his mind raced with the urgent thought, he must not stop here. Victory was within reach, with determination in his bloodshot eyes. Zhang Xuan limped to the rear of the truck's wheel, retrieving a fragmentation grenade. As he prepared to pull the pin, the screams of women and the cries of children from the surrounding vehicles pierced his resolve. Gritting his teeth, he stowed the grenade and instead pulled out 2 smoke grenades. Click! He pulled the pins. The smoke grenades were tossed left and right, rapidly enveloping the area in a thick fog. Chapter 76, Breaking Through, Part 2. The dense smoke cloaked the chaotic battlefield. Armed with his AR-15, Zhang Xuan released the empty magazine, letting it fall to the ground, and reloaded with the partially spent one. Silently, he moved to the side eye in the smoke. A SWAT officer cautiously retreated, gun raised. The terrifying display of Zhang Xuan's prowess had made him acutely aware of the strength of the man codenamed Nighthawk. Remaining in the smoke was a dead end. He had to find a way to retreat until reinforcements arrived. It was evident that Zhang Xuan would not grant him that opportunity. With his exceptional hearing and knowledge of the gunfire's origin, Zhang Xuan had already predicted the officer's position. At this moment, he could no longer move lightly and instead charged through the smoke, swiftly closing in on the officer's right side. The officer, sensing danger, raised his weapon to shoot. However, Zhang Xuan was faster. With a swift motion, he deflected the officer's gun with his AR-15 and quickly adjusted his aim. Pulling the trigger, bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, striking the officer in the head and neck. Thud! Watching the officer fall, Zhang Xuan gasped for breath, clutching his waist, feeling a sharp pain. Hissing that he hurt too much, he could not discern which part of him had been shot, but the pain was overwhelming. Before he could catch his breath, the faint sound of helicopter rotors echoed from above. So soon, without further thought, Zhang Xuan limped forward. Shortly, he reached the checkpoint. The officer he had previously shot lay slumped against an armored vehicle, one hand clutching a radio, the other gripping a handgun. Clearly, he had called for reinforcements while Zhang Xuan was engaged with the SWAT team. Seeing Zhang Xuan emerge alive from the smoke, the officer was struck with terror, tremblingly raising his weapon. Yet, even injured, Zhang Xuan was no ordinary officer to contend with. He raised his AR-15 and fired twice, killing the officer instantly. Zhang Xuan quickly approached the driver's seat of the police armored vehicle. Cautiously scanning the surroundings for any remaining threats, he pulled the door open, discovering it was unlocked with the key still in the ignition. Without hesitation, he tossed his backpack into the passenger seat and jumped into the vehicle. At this moment, he could see 2 dark figures in the sky approaching rapidly. He had to leave. Zhang Xuan started the engine, crashing through a nearby police car and barreling down the main road. Yet, Zhang Xuan had not yet received the system's task completion notification, indicating he needed to flee further. Glancing at the rapidly approaching helicopter, the urgency in his eyes intensified. Damn. He floored the accelerator, the straight road ahead rapidly shrinking like a progress bar for his mission. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of gunfire erupted from above. A Dolphin helicopter swooped down alongside the armored vehicle. Two SAS operatives unleashed a barrage of bullets at Zhang Xuan's vehicle. Fortunately, the police armored car was bulletproof, and they were unable to penetrate the armor. However, before Zhang Xuan could rejoice, several large white marks appeared on the windshield. Multiple rounds struck the front windshield with precision, although it was bulletproof glass. Zhang Xuan dared not gamble on its ability to withstand more bullets. Instantly, he swerved the steering wheel, crashing through the roadside barrier and plunging into the greenery below. Ahead lay a dense forest. It seemed the helicopter had anticipated Zhang Xuan's move, soaring directly above him and descending rapidly 100 meters ahead. Simultaneously, a police helicopter arrived, opening its cabin door on the right side of Zhang Xuan's vehicle. And two SWAT officers unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Zhang Xuan's car. Surrounded and outnumbered, Zhang Xuan could see the intent of this tactical team. If he opted to reverse now, it would undoubtedly be a dead end. With enemies on both the front and right sides, his only option was a singular path forward. Even though Zhang Xuan was aware of their schemes, he found himself utterly helpless at this moment. He immediately turned the steering wheel and surged towards the left. However, just then, the two tires on the right side of the vehicle were shot out in quick succession. Bang, bang. In an instant, Zhang Xuan completely lost control of the car. Vroom, crash. The vehicle collided with a tree, breaking its trunk and flipping over. After sliding several meters across the grass, the car finally came to a halt. Inside, Zhang Xuan was left in a semi-conscious state from the impact. In a daze, he could clearly hear the distant sound of gunfire and felt the faint vibrations from bullets striking the vehicle. Yet, no matter how he tried to summon the strength to move his body, it felt as though the signal had been cut off, rendering him nearly immobile. Fortunately, this state did not last long. Gradually, Zhang Xuan began to regain control over his body. Struggling, he grasped the rifle beside him and forced himself out through the already shattered windshield. Listening to the incessant gunfire around him, he didn't even bother to grab his backpack, raising his weapon and firing several rounds towards the right. But that was all he could manage. Click! The rifle was emptied of bullets, rendering it useless. Zhang Xuan promptly removed the rifle sling and abandoned the weapon. Drawing his Glock 19 from his waist, he continued to fire at the enemies pursuing him from behind. Soon, he emptied the magazine. As he shakily reached for a new magazine to reload, a bullet struck Zhang Xuan in the back. He stumbled and fell forward to the ground. At that moment, an SAS Special Operations team and a SWAT team were already closing in from behind. Damn, not again. Zhang Xuan, now on the ground and unable to rise, could only grit his teeth and slowly crawl forward. Just at this critical juncture, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, the Escape from London mission has been completed. Task settlement is underway. You can exit the mission at any time within 1 hour. This unexpected delight jolted Zhang Xuan back to awareness. Why wait? Return? Return. In the next instant, Zhang Xuan felt a darkness envelop him. When he opened his eyes again, the haunting sounds of gunfire had vanished. A sparrow flitted down nearby, pecking at a small insect on the ground. With a sense of relief from narrowly escaping death, Zhang Xuan stretched out his body and lay back on the ground. At last, he had returned. Chapter 77. Mission settlement. Dressed in combat gear but without a helmet, Roy ascended the rooftop stairs. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan lying on the ground as if he were slacking off, Roy scoffed and remarked, "If this is your work ethic, I suggest you abandon this mission early. At least then you might live to collect a paycheck." Having been lying on the ground for some time, Zhang Xuan heard Roy's footsteps, which, although light, could not escape his ears. Upon hearing Roy's words, Zhang Xuan finally sat up and exhaled. Peace. How wonderful. Roy, seemingly uninterested in further conversation, walked to the corner of the rooftop and picked up a pair of binoculars to observe the surroundings. Zhang Xuan's gaze lingered on Roy's back, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. For reasons unknown, he sensed a hint of familiarity about Roy. Previously, he had heard that Roy was a retired SAS operative, and Zhang Xuan had never doubted it. However, just having emerged from the mission, Zhang Xuan's instincts were keenly attuned. Though he had only briefly clashed with an SAS Special Operations team, he was certain that Roy did not exude the aura of an SAS operative. Instead, he bore a semblance of an MI6 agent. Nonetheless, Zhang Xuan chose not to voice his thoughts. He stood up, performed some chest stretches, and relaxed his waist. It had to be said, this uninjured state was quite comfortable. Throughout the agent mission, he had spent around 70 to 80% of the time in a wounded, weakened condition. The discomfort was unbearable. As he pondered, Zhang Xuan glanced at the system panel. Mission settlement completed. Congratulations on achieving all mission accomplishments. Agent Nemesis, King of Agents, Intelligence Protection. You have gained 4 profession points. Congratulations, you have obtained MI6 Agent Support Card. MI6 Agent Support Card. You may randomly call upon a team of MI6 agents at any location, choosing to have them execute a specific task, including intelligence gathering, high-value target assassination, etc. Upon completion, the team will return. This support card can be used 3 times. Phew, that was quite a journey. The difficulty of this mission surpassed even that of the World War I mission. In the World War I mission, he had failed to complete all achievements due to being rescued. This time, he had risked his life multiple times to accomplish all mission objectives. Yet, the additional rewards from this mission exceeded Zhang Xuan's expectations. The 4 profession points were just the basic reward. However, the MI6 Agent Support Card, with its 3 opportunities for use and no time constraints, well, it wasn't entirely without time constraints. Once the agent team completed the tasks assigned to them, they would have to return. Yet, the duration of a complex mission could far exceed 2 hours. Indeed, compared to novice missions, the rewards from formal missions were truly substantial. At that moment, Zhang Xuan's earpiece crackled with Ji Wei's voice. Big brother. I've checked and everything around is still the same. Nothing has happened, if you ask me. We really got this money for nothing. Mr. Scott is quite generous. Zhang Xuan responded. I received your message. Refrained from idle chatter over the comms. He then turned his gaze towards Roy, recalling Roy's earlier words. Approaching, Zhang Xuan smiled. Roy, any discoveries? Roy ignored him. Unfazed by the awkwardness, Zhang Xuan retrieved a monocular and peered in the same direction as Roy. Continuing to speak, Mr. Scott has been quite busy these past few days. All sorts of people have come, but I wonder if they are all accounted for. Roy furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Literally what I said, Zhang Xuan chuckled. A couple of days ago, my sources informed me that Qin Wanqing from the Qin family has returned from America. Is that the same Qin family that caused you trouble before? Roy inquired, not lowering the binoculars, silence stretching for 2 seconds before he spoke again. Yes, Zhang Xuan nodded. I thought you might have some knowledge about it. Indeed, we know a bit, Roy sighed, rubbing his nose wearily. Mr. Wilson was attacked in Bangkok, and it was you who rescued him. That's why Mr. Scott is offering such a high salary to hire your team. Zhang Xuan smiled without responding, but internally he felt a twinge of unease. From Roy's previous remarks, it was evident that something was bound to happen during Mr. Scott's visit. Initially, he thought the Qin family might be up to their usual tricks, but judging by Roy's demeanor, he clearly did not regard the Qin family as a threat. However, if the trouble did not stem from the Qin family in this vast Bangkok, who could bypass Mayor Chiman to confront Mr. Scott? Although Zhang Xuan had not been in Bangkok for long, with Old Ma's presence, he had already gained a fairly comprehensive understanding of the various forces at play in the city. Essentially, Bangkok was divided into 3 factions, one led by the mayor, encompassing both political and business realms, another spearheaded by the Qin family and a few other family factions, and the third comprised various underground gangs. The first 2 factions were the most powerful and cohesive, while the third was merely a disorganized mob. These so-called underground gangs were numerous, but they would hardly be sufficient to serve as mere enforcers for the Qin family or any of the other major forces. While he was deep in thought, laughter erupted from below. Wilson was seen escorting a well-dressed businessman out of the building. Mr. Wilson, I trust you will take good care of this cooperation, the businessman said, his face beaming with excitement as he shook Wilson's hand. Wilson replied with a smile, You're too kind. This is all Mr. Scott's idea. From today onward, you and your company will be partners of Wall Capital. I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration, and of course, a pleasant collaboration indeed. After sending the businessman off in his vehicle, Wilson stood at the door, watching the car drive away, before looking up at the rooftop. Zhang, Roy, come down for a moment. Mr. Scott needs to see you. Zhang Xuan and Roy exchanged glances, not uttering a word, and promptly descended the stairs. Chapter 78, Departure. When Zhang Xuan and Roy reached the first floor and entered the living room, they discovered that everyone else had also been summoned, including Uncle He and the other 4, who were supposed to be on their shift. Sitting on the sofa in a casual suit, Mr. Scott smiled and nodded at Zhang Xuan and Roy, saying, "You're just in time. Everyone is here, Mr. Scott." Zhang Xuan and Roy acknowledged him with a nod, then took their places to the side. Mr. Scott produced several documents and, noticing that everyone was still standing, smiled and said, "All right, no need to stand. Find a place to sit. I have no such formalities here." Casually, he placed the document on the coffee table before him and jested, "I trust everyone has grown somewhat accustomed to these tranquil days. Haven TU? Doesn't it feel a bit like retirement?" Zhihui let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha." However, noticing that the others remained solemn, he awkwardly touched his nose and gradually stifled his laughter. Beside him, Mark furrowed his brow and inquired, "Sir, are we about to depart?" Scott nodded slightly. "Indeed, the time is ripe. It is time to reunite with an old friend. This journey to Siam cannot simply conclude without purpose." Smith chuckled lightly. "As for that headless snake known as the Dolan's group, they are unlikely to stir up any significant trouble. With us around, sir, you may meet your friend without concern, of course. By us, I refer to the four of us." He cast a dismissive glance at Zhihui and remarked, "Some mediocre teams can't even recruit a competent drone operator. I hardly believe they can be of any use." Zhihui, unyielding, shot a glance at Smith and retorted, "Indeed, what brother and I said is quite right." Smith's expression darkened, and he abruptly rose, his face a mask of anger. "What did you say?" Seated beside Zhihui, Ku, noticing the tension, discreetly grabbed the ashtray from the table. "Wow, gentlemen." Wilson quickly intervened to defuse the situation. "This is not an arena. Let us all remain calm, as Mr. Scott is still present." Zhang Xuan surveyed Smith before turning to Zhihui. "Zhihui? Apologize to Mr. Scott." Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's command, Zhihui straightened his demeanor and said to Scott, "My apologies, sir. Please continue." Realizing his reaction had been excessive, Smith hastily offered his own apology. "I'm sorry, sir." Scott, wearing a smile, waved his hand dismissively. A bit of friction between teams can be beneficial. Competition fosters progress. Subsequently, Scott shared the forthcoming arrangements with Zhang Xuan and the others. The essence was that in the coming days, they would travel to Chiang Mai and Siam to meet an old acquaintance who had once aided Scott. The complication, however, lay in the fact that a few years prior, a multinational armed group known as the Dolan's Group had established a stronghold near Chiang Mai. Due to some personal matters concerning Scott, this group had previously clashed with the then-ascendant wool capital. In fact, Scott himself had once been kidnapped by them. Although shortly after his abduction, the Sun Never Sets organization orchestrated a counter-terrorism rescue operation that liberated him and decimated the Dolan's Group, killing its leader on the spot. Scott had recently received word that the son of that very leader had resumed his father's illicit operations. Frankly, had it not been for the fact that Scott's old friend was on his deathbed, he would have preferred to avoid the location that haunted him with psychological scars. While he believed he had not wronged these individuals, he sighed in resignation. Nonetheless, caution is prudent. Meanwhile, as Scott spoke, he had already picked up a document from the table to scrutinize. This document, procured by Scott, contained intelligence regarding the Dolan's Group. After only a brief glance, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Aiden Dolans, 29 years old, a graduate of Princeton University in the United States, studying classical literature. How could such a person have rebuilt the Dolan's crime syndicate in just 2 years? It was said that someone was assisting him, suspected to be the former second-in-command who had escaped, Aiden's uncle, whose real name is Drake Dolans, though he is also known as Harlow. This individual is quite enigmatic, and we have been unable to gather more information. Only knowing he had some connections with the CIA, though specifics remain elusive." Mark, with his arms crossed and not looking at the document, evidently had prior knowledge of this intelligence. He continued, "Mr. Scott's ostentatious arrival in Bangkok is meant to create the illusion that we will be lingering here, focused on investments. Initially, it was thought the Dolan's Group would seize this opportunity to trouble us, but it seems they have either forgotten our past grievances or have mastered the art of patience. In any case, there has been no activity thus far." "Understood, Uncle," he nodded. Zhang Xuan then asked, "So, when do we depart?" "Tonight," Wilson replied with a serious expression. "We will set off after dark. The vehicle is prepared, aiming to return by tomorrow evening, and then we will head back home the day after." That does seem rather urgent, Zhang Xuan thought, but it was not surprising. After all, Mr. Scott was going to bid farewell to a friend, not to seek trouble. Discretion in their travel was paramount. They would stealthily make the journey, meet the individual and return, as long as they were swift enough. There should be no issues. Hopefully. All right, Scott declared, rising with solemnity. You all may begin your preparations. I entrust this journey to you. With that, he turned and retreated to his room. Once Mr. Scott had departed, Zhang Xuan and the others huddled together. Zhang Xuan addressed the three. We have no idea what circumstances this mission may entail. Please head to the armory and select new equipment. As for weapons, manage as you see fit, but ensure ample ammunition is brought along. Indeed, the truck laden with weaponry has been stationed in the backyard for days. Now is its time to shine. At that moment, Zhihui glanced into Zhang Xian's eyes, furrowing his brow, and suddenly said, Brother, why don't you take a short rest? We can wake you when it's time to leave. Zhang Xian nodded, not declining, and after a few final instructions, he turned toward the lounge. Watching Zhang Xian's retreating figure, Zhihui sighed. It appears the recent security tasks have placed considerable strain on my brother. The bloodshot in his eyes nearly rivals Uncle He's leg hair. Uncle He's lips twitched. Zhihui, you little rascal. Meanwhile, Ka felt a twinge of guilt. It is our shortcomings that have burdened my brother. Had we been stronger, he wouldn't have to worry so much. If only old Ma were here, his presence would surely lighten the load. Zhihui patted Ka's shoulder. All right, Ma Ku, let us acknowledge our shortcomings and strive for improvement.